Good Wednesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And exactly what I thought would happen. It happened last night. You've got to be kidding me. A team that scored one run in this previous series, 3 games, in the 3 games that they played previous to this one, they scored one run. They're the worst team at baseball. And they slapped the snot out of you last night. And your best pitcher, Hunter Brown.
They're the worst team in baseball by a lot.
By a lot. No. They're awful.
And they didn't beat they hit Hunter Brown, but Jeremy Pena didn't help out.
Jeremy Pena's error was ridiculous and awful.
Yep.
It just destroyed that game.
2 errors.
They're out of that inning. They don't, maybe they would have won 2-1. How do you not hit this? You're facing guys with a 6.7 ERA. And you can't. A 6.44, a 6.9. Well, he's down to 6.44 because Gordon pitched 6 innings. He gave up 1 earned run. What the hell? You come home. It's just it just is amazing. Amazing. It's so predictable. You're playing a bad team and you can't. You're playing a bad team at home. You just can't win. You just cannot beat these teams. It's just amazing to me.
Yeah, it's, it is. You've lost, what is it now, 6 of your last 9. You're 3-6 in your last 9. One of those you tried to blow to the Orioles. You did win 3 of 4 for the Orioles. One of them you tried your best to lose. Well, no, that was at home. That was the one at home. I'm going all the way back to the other one.
Oh no, you're going.
So in Baltimore, you did okay. Your pitching was a little shaky a couple times with your starters, especially Christian Javier, but you still came out 3 of 4 there. But Baltimore was a competitive team. They had just taken 2 or 3 from you at home and slapped you around. You go in there and you think, uh-oh, and you win 3 of 4. Then you come back home, and the first thing you do is get beat by the Rockies, and you show up with no offense again. No offense. Jordan was back in the lineup. They basically stayed away from him for the most part. So it's nice to have Jordan back in the lineup, but my gosh, just what it's you've got a 1.5 game lead right now. But it's hard to have confidence that this team can do anything in the playoffs because they just can't. They do stuff like this.
Well,
and I know it's 1 game, but this game should never happen.
The lineup is better this year, but they're back to this. They scored 1 run. Now they scored 1 run again.
It's better in theory.
It's feast or famine. It's just ridiculous. And at home, they're 10 games over 500. All of the Blue Jays are 43-22, 21 games over 500 at home. The Red Sox 16 games over 500. The Tigers 19 games over 500. Mariners 13. Rangers, they suck. They're 67-67 and they're 14 games over 500 at home. The good teams win at home. What is the deal? Of all the playoff contenders, the Astros have the worst home field. It's just unbelievable how bad they've been now. This is going on 3 years. This is 3 years of this. Mm-hmm. 3 years of playing crappy at home.
They're 38-28 right now at home this year. But, that doesn't even tell the story. You've been over if you take away the first 3, after the first 2.5 months, it's really not been good at home. You started off well at home, and we were like, okay, you've gotten rid of
3 years of this.
I know.
3 years that we've been going through this. The Rangers beating them, sweeping them at home. It goes back to Washington sweeping them in the World Series.
Yeah.
How in the hell do you do this? Why is it that and you go into these lulls? The A's came in here and beat the snot out of you. Beat the snot out of you in your place. And now the Rockies come in. The Rockies, it doesn't get any worse than this. This is a historically bad team. An historically bad team. And you are, they play 288 now they're 288 baseball. They were worse than that. 38 wins on the season. This is the White Sox last year. And you lose them. You get slapped around by them. This is where you make hay, and instead, You're down back in the lineup. That dude, Gordon wanted no part of him last night. No part. He wouldn't throw him. He wouldn't throw him anything. So, and I can't blame him. And they were laughing and whatnot. And then Christian Walker comes up in a couple of game situations and nothing. And the dude has been really, really good. Christian Walker has been really good lately. But you gotta. But in Jeremy Pena, goodness gracious. First of all, just throw the ball to first, Dubon. Throw the ball to first. Let the guy get second base. Get the out for sure. Instead, Pena's coming off the base. He had it was a terrible throw. It was a bang-bang play either way. Just get the sure out. Let the guy hit second base. Let Hunter Brown do the rest.
So, John,
instead, the floodgates open.
The floodgates open, and, of course, you didn't have enough offense. I mean, and it's hard to generate offense against the Rockies.
It's
Granted.
Impossible.
It's impossible.
Nobody scores runs against the Rockies.
The Astros are now plus 14 for the year in their run differential. At home, John, I just did a little search on Grok, also known as Gronk. Right. I said, hey, Grok, what is the Astros record since June 1st at home? 17-16. I said, what is it since June 15th? 12-15. 12-15. This is a team that over the last 9 weeks, basically, over the last 9 weeks is now 12-15 at home.
Yeah. That's
terrible. And a lot of those teams sucked.
And the Rockies, coming into the game, I mean, you can't score off this team. They were minus 349 in run differential. Minus 349.
That's one of the highest I've ever heard of.
How in the world? Minus 3. The next worst is the Nationals, minus 162.
That's one of the highest I've ever heard of in my life.
Ever.
Now I'm going to ask Grok another question.
I wonder what. No, maybe ask what the White Sox were last year because what was their run differential last year? Because they're just as bad.
I can just do a basic Google search for that.
Yeah, right.
That won't be hard, but I'll just ask what is the worst run differential in MLB since, we'll just say 1980. Let's see what Gronk says. This is based on Rob Gronkowski's knowledge.
Oh, it's not Gronk.
It's a different one. It's called Gronk. The 23A's at minus 339.
So this is the worst. Right now, 344.
It's the worst over the last 45 years. At least. At least. Thanks, Gronk.
As bad as the White Sox were last year, minus 306. They won 41 games. Minus 306 last year. And right now, the Rockies are minus 344 after picking up 5 runs last night. I mean, incredible. This is amazing. How in the world you got the Mariners losing last night? They're playing San Diego, all right? And they won one game now, and they lost the game. They're playing San Diego. You're playing Colorado. Oh, my gosh.
How about this? Since it just gave me this as a bonus, Rob Gronkowski said, the Astros are number 6 in Major League Baseball since 1980 in run differential. The Yankees are first at 4,253. Dodgers, 3,300. Red Sox, 2,800. Braves, 2,400. Cardinals, 1,900. And then Astros, 1,500. So over the last 45 years, we've done pretty well.
Okay.
We've done pretty well. It's just, unfortunately, that's overshadowed by yesterday's loss to the Rockies.
Yeah.
That sucks. It's one game. They're up a game and a half still, whatever. But we're going to bitch and complain about it because you would think you're golden with Hunter Brown on the mound.
I mean, honestly, this is what they are. This is what they are. Crap teams come in.
For 3 years.
Yeah. This is 3 years now of this, that they can't beat really bad teams at home. The Angels coming in next. God, they'll probably take 3 or 4.
God forbid.
The Angels take 3 or 4. I mean, this is ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
God forbid you try to beat the Angels at home.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do that. Nobody's beating the Angels at home in their home park. Nobody's doing that. Okay. It's just unbelievable. Just unbelievable. We got a nice show today. Mike Elko is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning here on the show. CJ says, I put it in there.
First of all, what are you doing in California? I came in today thinking I was going to see John Granado, and
I'm coming in today.
Well, are you flying directly into Lake Charles?
No, I'm going to drive to Lake Charles.
In what?
I rented a car.
You got a scooter? You're bringing your scooter from L.A.? You got to scoot there?
I rented a car.
Do you know I did too?
You did? Why?
Because I don't want to put miles on because I'm already over my miles on my lease.
Oh, you are? Yeah.
Yeah, and I got some free.
No,
free
I
days.
leave after the show today. I'm coming in. We're going to Lake Charles. I'm going to take the boy and his girl out to dinner, and then I'm going to drive to Lake Charles, and then we're going to have a big day tomorrow.
Wait a minute, what time are you getting in?
I won't get in until 10 or so, 11.
Oh, wow.
So we're going to have, but I won't have traffic like you will. Thank you.
Is this getting serious with JT and that girl? Why are you taking them to dinner?
Yeah. So
you should
we'll
take them to
watch
an
the
Astros game.
We're going to do the show. Then we're going to watch the Astros in the afternoon. Then we got the Cougs tomorrow night, along with our fantasy draft. It doesn't, and in between we got poker. Dell, we're going to play poker. Let's go.
Dell's playing?
All right. I love when me and Dell sit down, play poker or gin or some kind of rummy. We sit down and it's just a good time. Me and Dell hanging out, playing some cards. It doesn't get any more fun than that. So we're going to do that tomorrow. And then Friday we got the show. Get back to Houston. Let's go. Labor Day weekend.
You had run through an entire. Oh, yeah. I didn't know you were going to hit me with your itinerary.
Yep, and
for the rest of the week.
Well, and then we got fantasy drafts all next week. It's all great. We got our drafts,
and then we got we got Josh paid on Thursday, but then also next Thursday. Then we also got Willie Fritz and Elko next week.
Right? Yeah, we got all that.
Yeah. John Chill at some point.
Got Labor Day off.
Got Labor Day off. Yeah, you didn't even say that part.
Right, Labor Day off. Oh no, we already got plans. Don't worry about it. Well, as a matter of fact, Todd and I are going to go somewhere on Labor Day and buy everyone Coors Lights. We're gonna hang out in a bar and buy everybody Coors Lights while we're watching games.
Wow, it wouldn't have been my choice.
What
for Labor Day?
Yeah, that's a fun Labor Day. I mean, we'll eat some barbecue and then go drink Coors Lights with people.
I'm saying for Todd.
Oh,
my choice.
He's the one that suggested it, not me.
If I'm Todd, I'm going out on renting a.
Yeah.
What are they called? Those little boats, the easy ones, the pontoons.
There's not a boat that Todd wants to be on the water as opposed to hanging out with you on Labor Day?
Streaming Hostage or something?
Well, apparently you're watching Hostage. You mentioned it.
What?
There's a new show on Netflix.
Hostage?
There's a Netflix show called Hostage. Yeah.
I know, but it's Labor Day, okay? Watch something American, okay?
Like what?
Well, that's not American. It's French and English.
I know.
Watch something American on Labor Day?
Yeah, Labor Day, because it's the holiest of holidays. That's right, for America.
Is it patriotic?
It's the day that we
it's the birthplace.
We thank people who work.
Hold on.
We thank laborers.
What's patriotic about Labor Day?
Labor Day. Well, we're celebrating labor. That's what's
the Labor
America.
Party.
America first.
The Labor Party? That's British.
Yeah, the Labor Party.
I knew this was rooted in Great Britain. Yeah. I knew this whole event. They probably stole this from Great Britain. The Labor Party.
Why do we sell? I mean, Abraham Lincoln doesn't even get his own day. Why does
who's
Labor
not
get
allowed
a day?
to celebrate Labor Day? Not influencers, but creators. You're just not. If your whole thing is taking pictures on free vacations because you have enough followers, I just don't think you should get a celebration.
That's not labor.
Day. That's not labor.
We work.
Yeah.
That's how we
doing
get
hard work.
We work our ass off.
We do hard work.
Right.
3 hours a day. If you're sitting here creating and flying around, that's not work.
We're
if
creators.
You're in radio for 3 days. Yeah, we create good stuff.
We're content creators.
We're good.
We are content creators.
So
we do stuff, and then Sam clips it.
Don't say
work hard, so you don't
stuff.
have to.
Labor Day originated from the 19th century labor movement's push for better working conditions. What better condition there is than working from home, John?
There's nothing.
Look at the conditions that you are acknowledging the past work by working from home.
Yeah. You're coming from a place of privilege. Go woke,
and
go
shorter
broke.
hours.
John's gonna go broke because he's going woke because he's sitting at home doing nothing.
This is his line. He said this like
I've just
6
been
times
using
already.
This all morning. You don't know. It's just a new one. When Jeremy Pena had those errors, go woke, go broke. You know why? Because they changed their uniforms, their City Connect uniforms.
Oh. Well, I thought it was because Cracker Barrel.
No,
changed their
well,
logo.
that's what I'm saying. The Astros changed their uniforms.
Yeah, right.
And so that's why they can't beat the
Rockies. Can't beat the Rockies.
Let's just say, go woke, go broke.
How many?
Good job.
Oh It was little kitty or baby kitty night last night.
Oh, you had to lose then.
Oh my
I
God!
know,
And the place was packed.
Of course,
Packed.
it was.
36,000.
Yes.
For Hello
Kitty.
Hello Kitty.
Yes,
whatever
of
it
course
is.
it was.
Yeah. And people are all they love that, and they get a 6-1 loss. They thought, okay, let's have Hello Kitty night on a night where we'll just kick somebody's ass. Let's see. Oh, at the Rockies. Okay, we'll do that one. Oh, how'd that work out for you? Oh my gosh. We'll talk Texans on the other side right here, but first we're going to talk a little John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit, the personal injury lawyer here in Houston, got degrees at Texas, then did his law degree at University of Houston. Splits his time between the great city of Richmond, Texas, the burgeoning metropolis known as Richmond, and also has a place in Austin. He drives to San Antonio. He's got an office there, an office in Dallas. He's out along the third coast there, around the Port Arthur area, because he's got business out there, because people get hurt. A lot of people on offshore stuff and on rigs get injured, and he's got to represent them. If you've been hurt in an accident, oh my God, there's a chance both of us could be hurt, because we're driving I-10 east, which is a nightmarish in the road back. Nightmare going there, nightmare coming back. And I always think, man, if this 18-wheeler, you're right up against that concrete barrier, and the 18-wheelers there, I hate being next to an 18-wheeler, because I always think somebody's just going to look at a phone and smash me into a billion pieces. And I always think, well, I got that phone right here, 713, call now. Sometimes I'll pre-dial it, and I'll be ready to just hit send, so I can call John Daspit as soon as it happens, because I want someone working for me when I'm injured and have hospital bills and physical therapy and time missed from work and all that. I need somebody to look out for all those things, pain and suffering. If you have that happen to you, God forbid, I certainly don't want that to happen. If you do, you need someone to represent you, because the other side has lawyers, and the insurance agency has lawyers, and they're trying hard to squeeze you and give you the lowest payout they possibly can. John Daspit's on the other side. He's fighting for you. He didn't care what they're doing. He's going to win for you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. So, roster is, well, at least it's set for now. Okay, let's go through it. Here's your 2025 Texans as of now.
For now.
Aziz Al-Shair, he's going to be on it. Will Anderson, okay. Jake Andrews, okay. Derek Barnett made the team. Braxton Berrios made the team.
Mm-hmm.
A little surprising.
Well, it's what DJ Bieneme had that, or maybe it's Jonathan Alexander from the Chronicle actually had it, I think.
Yeah. Austin Brinkman beat out Ferguson, and so he better snap it well.
Well, Ferguson just got brought in late, right? He just came in,
British Brooks made the team.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Kalen Bullock.
Labor Party.
Nick Chubb, obvious. Nico Collins, Mario Edwards, Ariante, Kaimi, Fatus Kasi made the team, of course. Blake Fisher, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Jake Hansen made the team. Christian Harris made the team. Jaden Higgins, Jamal Hill as well. So we thought they might come down to Jake Hansen and Jamal Hill. One of them would have to be gone, but they're both there. Dylan Horton.
Well, for now, this is a tremendous amount of linebackers on the team. There's 8 linebackers on this team right now.
They're teams guys right now. They're teams.
Yeah,
guys.
but still, that's a high number. What is this number? Well, they have to be at 53 right now. So this is 8 linebackers is a ton, and they're both good teams players. Ladarius Henderson, he was one I thought would go. I didn't think they
haven't gotten to him.
We're still staying.
Okay, Jaden Higgins, Jamal Hill, Dylan Horton, Titus Howard, Daniil Hunter, Xavier Hutchinson, Ed Ingram, Christian Kirk, Kamari Lassiter, Woody Marks, Graham Mertz made the team. He had a really nice game the other day, but I thought he was outplayed by Keaton Slovis.
Wait.
For the most part.
Hold on a second. You said Horton. Oh yeah, Dylan Horton. There he is, right there. Yeah, I was thinking Dylan didn't make it.
No, Davis Mills, Jalen Knoll, Adare, Jarrett Patterson, Damian Pierce, Jalen Petrie, Sheldon Rankins, Cam Robinson makes the team.
You're going like all over the place. You're not even going positions.
I'm doing it in alphabetical order.
Oh.
Dalton Schultz, Juice Scruggs, Tim Settle, Jalen Smith, Tremont Smith, E.J. Speed, M.J. Stewart, Derek Stingley, Kate Stover, C.J., Darnell Taylor, Henry Toto, Togiai made the team, which and that shouldn't be surprising, but he did. Laken Tomlinson, Tommy Townsend, and Justin Watson made the team along with Braxton.
Yeah,
Berrios.
so let me give you from a positional standpoint, there's no surprises other than the fact that they're keeping 7 wide receivers instead of 6 right now. I feel like somebody's missing on there that we're not.
Somebody is missing because you got 3 quarterbacks as well. You got 8 linebackers. I mean, how the hell are you doing this?
No. I have to.
Well, now the guys that you put on reserved injured, let's see, Brevin Jordan, Irv Smith are both on there. Non-football injury, Joe Mixon and Elijah Huzzle. Danico Autry should have been it. Kurt Heinisch, both physically unable to perform. Ronald Darby and Jimmy Ward on the commissioner's exempt list. I don't believe.
There's no real. All I can see. Well, right now there's only. I guess from a surprise standpoint, there's only 3 safeties right now.
Yeah.
Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, Kalen Bullock, and M.J. Stewart because they cut Rush East. So they have 1 less safety than we thought, and I think they will have a 4th safety. So somebody is going to be in some trouble. They may be looking to see what's on the waiver wire. My guess is one of those linebackers is going to be in trouble. I don't think they'll keep 8 linebackers, especially when you consider you only play 2 much of the time when you're in your nickel. And then right now you only have, from a cornerback standpoint, you have 5. And that's fine. Last year I think they had 6 going into the beginning of the season. So we'll see. I don't see them keeping 3 quarterbacks. I think Graham Mertz will eventually go. I doubt they keep 3, but they could and just keep him. They could and just keep him inactive the whole year, I suppose. Not a ton of surprises, to be honest with you. I think it's more, how did they have this many guys making the team? It's what, like we talked about. How is Hansen and Hill still on the team? Okay, well, Yeast, one of their safeties, are gone. So 2 of the linebackers are still on that, on that team. You've got I'm sorry. That is wait, Mike will. So, yeah. So I take it back. I was saying that there was. Yeah. So this is only 6. So they only have 2 linebackers even listed, John. 2 positions on our lads. They don't even list a strong side linebacker anymore. Their base is a 4-2, so they've got 6 linebackers. These are going to be the linebackers. They're not going anywhere. This is just a Will and a Mike, and that's all they're listing now. So EJ Speed, Christian Harris. I think once you know, it's going to be interesting. Their best linebacking duo, in my opinion, is going to be Christian Harris, and EJ Speed. On nickels, if you have both of those guys out there, the amount of space they can cover. Their ability to cover, like, to me, I think Azeez Al-Shaair, and I know that's D'Amico's favorite guy.
He likes him,
but man, is he a problem on third downs? Yeah, I want to get those 2 fast velociraptors out there, and EJ Speed and Christian Harris, and let them go to work. That's what I want to see.
Yeah,
I want fast and physical, and those 2 guys are both fast and physical. I know Al-Shaair is physical. The fast part really is not. I'm not feeling that. Tuo has done a nice job of. He's just quietly done his job and played himself into playing time and a potential starting role. We'll see how they look at that position, but yeah. So they've got 6 linebackers. That's going to be the amount they stick with. I do think they'll look for another safety. You can't go in with this team safety issues and injuries. I don't think you can go into a season with only 3 safeties. I just don't think you can do it. Well,
Petrie can always go back, and if you got somebody else that can play the nickel, I mean,
you don't. But you have no one behind him. That's my point. Is
are you sure Jalen Smith?
Jalen Smith is a corner. No, you got Jalen Smith and Tremont Smith are your 2 corners. Tremont Smith is known as to be honest with you, Tremont Smith is known as more of a special teams guy than a cover corner. So, I mean, I think there's still work to be done. I think Graham Mertz could be in some trouble. I mean, that's the easiest one to pick from is the third corner. There's a chance you could take away a 7th receiver, that Berrios or Watson could be in trouble. But, I mean, I don't know that your secondary is not what it needs to be right now. It can't be done. Jalen Reed, your draft pick, is on the injured reserve list from Penn State, but he's designated to return.
Right. I mean, that's where you pick up another safety too. You hopefully you can get through it before you know.
And maybe they're thinking Jimmy Ward. Jimmy Ward's on the commissioner's exempt list.
Jimmy Ward will never play for them again.
I don't think so either.
No,
I don't think so either. But those are 2 safeties who are there now. I will say, and maybe it's just a personal thing because what's his name likes him, because D'Amico likes him. But D'Amico came out and said, "Hey, let's slow down on our rush to judgment on Jimmy Ward." He made a point of in the media saying this, and that did not sound like a coach who was done with Jimmy Ward. However, he might have done that because he's got a long history with Jimmy Ward back in San Francisco and here. It might have been on a personal note. You know what I mean? That may not have any impact on Jimmy Ward, the football player. But he is on commissioner's list, and Jalen Reed, the draft pick, is on injured reserve. So they may be holding that spot for one of those 2 safeties. But with that said, I'm surprised Yeast didn't make the team.
Yeah, Yeast was well. I mean, whatever. I mean, I think they probably think Jalen Reed's coming back.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
it's a question of when.
That's
I mean,
right.
he's more than likely the guy who's going to. But boy, look how young that secondary is now with Kalen Bullock, 2nd year, Kamari Laster, 2nd year. Now Chauncey Gardner, Jalen Smith, rookie, and then you'll have Jalen Reed, rookie. You'll have 4 different guys who are going to be first year, or 2 rookies and 2 2nd-year guys. But Jalen Petrie's salty veteran by now. Gardner Johnson is. Derek Stingley, plenty of time. MJ Stewart's been around a long time. Tremont Smith. Nothing too surprising, though. I wasn't too surprised. 5 running backs making the team is what we thought.
3 quarterbacks making the team.
That was a little surprising to me because I don't think Graham Mertz would have been picked up.
Justin Watson and Braxton Berrios making the team.
That was a little bit surprising.
Yeah.
That was a little bit surprising.
All right, let's get out on time so that we can get to Mike Elko on time, top of the hour. You Ags, if you're a Texas A&M football fan, get a preview of what you're going to see this Saturday with us right here with Mike Elko, top of the hour. Right now, though, I'm talking about U of H football, which is tomorrow night. If you're looking for a good time, had by all, get to TDECU Stadium tomorrow night, all right? The Lone Star Stampede at TDECU, 7 o'clock tomorrow. Stephen F. Austin. You got all the tradition and pageantry. The opening game, Willie Fritz's second year. Get on out there. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. They partnered with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo for this game. Tailgating starts at 4. Bring the entire family. Rodeo Houston will have a rodeo roundup corral featuring mini lasso practice, line dancing, coloring wall, giveaways, and a visit from Howdy. Plus, on the concourse, there's going to be a rodeo photo booth. Fans can stop by, get a picture taken, enter into a drawing for 4 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo season tickets, plus chances throughout the game to win pairs of tickets to a Rodeo Houston performance. So, if you're a Rodeo Houston fan, Houston Rodeo fan, Livestock Show and Rodeo fan, this is the place to be, possibly picking up season tickets. And how about watch the game? How about watch them play Stephen F.? Let's go. Let's go. Get on out there. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. Go Cougs.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You got You got questions, you got answers, whatever it is that you want to talk about, you are more than welcome to get in here with us. We are hanging out until Mike Elko gets here, top of the hour, you Aggie fans. CJ, so he was asked, he was on with Siciliano, Andrew Siciliano yesterday. He was also on with Stephen A. He had some things to say about the offensive line. He said, "Yeah, I think the scheme and blah blah blah." It was pretty good. He was as diplomatic as he could possibly be. Stephen A. asked him about getting set. Let's not get sacked all those times. He says, "No, I think we're different now. We'll see what happens." But CJ was on with Andrew Siciliano, and he was asked, "Hey, what about all those people, University of Texas people, giving you the business this week with Ohio State and Texas playing?" He goes,
"Well, I got it."
Oh, you got it now?
Yeah, I found it.
All right, here is CJ Stroud on with Andrew Siciliano.
What's it like being a Buckeye in Texas this week?
I'm accepting all the smoke. Anybody need? Well, here in Houston, it's more Aggie land. So,
right.
I have a lot of Aggies surrounding me, but there's a couple UT guys. I have buddies who are UT guys, and I don't know if I have any teammates that went to UT. I know I have a coach, but it's a couple harsh words and a little bit of back and forth, but it'll be fun.
That's all right. We're Aggie land.
Stop whooping. You're not allowed to whoop.
I can whoop if I want. You can't tell me what to do. Aggies.
See if you whoop in front of Mike
I
Elko,
want.
the head coach who joins us at 8 o'clock. See if you keep that same whooping energy with Coach Elko.
Okay, I know. I'm gonna whoop it up. We'll see if we can't get Coach Elko to whoop it up with us. Okay, let's go. We're Aggie land, Houston.
You
How
heard
about
him.
that? Take that.
You heard what CJ. You heard what your quarterback said.
Longhorn Scott, take that. This is Aggie land.
I will say it is hard to get into Texas.
And where's your home for the
What are you saying?
There's a lot of more T-shirt fans than went to school at Texas people now.
They do make comments about that.
6% is what gets you in. It ain't what it was back in the day.
But we are the home of the Aggies. Aggie football is back. My Elko is back.
Mm-hmm.
Get ready. Should be a
right
good
here.
year.
That's right. Longhorn Scott, take that. This is Aggie land.
I mean, sure, the Longhorns are part of the biggest game of the weekend, maybe of the season. We'll see. But this is an Aggie country, or at least Aggie city, according to C.J. Stroud.
Oh, don't act like this isn't a big game for the Ags, too.
Oh,
Okay.
is it?
Is it, though?
Is it? I mean,
Are you, though?
I mean, I don't know that UTSA measures up.
Oh, UTSA's been a pretty good football team these last
I
few
know,
years.
but it is not exactly Ohio State.
Slow down, okay?
Let's just put it this way: if Ohio State beats Texas, it's like, oh, that's not great, but understandable. If UTSA beats A&M in Kyle Field, we'll see if Mike Elko comes back for the next interview.
He's coming back.
Jimbo
He's not
didn't.
going to Jimbo this
Jimbo
thing.
didn't. I mean,
but Jimbo, he disappeared and he came back the next year, and then he ended up disappearing again.
Mm-hmm.
He
Well,
didn't want all that smoke. He didn't want these hard questions we give him.
we didn't really give him.
The man
We
did.
were
We
trying
threw
to
nothing
be-
but we just did slow pitch softball for Jimbo.
He was afraid you'd ask him about giving up play calling, and he didn't want to deal with that. Or, execution
Right.
of his offense. He always said it was the players that didn't execute,
Getting
not the
beat by-
actual offense itself.
Who'd
Yep.
they get beat by? Was it App State or it was somebody else?
Oh, was Jimbo on the field? No. Okay, the players got to execute.
Yeah, but if it happens year over year with different players, what does that say?
Well, he's always had.
The same players he recruits?
Jimbo's always had a high octane offense. The numbers may not say that, but it's
man.
always been.
I mean, Jimbo as a head coach should put a lot of – maybe donate a couple bucks to Jameis Winston. Jimbo as a head coach. Yes, when Jameis retires, Jameis has made a lot of money as a backup. Well, but when Jameis retires, send a couple bucks Jameis's way. Because that Aggie contract came from Jameis.
Yeah, Jameis did. Have
What
a lot
about
to-
that other
them
Aggie
W's,
contract?
eating them dubs.
What about that other Aggie contract they kicked in? he may go to LSU. Hurry.
No,
Give him as much as he can possibly handle for the next 10 years.
they did.
Come on, Aggies, have some.
Hey,
Have some
home of the
confidence.
Aggies.
This is
Relax.
home of the Aggies. You're in Aggie land.
Relax.
I am an
You're a
Aggie man. I forgot about
2%er.
that.
You're
have
a
some confidence
2%er.
in your program.
Yeah.
Say, hey, if you don't want to be here, somebody else does. Bye. That's what you should have done. Saved a bunch of money. Now you got Mike Elko leading the charge, gonna run roughshod over those Roadrunners, and then we'll see what happens.
They got a couple games. UTSA, then Utah State, and then they got Notre Dame in South Bend on September 13th.
That one's gonna be a good challenge.
Don't worry, Aggies. Miami will crush Notre Dame's soul on Sunday.
It'll be over.
They'll be over from that
That'll
Notre
be their
Dame.
season.
Don't worry about it, Aggies. You're going to get a wounded Notre Dame team. Don't worry about
That's fine.
it. Carson Beck. Good luck.
Carson
Boy,
back.
that is gonna really.
Oh
I
my
can tell you,
God,
Longhorns, it's not going to be great now that we've got C.J. Stroud saying Houston's Aggie land. There's
Here's
a lot of
something-
Aggies here.
Here's something else CJ said, though.
Is there more Aggies than Longhorns in Houston?
I think we're closer.
I think we might.
We
I
might
think that
be.
might be true.
That might be true.
Now who more? Now maybe Dallas has more Longhorns. I don't know. Where
So-
I grew up, it was more Aggies than Longhorns in Fort Bend County.
Yeah,
I know that.
I think we do. I think it is more Aggie land than.
In my house, there's more Longhorns than
Probably
Aggies.
Dallas is more Longhorns because they're so chotch up there.
Wow.
Good thing Steve Sarkisian's not on with us every week.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
we don't
they
want-
would never.
We don't
Texas
want him
would
on.
never.
We don't want him on.
If they heard your act, Texas would never.
No.
No, they're too haughty for that. So CJ also said, asked about, now he fell from last year at this time. He was the 14th ranked player in the NFL. This year he's the 90th, according to ESPN, their rankings that just came out. I don't know what that means. Who cares? But the perception of CJ is that he fell off last year, and I think it's probably pretty accurate. He did fall off last year. He didn't make the same throws. He wasn't as accurate, and he just wasn't as good as he was his rookie year. But here is asked how good he is. Here is CJ's response with Andrew Siciliano.
I always just stay committed to the consistent wins in life. I'm somebody who is very hard on myself, but I'm trying to be more understanding. And I don't know, I really try not to harp back on last year. I learned my lessons, and I don't know what people expect from me but that's a whole different conversation. But I do believe that I am still a great player. I do think I'm still a top quarterback in this league. I've put it on tape. I just, things around me haven't always been, the best just because injuries. And, so that hasn't been easy, but I still believe myself. I know my team does. My family does. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters. So I'm excited to go out there and put it on tape. And I hate all the talking, tired of talking. I just want to play now. So
No.
I don't know what did that mean. He said, "I learned my lesson. I don't know what people expect from me," and he kind of laughed. Is that I learned my lesson about off season? Kind of. He didn't do anything bad. He just went on a little bit of a world tour,
Right.
but it wasn't anything bad. I learned my lesson from. I wonder what that means. Do you have any idea what that means?
I think the offseason, I think he did learn something from the offseason. I mean, he's approached it totally different this year.
I don't know what everyone expects from me. What does that mean?
Are the expectations too high? I don't know. I mean, you're the number 2 overall pick.
He had just talked about
you
getting,
were rookie of the year. I mean, what we expected
it's
you to be
fine.
better. Yes.
It's fine.
But he did too. He said it wasn't as good. He's admitted it. But is he still a great quarterback? Is he still? You know what? I'm glad he feels that way. Now, last offseason, he was putting himself in lists of who's the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
Maybe that's one of the things he's
Josh
talking about.
Allen, Patrick Mahomes, me. Maybe that's what he's talking about. But he still believes he's a great quarterback. I'm glad he still believes he's a great quarterback. I want him to have that confidence.
He has to have that confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean.
But he has something to prove. CJ has something to prove this year.
Yeah,
Even if
absolutely.
the offensive line's not as good, your job is not. I see excuses made, and we talked about it with the Shador stuff, and we talked about it with this, that, or the other, whatever. For any quarterback, and this is true of any quarterback, if your offensive line is not as good, then it's your job now to make an adjustment, get rid of the ball. Quarterbacks are not. If you're only as good as everything around you, and you don't uplift or change, then you're not a good quarterback. You're just a guy who is only as good as everything around you. What makes great quarterbacks is if they're not as good at a certain position, you get the most out of that position you can. If your offensive line's protection is not great, then your job is to make sure that mentally you're razor sharp on where you want to go with the ball, and you're getting rid of the ball. You're getting it out when it needs to get out. You're getting yourself protected with protection calls because you've watched so much tape. You know tendencies, and you know what things look like,
right.
and you're thinking about, well, they're gonna. I saw them rotate coverage, and I think CJ is a thinker in game. Now, I mean it as a compliment, but sometimes that's negative to be a thinker instead of just a smooth responder to what you see. But I really truly believe that a great quarterback, even a good quarterback, they take what they have and they make the most of it. And if you're always crying because things aren't perfect around them, then they were never a great quarterback to begin with.
All right, we got a break because we got to stay on track here because Mike Elko is joining us at the top of the hour. So quick break here, and then Mike Elko for you Aggies. We're at Aggie City, so probably we got 90%.
They call us Baby Aggie Land. I don't know. That's what CJ said.
90% of Houston is probably listening to us right now. Okay, because we're Aggie. It's in Aggie Land. We're Aggies in Aggie Land. Time to talk about HRP, hrp.net, 281-880-6525 or hrp.net. Time to talk about your business and how good it is. Time to talk about the way you're doing business. Time to talk about if you have an admin company right now. I'm not going to mention any of their names, but if you got an admin company, it's doing your payroll, it's doing your HR, it's doing your 401ks, it's doing all of this stuff. How good is it? Is it actually servicing you, or is it servicing themselves? Okay, because their insurance, their 401k plans, okay, and they might not be perfect for you, but that's what they give you because that's what they've got. HRP has a plethora. They can go out and find the best insurance plan, 401k plan for you. Okay, it's not about them; it's about you. And that's the difference between HR&P and the other guys. HR&P is awesome. The payroll part, the HR part, the tax part, I mean, they're experts. They're awesome. Never have a mistake. And your employees get to interact with HR&P as opposed to having to go through you to get things done. HRP.net. You want a better business model for yourself. HRP.net, 281-880-6525.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. Quick segment here because we got Mike Elko joining us top of the hour. Talk Aggie football and what's going on over there. We got Dell. I put in sound from one of his players that we got to play for him. We got to hear from Le'Veon Moss and see and hear Coach's response to Le'Veon and what he had to say. But we also for those of you just joining us, we talked Astros baseball and it's just Fromber, but we need Fromber to be good again. We need Fromber.
Fromber's a 340 favorite today. Minus 340, and he's pitched like
dog.
He's pitched like choo-choo poo. I mean, I don't know what that means. That's not. Who wants to? That's a terrible number for Fromber.
Yeah.
And you're at home against a bad team. It's almost an unwinnable situation for the Astros.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe that. First of all, that's ridiculous. They should not be 340 favorites to anybody. To anybody.
Not even a team that has 38 wins for the year.
You had your best pitcher on the mound yesterday, and you got your ass kicked.
Literally the team with the worst run differential over the last 45 years in baseball in a single season. You shouldn't be 340 against them, but, I mean, it doesn't feel like it.
Yep. 306 last. The White Sox were one of the worst teams in baseball history
last
year.
The A's from 23
and they were only
the
306, minus 306.
Right. The A's from 23, who was just absolutely terrible, were 339, and their Rockies are already worse. And it's not like it's going to get better. It's probably just going to keep getting worse.
Well, unless they play the Astros a bunch. They picked up 5 runs yesterday on their differential. Congratulations. You could score 1 run off of a guy who had a 7 ERA. I mean, you faced 2 guys with 6+ ERAs.
Mm-hmm.
Holy crap. I mean, it's just unbelievable. It's just unbelievable. At home against crappy teams, you can't play. This is if they lose 2 out of 3 to this team. I mean, come on, Fromber. What is he doing? I mean, it just seems like he's
not right.
His Shivagitter is broke.
Well, but something's not right.
Yeah,
the worst run differential in a single season in Major League history, Cleveland Spiders. In 1899, they were minus 723.
723.
In the modern era, the Colorado Rockies hold the record, minus 349. We literally are taking on the team with the worst run differential in the modern era of baseball.
Yeah. Well,
when there wasn't Cleveland Spiders.
344 now. It was 349.
Yeah, I'm sorry. 344 now. But they still have to leave Houston at some point, and that's probably going to start going sideways again.
Yeah. They still, I mean.
I'm going to ask Gronk if, hey, Gronk, can the Astros beat
Gronk, I think.
Yeah, but I like to call it Gronk because I like to believe.
Does it answer you when you call it Gronk?
Well, I'm just typing in, but I like to believe that what's his name with Tesla, who went away.
Elon?
Because he lost all his money. I like to believe that Elon created AI based on the mind of Gronk.
Did you see
some
guy
beat the
tried
Rockies
to get
tonight? Here, I'm going to see what Gronk says. I just asked, can the Astros beat the Rockies tonight? And Gronk is thinking right now. Oh, boy, it's taking a while. Usually Gronk tells me right away. Gronk says, definitely Hulk smash. Nope, Gronk doesn't. No, Gronk is doing it. The Houston Astros have a good chance of beating the Rockies tonight. Based on current data and trends, the Astros are favored with a money line of blah, 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 and a win percentage of blah, blah, blah. And then watch what I say to Gronk now. Say, what about how terrible Fromber has been lately? Fromber Valdez has been lately. I just told Gronk that. Let me see what Gronk's AI
Can you ask Gronk whether you took into account how quickly we had to get out of here?
That's right. And we're going to, because we got Mike Elko joining us next. We're going to talk about Chastain.
Hey, we got a lot of Aggies here in the city.
Chastain, forget Gronk. Let's talk Gronk. We're going to talk about the Chastains. We're going to talk about an unbelievable deal going on right now. An unbelievable deal. look, if you're looking for a Ford 2024 or 2025, they're brand new vehicles. I can't be sure that there's still 2024s on the lot. I can't believe that, if you want to know the truth. But on select vehicles, 0% for 48 months, 0 down, no payments for up to 90 days, okay? It's transparency. It's no add-ons. It's no markups. Plus, they're going to give you a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. So for 4 years, you don't pay any interest. You don't have to put anything down. And you don't have to make any payments for 90 days. That's 3 months. And 4 years of 0% financing. To me, it's incredible. That's a deal. Plus, you're getting a great price on it. Plus, you're getting transparent. Plus, you're getting it the way that you want it. No dealer added fees at Chastain Ford ever. I love doing business with them. I bought 4 cars from the Chastains, because I just believe in them. And I hope you do too. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Aggies, tell your friends, tell your neighbors. Reagan, are you listening? All right, we're talking Texas A&M. Got UTSA Saturday, 6:30, Kyle Field. It's going to be packed. Aggies looking forward to yet another season under Mike Elko, and Mike Elko is joining us.
He's on. Hold on, he's talking to Dell right now.
Oh, he's talking. He's on the phone.
I think
okay.
it's him. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
You ready, Dell?
That's Coach. Coach Elko's joining us right now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Coach, welcome in. How are you?
Hey, guys. How are you doing this morning?
Man, we're great. We really appreciate you joining us here every week. This is going to be your time. Thank you for doing that. You're going to be here for the Touchdown Club as well, right?
Yeah, I think that's coming up here during the bye week. I'm headed down to Houston, spend a little bit of time talking to the guys down there.
Yeah, so go to HoustonTouchdownClub.com and see when the coach is going to be in town and come watch him there. Go to the lunch. It's a great cause. Houston Touchdown Club does a great job, as always. Coach, let's talk about this team. Let's talk about another season under Mike Elko and what we're looking forward to. Let's start with Marcel Reed. What does Marcel have to do better this year in your eyes?
Yeah, no, I think it's him taking the next step as a quarterback. I think he obviously stepped into a really challenging situation this last year, getting thrust into the starting spot. And I think as the year went on last year, he really developed. And I think when you really dig into the numbers, I think he had a much better year than everybody gave him credit for. But now as he heads into year two, I think he's firmly established in terms of what it means to be an SEC starter and what it means to be a quarterback at Texas A&M. And we're just really excited to get him out on the field and let him kind of showcase what he's been doing this offseason.
You happy with the, just looking over your roster, you don't have as many, it doesn't appear that you have as much turnover relative to some of the other teams due to the portal stuff. You had some last year, but this year looks like you got a little bit more continuity on both sides of the ball. Can you speak to that and why that's important headed into this season?
Yeah, I think it's critical. I think, one, it speaks to what people believe about the program right now. I think when people are wanting to stay, wanting to turn down opportunities to go to the NFL, wanting to be part of it, I think it shows you that they believe in what we're building here at Texas A&M and what we're really capable of this year. And then, obviously, when you get on the field, you now have a group that's a lot more experienced playing together. We have 5 offensive line starters returning. All have played football together. They know how to talk to each other. They know how to go through 4 quarters together. I think that matters, and I think you got an entire back 7 back with a lot of experience underneath them playing together, and so all of that I think helps us elevate this thing headed into year 2.
Mike Elko with us here on ESPN 97.5 every week right here on the show. Glad you could join us. Coach, when you get Le'Veon Moss back and you lose Jerome Miles, how big a loss is Jerome Miles?
Well, Jerome's a freshman. And so, obviously it's unfortunate for him, but, he'll get healthy, he'll get rested, he'll have a great career here at Texas A&M. And, it's an unfortunate situation, but obviously one that, we're going to have to move on without.
So Le'Veon comes back. Now, here's a soundbite from Le'Veon. I want to get your reaction to it. We found this, and Le'Veon asked about, here's a question and an answer from Le'Veon.
Would you be more inclined to just go out of bounds now if you're
Nah.
no?
Nah. I'm a man.
Try to save yourself or anything?
I'm a man. Running out of bounds is like running from a fight.
Well, if you've ever watched Moss run the football, that's kind of that's how he's wired.
Coach, you want to maybe run out of bounds every once in a while, not take those hits?
No, I don't think that's the mindset you ever want a running back to have. I think, Le'Veon's a physical kid. He's a tough kid. Obviously, what happened to him last year was unfortunate, but we talk a lot, and this is football. You can't avoid injury in football. Injury is going to find you somehow, some way if it's meant to happen, and so you've got to play the game the way it's designed to be played, and it's going to be good to get him back out there. I know he's chomping at the bit to get back out there and get back to the physical side of football.
You got to deal with that train every day during practice?
Yeah, we get it enough. If you've been to College Station, that train comes through town, usually right when we're about to start talking to the guys.
Right, exactly. You always got to talk over that train.
Always.
That damn train.
Coach, I'm an O-line guy, so I'm with the Joe Moore Award, and we're watching all the O-lines, and I'm looking at, you've got a veteran front. You don't see this often where you have just a bunch of seniors, redshirt seniors, juniors. You're a very veteran offensive line in terms of guys who have been around the program, and I know that's very important to you to have an offensive line that sets a tone. Where are you in terms of the offensive line this year? How do you envision them doing, and how important are they to triggering what you want to do offensively?
Yeah, I think their growth has been critical, and I think their continued growth will be a huge part of whether or not we're able to become an SEC title-type team, a playoff team, or not. And I think that's got to be the heart blood of your program. And so when you bring back a lot of guys that have played a lot of football, that matters. Obviously, they're a year better, they're a year stronger. All of those things matter, and and now they got to go out on the field and they got to do it.
Mike Elko, head coach, Aggies, with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. The UTSA coach at University of Houston found this out. That is a good program. That's been a solid program now that can come up and bite you. I don't want to say it's a no-win situation, but you got to show out pretty damn well against UTSA, and that's a tough football team. Yeah,
obviously Coach Traylor does a phenomenal job over there, and what he's built with that program is is really special, and he's elevated them from, where they were before he got up there, to a higher level league, to still being consistent and competing for league championships. And they're a talented group for sure. And I think our kids understand that. And, for us, it's always us. You focus on yourselves, you focus on your ability to go out and play. And, this is an opportunity for us to go play a night game in Kyle Field, and you don't get very many of those in your career. And so this will be a special opportunity to go out and play the game to our level.
Coach, what did you think about the ninth SEC game being added to the schedule? Of course, everything points towards college football playoffs. So all the moves made now are being made with money involved, and that's just the unfortunate reality of what college football and where you are. But a ninth SEC game, what were your thoughts when you saw that?
Not many. I mean, obviously that's made above my pay grade, and I think the people who made that decision felt like it was the right thing for the league and for our exposure and for the financial piece of it. And so, put another game down and we'll play it.
Yeah. You lost some really good players up front, Coach, to the NFL. You've lost them over the last couple of years. Tell me about your defensive line and the legacy that those guys have left behind.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've had more draft picks since I got here in 2018 on the defensive line than anybody else in the country. We've had 11 kids drafted in that stretch on the defensive front, and so it's kind of become a rite of passage. It's guys go on and they go on to the next level, and now it's time for the next group to step up. I think you'll see names like Cassius Howe, you'll see names like DJ Hicks, you'll see names like Al Regis, you'll see Tyler Onyedom. I think all of those kids will kind of be the next group that steps into it. And so it's a proud tradition here at Texas A&M that we kind of started when we got here back in 2018, that if you come here as a defensive lineman, the expectation is you leave here as a draft pick.
D and U. That's what you are.
D tackles too.
Yeah, D tackles too.
Shamar Turner.
It's been balanced. It's been 6 and 5.
Yeah,
so it's literally just if you play D-line and you want to be great, this is a heck of a place to be.
Yeah, I write up all these guys for the scouting reports for NFL.com, so I watch all this tape. And Shamar Turner, I'm telling you, I don't know that people outside – now, he had some bad penalties. I'm sure you had to deal with that. But I don't know if people who really didn't focus on Aggie football know how violent and just aggressive and energy-driven Shamar Turner was up front. And I have to believe, and I bring that up, I don't want to just go back to last year, but when guys behind him see that becomes the standard. When that's the standard and the guys behind him see that's the standard, that's always a good thing moving forward.
Yeah, for sure. I think you went from, Justin Madubuike, who's one of the highest paid defensive tackles in the NFL, doing that here, to guys like Bobby Brown and DeMarvin Leal, who are going into their 4th and 5th years in the NFL, to McKinley Jackson, who they love up in Cincinnati with the Bengals, and then Shamar Turner. And so I think that's what tradition means, right? It's you're able to come in here and you're able to see a group of veterans who play at the level they need to play, which kind of create the standard for what excellence looks like. And then the young guys see it, and that's what they aspire to be. And so, again, we've been fortunate here. We've had a really good run with defensive linemen, and hopefully we continue to do that.
Yeah, Myles Garrett's pretty good too.
Myles Garrett, yeah, I miss Myles. Unfortunately, I miss Myles.
The best in the league.
Yeah, him and Von Miller would have been nice to have on the edges when I was here, but I miss both those guys.
Yeah, that's Mike Elko joining us every week at 8 o'clock right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, which, by the way, is your home for Aggies football. Coach, we know you're busy. We took up 10 minutes of your time. We appreciate you. Thanks for doing this year. We'll be talking to you every week, 8 o'clock Wednesday right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So go get them, and we will talk to you again next week.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks.
All right, there's Mike Elko right here. Go Ags. What
of Aggie land.
Whoop. Does he didn't whoop one time.
Yeah, you didn't get him
He's
to.
He's literally on hold listening to you whoop.
Whoop.
What is wrong with you?
I mean,
you're not allowed to. I don't think you're allowed to.
I can whoop if I want.
No, my Aggie friends told me you can't do it until I think you're a junior. I think it's until you're a junior.
I'm past my junior year.
You can do A. I can't remember what you do as a freshman. Maybe nothing. And I think you can do A as a sophomore and then maybe whoop as a junior. Ooh. There are rules. There are 100% rules to it.
Hey,
there's levels to it. You can't do this.
I can't.
You're not allowed to do this. Go woke, go broke.
I put my guns up.
Why are you appropriating?
my leg behind.
See, that's the
You're
problem.
not allowed to do any of that Aggie
I
stuff.
shoot guns like that. Yeah.
Shoot guns
You
like
said
that.
guns up. That's a Texas Tech thing.
Yeah.
No.
You're doing the. I know what he's doing.
I know what he's doing,
know
but
what
when you
he's
say
doing.
guns up, that's a Tech thing.
He's doing. You know what he wishes he could have been? A yell leader.
Ooh, those white overalls he wants to wear.
Yep.
Listen, as much fun as I make of them, as I understand it,
As much fun as I make of them.
They're get it boys.
What does that mean, John?
Explain it, John.
Apparently, they're like stars on the campus. And
Yeah.
yeah. And
Okay.
And the ladies like it. So
I always assumed it was overalls. It's just a white shirt and pants. Is that what it is?
no one knows.
I'm
It's
looking. I think they're
impossible to
just
know.
a white shirt and pants.
I always thought they were
Yeah, it's
overalls.
not
I
overalls.
always assumed they
it's
just
white
wore
shirt and pants.
overalls.
Dell's right.
The milkman, just the milkman.
No.
I said,
By the way, we're home for Aggie football.
yeah, we have Mike Elko on. We'll have him on every week. We
John's
think.
calling people milkmen.
You mentioned guns up, but Baron Morton's the starting quarterback for Texas Tech. They think they're going to have a good year. They're an older team. They spend a lot of money on NIL. So he was asked. It was I think a story from The Athletic. They asked some prominent players what they spent their NIL money on. Of course, he's Texan to his core, so he said he spent it on the plot of land where he's going to open it up for hunters and when he's not there so they can rent it out and hunt. And he said, they can go after deer and other things. And then he used the word varmints. A 22-year-old kid
Who's
said,
the guy with the big red bushy
you mean
mustache?
Yosemite Sam?
Yosemite
Which
Sam,
looks
yeah.
oddly similar to their mascot.
Oh, actually, yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. He does.
Yeah. He said varmints. They can shoot varmints.
Wow, that's a throwback of varmint.
I don't know that I've heard that outside of Yosemite Sam.
No.
The first thing I thought of was the greenskeeper.
Oh, yeah, he used varmint.
Varmint.
Carl Spackler.
Yeah, Carl Spackler. Right.
From the greenskeeper from Caddyshack.
I'm all right. Yep.
Caddyshack, yeah.
So he bought 150 acres of land near Cross Plains, Texas. It's near his family. It's 30 minutes from my parents' house. It has some fishing tanks on it, a little elevation change, so a lot of deer, pigs,
maybe he's going to make a golf
varmints,
course, John.
ducks,
He's got an
everything.
elevation change.
How about a lot of elevation changes? Let's put a golf course on
That's
it.
what I'm saying. You got
Waste
a hunting,
time with varmints.
Let's get hunters and golfers on the same plot of
And see
land.
who wins.
And just see what happens.
You want to see if they'll shoot the golfers.
No, I didn't say
I
that.
didn't say that. Let's
I
see what
just
happens.
said let's see
Let's
what
roll-
happens.
Roll out the balls and see what happens.
Let's put a Frisbee course on there.
I like that, but we want it away from the hunters because
Okay.
they'll think that that's
No.
just skeet.
And then,
We'll
they'll
just throw it and
they'll
they'll
think
go, that's
it's
skeet, skeet,
clay.
skeet.
It's skeet, and they'll shoot it.
And that's
That'll
when
be
you see it
great.
flying, they go skeet, 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 skeet.
No, that only is in a song.
Skirt,
Oh,
skirt.
but I can say it now because I'm saying skeet shooting.
Skeet, skeet.
So there's nothing you can do about it.
Yep.
Okay. But,
By the way, I went one under at TC Jester
we saw
yesterday.
you
and
put
you
that
didn't
on.
even
Yeah, we
say-
saw.
Yeah, you didn't even say anything while you're in your cart. I'm out there walking. By the way, that was whew.
was it hot?
It's not the hottest it's ever been, but by the end, I was like heart rate was up in the 150s. I mean, it was freaking
See,
it was a sweat fest yesterday.
Let me ask you a question. So, I go play and I take my son out. We have a nice time together, 4 hours. You take your kids out with you to play
No.
Frisbee?
For what? Why would I want them to ruin a round?
He makes a point.
That's a great dad and son time
No, it's
together.
not. Oh, me and Alec played in Alabama. I would play with Alec, not those other scrubs. No way. Go to school. Stop messing
Wow,
with me.
that's awful.
By the way, you know what? I'm having
You're
to
an
talk.
awful father.
Guess what? We're middle of Mike Elko interview, and I see I've got some text coming in, and it's part of a 4 people text string, and this text string is Alec, Mason, Sebastian, and Chris Ballard, and Ballard started it just so he could try to rage bait them about how he was going to draft Quinn Ewers. He was trying to get the kids all pissed off before the draft. So it's alive, and all of a sudden Sebastian goes, "Why did Womack and Brents both get cut?" And then he gave his and Ballard gave his reason. And then Sebastian goes, "I thought Womack was solid last year, and Brents is coming off a torn ACL. That third rounder got hurt too. Who are the corners beside Jones, Moore, and Howard?" I said, "Sebastian." I said, "Can you let Chris run the team?" It's literally, I said, "Can you let him run the team and just get to school? It's football season. Leave him alone." I'm just asking because I thought Brents and Womack were pretty good. And Alec finally said they traded for a Vikings cornerback. I said, Just Google it, Snacks. Leave him alone. He hasn't answered back.
No,
I'm like, why do you think you have a free
He
pass?
started it, though.
But Ballard
Well,
started
he did
it.
open it.
Yeah, he shouldn't have left that
He
text
should have
string
never
open.
left that door
Because now
open.
Sebastian, as a Colts fan, wants answers for the secondary.
Another example.
And at one point last year, he said Ballard had a generationally bad offseason 2 years ago.
Are we just letting this go? That his son is a Colts fan.
That's a terrible.
Well, he's really getting so
it's
tied up.
It's his godfather.
So?
Yeah, but I got to tell you now, he's so locked in with MMA now. Like I told him to start an MMA podcast. He's so locked in with his jiu-jitsu and MMA that, and with how bad the Colts quarterback situation is, I don't know how long they're going to be able to hang on to Snacks.
He could do it with.
He hates the Texans. He said, "I hope the Texans lose every game for the next 10 years." I'm like, why do you hate them so much? He does. He does.
That's
and then
you.
Snacks
That's your
made
fault.
him
That
almost.
is
They
your
almost
fault.
had a fight
That
last
is your
year.
fault.
I don't do anything.
Exactly. Why aren't you doing something about
That's
it?
the problem. You know what?
Well,
Instead of playing Frisbee, spend time with your kids watching Texans tape.
I watch Texans games with all of them, and Snacks is the one hooligan in the house. We're all cheering for the Texans.
All right, break and talk. Listen, you need to take a break and talk about Underdog. That's what you need.
Let's talk about Underdog Fantasy. You know what? If you got a strong opinion on pro football, for example, football season's here, how about look at those stats? I know you've got opinions. Like, for example, I think Brock Bowers is going to be just like a wide receiver one again. And so I'm going to be looking at his early on with Geno Smith there. I'm going to be looking at his receptions, his yards, and his touchdowns, higher or lower. I'm probably going to be looking higher. I do want to see what the numbers are when they come out. But I can tell you, you're able to do this with players across the league. So you have a strong opinion headed into the season. Take advantage of it by playing higher or lower with Underdog Fantasy. The more players you pick to go higher or lower, the more you win. The more of those players that win, the more you're going to win. And that's how it works. Now, you can also play the flex feature, which is basically insurance, where you can have just 2 or 3 players hit, and then you win 3 or 4, 4 or 5, whatever the case may be. But I'm telling you, it's good money, and it's absolutely legal here in the state of Texas. All you have to do is download the app, use promo code Lance. They're going to give you $50 in bonus funds in your account when you play your first $5. So download the app, put some money in there using promo code Lance. Once you make your first $5 play or more, you're going to get $50 in bonus funds in there for you to use absolutely free. It's a great way for you to not just watch the games, but get into the games as well. Play along with the games that you're watching with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We're giving away, Del, we got more tickets to give away? U of H game? We got a pair to give away today. So keep on listening. You want to go to the game? Big rodeo event going on there. It is going to be a fun night out there at TDECU. We will be in Lake Charles if you want to come by and hang out and drink some beers with us. Coors Lights, of course. You're more than welcome. I'll buy you some Coors Lights while we're there. Come hang out at Golden Nugget Lake Charles tomorrow night. It's our fantasy draft. That'll be fun. Beat them. I'd feel like, they're not listeners anymore. They're just
They're
the
combatants.
enemy. They're the enemy.
Yeah. You have to look at them that way.
Right. Right. So we got a couple of things.
So did you what's your team name, John? Because I finally accepted the invite and made my team name. What's your team name?
Well, my team name in my other league is GFY.
Oh,
what does that stand for?
Well, yeah, explain to the kids what that stands for, John.
Good feelings yearly?
The electrical outlet, they got that thing that you press the button in the electrical outlet.
Oh, that's the GFY?
That's the GFY.
Okay.
Yeah.
One year, mine was Tub Girl.
I'm also Tiny Muffins because Lance named JT had that. JT was picking for me one year, and Lance called him Tiny Muffin, so that name stuck in that league.
I just put it into I had to set it up in the in the system, and so I just gave you the name Tiny Muffins.
Right.
And it's just that's what it is. Mine was Tub Girl, 2 Girls, 1 Cup. I've changed my names over the years, but I stuck with Granado's Nipples.
Yeah, that's my name.
So my name is Granado's Nipples, and it doesn't ever.
It confuses people because they think they're playing me, but they're actually playing Lance. Right?
I went with the classic.
I can't even have my own nipples.
You know my picture. You know what my picture is? My avatar is. It's just John and Sean Salisbury.
Why?
Well, that's just the name. Because at the time that was what was going down. So that's what I put.
I've gone with Merino's Isotoners.
I forgot he had isotoner gloves. How old are you? You're the oldest millennial I've ever seen.
I just have a memory for dumb stuff, and I remember.
You're like Black Chris Solis. Y'all have the same memory of random stuff. You're both latchkey kids.
I was
who
a latchkey
know everything about television. Very similar. By the way, John. So John knows what Hostage is. Are you watching that show, John?
I'm not.
Okay. It's not. It's pretty good. Yeah. It's pretty good.
I'm trying to find something. We're
it's not. It's
something.
hard. So Oh Hell or High Water is coming out. I think today. Maybe out right now on Netflix. It's the docuseries on Katrina. Well, it's a documentary on the Katrina stuff that went down. And, man, that one's going to be pretty tough. Yeah. I'm watching It's Always Sunny, the new season. It's so funny. They go to a horse track once. They start. I can't even. They're coming. I don't know how they're still coming up with these crazy scenarios this many years in. It's unbelievably good still.
Yeah, that's good stuff. We're watching Morning Show again because the new season's going to be coming out next month.
Yeah, I didn't watch season 3, but it's a good show.
It's a good show.
It's a good show.
There's
not a bunch of great shows to watch right now. And I'd read that was happening like a year ago or a year and a half ago that they weren't making as many streaming shows because these streaming they all thought that they were going to make a bunch of money with their programming, their independent programming, and it hasn't happened. They had to cut back. Like Hulu's cut way back, Netflix has cut back, Prime cut way back. Like they had all this money that they were spending, and they started losing money.
Listen, there's all kinds of new stuff. I'm looking on Netflix and Prime. There's all kinds of new stuff coming out. It just isn't good.
Well, no, I don't have. There's nothing I really want to see.
I mean,
is Peaky Blinders done? Like. Is it done? I felt like they left it kind of open that they could have another Peaky Blinders.
They're going to make a movie.
That's right. That's what it was going to be. It was going to be.
Lance, you're the Fighting Schnitzels.
Oh yeah, I'm the Fighting Schnitzels now. Yeah.
You're the Fighting. Oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
Can I? Can I be WAP?
You can change your name to whatever you want.
You can. That's fine.
WAP or
However you want to do it, you do have to accept the invite first. Are you even in the league yet, John?
I don't even know.
Can you check your email once?
Joe George sent us an invite. He got
you
on me.
You have to add it or you can't draft.
Yeah, you're not even in the league
Joe
yet.
George always sends me grids and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, it's for work. It's work stuff.
What's wrong with you?
Delete.
No, don't
it's
delete
work stuff. Don't delete
He
it.
doesn't send you stuff that's not important.
What?
Delete. There's always people like this. Like my wife has 3,400 emails. Like, can you just delete this? She deletes all text messages every time they come in, delete, where you could actually have info that's like I've sent her stuff that she needs to have. Like, I don't have that. Do you have that? And yet she's got 3,500 emails sitting there. I'm like, can you just delete the emails and keep the texts? That's the way you do it.
Well, look at Joe George. Liners this week.
Yeah,
delete.
work.
Houston Restaurant Week. Delete.
That's important. Don't delete
stuff
that.
we do.
Oh, no.
Find your ESPN fantasy
clogging
football
up
invite.
It's clogging up my timeline here.
We got our
your email is not. You don't have a timeline for your
summer.
email.
Summer Circuit Liner. Delete.
That's literally
terrible.
Are we still doing Summer Circuit though?
Yes, up until Labor Day, I believe.
Well, I
believe.
what is it? Where are they at this week? I don't have it because I deleted it.
Well, isn't that the point? You're supposed to not delete it, so you're able to read them off. Now I got to find it.
God, just sick of it. Joe George grid. Okay, stop already with the grid.
It's literally work. How about a Nick's commercial? Nick's Place commercial. Nick is like, we're a little bit of a dive bar, and Doug goes, a little bit of a dive bar.
I mean, what?
I mean, at least there was an acknowledgement. But I tell you what, I'll give it to Nick, man, for being a dive bar. First of all, I don't mind dive bars, number one.
No,
number
I
two,
like dive bars.
Yeah, I kind of like them too.
That's
they have
home for me.
They have more flavor. And number two, there's a piss load of TVs in there to watch sports.
Oh, and the food's pretty damn good, too.
The food's pretty good, too, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, listen, if you go to New Orleans and it's a nice place, get out right away. Go to some place that's grungy, and you're going to get great food there.
Nick, the home of our Christmas party. Nick's is the home of our Christmas party and listener appreciation party September 5th at St. Arnold's. I believe we're going to, because it's a little tricky the date for the Christmas party this year because of when it falls. So for the people who are attending and also want to be at the Christmas party, we may poll you guys to figure out what's the best day for this Christmas party because I think when does Christmas fall? It's like right in the middle of the week
Thursday?
or something like that. So we don't want to make it inconvenient for people. So we may ask you guys, what's the best day?
We usually do Christmas Eve.
I don't know that Christmas Eve.
No, we usually do the 23rd.
Yeah, we don't want people.
Well, we've done Christmas Eve previously.
It depends on what Christmas falls
when
on.
it falls.
Yeah.
So this one's a little awkward. So we're going to ask you guys to help us figure out if
we'll
you're going to
have
come
it
out
when we
there.
have it, and you either come or you don't.
It's for them, so we kind of want to make sure they show up.
And you're combatants now.
Yeah, listen to Lance. F them listeners is what he's saying.
Yeah, we have it, and you either come or you don't. And if you don't, then you make a list.
Then you guys actually have to do a radio show if they don't show up.
Yeah, I don't like that part.
So maybe you actually want them to have an opinion on this.
No, we like the
Yeah, but
Christmas
do you want to
show
have
fun.
a party and then have to do another show the very next day?
No.
Yeah, exactly. We've never done that before.
No, I mean on the day of, if they don't show up and you
That's
can't.
why we have Christmas.
And you
That's what I'm
can't
telling you.
No, what I mean
It's
is,
been Christmas
if
Eve.
they don't show up and you can't interact with them, then you actually have to do a radio show.
They'll show up.
You guys don't want to do a radio show that day.
No, we don't want to do.
We don't have to
radio
interact with them. We'll just do recorded stuff.
The best of?
We just do the best of Mapes and Mopey and Mapes.
No, because I'm going to have to do a show after that anyway. I don't want to get that together and do my own show.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. Okay. What?
Killed that segment off.
Somebody
You
sent
damn
me
right.
this invite to the league.
What? Joe has to do that.
Oh God.
Why'd you delete it?
I don't know because it said Joe George. And I thought it was a grid again. Okay, he sends me grids.
That's kind of how you find out if Lance may be off
Joe's
that
listening,
week,
like,
or who you're working
can't.
with if someone's
I
not
always
around.
I say, has
Joe.
John put in his vacation stuff online? He goes, I don't think he knows how to do the HR website. HRP. I put mine in, like, request day.
So do
Which
I.
days? I request it, and you're just like, I'm not going to be here on Wednesday. I'm going to Cabo.
Did you put it in? Did you put it in for last Friday? Did you put it on the website?
Put in.
Let's talk about Coors
He
Light.
texted
right now.
us on Wednesday. I'm not here.
By the way, I'm not gonna be here. Oh, okay. I guess we'll figure it out.
Not here. See you Monday.
Losers. Go F yourselves. Handle Friday.
Did you put this into the system? John, did you put this into the system?
That.
John, do you know what the system is?
Did you put this into the system, John? I mean, he deletes Joe's texts about show stuff.
I don't know.
And literal radio stuff.
It seems like he sends me a lot of grids.
He does
that's
HRP
all.
commercials, and he has no idea how to log into it.
Yeah, what a spokesman.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
HRP, you don't even have to do, when you have commercials, you don't have to even do anything. Just tell people. That's HRP. Like, no, that's actually not what we do.
That's only you
We
who
have a
gets
whole
away with
system
that.
set up where you can log it. It's great.
Yo, you guys think I'm the problem? I'm never the problem. And also, I don't know how to use this thing.
I know how to use it.
Go with HRP.
I just choose not to.
It's so easy, I don't use it.
Time to talk about Coors Lights. I use those.
HRP just knows when you're taking a vacation.
That's how smart HRP is. All right. I do know. I do drink Coors Lights. I can tell you that. I know how to use those, and I'll be using them tonight, tomorrow, Friday, probably Saturday, Sunday, Labor Day weekend. Boom, Coors Lights. Boom. All right. It's Coors Light time. It's the holidays. It's the holiday season right now. Okay, with Labor Day coming up. It's the holiday season, and you need to, and especially this holiday because it's hot, okay? This is when you got to keep chill. Todd and I are going to go out, and we're going to give Coors Lights away on Labor Day, so keep on listening, and we'll tell you where we're going to go. We don't know yet. But here's the deal. We're going to give them away. We're just going to go there, say, hey, who wants Coors Light? Hey, you want a Coors Light? Boom, Coors Light for you. Boom, Coors Light for you. That's what we're going to do because we want to keep everybody refreshed. We want to keep everybody chill. And when you drink a Coors Lights, cold, clean, crisp, and refreshing, you're going to be chill. Coors Lights, baby. This holiday season, it's the season for Coors Lights. It's that season to be refreshed, to be chill. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back. I just texted Joe. I don't know what happened, but I don't have the invite for the fantasy league. Can you resend?
I don't know what happened.
I don't know what happened.
I do. Delete.
I like Joe. I just delete all his stuff. That's all.
Yeah, sounds
I
like
don't
you
know
like him.
is it important? I don't know.
Probably. He doesn't send
no one
emails
knows.
that aren't important.
No one knows.
He doesn't like reach out to see how you're doing.
Yeah, probably. It's probably important. No one knows though. You'd have to. I don't know.
Well, now you have to get him to resend it so you can get into the league. That's important.
That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lance, are you in the league?
Yeah, I actually accepted, and I made my team called the Fighting Schnitzels.
Yeah, he didn't delete the email.
No, I actually check what Joe says. Sometimes I'll see, is there any place we're going to be that I don't know about? It's usually answers no, but I just check it anyway. See if anyone's got any days off, if Mapes is taking any days off because of college football video games and stuff like that. I just check on that. Keep Mapes, just make sure
you do
keep him
have
honest.
a certain issue with Mapes.
I keep him honest. If he's going to make money with Prize Picks, then he needs
why
to
do
be
you have
here.
a problem with that again?
Just because I don't think producers should be making any extra money.
They're probably
trying to keep
the
you
people who
guys down.
should get a shot at making extra money, considering how little they actually make.
Trying to keep them down.
No, keep them down.
And hungry, because it keeps them hungry.
That's right.
Well, he uses the Prize Picks money to feed himself, so he's definitely hungry.
Is he winning with Prize Picks?
He uses it. Okay. Sure.
I'm needing to make money.
And you can listen to him. He has a Prize Picks ad a little bit later, so I know you're going to be upset about that. But he's going to give people some options on how to win.
If you have the first pick, Del, who are you taking?
I haven't done enough research to do that. That's what I'm going to do today and tomorrow right before the draft. While I don't delete emails, I don't do research
We're
either.
in standard PPR league. I don't even know what our scoring is. I'm assuming just a standard
PPR.
scoring. Yeah.
Yeah, standard PPR.
I don't want the first pick.
I don't want it either.
I always like 4 in a snake draft. 3 or 4.
Yeah.
I'd rather pick earlier coming back on the backside.
Yeah, 6 is good. I had 6 last year.
Yeah, that feels like a good pick.
Yep. Led the league because, Jamar Chase fell on me, which was
10
huge,
isn't bad.
which was huge. And he had a huge year. He's number 1 this year. Jamar's number 1 or Bijan. Bijan is number 1. Either Jamar or Bijan. I don't know. Listen,
I just don't think we should keep calling him Bijan. We're going to have to go back to Bijan. We're just used to that.
I know, right?
Like, remember when he used to be Roy Oswalt? You remember that?
Yeah.
He used to be Roy Oswalt for a long time, and he finally goes, it's Oswalt. Akeem Olajuwon was AKEEM forever, and then he just said, hey, listen, guys, I know it's been like 9 years that I've been doing this with the A, but it's actually spelled with an H.
I did it with my last name.
Yeah, you were just Olaleye.
It wasn't Olaleye. It was Olaleye, and I said,
Olaleye.
It's Olaleye, yeah.
Yeah, you changed. You had a rebrand this year, too.
No, that happened.
That
happened when I first got back. The second time I first got back.
No, we ignored it for a while.
It's in there, all the imaging, so it's there now.
Wait. Was it spelled different?
No, it's spelled the same way.
Well, how's it different in the imaging then?
Well, I had the voice guy changed. When I came back the second time, I said, hey, Michael, this is how it should actually be pronounced. And that's
so
now what it's
forever
pronounced.
you just let us say Olaleye.
That's because how it was when I was a kid. And then when I actually, asked my dad, hey, what actually should I be called? It's this, but I didn't explain it to you guys because what was the point when I was still working with you guys back then?
We wouldn't have done it anyway.
Now that I got, as John says, got fired again, and then when I came back, I said, hey, this is actually how it's pronounced.
Well, I wondered, so my agent set up a meeting with this German RTL in Germany about doing some football stuff with them this season. And we had a good meeting, but then we haven't heard anything back. And I'm thinking because he introduced me and I introduced myself as Lance Zierlein, and they looked at the spelling and they're like, that's Zierlein. He's not even he's a fake German. He's embarrassed to be German. Cut him out. We're never calling him again.
Should I have played them this?
Ich bin davon Klon. Yes. You should have played. Actually, you shouldn't, because they'd say, none of that makes any sense. It's not even real words.
Did you try speaking in that accent to them?
I should have, hello, it's very nice to see all of you. I can't wait to talk about football with you. but I didn't do that. That's probably.
Well, then that's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys see Inglourious Bastards? What a great movie.
Did you?
I should have just did stuff like that.
Did you go? I want 3 times what you're trying to pay me, but do it in the German way, so they know
the wrong way,
you're a
yeah.
real one. Yeah, don't do it the way.
Mm-hmm.
What was it? Fassbender did it and got everyone shot.
Mm-hmm. So it happened. It got real
Whoever did
intense
it.
in that. Got real intense in that basement when he did the wrong 3. Who knew? Who knew? Yeah, we're avoiding the fact that Hunter Brown and the Astros got wiped out by the Colorado Rockies. But Fromber's going, and what possibly could go wrong with Fromber on the bump? Nothing. Fromber right now is red hot. He's got an ERA of 7 over his last 5, I think. So it hasn't been great, although his whip is only 1.2, which is kind of weird. But it hasn't been great for Fromber. We'll see if he can get it back on track against an historically bad team in the Colorado Rockies. Historically bad team in the Colorado Rockies. Yeah. And Jordan will have his second start today. We'll see if Jordan can't get on the board with a home run. That was a pretty sweet home run by Sanchez yesterday. It was their only run.
Unbelievable. Just unbelievable that they can't freaking beat Colorado. Just unbelievable. At home. Ugh. I mean, it's incredible. It's
the last couple years haven't just ingrained in you that this is going to happen. You predicted this, so I don't know how unbelievable it is at this point.
Is it really unbelievable?
No, but I thought, you
didn't believe it.
I
you didn't actually think it was going to happen, did you?
I kind of did. But I'm like, but it's got to change. It's got to change. You guys, it's got to change.
Come on, guys. We can't keep doing this nonsense.
I mean, in another game where they score one run. I mean, it's either 9 or their plus minus is plus 14 on the whole year.
Mm-hmm.
Goodness gracious. That's just terrible. When you're a good team and you're plus 14 because you just go into these lulls. What is the deal? After hitting the way they did in Baltimore, and now they got 2 straight games of 1 run.
You're third in your own division in run differential. That just tells you some of the butt kickings that you've taken.
Yeah, the team that's 500 is better than you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, in run differential. Because Jordan's back now, okay? The Christian Walker that we want is here, okay? Altuve, Correa, Pena is still one of the best hitters in the league.
Mm-hmm.
And you suck at scoring runs at home.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. I appreciate when they lose, they get their ass kicked. Because don't have me sitting there for 3 hours and you lose 5-4. If you're going to get beat, make it pretty clear. So I can move on.
Well, this was clear.
Yeah, if I don't want them to lose, but if they're going to do it that way.
I left the game in the 6th. I was like, that's all.
As opposed to hanging on, thinking they might win and then they lose. Yeah, if you're just going to lose, make it pretty clear. I can move on with the rest of my night. I don't need to look at Ort giving something up late if it comes to pass.
Yeah, no one wants to see Ort go Ort.
Well, I want to see McCormick.
Never go full Ort.
Well, if McCormick's in, then you know it's a blowout.
No.
Yeah, but it's still kind of fun watching him deal right now.
Yeah.
We're being honest. It's like if I see McCormick, I will say this. Yeah, it's not good if he's coming in. But if you tell me that that Okert is coming in, I'll be like, all right. And if you tell me McCormick's coming in, I'm like, I want to see if he can keep this run going. He's got 2 straight appearances without giving up a run. I want to see if he can make it 3 straight. Now, if that happens in this series, you've had the brakes beaten off you by an historically terrible team. Not ideal. But we saw it happen with an Orioles team that had the Orioles beating that they gave you at home, and they were a terrible road team, forced McCormick on the mound twice in a series. Gotta be the first. I wonder if that's the first time a position player has ever pitched twice in a series. Gotta be.
I don't know about that. Probably not. I mean, but you know what? They're using him up. They're using his his pitches up in the bullpen. I mean, he can only throw so much, right? Humping it up at 75.
Did you see that the guy they called up to make it through the Orioles series, John Rooney, is already out with elbow inflammation? They brought him up just to get through that series. They didn't have anyone. They couldn't go with anyone.
And he's out with elbow inflammation?
Already. He's out with elbow inflammation.
How does this happen?
One outing with the Astros.
One outing. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. One outing.
This is truly incredible.
Yep. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, might as well. It's a holiday show.
But we do have a couple callers we'll get to. In fact, I think history will be made. We have Keith on a mobile.
Oh,
my
it's our
God.
first Keith on a mobile.
Keith on a mobile.
Been waiting
I love
for this.
That. Let's do it on the other side. But right now we're talking about poker. Talking about coming back to town and going to Texas Card House. The thing I like about Texas Card House, because I've been in a few poker houses, okay, is how safe you feel, right? How clean it is, how nice it is. The bar is open till 2. There's a lot of bars that'll close down before. And you want to go and get your drink on at about midnight or so. And your bar closed. You want to play a little poker? What? Yeah, Texas Card House. The bar's open till 2 every day, 24/7, 364. The only day they close is Christmas night. So listen, if you're looking for the best way to get your poker on, and your bar on till 2 in the morning. They're going to keep on serving till 2 and play all night because they can, even after the bar is closed, there's always a game. At Green Ridge and Westheimer or in Spring Cypress at 45. They've also got Hijack Poker, which you can play at home. You download the app. You're playing against Texas people. You can deposit and withdraw your money from the app at Texas Card House locations. Easy to get money in and out as opposed to other places, which is not so easy. So you're looking for the best way to play poker. There's only one card house now. I'm telling you, the premier card house in the city is Texas Card House. It's not even close. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here at ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. There's a meme of McAfee dancing in his chair next to Saban, who's got that scowl on his face.
It looks like Saban.
It looks like Saban. He's always got a scowl on his face.
Mm-hmm.
Me when football season starts, and versus my wife when football season starts. Dancing around in your chair versus that's your wife's scowl. My wife likes football season. I know yours does too, except she gets angry.
Oh,
your wife gets angrier than
we had. Yeah, she does. Even when they're winning, it's uncomfortable. But we were trying to find a week to fly up to Chicago to go see our friends, and she's like, "Well, can't be here." She's busted out the schedule. Nope. I'm like, what?
No.
I don't want to be somewhere where I could lose. Like we were looking at the week of Georgia. She goes, "You think I want to be somewhere where if we lose, I'm going to be in a bad mood the whole weekend?" I'm like, yeah, that's a good point. At least she understands going and trying to beat Kirby and Kirbyville is going to be tough.
Exactly. Let's get Keith on a mobile in here. We got Keith, our regular caller who loves
all free
38-year-old
street
players.
Free agents, typically.
Right? He likes street free agents. He thinks that's how you win championships.
Mm-hmm. In every sport.
Doesn't matter. So here's Keith on a mobile joining us for the first time. Hey, Keith on a mobile.
Hey, guys, it's Keith on a mobile, and I sit here listening to the Astros struggles, and you guys talk about them, and I have two street free agent names that are out there you guys might know. There's Uncle Mike. He's a great 300 hitter from the left-handed side. I mean, I think he could really come in and give us a lift. And then just last week, guys, on the mound in Houston, retiring his jersey, Billy Wagner was there, and I don't know why we don't give him a shot to make some throws. We're struggling in the bullpen. Feels like we can bring it back on the cheap. Just want to hang up and hear what you guys thought about that.
Yeah, so Brantley is a couple years removed.
Right.
I just don't think – it's 2 years off. He's just not going to play again. Wagner is – he's a little out of pitching shape, I think. I think that's fair to say. And I just don't – he hasn't pitched for over a decade. I just don't see Billy Wagner helping this bullpen. Now Chaz has helped, so he is an outfielder, but I just don't think Billy's going to be what you need to help.
Yeah, I'm not sure Billy's the guy right now. I'm not sure we should pick him up, Keith, on a mobile. Mm-hmm. Although it's not out of the realm of possibilities for Keith to maybe say something like Uncle Mike.
Now,
Billy Wagner's a little much.
That felt very real.
Yeah.
Pretty good Keith on a mobile.
Pretty good Keith on a mobile. He actually had the
cadence. Yeah.
Yeah, he had the whole thing.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
He didn't say.
Guys, thanks for having me on.
Hey, guys. Yeah. I want to talk about a player who has been a very good hitter in the past, but is currently not on a roster. Uncle Mike, Michael Brantley, and a Hall of Fame pitcher. Yeah. Who was just in Houston, could have stayed here overnight, put on uniform, Billy Wagner, and also Carson Wentz. What are your thoughts?
All right, let's get Elliot in here. Hey, Elliot. Good job there, Keith on a mobile.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm giving you a choice. We can go to Elliot, who has been holding and wants to talk some NFL, or we have a gentleman who said he saw a study that might say that Lance is a creative genius.
That one. B.
Okay, let's go to
B. Creative genius one.
Wow. Let's go to Adrian. What's up, Adrian?
Hey, good morning, guys. Yeah, first of all, I listen to the show every day on the podcast. I'm actually hiding out at work to make this phone call. And I picked up my daughter yesterday, and she was feeling a little under the weather. And I asked her if she's going to be able to make it to school today. She was like, yeah. I made it today. I raw dogged school today without medicine, so I think I might be pretty good. So we know this show's it's for all ages and everything, so I appreciate it.
It is
that,
for
guys.
all ages.
It is. She raw dogged it? Oh,
yeah,
God.
no.
See
I
what
don't want
you've
my
done.
daughters.
This show is for the kids.
But I was calling because I had came across a study that from the Journal of Creative Behavior that indicates that individuals who frequently misplace everyday items like keys, phones, and everything, wallets, often exhibit higher levels of creative and divergent thinking. And as soon as I read that, I automatically thought of Lance. And I was like, well, yep, Lance is a creative genius.
Yeah, I am. You know what? I'd sacrifice a lot of that just so I didn't lose phones, leave 3 suits on a plane at LaGuardia.
Let's have a real world application. Would you sacrifice the thoughts that led you to the SEC guy character if you could locate your phones
and not lose your wallet?
And laptops?
That's tough. I got paid to go to Portland, free trips. This is before it became crazy Portland. This is just when it was weird, fun Portland, before it became fights in the streets Portland.
Mm-hmm.
I got paid to go there and given a free trip
this is
3
why
years in a row.
You just said something off the cuff, like I would sacrifice. Now we're talking.
But, I mean, I also left my phone in a cab in Cuba, and the guy had to race to get me the phone before I got on the plane, and I had to give him basically all the money I had in my pocket.
You're too forgetful to be a drug mule.
I left $700 in a hotel, just a drawer, like a sock drawer in a hotel that somebody was able to get for me who was running behind a group of us. He was leaving later, so I was able
times ago we were in Lake Charles. You forgot your money in the safe.
I had to go up to get the money out of the safe, the money that was left out of the safe. I mean, this is pretty normal. This is pretty regular stuff. I've left an iPad on a plane when I was flying to the Keys.
So which one is it? Which one are you taking?
A suits. I was meeting an agent in New York that I was trying to get represented by, and I left 3 suits on an airplane and had to go back up there at midnight in LaGuardia to get that. I mean, these are plane and a phone in a car. I think John may have been there. We were in Vegas. I left my phone in a cab in Vegas. When we were at an UFC fight, I realized I had left it. It's been a lot. It's not great. Whenever I leave you don't understand the panic. When I leave a hotel or an airplane now, I'm touching all pockets, and my fear is, I'm leaving something. I know I'm leaving. I have to go around a hotel 3 or 4 times, and I'll still leave stuff.
Have you forgotten the question?
Dude, always count your stuff.
No.
Have you forgotten the question?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Money, wallet, AirPods, phone, and keys. Always.
So what's it going to be,
I've lost
Lance?
AirPods in a hotel before.
Well, you got to count them. You got to count it up.
What's it going to be? The creative genius stuff or better memory?
Oh. Well, I'd love it if you just gave me a memory where I could remember names and everything now. But you're not offering that. You're just saying.
You just listed all these things you've forgotten, the anxiety that
follows.
follows.
It's been over the years.
And the anxiety
it's
that
tremendous
follows.
Anxiety.
So
and I haven't even hit on even half of them. People don't understand how much I've lost. I've had to buy earphones. I've lost.
Your Honor, the witness is being evasive.
Mm-hmm.
Answer
the question.
What's the answer?
I'll just keep forgetting stuff.
All right,
answer
there it
the
is.
question.
I'll just keep. I'd rather be creative than
there it is.
Than, I guess, remember stuff. It costs me so much money though to replace everything I lose, or it costs me time.
Well, you're costing us time. We got to go to break.
We got to go to break.
I mean, it was good to find out I'm a genius.
He won't
though.
answer the question.
No,
but it was good to find out I'm a genius. That
Well,
was good.
Hostile witness.
Well, are you an underdog genius? That's the question.
Well, I mean, I hope to be this year, and I will be giving you guys some hopefully winners this year. I'll be telling you my underdog picks. Each week I'll have something for you, so you're going to have to listen. But I'm just telling you right now with Underdog, it's about finding the statistics and going higher or lower. Yeah, they have daily fantasy drafts. They have year-long best ball drafts. That's available for you to win a ton of money. You can go online and check it out for yourself. But on a daily basis, you are able to take stats from games and football games and go higher or lower. Look, you're studying the games, you're analyzing, you're taking your sports knowledge, you're making money with it. That's what I'm talking about. And that's what Underdog allows you to do. Find the stats that you think are a little soft. You say, wait a minute, this guy's going to get locked down. This wide receiver's getting locked down by Stingley this week. Forget about it. I'm going lower on yards. There's no way he's getting his yards with Sting on him. And then, you can end up making money. You have to pair it together with at least one more pick. And sometime you may say, I'm going to go 3 or 4 different different players and go, statistics higher or lower with 4 players. And your payout's going to be really impressive. You can make up to 500 times your original. I think it's 500 times your original play. I got to check and see, because all I know is I've seen people hit big plays, and sometimes they use the the feature called Flex, which is basically insurance, where you can, let's say you pick 6 picks. All you have to do is hit 5 of the 6 or even 4 of the 6, and you can still get paid. Underdog Fantasy. Play along with the games you're watching. It makes it a lot more fun, and you're making real money. You must be 18 or older in President State where Underdog Fantasy operates. Don't forget, download the app. Use promo code Lance. Get $50 bonus funds when you spend your first $5. You must be 18 or older. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Astros lose yesterday. Texans, a couple of surprises. Braxton Berrios makes the team along with Justin Watson. Graham Mertz is the third-string quarterback.
For now. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see how much
for now.
Tony Finau. We'll see how much maneuvering there is with these rosters.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't know that they need more than 2.
Ton. Yeah, maybe 2.
Right?
Yeah, maybe 2 more. I could see a safety. But they've got Jalen Reed on injured reserve, and Jalen Reed's their rookie draft pick out of Penn State, and he's designated to return, but it's not going to be anytime soon, so we'll see.
Yep. We shall see. We got SMU Sonny on hold. Sonny, going back to the playoffs, how's your team this year?
Hey, I think we're looking good. I'm nervous. We're losing Brashard Smith to the league, but excited about the team. I went to the former player practice the other day and got to watch the guys, and it was a lot of fun.
That's
they look
nice.
good.
Well,
But,
you're
hey,
SMU Sonny.
Wait. The former player practice. What does that mean?
The practice for former players.
Wait, former players.
I walked on 1 year. I walked on
Oh,
1
that's
year,
what I was.
so I count.
That's what I was getting to. You played for SMU?
Yeah, I walked on Phil Bennett's first season in 2002. Yeah, just 1 year, and then I bailed after that and was just a student. But yeah, it was cool. Phil Bennett was our head coach, and I played at Stratford there in Houston. Shout out to the Spartans listening. Reagan, I know I'm a top 5 favorite caller of his, and but yeah, no, it was great. I loved the time I spent there playing, and still friends with a lot of the guys. So it's fun to go back.
What position were you playing?
Watch the team. I was a safety.
Wow.
Just a walk-on safety. I did some scout team. I was the personal protector on the scout punt team. That was a lot of fun. And so it was good. But yeah, they do a good job bringing former players back, and so we all had like an open practice where we got to go watch, and I got to see some of the other. Garrett Gilbert, talked to him a while. De'Aaron King, of course, my guy. Like, let's get him on the show. Talk to him again. Oh, and he wants the job with the Cougs. De'Aaron promised me that if he gets a head coaching job later down the road after SMU keeps balling out and Coach Fritz is wraps it up, he promised me we'd bring back SMU versus U of A. So,
oh, okay. Well, we'll make sure and make that
that.
Yeah, we'll make sure and make that a priority then.
You're on the
We're
clock,
already
Fritz.
chasing.
Yeah.
We're already chasing Willie Fritz out. Although, due to success, Sonny made a point when he wraps it up. Well, I guess he just means retires.
So De'Aaron King is going to be the coach of Cougs in what, 15 years?
No, not. Yeah, we still need De'Aaron. We still need him for a few more good years, and then hopefully that would be pretty sweet if he could step in. But yeah, he promised me. I said, all right, I'll hold you to this. So, but hopefully we get that game back sooner. We ask Coach Fritz for me next time he's on next week.
Get that done, Lance.
Yeah, I'm going to look into that. An assistant coach, a quarterback coach.
I'll tell you right now, Sonny.
He was pretty important last year.
There's a better
actually.
chance De'Aaron King takes over at SMU because Rhett Lashley's out the door than Willie Fritz leaving.
I know that's right.
Because Rhett Lashley, I'm sure he enjoys his time, but that dude, I think, is looking to keep going up. I think that guy is kind of a star. At least he's a great offensive mind. What were we, 2 years into his time?
Who's a star?
Rhett Lashley.
Oh, yeah, he's a star.
2 years into his time at SMU,
Yeah,
they make
he
the
isn't
playoff.
he isn't going to stay
You
there
get
long.
to the playoff at SMU?
I think that guy is someone who could be – look, SMU now is a Power 4 job, but we're talking higher echelon Power 4. That's a guy who has that in his trajectory.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's got to be one of the hottest names.
Yeah, I mean, he was before he went to Miami too. So, I think Rhett Lashley is a name to watch for somebody who's going to get swiped for a head coaching job soon. Arkansas is still Pittman, right?
Did he survive?
Yeah, Sam Pittman is still there, I believe. So, right, Sam Pittman's still there. I think he's got one more year to go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's still there.
So that would be a classic. I could see Rhett Lashley there.
If it doesn't go well for Pittman this year,
yeah, because everyone's going to be looking for an offensive force, and then you've got an SEC. Yeah, that would actually make a lot of sense if Pittman didn't get it done to see Rhett Lashley in there, especially if SMU has another strong year.
Yeah, I can't believe we've gone this long on the show. And
I know.
We
haven't mentioned the engagement.
The engagement.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just saw a picture of Travis's groomsmen. It's 4 referees.
Travis Kelce got engaged to Taylor Swift, and the girl down the hall who is the producer of the show, she came out. She said, "Have you guys talked about that?" I said, "Not yet." She goes, "We have." Like, they're talking about it, and their whole angle is she needs to get a prenup. This is not good. She makes 4 times what he makes, which is actually probably a little. I think she's worth $1.4 billion. So
yeah, she makes way.
She's
more
making
than
way more than 4 times. But and Dell's like, "Oh, if it was the other way, would you be complaining?" She goes, "Nope." She admitted it, just right to our face.
Double
Nope.
standard.
Would you say he should get a prenup?
She said no. She said no. She's all about the double standard.
She's just telling you right now. She said, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. Go get that money, girl. Instead, this time she's like, you need to get a prenup. Keep Travis Kelce from getting her money.
There's a pre-established, accepted for whatever reason, double standard where if a man, even as wealthy as Travis Kelce, is not the biggest breadwinner, then as a man, you should not be trying to, I guess, get the come up off your wife.
For one,
and the opposite,
this is
it's
true
understood.
love, so there should be no prenup because nothing's ever going to happen.
Of course. Celebrity marriages always go to the end.
They always work out correct.
Yeah, but even beyond people we know, that's just the prevailing thought. If you're a man, you're not a man if you're trying to get your wife's
a load
money.
of crap.
That's what people think. That's what people think.
That is a load of crap. Live off your wife. They live off you.
I'm not saying live off
they
her
live
when
off
you're married,
you.
but if you guys get divorced,
there's
if
a
you're
lot of women that live off the guy, so
and that's supposed
when
to
it's
be
the other way around, it's fine.
I'm not talking about living off. The point, I think the big issue for whatever reason is if there is a divorce, unfortunately, if there is a divorce, if you're a man, you're not supposed to be asking for the money.
Half.
You heard what he said?
I heard
Give
him.
the man half.
I'm not fighting him. I'm just telling you
Taylor
about
Swift,
the prevailing thought.
Here's what I want you to do. Take half of your money, put it in some type of very safe CD that's going to pay you over the next year, pay you about 3.6%, and just roll that over every year. Let Travis, and that's just for you to keep it. That means let's stay on the straight and narrow, okay? Because if not, he gets that CD.
Do you think Travis
set that money aside in case you don't want to act right?
Do you think Travis is setting aside some of her money for a rainy day just in case he has to get out? He's got his go bag, and when he's got to get away from her, he's got an account separate from her where he's just funneling off some of her money just in case things go bad for a rainy day.
Funneling off some of her money.
He's not funneling off her money.
Sorry.
He's got plenty of his own money.
Sorry, I was thinking about a Netflix show I've seen, or at least all the Netflix shows I see. Sorry.
Exactly.
Funneling off her money.
You have a joint account, and just in case things go bad,
dude,
the woman in those relationships, she's always she starts siphoning off some of the money, so she's ready to go.
That is happening now to NFL and NBA players, or how much it's happened over the last 20 years to NFL and NBA players, how often they've had their money, how often their money managers, their financial planners have siphoned off their money. That happened to there was a player recently that we saw had that happen to him where.
Shohei.
Well, Shohei had that, but that was a guy with a gambling problem. But there was somebody recently who got
siphoned off his money.
Because once it's gone, it's gone. You're not getting it back.
Yeah.
What, are you going to sue them? That money's gone. I spent it as you made it.
Boom. I win. You lose. You worked. I spent it.
That's true love. Nothing's happening with them.
That's what I tell my wife.
I actually told my daughter, I said, I bet you they end up getting engaged. No, you think so? Yeah. She's gonna want to have kids. She's gonna want to have a little Taylor Swift kid running around singing at some point.
Is she?
And if not, if it's a guy, maybe he's a little football player who can strum a little tune in the locker room.
I hope they're not a family because they're both T's. I hope they're not a family that just names all their kids with the T.
Trent, Trevor, Tian.
I don't know if she would go with Tian if it's a girl.
Tian.
Yeah, I don't think that's what's going to happen.
Exactly. It's just a new name. No one's got it. So she might as well claim it. Tian. My daughter told me the names of her friends in school. There's a bunch of new names that no one's ever heard of. Vianne. You ever heard of that? Vianne? Never in my life.
No.
So why not a Tian? Sorry. Tatiana. She's not going to name her Tatiana. She's from isn't she from Tennessee or Kentucky? Where's she from?
I don't know exactly.
She's not naming Taki.
Tachi. Yeah.
No one's naming anybody
Takashi?
Tachi.
Yeah.
Takashi.
Kakooch.
I like that right off of Takashi 6ix9ine.
No. Tatashi Kakooch.
There's not a lot
Swift.
of T names for girls.
Not a lot of great ones.
Thelma.
No. Off the table.
Thelma's off the table, but it's also this has to be the alliteration we're looking for.
She's got the T name already, the one that is the go-to for girls at this point.
Taylor.
She's already got that name.
Yeah. What about Taylor Jr.? How about it's the first girl named Junior?
She's going to.
What about a boy named Taylor? That would be disgraceful.
Oh my God!
If a boy was named Taylor and he had to be Taylor Jr. to the mom?
What?
Oh,
that'd be.
He's
terrible.
immediately going to get tackled hard.
Who's got the money?
What school is he going to go to where he's going to get tackled hard? He's not going to be going to schools where he gets bullied and beat
Brentford
up.
Academy in Nashville.
Tatum.
That's a
Tatum's good.
Tatum's actually what we're looking at.
Tegan.
Yeah, Tegan could be one.
Okay. All right.
Tegan, that's a
now we're cooking with
Tegan
gas.
and whatever the music.
We got a break.
Tegan and Sarah.
This is the dumbest segment we've had.
It's one of them, but I wouldn't even put it in the top 100 if I'm being honest.
It's not the dumbest thing you've done today.
Maybe not. Time to talk game day. That's the smartest thing I did. I'm coming home, and I'm going to game day. All right? I can't wait. I'm getting pellets, okay? I don't know if you can go every week, and you can – I just got, it's just crazy with me with the schedule and the living conditions and everything else. So here's the deal is I'm gonna do the pellets where they're time released. They put them in here in the rib area, and they're time released, and that's awesome. When you need your testosterone, it's in there. I don't have to do the shots anymore. What? You got pills options, you got shots options, you got pellets options. I'm doing the pellets. I don't know what you can do. If you travel a lot, you might want to choose that as well. But Game Day has got all the options for you. Game Day has got labs right on site. Game Day is different. Game Day is better. Game Day doesn't charge you to find out whether or not you need testosterone. A buddy of mine just called. He's older, too. He said, hey, I've never had taken testosterone, but I think I need it. Well, go see. See what your testosterone levels are. Doesn't cost you anything to find out. And then you're there at Game Day. I'm telling you, you'll love it. 11 locations around the city, opening up more all the time. I love me some Game Day Men's Health. You will love you some Game Day Men's Health. You'll just feel better. You'll look better. You'll perform better. All of those things. You're looking for the best way to get that testosterone replacement. I think Game Day Men's Health is just different. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find a location nearest you.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. You want to get in here? Jeff wants to get in here. Hey, Jeff, what's going on?
Good morning, guys. Hey, real quick, first thing I'll get out the way. Are you guys giving out any tickets this morning for your party?
Not.
Is that going to happen at all?
Not today. We're still figuring out how many we have left. So once Joe sends an email that John won't read, we will be able to give out more.
Gotcha. Okay, so real quick, I'm going to throw some things out real quick. I'll hang up. To get back to the pellets, I had that done probably 7 years ago, just for done. And it lasted 2 to 3 months. They told me 6 months to a year. 2 to 3 months, I felt great. I felt younger. I lost a few pounds. My memory was better. My energy was better. They placed it just below the hip, that little fatty part of my butt. But that was a few years back. They've probably gotten better. But it only lasted me 2 to 3 months, and then I was back to the grogginess again. My testosterone was around 290, and they brought it to 900. Anyways, that was that. With Lance, with the articulate thing, I helped a friend of mine move last night, and she left her keys behind 3 times. She couldn't find them within 5 minutes. But she is so articulate. I mean, she makes stuff on purses, on cups, Astros jewelry. She goes to the strip clubs and sells them to the girls, and of course I help her drive, helping her out in the strip club. But anyway, to get back with John with the articulate thing, she's so good at that, and she loses herself all the time. Also, one last thing. Sunny in Philadelphia, my old boss, Rob Simpson, his brother Jimmy Simpson went to college with Charlie Day. They're very good friends, and he's been on Sunny in Philadelphia, Jimmy Simpson.
Oh, wow.
That is all, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, I appreciate you all. If you all have some time, you can check it out. And I'm still going to try to get some tickets to your guys' show.
Sounds good. Just keep listening. We'll see what we can do. We're not really in charge of all that stuff, but yeah,
Well,
Charlie Day is funny. And it has been established that I am a genius, a creative genius. Somebody else, I didn't say it, somebody else called and said they read a study that I was. So that's
people who are forgetful tend to be creative.
Said forgetful people, they are,
he referenced,
I think it's accurate, though. I think it's accurate.
It is accurate.
You are creative, and you're stupid when it comes to remembering
I don't know if
stuff.
stupid's the word we're going
to
use.
People like leaving stuff behind. I once left shoes on top of a car and drove off and lost them. Then forgot to have shoes, so I had to wear soft spikes into 6'10". Yeah, I also have dreams where I forget. I'm waiting on a table and I forget about the table for like an hour. Like, oh my god! I gotta
so
go
the
back
irony
there.
of this is,
or class.
Mm-hmm.
I took a class. I'm back in college, and I forgot to go to a class all year long.
He has a great memory for the things he forgets.
Yeah, right.
I think, do we call that irony?
That is ironic, don't you think?
Yeah, I remember now that we're supposed to give away tickets to the University of Houston game coming up on tomorrow night. So we got 2 tickets at 7:30 exactly. Caller number 2.
He means 9:30.
I'm sorry, 9:30. It's 7:30 here. If you're in L.A., it's 7:30 here.
Yes, if you're listening from L.A.
If you're listening from L.A. But I'll be in Lake Charles tomorrow. What? Tonight, actually. What? So 9:30 exactly, you're going to call in, and caller number 2 is going to win those tickets to tomorrow night's game, University of Houston versus Stephen F.
The
Austin.
Lumberjacks in town.
That's right. But you have to be a Coug fan, not a Lumberjack fan.
Well, I mean, we won't test you, but we'd appreciate it if you want to wear red instead of orange, right? Is that or purple? Is it purple for Lumberjacks? What are they?
Yeah,
yeah, they're purple.
Yeah, they're purple.
We'd rather you wear red to the game.
Exactly, and mean it, not just wear red.
You know, I'm looking at some of the roster stuff. When we come back, some of the news we missed. Everyone had their roster cut downs. There's still going to be some stuff happen today. We can go over what the Texans did. Not a lot of crazy. There's not anything too surprising from the Texans, but I want to look at some of the stuff going on with some of the other teams around the league because if you're Philadelphia and Tanner McKee is your backup and Sam Howell you just traded for who wasn't very good in the preseason, I'm wondering if Philadelphia, they are literally one injury from – I guess every team is one injury away from quarterback from being doomed. But, man, it looks especially troubling in
They
Philadelphia.
like him, though, Tanner McKee.
I know
He's
they
played
do,
well in the preseason. They kept him around over Kenny Pickett, who they had last year. They think highly of him.
How about Kenny Pickett is now on his fourth team?
Yeah, Tiny hands.
He was drafted in 22. He's on his fourth team.
Well, that was a mistake when they made it. No one thought the Steelers should have drafted that guy, except for the Pitt fans. Who thought Kenny Pickett was going to be a good NFL player?
Well, I mean, that's what happens when you have, some quarterback drafts just don't have starting quarterbacks in it. Some don't have every once in a while you have one, like Cam Ward is the for sure starter. I don't know if anyone else is going to be a starter out of that draft last year, going to be a legitimate NFL starter for multiple years. I don't know. Sometimes that happens. Nobody. That was an awful quarterback draft. Nobody. Kenny Pickett's not going to be a full-time NFL starter, and obviously everyone else busted out. Malik Willis, your boy from Ole Miss, the little guy. What was his name?
Jackson Dart?
No. Before him.
Oh, yeah.
John Reese Plumlee?
No, before him.
Oh, Matt Corral?
Matt Corral. Matt Corral didn't get it done. Desmond Ridder, no good.
No.
All those guys. Like, nobody was – sometimes you just have those quarterback drafts.
Yeah, one of them was, the David Carr draft. That was unfortunate. The year before.
Yeah, Joey Harrington.
Michael Vick.
Mm-hmm.
Or the year after. Did he stay one more year?
Would Michael Vick have ever been indicted, convicted, and gone to prison over dogfighting if he had been a Houston Texan?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just think he would have said, you know what? This is how you're supposed to act as a good person. And I'm just going to do good person stuff. If he had been here with Bob McNair and the McNairs and Dom Capers and Charlie Cashley, I think he would have said, you know what? I need to leave all those childish mechanisms behind and comport myself as an NFL pro, a leader of men. I think that's what he would have done. He would have had no issues had he been here.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at Luis Garcia's numbers last night. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, 14 whips.
Bring him up.
He hit 93.5 on the.
So why is he having the longest stint of all of them?
I don't know.
That guy's like got a chance to be pitcher of the year in the minors. He's been down there for so long. Can we get him up?
They're trying to win a title down there.
It may be time for Javier to take a little break. Javier, rest.
I think
McCullers, rest. McCullers has another shot. We'll see what he does.
I think a Javier,
Frommer, rest.
I think a stack of Javier and McCullers is something they should do. Stack the two of them. You know what? You pitch the first 3 innings, you get the next 3, and we'll let the bullpen do the rest.
I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah. Yep. Because, I don't know. I don't know if you can do that every 5-6 days. But they're killing the bullpen right now. They're just killing the bullpen.
And the bullpen's killing us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a reason the bullpen is really destroyed right now. There's a reason for it.
Mm-hmm.
And part of it is they pitch too much lately. I don't want to see O'Kurt. I don't want to see Ort. All right? I don't want to see him anymore.
I don't either. But you're going to have to.
I'm sick of it. How about Hunter Brown gives up a 6 spot to Stu? Nice job, Jeremy Pena.
Hey.
Hey, that guy's been great for us this year.
Calmate.
Yeah, calmate, loco. He's been great for us this year. 2 errors, big deal anyway.
I mean, it sucked, but
2 errors on 1 play.
I mean, that's not good.
4 unearned runs.
That's not good, John. I'll admit that, but
they still scored 2 earned runs. That's enough to beat the Astros.
Lance, when you commit 2 errors on the same play, is that enough reason for a slump buster, or is that only for hitting?
Ooh. Are we back to the Jeremy slump buster thing?
Well,
he talked about it yesterday. He talked about it yesterday. I'm just trying to ask, what constitutes a reason for him to do that?
It's not a slump yet. Let's see how the rest of the series goes.
If he continues to make errors?
If they go 0-3 against Colorado, yeah, we need to get out there.
You can't get swept by Colorado.
If we get swept by Colorado and lose first place in the AL, somebody's got to go do something.
That's not happening. They're not getting swamped. I can't say that because they're clearly capable.
That's all.
But I won't believe it.
Yeah. All right. All right.
Frommer's on the bump. Anything's possible today.
Anything is possible tonight. Well, who knows? They'll probably light his ass up.
That's That's why I'm saying anything's possible.
Time to talk. Where anything is possible at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. We will be there tonight, as a matter of fact. Tonight, tomorrow, Friday. Let's go. One of my favorite places in the world, Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You know why? It's so close. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You don't have to get on a plane to go to Vegas. You don't have to do all the, I got to go an hour and a half before the flight. Takes 4 hours to fly there. By the time you get your bags, it's a 7-hour ordeal just to get to Vegas. I got Vegas just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road at the Golden Nugget. Beautiful hotel, great restaurants, 12 of them. All right, a casino that's like every other Vegas casino. A pool that's like a Vegas pool. It's awesome. Everybody's out there having a big time. Swim up bar, everything. I mean, there's no downside. Golf course, everything you could possibly want. Concert venue, go to goldennuggetlc.com and find out the concerts that are going on right now. It is, and they got a great concert series. We'll be talking about that over the next couple days. So you're looking for the best way, but in the DraftKings Sportsbook, you want to watch games? You got to go to goldennuggetlc.com and reserve your table. Otherwise, you're not going to get one. goldennuggetlc.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. John and Lance along with Dell. Our final segment before we hit News of the Weird. Tell me when you got that Nick Caserio ready, Dell. Asked about Nick is. I just think it's so now. Dal, look at his eyes. Does he have a Marty Feldman kind of look to him? The eyes thing he's got going.
That's too far back for people to get that one.
I know, but okay, look up Marty Feldman and tell me that Nick doesn't have.
Nick is wide-eyed. Yeah, he's a wide-eyed guy.
Yeah. Anyway, he does. I just immediately went, oh my God, those looks like Marty Feldman's eyes, and he does. He got that kind of thing going on. He doesn't. He's got a pissy attitude toward the media, doesn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that.
Yeah, he does. He came from New England.
I don't know if it's condescending so much as.
It is a little bit.
A little bit.
It is a little bit. No,
but he used to give us word salad. Now he just gives us
he's
F you.
Yeah, he's just like, shut up, dummy.
Yeah.
That's how I hear it. I think he is. I think he is a little dismissive of the media. Yeah, I think once they started winning, he kind of flipped a little bit into. Now I can tell these dumbasses what I really think.
Right.
I don't think that's a good look for Houston. We're not a tough media. Our fan base is generally, relatively positive for the most part. When they're not happy, they get a little mad and then they just kind of ignore you. There's not really any reason to pick a fight I don't think, with people in Houston. That's I don't think it's necessary for Nick to do that. But whatever. While Dell finds this, some surprising roster cuts. Jalen Armour Davis cut from Baltimore, former 4th-round pick. Marquez Valdes-Scantling. He was signed this year, 1-year, $4 million deal, and they're like, never mind. Beanie Bishop, who was a big deal at Pittsburgh. I had him he was an undrafted rookie and made the team last year. He is cut this year. Cole Strange, former 1st-round pick by the New England Patriots in 2022, was cut. But he wasn't a former 1st-round pick from this crew, so they have no attachment to him. Hunter Renfrow. Hunter Renfrow at one point was so good. Now he's cut. You have Dustin Hopkins.
I'm surprised Keith hasn't called in about that one.
I know. Deuce Vaughn. Sad to see. It was a cool story with his dad being the assistant director of college scouting, but Deuce was so good in college too, but it's just tough to make it. And there's just a lot of running backs in the NFL. Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, and Jaden Blue all made the team. So Deuce Vaughn is gone. Greg Dulcich, who was a former 3rd-round pick of the Broncos in 2022, he's gone. Malachi Corley, former 2nd-round pick last year, 2024, cut. So those are some of the cuts that kind of were surprising. Chad Muma, a guy I didn't like. Lance was right again on this one. Chad Muma, 3rd-round pick in 2022. He ended up being a rotational linebacker who ended up getting cut.
Maybe you put bad thoughts into coaches' minds.
Might have. How about this one? I didn't even see this. Isaiah Simmons. Remember him?
Oh, yeah.
Top 10 pick out of Clemson, and they couldn't figure out if he was a linebacker or a safety. Turns out he's neither. He was a former top 10 pick, and he's a tweener who
the
unfortunately
stayed
tweeners. Yeah.
The Cardinals tried it, and is that where he just got cut from?
No, Giants. He went to the Giants.
Wow.
He's been there 2 years, doing nothing. He got cut. Yeah. He got cut also.
I missed that. Dell's got the sound. Here is the questions about Joe Mixon and his status.
I mean, with all injured players, kind of take it one day at a time, and so whatever their timeline is, we kind of handle accordingly. I'd say the players that are on PUP or NFI, I mean, they're out 4 games or 4 weeks, so once we get through 4 weeks, we'll kind of evaluate at that time.
Instead of PUP, was it something away from the facility?
No, it's not my call, it's the league's call. So you turn the transactions in, and they put the players in categories. So, that's how it's handled.
Playing this year, Mixon?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression, and then make a determination.
We'll see. Do you envision Joe Mixon playing? Yeah, we'll see. It's probably just him being, well, I don't know. Is it him? Is it Nick being glib, just giving you the we'll see? We'll tell you after 4 weeks.
Yeah,
we'll look after 4 weeks.
We'll let you know when we let you know.
If not, what is this injury?
It's just, allegedly an ankle, right?
No, I think it's foot.
Yeah.
He had ankle last year. This is foot.
He was seen in Florida. This was the beginning of the month with a podiatrist. He took a picture with a podiatrist and his team, the podiatrist's team. So I think it's a foot. I guess that could be an ankle too. That's the last time I've seen Joe Mixon anywhere. In public, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Joe Mixon was not to be seen. Joe Mixon was not seen all preseason, let alone, not seen. And then there's Jimmy Ward, who is done. He's got to be done. He's done.
Well, are you sure?
Oh, as far as the Texans.
I mean, it looks bad. Everything that he's being accused of is bad. But remember now, this is D'Amico's guy. He's a Jimmy Ward guy. And if Jimmy Ward ends up escaping punishment from the league, if they find that this stuff isn't true, or I don't want to just say he's automatically guilty. I understand what he's being accused of, but it still needs to play itself out. I don't know. I got a feeling if nothing ends up coming from this, there's no reason he wouldn't play for the Texans again.
Oh, there's plenty of reasons he wouldn't play for the Texans again. The accusations alone.
Yeah, but the accusations, would you want to get iced on the accusations? And I'm just trying to be as what the law is and where, do you want to you're just judging them off the accusations?
Yeah,
it looks bad. It looks bad, but I don't have any of the knowledge. I don't have any intel. I don't have any. I haven't seen the pictures or any of that stuff. Videos.
He would have the worst accusations against him. Well, I mean, I guess there have been worse.
There have been worse.
Travis, what happened to him in college, although it was proved to be false. So, yeah, but this would be right up there with, the worst accusations that
she's
of a
accused
Texan
him of
ever.
using meth. She's accused him of choking. It's bad stuff.
It's bad stuff.
My guess is, if I had to pick one, he's not going to be a Houston Texan. And at his age, he's probably not going to make it back in the league. But if the legal system does not determine that he is, if they let him off, I'm telling you, I don't know, what are you going to do? You're just going to say, well, there are accusations, so we're just going to say he did it. I don't know. Now, the juice may not be worth the squeeze since he's always hurt and all that stuff anyway. I mean, I thought at this age anyway, and the fact he's always hurt, I didn't know why they were even sinking money into him anyway, regardless of the other stuff.
Yeah, there's a difference between getting off and not being guilty.
Yeah, you got to do a lot of, if you're the Texans, you got to do a lot of, you got to be compiling as much info as possible so you have your own opinion about what happened.
Right. I am looking at Texas A&M at Texas tickets. Holy crap.
Mm-hmm.
They've got the field, and all the prices around the field. How about in the end zone, $5,400 a piece, $4,390.
Probably not the best time to buy right now.
No. Well, but people are ridiculous. Like in the second level, $4,300 for tickets. I mean, there's some that are more reasonable.
You just put it up there. If somebody pays it, they pay it. If not, you got forever to sell the tickets, so no reason to put a real price up there.
No. But they got lower bowl for $834. There are some people that are just ridiculous. Right in the middle of the end zone, it's $5,400.
$834 is probably going to be. That's probably about what you're going to be looking at. Especially depending on how good both teams are.
Right. That game could mean a lot. The more it means, the tougher that ticket's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. Del, what did we miss today?
I don't think anything of importance. You did touch on the biggest news of the week so far. Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. What else is out? Oh, Contreras got 6 games for tossing a bat that wound up hitting his own guy.
Right.
In St. Louis a couple nights ago. He's going to appeal, as they all do. Robles is currently on an appeal. Adam Thielen back to the Vikings. That trade went through.
Yep.
So they needed help because Jordan Addison was, I think he's suspended, and Naylor is hurt, so they had to go back and go get Thielen. So he's back with the Vikings. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. It was kind of a slow night as far as news was concerned.
Yeah, not a lot happening.
No,
but the biggest news, the engagement.
I'm so happy for those two.
I know. I'd like to see those two succeed.
I actually would, mostly because if they don't, we're gonna have to deal with the fallout at some point. It'll somehow become a sports topic, even if Travis Kelce's retired in 3 years or whenever he does. If they get a divorce, it'll be a conversation. I hope they're married for the next 30 years, simply so we don't have to talk about it anymore. I don't need a divorce between those two while I'm still doing a job similar to this. Because I'm going to have to talk about it. I don't want to. Let the happy couple stay happy. I don't normally root for marriages because I think they're all stupid, but this one I'm rooting for.
I'm rooting for it, too, because they've had a rough life.
Well, I don't know what Travis Kelce's childhood was like.
It was a little bumpy.
Okay.
Yeah, he got in the mud a little bit for a little bit.
I just know that she was I don't know her childhood other than okay, she was young singing in the field with a guitar. That's the first time I've ever saw her, like in a music video. So I don't know her background. I just hope the bliss of the engagement and the marriage continue. And if Travis Kelce needs to squirrel away a couple bucks just in case, more power to him.
Yeah.
We missed the fact that people want to name John's fantasy team. Dustin wants to name it Cracker Barrel. And somebody else wants to name it. I can't remember who said this. BBL Smell.
That's already a name in the league. That's already a name.
It is?
Someone already named their team BBL Smell.
BBL Smell?
Yeah, I was looking at it this morning.
Oh, I would have taken that. Dang it. I don't mind Cracker Barrel.
Yeah, Bill's BBL Smell.
Cracker Barrel
that is
a
someone's
pretty
name.
What else has come up in the show lately that I can... Come on, name the team before I'm going to send... Before
Raw
I send
Dogging it?
Oh, the Raw Dogs?
Been a thing.
Yeah.
The Raw Dogs?
Yeah.
The Raw Dogs.
You can name it the Raw Dogs.
It's pretty simple and pretty effective. There
That's
it is.
it.
It's
Raw
done.
Dogs. That's it.
We're in the books.
That's
now,
it.
if you just accept your invitation
Yeah,
and
if you
actually
find
sign in
the
and make
email
a team,
so you can
John.
do all that stuff.
Joe sent me an email. Hey, I said, hey, buddy, I don't know what happened, but I don't have that.
I don't know what happened. You know what happened.
I can't figure it out.
But I don't have the invite for the Fantasy League. Can you resend it? Of course. The Gmail or Yahoo? Gmail. Sent. Thank you. Thank you. That's Joe. I mean, he does important work.
Have you learned your lesson?
No.
I didn't think so.
No. And next time he sends out an invite, got to warn me, right?
He's got to send you a warning for the email?
A warning text.
Do you want a warning email or a text?
No, a warning text to let him know an email. There's an email coming that you should read before you delete it.
Okay. So he needs to do two things.
I don't have it in here. What the hell did you do, Joe?
check your folder.
Check all the
Check your spam
folders.
folder.
Make sure.
Oh, my God.
Maybe you've already set up a filter that deletes all of Joe's emails.
Joe George?
Have you blocked Joe George's emails?
This is what you've done? What is all these emails about grids and show stuff?
Goes, enough.
I'm just going to hit him on
JT.
spam.
Can you block? Can someone
Show me
you
how
can block
to do a
Joe's
spam
emails?
thing. I need a spam. Get this guy on my spam list.
Oh, my God. I don't have it, Joe.
Oh,
Okay.
my gosh.
All right, I'm going to have to tell
Joe's
him.
going to have to fly to L.A. to make sure he gets into the league.
All right, I'm going to have to.
No, that's right.
Come on, Joe. I don't delete all his stuff. Some things sometimes.
He keeps.
Every once in a while.
I think you should open all of them.
Time to talk UH football. UH football tomorrow night. Let's go. The season is here. I can't. I mean, football's here, baby. And it's starting tomorrow night at TDECU Stadium. If you're looking for a great way to have just a fun time, college football right here in the middle of the city. Beautiful stadium. You can check out the new facility that they've got. You can tailgate. Starts at 4. Games at 7. Rodeo Houston going to have a rodeo roundup, corral, line dancing, coloring wall, giveaways. Howdy's going to be there. Plus on the concourse, a rodeo photo booth. You can stop by, take a picture, and enter into the drawing for 4 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo season tickets. That's up for grabs. Plus chances throughout the game to win pairs of tickets to a Rodeo Houston performance. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS for your tickets today. Coach Willie Fritz's second year starts tomorrow night at TDECU Stadium. Let's go. Let's go. Wear out. Come early. Be loud. Wear red. uhcougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS. All right. A Japanese city, Toyoake, in Aichi Prefecture, is urging all citizens to limit their screen time to 2 hours a day. It's a draft, it's an ordinance in the city that will be punishable by death if you're on your phone. Well, actually, no, there's no penalties. But what would you want to live in a city that was punishable by death?
No.
If you were on your phone for more than 2 hours a day?
No.
What is your screen time? It comes up every once in a while. How long are you on your phone?
My screen time it's been a little higher because I play Block Blast. I got a game that I'm addicted to, so mine's going to be higher than it usually is.
Again, that's time that you could be spending having fun with your kids.
Can't I? They're at school.
Oh, they're at school, so
it's even better.
Well,
and whenever my draft stuff starts, I won't have any time to play this game. Except in the bathroom. That's one of my new favorite things is playing this in the bathroom. Not going to lie. Why are you still in there? It's taking a while to come out. trying to hit 40,000.
What?
Yeah.
Well, instead of watching movies now, you play a game.
Yeah.
All right. I do crosswords, but not. No, I
think my screen time's a little
I
high.
try to get out of the bathroom as soon as possible. Of course, I don't have 12 kids at home.
Yeah. Well, I don't need any more.
I don't have anybody here. My wife's gone all day. It's it. It's just me. I don't have to spend it in the bathroom.
Aw, John's lonely.
I am lonely.
You can
I'm
just leave the
lonely,
door
yeah.
open when you're doing it.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
No, he likes the smell of his own stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, don't eat lunch in there.
A Wisconsin father who faked his own death on a kayaking trip has been sentenced to 89 days in jail. He faked his own death so he could go and meet his Eastern European fling, his online fling. And then, you're going to jail. You're going to prison.
When my dad would spend Christmases in Russia when I was a kid to meet his mail order bride, he didn't fake anything. He just made it clear he was going over there. You're gonna be staying with your mom. He was pretty open about where he was going to be.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he just went over there because I saw. I didn't put it together until I was older, but all of a sudden he bought English to Russian translation books. And he was studying Russian, and then I realized later, some mail order bride he got in contact with. He's hanging out with in Russia, but he didn't hide. He didn't hide it. I'm just going.
Bad life.
I'm just going to Russia for Christmas.
What'd she look like?
I don't remember. I mean, I never saw her. Remember, I told you the story. I found a letter much later in life where it turns out he couldn't leave America and stay with her in Russia because of me, because he had a kid.
Because of my stupid kid.
Is that an accent you're doing?
Nah, it wasn't a good one.
So he explained it in the letter that I'm sorry, I can't leave him. He's my son.
Oh, well, that was nice of him. I mean, he deported the other one.
Well,
that was nice of him.
He sent my older brother to Nigeria, and then he was deported from there.
Yeah. I mean, that's really nice of him that he didn't want to leave his son.
Well,
he just couldn't.
I was too young. I hadn't caused him the problems my older brother had. So, I bet if this happened 8 years later, he probably would have left.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
If I was in high school, he probably would have left.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I would have left him too. Yeah, I would have left you too. No question.
Clearly, John, you don't have to explain it. I know you would have.
You're in high school. You're good. Okay, I did my job. Bye. All right. Bye.
I don't know if the son raising process stops at 15, but okay.
It should.
You didn't stop teaching the boy.
Now it's time for you to learn stuff on your own.
You didn't stop teaching your boy stuff at 15.
No, probably because, hey, wait till the day everybody's set before you snap the ball. What's wrong with you?
Football stuff.
Yeah, that's the only thing I taught him after that. Stop. All right, it's not just you. You got to make sure everybody's set.
Too bad Laramie Tunsil wasn't your kid.
I know, right? I could have
taught him to hold his water, as the saying goes.
Well, he could be my wife's kid with all the Gucci stuff.
That's true.
I thought you were going to call her a Tui, like Sandra Bullock's character. She found Laramie Tunsil out someplace and brought him into the home.
Well, it seems like my wife taught him how to dress.
She is an SEC woman, just like Tui was.
Yep.
Should have taught him how to shop.
Yep. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next. We will be talking to you tomorrow from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Can't wait. We'll be back, and hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll do it again tomorrow. Have a great day, everybody.
apparently, Sean, our insightful motivation to the Astros didn't work. Those words we thought would lead to a good start to the series against the Rockies. Let's go Astros. Let's get it together. That was pretty much the extent of us trying to get the Astros going. Didn't work. No assumptions can be made about what this team will do on a night-to-night basis. I think that's what this season has taught me. Never assume. Never think something's going to happen. Just sit and watch and see what happens. That's all. And they go down to the Rockies, the worst team, one of the worst teams in baseball, historically. I'm not just talking about this year. They rank historically bad. And last night, it didn't matter. Jeremy Pena made an error, that led to an inning being extended. We put the red dot on Hunter Goodman yesterday, and that's in reference to Arch Manning. If you didn't hear that quote from him, we put the red dot on a lot of Rockies, and Goodman was like, "Oh, okay, you're gonna put the red dot on me? I'm gonna hit a home run." Anybody else want to put a red dot on another Rocky tonight? Because when we did it and said it's time, it's go time for the Astros,
Mickey Moniak, the red dot's on.
You want to put the red dot on him this time and see what he does? It's a bad night at the ballpark, but I appreciate it, as we said before. If they're going to lose big. Just get it out of the way. Make sure I know this game is over. And the game was pretty much over, not just after they went up 6-1. The Astros tried to mount a rally, but Jordan Beck snuffed it out. He made a sliding catch on a Christian Walker liner, and at that point, the game's over. All right, let's pack it up. The next threat was like in the 9th inning when Altuve came up to the plate with 2 runners on, down 6-1, flew out, game over. He also had a chance with the bases loaded very early in the game to maybe break it open, and he flew out as well. So it was a rough one. I think the fact that it was the Rockies makes it tougher. You just assume, man, the Rockies stink. We just came off winning a series in Baltimore. We're home again. Jordan's back. Hunter Brown's on the mound. Everything's going to go well. And it didn't. And it speaks to how, let's just say, unlikely the Rockies win last night, that at the end of the game, when they had the final out of the inning, the Rockies broadcast is like, the Rockies beat the Astros and Hunter Brown. They were as surprised as anyone else. And they should be. They should probably be the most surprised, considering they've watched Rockies baseball all year. So where are we? You're still a game and a half up because the Mariners dropped one to the Padres. That was a back and forth game. It was 5-0 Padres, and then the Mariners hit a couple 3-run home runs to take the lead. The Padres take the lead right back, and I think like after the 6th inning, the scoring stopped. It was 7-6 after the Padres retook the lead, and then after that, it was over. So we thank the Padres for their efforts. You still stay a game and a half up, and now you see if you can bounce back. We talked about the rotation for this series: Hunter Brown, Fromber, Jason Alexander. You thought to yourself, there's a chance you get a sweep, but at least you would get 2 out of 3. Now you're just hoping, and it all rides on Fromber not being what he's been over the last month or so. He's been flat out bad. We need good Fromber. I was going to say average, but I can't predict what this lineup's going to do, even if it is against the likes of Chase Dollander. It's not even a Hollinger or it's a Dollander. I don't know if I've ever heard the last name Dollander before. Dollander. I don't think I've ever said that before.
Dollander.
Dollander. It's probably Dollander, something like that. But either way, Chase Dollander on the mound with his near 70 ERA. And I still think Fromber needs to be outstanding just to keep the team in it.
Well, one thing we do know is that if there's a couple errors, Fromber will just lock in. It won't phase him. Yeah. He'll just keep cruising.
No, you're right. If Jeremy Pena doesn't get the transfer from his glove to hand clean and then actually kind of forgets that there's
still live play, and he forgets to run after the ball. If that happens in the game, I imagine Fromber won't be bothered by it. He'll just lock in and go, all right, time for me to lock in and get these out so I can pick up my guy. I don't feel like Fromber's a pick up my guy. If the guys let him down, there's a real chance that he's going to allow that to send him into a bit of a tailspin. Let's hope that the fielding is perfect. Everyone's in the right position tonight, and let him control what he can control, because he's been very open about what's not his fault. So I hope whoever is making sure the outfielders are in the right spots, you get that done for Fromber tonight. I don't want any distractions, because we need a clean performance from him. Please.
Do you think after the game, Fromber Valdez was like, "Hey, Hunter, in this post-game press conference, you pitched well. Just tell him."
Look, if it wasn't for the error, you wouldn't have been in a position to give up that home run. I don't think any Astro should take any advice from Fromber about how to handle post games. He is not the guy you look to when it comes to baseball post games. He does things that, I mean, he may be the Tyreek Hill of baseball post games. Yeah, let me finish. I wasn't comparing him to all of what Tyreek Hill's about, but as far as how you handle post game, particularly the last post game we saw from Tyreek Hill when he quit on his team.
I didn't quite,
No, he asked, "I'm out." He said, "I'm out."
No, that's water under the bridge.
Now it is, because they couldn't trade him. I mean, they'll tell you they didn't try, but they tried. They just couldn't.
They're cool now.
Yeah,
they love each other.
Yeah, no one bit, because Tyreek had his own off the field issues as those continue, and also he had the whole quitting on his team thing. So not a lot of value for a small receiver who may be getting slower as he ages past 30. So Fromber and he are like that, are comparable in the regards of not handling post games well.
Do you think
when things go poorly?
Fromber Valdez already has his agent's hat in his locker, ready to throw it on?
See,
the last start of a season.
You think it's the agent's hat? I think he's got like 3 teams' hats. Like he's a recruit.
He's ready to.
I feel like he's ready to make a decision, if he could, right after the season's over, where he's gonna go. He better pitch well if he wants to have more options and more money on the table. He might want to fix what's going on right now. I mean, it didn't hurt Kyle Tucker when he was bad in the playoffs. It was only 2 games, but he stunk. So I'm sure a desperate team, or even a team who thinks Fromber can help them win a World Series, will look past this blip. But I would advise him, for our sake and his sake, the blip should end. Let's start that tonight.
Be super sick. Because we know Jason Alexander's going to slam the door.
Of course.
So we really need to get the series win. We're already marking down Thursday. W. Jason Alexander.
Dub.
Obviously. We need to lock in. We need to get Fromber in the right headspace, I guess.
This is already the rubber game of the series, even though there's one more.
Yeah. No, this is the rubber game.
Yeah.
Okay, you got one off Hunter Brown. Congrats. Tip your cap.
You're not getting one off of Jason Alexander.
You're not getting one.
So,
sorry.
Fromber, let's go. Let's ensure an Astros series win.
It's on Fromber Valdez.
It should be. He is supposed to be one of your top 2 pitchers. So how about you act like it? I would take all of the nonsense after games. It feels like, hey, I went 8 strong. If he went 8 strong, gave up a run, but he still had grievances he wanted to air from the previous starts, I would be okay with that, as long as I get my maybe not 8, 7 strong. Give me 7 strong of 2-run or 1-run baseball. And let's go. We got to do this again. Yeah. I did it yesterday. The Let's Go Astros. It's the Rockies.
Let's do it.
It didn't work. Maybe I try a different approach.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna beg.
I already tried the red dot stuff.
Yeah, it didn't work. The red dot stuff did not work. Yeah, well, we got to try something. Maybe a different approach. Target on your back, Hunter Goodman. Yeah. It's a target on your back after what you did last night.
Yeah. Watch it.
Don't do that again. No, really, don't do that again.
Please don't do that.
Don't hit a home run that turns the game. We appreciate that. Jeremy Pena, play clean baseball, no errors, and let Fromber go out there and just worry about getting guys out. Oh, by the way, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through that Baltimore series, 1 of the pitchers who helped the Astros get through because they just needed a guy, already out with elbow inflammation. The great John Rooney. Now now that game didn't end in a win. It was the debut of Kimbrel, but Rooney was out there because they had no more arms. They brought him up specifically to make sure they could have arms for that series. He pitches, already elbow inflammation, and that was his major league debut. So
not built to pitch for the Astros.
I don't know that many pitchers are, honestly. It's about
but they get more than one outing, before their elbow inflames.
It's pretty much Fromber and Hunter Brown, the only guys I think who are built. And Abreu hasn't missed an extensive amount of time, has he recently? Like in the last couple of years. So I think it's him, Fromber, and Hunter Brown are like and maybe Jason Alexander, who are the four pitchers who are
too early to put that on him.
I mean, is it? John Rooney was done after one outing.
Yeah, but Brandon Walter got some decent work before his elbow inflamed.
Colton
Gordon, yeah. So you can. Ronel Blanco.
Yeah.
Got a full season out of it.
You want to keep listing all the guys? At some point,
let me just look at the Chandler Rome tweets about rehab assignments.
Yeah. At some point,
Garcia.
The Astros get them all. Not Jason Alexander yet, and Hunter Brown and Fromber are certainly built different. Those two have found a way to not be susceptible to the Astros.
Yeah. John Rooney, not so much.
I mean, he was down in the minors and was okay. As soon as he put on that Astros big club uniform, over. That elbow is inflamed. I don't know. That's where we are right now. He has elbow inflammation, so he's out right now. All right. We'll move away from the Astros because there's nothing positive about what happened last night.
Beat the Rockies. That's what we got on the Astros. You should have beat them.
Yeah, you should have.
If I were to go back and do things over, I would have you beat the Rockies.
Yes, that I would appreciate, but you can fix some of your errors tonight. That isn't just a shot at Jeremy Pena. That's a shot at the whole team for losing to one of the worst teams in baseball history. Let's go. Your turn, Fromber. Let's go. All right.
We need you, Fromber.
We really do. Unless the Padres are going to keep winning, which is helpful. If they can beat the Mariners again, that'd be great.
I think we can't do the Astros lost, but at least they didn't lose ground in the division where they're playing literally the Colorado Rockies. I think we could still be like, shame on you guys.
No, I think the only thing that makes it better,
not a disaster,
is that the Padres beat the Mariners. If not, losing a game when they had the Padres and you had the Rockies, like you should not lose ground considering their opponent and your opponent. And if not for the Padres, they would have. So let's not have that happen.
The Padres are 36.5 games better than the Rockies.
Yes. The Mariners have a much more difficult opponent. Correct. And I believe the Mariners, they got one more game. It's 3:10. So their game starts like 3+ hours before the Astros do. So we'll know where the Astros stand before the Astros get going. Let's hope it's 2 games. And they can extend it to 2.5. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll hear from a couple of Texans. Well, at least a player and a GM on the show today. Nick Caserio spoke. And if we're reading into Nick Caserio, it didn't sound positive on the prospect of Joe Mixon playing after his 4-week absence. CJ Stroud talked about the noise around him. He's heard the conversation. He kind of took a backseat as far as attention goes this offseason, but he has heard people talking about him. So we'll hear from him today. Also, we got a couple pairs of tickets to give away to the Stephen F. Austin Cougs game. Willie Fritz joined the John Lance show yesterday. If you want to go out and see the Cougs against the Lumberjacks, we'll have tickets for that. Second season for the Cougs. Willie Fritz and his team, they've made some additions in the transfer portal. Got a former 5-star quarterback in Connor Wegman. We'll see what they got. And that season begins tomorrow in town. So we'll give you tickets, or at least a chance to get those tickets a little bit later. All right, Sean and I, till noon, we will be back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the Texans set their 53, and it's really not real. There's a deadline, so they have to put out a roster. They go through all the I don't know, the machinations of putting it out there. They have a graphic on Twitter you can look at and see who their official 53 is, but it is very likely to change. You have to meet the deadline. You cut guys. You put guys on give them certain designations so they're still on your team, but they don't take up a spot on the 53. And then you see who slips through the cracks because they put guys on waivers or outright release them. And then waiver claims are put in. And then you figure out, is this a guy I want? And the Texans are lower on the list than some, just because of how well they did last year, winning the division, winning double-digit games. So they're lower on the list than others. And then they have the option, if they like a guy from another team, they will put in a waiver claim. Now, you do it blindly. You don't know if someone else put a waiver claim on them. You'll find out. And if a team ahead of you in the order puts a claim on a guy you wanted, then you don't get him. So the roster is at 53. It is very subject to change. Right now, there's 3 quarterbacks on the roster. Graham Mertz made the roster. We'll see if that stays the same. They have like 2 tight ends on the roster. Harrison Bryant, the guy they traded for, got cut. We'll see if they think he is someone they want to sign on the practice squad, if another team doesn't have any interest. So there's a lot of things and a lot of moving parts. But one guy who's on one of the designated lists is Joe Mixon. At the moment, he can't be active until, week 5? We'll see if he's even ready to play by then. But at least for the first 4 games, he won't be active. Here's Nick Caserio when asked about some of those different roster designations. And then he gets asked a question about Joe Mixon. And you decide if you think Joe Mixon is a guy who's going to be ready to go right after those 4 weeks.
I mean, with all injured players, kind of take it one day at a time, and so whatever their timeline is, we kind of handle accordingly. I'd say the players that are on PUP or NFI, I mean, they're out 4 games or 4 weeks, so once we get through 4 weeks, we'll kind of evaluate it at that time.
Instead of PUP, was it something away from the facility?
No, it's not my call, it's the league's call. So you turn the transactions in, and they put the players in categories. So, that's how it's handled.
Playing this year, Mixon?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression and then make a determination.
So, Sean, do you think that's Nick being Nick? We'll see. I'm not one of the kind of the text. They don't lay it out. It's not written in stone, but kind of the Texans' way of handling those questions is never give you anything. So is that Nick Caserio just doing the Texan thing where they don't give you any real answers on injuries? Or is that an indication that the Joe Mixon thing has a real shot of going past 4 weeks?
I think both. I think it's the Texans' way of being like, I'm not answering this question. Please shut up about this.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to say that he's going to miss significant time. I think that's what it is. That's what they did with CJ Stroud not throwing. Like, they had that same tact, and, it was just, he just didn't throw for those 2 weeks of minicamp practices, and then we haven't even talked about it or discussed it since. No one's, cared about it.
General soreness, that's all.
But they did the same exact thing at the same time with why Joe Mixon wasn't at OTAs, and
now
he's going to miss at least 3 months afterwards.
Yeah.
So I think it is just I don't have to answer this question, so I won't, but I'm not going to be as rude as some coaches would be about it or some football people would be about it. So I'll just say, we'll see.
And in 4 weeks, when you ask me again,
we'll see.
We'll see.
He's doing great.
He's on his own timeline.
Yeah. We're doing what's right for Joe. So I know a lot of you people don't care about that. That's more D'Amico.
More D'Amico. I don't know that Nick Caserio would hit us with that because maybe he doesn't care that much about Joe Mixon as a person.
He's I just need my running back.
Hey man, I gave you a deal, and all of a sudden, look at you, not active. So yeah, Joe Mixon, we'll see. But what we know is he's not going to be around the first 4 weeks. We talked about it yesterday. The assumption, or maybe we talked about it Monday when we were trying to figure out the status of Joe Mixon. Considering you hadn't seen him anywhere near field, the whole, well, maybe he won't be ready for week 1 seemed like a good bet. And then it was confirmed later in the day that it's going to be at least 4 weeks. The only question I do have, because when he comes back, he comes back. Look, there's nothing we can do to further that along. If we will ever get an answer about what the actual problem is, like because since he's on a non-football injury list, they don't have to reveal, I guess, what the injury is.
I guess not. I don't know.
So,
then like Najee Harris also got hurt away from football.
The Chargers were less.
We know it was his eyeball from a firework.
Yeah, the Chargers were less secretive. Somehow that got out about what happened to Najee Harris, and of course he's actually been around. The team. So and wearing sunglasses.
But we knew like the week after.
That's true. We knew what the issue was. So the Texans wouldn't have allowed that to happen.
No, Joe Mixon. I don't know.
We don't know. We don't know why he can't play. We just know he can't.
Was it a Lance McCullers like I dropped a weight on my foot or had some sort of weight room accident that broke my foot?
I don't think it's salacious. I just think they're being secretive because that's what they do.
I think that's one of the least salacious things to be like, I was working out, trying to prepare myself, and I hurt my foot.
I don't think
Sorry, guys.
I don't think he twisted his ankle running on a party boat. It's just something that happened.
Something boring
that they don't want to talk about. I guess
he's going to miss the first month of the NFL season.
And that's not what they were hoping for. So I guess we wait another month at least to see if Joe Mixon will ever speak on what his issue is. Yeah. Will he be upright enough to actually be at the games, although he's not playing? Because I saw him in a picture standing up.
Okay.
But this was not around the Texans. This was at some podiatrist's clinic or whatever. So will we see Joe Mixon in the flesh once the season begins? Or will he stay away?
I think so. I think when he actually shows up at a Texans thing, someone will be asked questions about it, or someone will sidle up next to Joe Mixon, and that's when the real stuff comes out. Is when Joe Mixon
actually is in Texans gear,
on
t-shirt,
a sideline
and on a sideline
at practice.
Yeah, and people can actually look at him and see how is he moving. Is there a limp? All that type of stuff.
Or just like, hey, D'Amico, Joe Mixon was on the sideline.
And we haven't seen him since.
Yeah, what? Does that mean he's close to coming back? And then they have to do the whole, whoa.
He's on his timeline.
But, or that, just in one of the hallways, walking from to and fro pregame, that he bumps into whatever.
Big Sarge?
DJ Bieniemy or Big Sarge or.
Then that's your moment.
Will Kunkel. And then, hey, what's up with your leg?
See if we
or his agent.
Yeah, it'll, if we do get an answer about what happened, it'll probably come from his agent or the player himself before it comes from the Texans.
Yeah.
And they'll be upset.
So I kind of think they'll keep him
away from the team.
Yeah, just so they don't have to deal with it.
Probably. And they'll have bigger concerns like their schedule that they have to face. Week 1, Rams. And while Matthew Stafford is being sequestered in the Airstream, at least he was, that appears to have worked. He's good to go for week 1. So we don't get the Jimmy Garoppolo experience, unfortunately.
Good.
We'll get the Matt Stafford experience.
I want to face this team at full strength.
I've never cared about that. I don't get into arguments with fans of other teams online, so I don't care if that is only something to be used if you actually like fighting other fans online. Our quarterback wasn't there.
Yeah, I don't care.
I don't care.
I just want to win, dude.
Yeah, I don't care about that. So that's the only time that would matter.
I've been on the other side of one of the best players gets hurt, and guess what? No one cares.
No one cares once the game starts. Yeah, find a way. So it'll more on C.J. Stroud's shoulders. He's welcomed that, but I don't think he thought that he would be without Joe Mixon for the better a quarter of the season almost. So
at least.
At least. You're right. At least a quarter of the season. We keep just saying
a month, but at this point, I'm just going to treat it like it's going to be the entire season until proven otherwise.
Yeah, until he's back. Let's just assume he won't be back. So it'll be now they did address it. So I will acknowledge that whatever they thought about his availability. They did go out and trade a second-day pick next year to get a running back. They brought in Nick Chubb. Of course, Dameon Pierce is still around, and and they kept guys around. They tried to make acquisitions. So they took this possibility into account when they were addressing the running back room. We will see if Nick Chubb, as he gets further and further away, I guess, from that injury, continues to improve, because that is what we saw throughout training camp. He looked washed, according to people, initially, and then as the pads came on, and you can actually be a running back and be physical. Some of the positives for Nick Chubb being here came to be. So it'll be Nick Chubb, it'll be Dameon Pierce, and it'll be Dare, at least initially. All right, we will come back and hear from C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud sat down with Andrew Siciliano. I came in yesterday and tried to figure out what type of hat he had. It's an Inland Empire hat, where he's from, and they got into his time in Southern California, and he's going back there for the first game. He's going to have people there, a lot of fans and family will watch him play. And it also got into what was a bit of let's just say, a year that we didn't expect last year. And CJ, while doing a lot to stay out of the public eye up until, well, kind of now, because he's promoting something from Applebee's. He and Dan Campbell were in a commercial, and Ashton Genty were in a commercial. So that's why he's doing all these interviews. He's talking about Applebee's. Andrew Siciliano asked him about some of the noise. So we'll hear from CJ Stroud when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Nick Caserio spoke this morning, and we'll get to the CJ Stroud thing here as well. And he addresses kind of what we just had a discussion about. Landry Locker asked the question. This is more about how the Texans operate and why they're kind of evasive when information is being sought when it comes to players and their injuries. And while we will continue to joke, because that's just what we do, this is a pretty insightful look into what the Texans are about and why they answer questions a certain way. So this is Landry Locker asking Nick Caserio a question and the response.
From an organizational perspective, like handling injuries and information and stuff like that, what is the approach that you and D'Amico take when it comes to injury information and players and whatnot?
Yeah, protect the players. So, again, I mean, it's not public information. So we're trying to do, again, because here's what's happened with injuries, Landry, all right? Everybody tries to make an extrapolation about when are they ready, what are they doing. Well, you guys said it was this number of weeks, then it was early, then it was later. Like, there's no good solution. The solution is protect the players and look out for the best interest of the players. Take it one day at a time. Everybody's on a different timetable. Everybody's got a different process that they have to go through, and that's how we handle it. So, again, like, other teams may handle it differently. So we just do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and what's best for the players. And D'Amico has said this. He was a former player, so he obviously has a pretty good lens. I just think sometimes, there's an extrapolation that tries to get made about every little detail and about what a player is going through. Look, players are dealing with a lot, and I would say in a lot of cases it's very mentally fatiguing and taxing for that particular player. And who else, nobody else really knows what else they have going on top of their injuries. So we're trying to be sensitive. Look, I understand you all have a job to do, and you're trying to get information. Like, we understand that. We respect that. But we're also trying to look out for the best interest of the players because that's what we feel our responsibility is to them.
So player first is their attitude on all these things. So we've asked ourselves why they treated a certain way, and we got a response, or at least an answer, from the GM of the Texans. All right, we'll get to this. C.J. Stroud was making the rounds. He was on First Take. He spoke to Andrew Siciliano. As I said, he's on a promo run because he is doing something with Applebee's. But certainly the questions were about football as well. And one of the questions was the talk about him. He thought of himself, and maybe rightfully so, pretty highly. Coming off year one, he felt he was one of the top quarterbacks in the league. And year two didn't go the way anyone wanted it to. So when that subject was broached, here's C.J. Stroud on what he's heard and what he's done talking about.
I was just staying committed to the consistent wins in life. I'm somebody who is very hard on myself, but I'm trying to be more understanding. And I don't know, I really try not to harp back on last year. I learned my lessons, and I don't know what people expect from me but that's a whole different conversation. But I do believe that I am still a great player. I do think I'm still a top quarterback in this league. I've put it on tape. I just, things around me haven't always been, the best just because injuries. And, so that hasn't been easy, but I still believe myself. I know my team does. My family does. At the end of the day, that's all that really matters. So I'm excited to go out there and put it on tape. And I hate all the talking, tired of talking. I just want to play now. So
no.
Yeah, we had a whole offseason of talking, and now we're less than 2 weeks away from the game starting. And he's still thought of pretty highly. Like, I just pulled up one of the lists that we were going to make fun of when there was no football to talk about. We still had it on our rundown. The Athletic put out their quarterback tiers, and The Athletic does a thing where Mike Sando, one of their writers, goes around the league. He talks to GMs, assistant GMs, former GMs, execs, head coaches, and 19 other coaches. So it came out to be a 50-person panel. So kind of wide swath. It wasn't like that thing that called Tyrese Halliburton the most overrated player in the league, and only like 8 guys said it or gave a response to that. So wide swath, different people in different jobs. And CJ was 9th. He fell in between Goff and Hurts, tied for 9th with Hurts. So there has been some questions, but I think we've talked about it quite a bit, that a lot of people believe CJ was a victim of circumstance. It wasn't him. It was everyone around him. And so far, and as you might imagine, rave reviews for Nick Caley, the offensive lineman like Cole Popovich. At the moment, his weapons are healthy except for Joe Mixon. So you have Nico. They invested in wide receiver, and maybe not monetarily. They have it when it comes to offensive line, but they've invested there too. In fact, the guy making the most money, not named Titus Howard, isn't even going to start for them, it looks like. But they did, at least right now, it looks like they hit on their second-round pick in nursery. So I don't know if I want to term it as excuses or maybe we just use the word reasons when it came to CJ struggling last year. But the Texans have tried to minimize those reasons this year, and we'll see how it plays out. So I'll certainly give them credit for targeting what they found was a problem that held back their starting quarterback, a young quarterback who they like, and a lot of people like. So we'll see if he lives up to some of the praise he's continued to get. When you talk about where he's ranked, I mean, I wouldn't put Herbert ahead of him.
That's the thing is like you look at the ranking and you're like, whew, there's a lot of guys that are, or not a lot, but there's a couple guys that are ahead of him where you're like, I don't know if we need to be doing all that.
Yeah, I mean, Jaden Daniels is 6. I mean, CJ was in that range coming off his rookie year too.
It seems to me that the Commanders and Jaden Daniels are a great example or a great candidate to just do what the Texans did last year, where it's like, oh, it actually won't be like just a straight line up to the Super Bowl. Oh, this thing's actually pretty hard.
And it shouldn't be an indictment of them if they don't reach the levels that they reached last year, because no one thought they were going to be good last year, much like no one thought the Texans would be good in 2023. And if they take a step back because some of the things that went their way don't go their way in 2025, maybe that should be understood, and we don't use the entire offseason to crush the Commanders because they fell below maybe too lofty of expectations.
Yeah.
They'd made moves, though. We joked about it, but they made moves because they think they're close. The Laremy Tunsil thing, clearly, you signing Von Miller means you think you're close. That's just the path that Von Miller's career has taken. The Rams traded for him, and they did go on and win a Super Bowl. The Bills thought they needed one more pass rusher to get him over the hump. They went out and got him. And now the Commanders have done it.
Yeah, it's funny because they have like Jaden Daniels, so they seem like a very young team, like on the rise. It's like actually they have a lot of veterans around them. There's a lot of Terry McLaurin. Part of the reason they get paid was because he's not old, but he's 29 or
Getting
30.
Close to 30,
Yeah, and you have Von Miller, you have Zach Ertz. They traded for Laremy Tunsil. Like they have a very veteran group around Jaden Daniels. But you look at last year, it's like, well, they won a game on a Hail Mary. They were like 80% on fourth downs. Like it's a lot of indicators of like there's a couple more like their win total was just inflated last year. So yeah, maybe they were just like a 8 or 9 win team that probably was about where their outcome should have been, but they had breaks go their way, and oh, look at these guys.
And the Cliff Kingsbury of it all is something to take into account too. That offense generally doesn't have a long shelf life. So now he was surprising to some people in year one to get the rookie quarterback into a spot where he could be as successful as he was. Can that move on to year two? And can there be some adjustments? Because, of course, everyone adjusts to what they see, particularly from a young quarterback. Can Cliff Kingsbury be someone who doesn't fall into the trap or doesn't fall into the category that Bobby Slowick did, where surprising results from year one, although he was a more experienced coordinator, and then year two, you don't have the answers to the questions people are posing.
Yeah, and just like people just are like, hey, now we have 17 games of how to stop Jaden Daniels.
What you like to do, we had all offseason to figure out how to stop some of the things that you're best at. So maybe the Commanders are the Texans for this year. We'll see.
I think there's just a possibility.
It's certainly possible.
I've seen it before last year.
And the Texans made big money acquisitions last offseason, and through injury and other reasons, they didn't particularly work out. The Commanders have to hope that their weapons don't get hurt like the Texans did, and we'll see how it plays out. When we come back, I mentioned those Cougar Lumberjack tickets. If you're interested in going, you want to go support the Cougs, you could be a Lumberjack fan as well. Maybe you went to Stephen F. Austin. We're going to give away a couple tickets when we come back. Let's say, Sean, what do you think? I can't see the clock in there. What's best for you logistically as far as the time is concerned?
Let's go with 55.
All right. Caller 4 at 10:55 wins a pair of tickets to see the Cougs versus the Lumberjacks. The Cougs starting their second season under Willie Fritz. So if you're excited about that Cougs team, you probably should. There's some good buzz about them, considering what they've done in the transfer portal and Willie Fritz's just his history of building programs. So we'll give away those tickets at 10:55. and we'll also give away another pair later in the show. All right, we are done with almost done with the first hour. But before we go to break, right, it's Prize Picks time.
Yes, it is Prize Picks time. America's #1 daily fantasy sports app and the official sports app of the Houston Astros. So it only makes it right when you're watching the Astros to watch on Prize Picks, or not watch on Prize Picks, but watch with the Prize Picks app open in your hand, looking for ways to make money on this team that, I mean, at this point, you've watched 120 something times. So listen, we talked about it, Framber Valdez. It's your time to step up. It's your time to get more than 19 pitching outs against the worst team in baseball, the Colorado Rockies. Maybe I need to retire calling them the worst team in baseball, Colorado Rockies, every time I mention them now, considering they did get a win off of Hunter Brown yesterday. But I think that Framber Valdez can lock it in and get six over, or more than 6 1/3 of work done against the Rockies. And we talked about the team chasing the Astros, the Seattle Mariners, Cal Raleigh. Let's see Big Dumper hit another home run this afternoon. Let's go with more than half a home run for the MLB home run leader, Cal Raleigh, this afternoon against San Diego. Whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. I mean, college football is right around the corner. Pro football, right around the corner. They already have projections up for all the Week 1 games that will catch your interest. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. You don't even have to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
Welcome to hour 2. We just gave away some Cougs tickets. Is Joe in there? Is that Joe in there?
Yes. Joe
okay,
is.
Joe, don't leave because this show's going on the road to Lake Charles at the Golden Nugget. So I don't know if I'm going to get to ask you about Notre Dame, Miami. So hang on. I want to see how you're feeling. What's the buzz coming out of the Irish camp? I'll get to you, but first, let's talk about this. By the way, if you didn't get the Cougs tickets, 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today, or go to uhcougars.com/tickets. We'll also be giving away another pair later in the show. The Cougs versus Stephen F. Austin. Okay, so it's college football time. We got games tomorrow to discuss, but let's hear from Brent Venables. Brent Venables is the head coach at Oklahoma. He is going through what you might call a bit of transition for the program. So let's hear how difficult it has been for Brent Venables to get this Oklahoma program to a spot that he likes.
So we had a lot to work through, and I chose not to, ask anyone to leave when I first got here. Just let me give everybody a fair shot and just kind of see where we're at. And through time, some players chose to leave. Some players just weren't fitting the bill when it come to going to class and living right off the field. As a football program, we had a lot of issues. The first year, we had guys weren't going to class. We had a 2.2 team GPA, and a lot of guys that didn't pass drug tests, a lot. And so what comes with that? Lack of motivation, lack of synergy, lack of, again, ambition. And so and there were some, broken spirits too. And guys that maybe weren't confident on what we could become. So, changing the mindset, how we thought.
That's Brent Venables. What year is Brent Venables in at Oklahoma? Sean?
He is entering his 4th year.
So why is he talking like it's the second year and they had to weed out everything that was wrong with the program after year 1? By the way, they went 6-7 year 1, 10-3 year 2, 6-7 year 3. So it appears as all those players who had broken spirits, who weren't going to class, the GPA stuff, left, you got worse, right? So why is the coach in – look, to be fair to him, I don't know the question. I didn't hear the question. But why is the coach who's going into year 4 of a program referencing things that happened before year 1 began for him or during year 1? Aren't we sure, Oklahoma fans are gonna slander Lincoln Riley until they die. It's just what they're going to do. And anytime he messes up at USC, they're going to love it. But we're into year 4. And I never like to give Urban Meyer any credit because he's Urban Meyer. He's got enough credit.
Rightfully so.
And I don't want to give him any more. And
he's Urban Meyer.
He's Urban Meyer, yes. Once again, he's Urban Meyer.
I don't want to give him credit.
Yes. He said, once you take over a program, those players are yours. They're not the last guy's players. They're your players. So I'm glad that Brent Venables saw the broken players, the bad GPAs, and all those things and tried to fix it. But they're your guys. They're your guys as soon as you step foot on campus. You get the excuse from the fan base who's going to want to be positive about anything you do the first couple of years and say, that's Lincoln Riley's players. All those players who won all those games. Those Lincoln Riley's players.
Yeah.
But now that you're here, things are going to change. We understand there's a transition. And while I believe that to be true, you want to set a different standard. We're going into year 4. Why are we still talking about the past? Hopefully, everything that's going on in Oklahoma has been fixed, right? They're good, right? No more issues. Everything's set going into year 4. It doesn't have any more problems. Everything's good to go as Oklahoma tries to bounce back from a 6-7 season.
By the way, Lincoln Riley, I can just go through his entire time at Oklahoma because it wasn't that much time. 12-2, 12-2, 12-2.
Bob Stoops' guys.
9-2.
Bob Stoops said that culture.
2020, 9-2. 2021, 10-2.
What was their last year?
What?
What was his last year at Oklahoma?
2021.
And what was his record?
10-2.
So the 10-2 team, all
turned
those
into
guys
a 6-7
were broken and their spirits, and sure, I'm sure that could have happened. I'm just not sure what Lincoln Riley was doing to break all the spirits of some of these players.
Oh, he took the ones with intact spirits
to Oklahoma. To USC. Okay, and left the team behind with broken spirits.
It was just kind of like Caleb Williams
and Mario Williams, the receiver,
who ended up like transferring to Tulane.
Yeah, because he wasn't that good. Either way, enough, Brent Venables. You're going in year 4, buddy.
Yeah.
It's time to stop even referencing things that happened in the past. Be like Caserio.
Yeah.
Or someone who's more present about what's going on today.
Be like anyone else.
Anyone else but that. And once
Nick
again,
Caserio's gone, whatever.
To be fair to
10
him,
wins the last 2
I
seasons.
did not hear the question, but it seems your presser going into year 4, don't know why you're talking about the past when there's been 3 seasons since.
Yeah.
Okay. A guy who probably won't be talking about the broken spirits he had to take over because, they've had success is Marcus Freeman at Notre Dame. Well, they made a national title game.
Yeah, let's not lose to Northern Illinois this year. They don't play them this year.
True.
Don't lose to Boise State this year.
Losing to Boise State ain't at the same level as Northern Illinois because they weren't even good in the MAC. But I get your point. You don't want one of those embarrassing losses where you're, 3 touchdown favorites or whatever it was. Understood. But he bounced back, didn't lose another game until the national title game. So you'll take it, right? You'll take that season. He almost killed Riley Leonard on that first drive, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean, he had the flu. Everyone was sick.
I mean, I feel like they ran him into the ground on drive 1, and he barely survived that game.
Yeah, he was yakking on the sideline.
But either way.
He's a gamer.
Yeah, okay.
He might be the best quarterback in Indianapolis right now.
It's not good for the Colts.
It's not good for the Colts.
Not for the Colts. But
I'm ready for Riley Leonard versus C.J. Stroud in Week 14 or whatever it is.
Yeah, the Colts and the Texans don't play till later in the season, both their matchups, so who knows who the quarterback will be for the Colts. But we do know who the quarterback is for your Notre Dame Fighting Irish. It is C.J. Carr, the Nepo baby quarterback.
Whoa.
What?
He's at Notre Dame.
Yeah, just because he's not at Michigan doesn't mean he's not a Nepo baby.
Michigan, he's a Nepo baby.
No, he's a Nepo baby.
He's the grandson.
Yeah. I don't know if you know how it works, but just you know what?
He won the job.
Dakota Johnson never worked on Miami Vice. Doesn't mean she's not a Nepo baby when
he won
she's
the job.
Don Johnson's daughter.
Doesn't matter. He won the job.
I'm sure
it wasn't guaranteed.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
If his name was C.J. Smith, we wouldn't be talking about.
He ran out Steve Angeli, who's going to be a bum at that school, Syracuse.
You mean the guy who's the starter?
Those guys don't turn good quarterbacks around.
No.
Hey, Kyle McCord got cut. Okay.
Yeah. Well, he was in the NFL. Well, at least he got into a camp. Didn't he get drafted?
Yeah, he
won 10 games.
Yeah, Syracuse has a nice offense.
I just have to start now because I feel like there's going to be some real tension between Paul and I this year. More tension there's going to be between you and me on Sunday.
I'm not even that tense because Mario Cristobal is my coach. I don't have expectations. I'll just see what happens.
You got Carson Beck.
Yeah.
Once again,
what happened the last time Notre Dame went to Hard Rock Stadium?
They
came out with an L.
They beat Penn State actually.
Well, before that.
Oh, when they actually played the team who plays their home games there.
Yeah.
They got their ass kicked.
When Mark Richt was the coach.
But there was no one who's a part of either program now was a part of that program then. It's a long time.
But what
ago
happened?
Yeah, when was that?
2017. It was
there's a tweet by was it Miami Hurricane, like the actual Miami Hurricanes Twitter account, or maybe just a fan who was like, what happened last time Notre Dame, and there was video and pictures of the 2017 game.
Who cares?
And it got community noted.
Yeah.
Like, well, the last time they played here was 6 months ago.
Two full classes ago.
Yeah.
2 full high school classes ago.
Yeah, Marcus Freeman was coaching at Cincinnati.
Or graduating classes. Yeah, it's a long time ago. But it's a top 10 matchup. Notre Dame does not have a lot of success going down there, no matter who they're playing, until they beat Penn State last year. So, C.J. Carr is your starter. Saw an injury report where there are multiple tight ends unavailable. I don't know their status on the depth chart. I don't know when Miami released theirs. Cristobal's generally a guy who doesn't like that. The ACC now forces him to in conference games. Not sure he has to do it for an out-of-conference game. So who knows who Miami will roll out there. Who's suspended, we don't know. But how does Notre Dame feel about their team this year? Do they believe they're a C.J. Carr good year away from being a national title team?
I mean, I think as long as C.J. Carr doesn't, become a turnover machine, like they're going to be they have a chance to be back in the national championship game again this year. They've got 2 of the best running backs in college football on their roster. You got Jeremiah Love, who if he was on a different team, he would be a legit Heisman, like top 3 guy. I think he still could, but if he's not, it's because they have Jadarian Price, who's really, really good as well. And they're going to split the carries and not put all of it on Jeremiah Love this year. So as long as those 2 guys stay healthy, I think that they can figure the rest out with a redshirt freshman in C.J. Carr and be good enough this year. Honestly, to me, it's more It helps because obviously Marcus Freeman's a defensive coach, but like losing Al Golden to the Cincinnati Bengals, their defensive coordinator, like I do think that matters a little.
I wish he was still the defensive coordinator, just for all the hate that Miami fans would treat him with once he walked into the building. But yes, he's now the Cincinnati DC. He's certainly had a revival of his career, helped that turn Notre Dame into the defense that he did. What about your pass rush? I was looking at some of your guys on the depth chart. Not a lot of sacks on the resume. Do we expect that Notre Dame defense to use pressure or use blitzing to get after quarterbacks this year, or are they going to be able to do it with their front four?
I think they're going to have to try to do with more blitzing, at least early on. I mean, you've lost some key pieces. Now, I mean, your best cornerback they didn't have last year either. Benjamin Morrison was out for the entire season. But now he's in the NFL. So you've lost pieces in the secondary. But they always just kind of reload and retool. And even without Golden, like you have to have faith in Marcus Freeman as the defensive coordinator, basically. I'm actually not even sure if he's calling plays or not. I don't think he is, but that they'll be fine, good enough. But I would expect to see more blitzing, especially because it's Carson Beck.
Well, he is bad against zone. He's a guy, so I would expect zone blitzing as opposed to leaving your guys man to man. Now, Miami has a boatload of new receivers. They lost a lot of production from the guys last year. Of course, Restrepo spent his time as an undrafted with the Titans. He was cut. The other guys, they didn't really have any great receivers. One guy transferred to Alabama. So it's a lot of transfers and maybe a couple young guys that they like. So there will be
how do you feel?
Acclimation period. Carson Beck, I wasn't thrilled, but he was the best of not a great transfer class. So I understand why they gave him the money and got him in. He's experienced. If you go back to 2023, he was really good. Of course, he did have Lad McConkey and Brock Bowers.
That helps.
So we will. I don't think that Miami has anyone like that. We will particularly unless one of the young guys kind of shows himself. So it'll be, can he figure out a way not to turn over the ball early? Whether it be the Notre Dame game or just throughout the season. He's a guy who in SEC play last year, I think it was like 12 touchdowns, 12 picks. The numbers look okay because he lit up bad teams. But when you talk about conference play, he was not good. He needs a bounce back there. They have one of the better offensive lines in the country. They don't have the backs to the level of Notre Dame, but they got a couple backs. They got a guy from North Dakota State who's pretty good. He may be their third back, rushed over 1,000 yards last year. So the teams will operate differently because I think Shannon Johnson, their OC, will put more on Carson Beck's shoulders than they will for C.J. Carr. As far as C.J. Carr is concerned, and the Notre Dame offense, the jokes for me are, no matter how good Notre Dame is, they're kind of always the same team to me. I call them turkey. Like, turkey's hearty, it's filling, but can C.J. Carr make it Cajun spice turkey, deep fried turkey? Is he good enough to change the look?
We'll see.
Look, Riley Leonard took him to the national title game, but even Riley Leonard, there's a certain ceiling for what Riley Leonard's going to be able to do throwing the football, although he's on the NFL roster. Can C.J. Carr and those wide receivers turn Notre Dame from, okay, this is the same Notre Dame I've always seen, into a team that's more in line with, well, the team they lost to in the national title game, and where they've got real dudes on the outside and the quarterback can get them the ball?
I mean, I like Greathouse and some of the guys that we saw kind of emerge towards the back end of the season last year, specifically in the college football playoffs. Like, I think that will help them, but it's still asking a lot. I mean, my hope this offseason for Notre Dame for C.J. Carr was that he was going to run away with the competition. And it didn't really feel like that ever happened. They were going back and forth for a while, and that's a little discouraging to me because I wonder like what Marcus Freeman will do if like CJ is not good in the first half on Sunday night. Will he make a switch? And I don't.
So you think it was that close where he's not going to get a long leash?
I maybe it's just I feel like if you're not that, it opens the door for that when CJ Carr just can't just shut it and win it. I mean, honestly, I think Angeli probably would have won the job if he wouldn't have transferred.
Okay.
So, because I like Steve Angeli, like I do, I was giving him a hard time, but like I think he's a solid quarterback, and there was a lot of times last year where it felt like the Notre Dame would have been better off with him at quarterback instead of Riley Leonard because he could throw the ball down the field.
And we saw him play under poise in that one. What was it? 1 or 2 series against Penn State?
I think it was just 1 series.
Yeah,
but he drove him down the field.
Yeah,
like he was in there for an emergency situation. He was totally fine. So, if CJ Carr can push the ball down the field this year with the running backs you have, the offensive line's always good. They should be back to where they are. I mean, it's a brutal start to the season. Like you have 2 top 15 matchups to start the season. I like Miami this year. I don't know if they're a playoff team. We'll see how it goes. But then I told Josh Beard this. He was doing the show with me on Monday night, and like I really like A&M this year. Like I'm a big believer in Marcel Reed. So it's 2 tough games to start the season.
Yeah, they have an off week between the Notre Dame Miami game,
Which
and then
I hate.
then they go see A&M at home on September 13th. Yeah.
I despise that they don't have a game week 2.
That's rough. Yeah.
As a fan, honestly, I just like it's the season starts, and then it pauses. And then the NFL starts, but then it starts up again.
Yeah, particularly, it's 2 different ways to look at it. If you win the game, you feel great. You want to see them again. And if you lose the game, you want to get the bad taste out of your mouth and see what you can fix on the field between the Notre Dame Miami game and the Notre Dame A&M game. So, yeah, Notre Dame's has a tough schedule, but Notre Dame always tries to schedule tough. It is nuts. If your name wasn't Notre Dame, you'd probably be out of the playoff picture if you lost the first 2 games of your season.
Mm-hmm.
But because you're Notre Dame and because of the ranking of the opponents, even if you did lose both, it'd be tough, but you can still make your way back in. Starting at 6, you're probably going to be a top 25 team if the disaster did happen. I suspect, at least I hope they split. Look, Notre Dame playing A&M, you were the home of the Aggies. You'll hear that game here. But I think Notre Dame's got that one. At least they should win that game at home. Of course, I want them to die an awful death down in Miami.
That's fair.
On Sunday. We'll see how it goes.
So tomorrow you'll be playing the +2.5 for Miami?
I don't bet. You mentioned CJ Carr and barely won the job. I do want to see how a young quarterback handles that environment because Miami traditionally doesn't have a great environment, but it's like 40 years of hating Notre Dame.
Mm-hmm.
People have had all weekend to get drunk and get ready for the game.
There's like 2 games a year or 2 reliable matchups a year where like, okay, this will be a hard place to play. It's Notre Dame and it's FSU.
Yeah, I mean, even FSU, depending on how the season is going, won't reach a fervor. But because of all the history, the fact that they rarely see them down in Miami, Ian Book talked about it when he did a podcast with Jessica Matana, who's a Notre Dame grad, and also who else was on it? Whoever she does the podcast with, I forgot who it is. I think it was maybe it was Mike Golick Jr. Either way, he talked about how that was the loudest place he had ever played in on the college level, and they went to Georgia, and he said because of how the stadium is built and the people and how much energy they have for that game, it was the loudest stadium he's ever been in, and he did throw a pick 6, so I'm sure it got very loud when he did throw it.
We'll see. I mean, I know CJ didn't play last year, but I've never experienced anything in my life like I did last year at A&M.
Yeah.
Like going to that game, it was. I loved it. It was awesome. It was so loud. And that game was ugly last year.
Yeah, it was not a particularly entertaining game, but Notre Dame and their defense smothered Connor Wegman. So we'll see how that game goes Sunday night. It's a big weekend. We will have A&M football, obviously. Are we having any more games this weekend besides A&M?
This weekend, no. Next weekend, we'll have A&M's second game of the season, and then we'll have OU Michigan. We're going to carry that week too.
So another OU's not in the top 25, are they?
Yes, they are.
Oh, so another top 25 matchup, as long as those teams don't get upset in week 1. And I will say this, hopefully for your sake, Notre Dame avoids what happened the last time they were down there playing Miami, where someone threw a bottle and it cracked the window on the bus, and then that led to the rest of the game. It started before they got into the stadium, and then, of course, they got their heads cracked in throughout the game. So that's a good omen. If someone throws a bottle and it doesn't break a window on your bus, maybe things go your way this time. I hope not.
So.
I hope not.
I hope so.
I know you hope so.
I hope I'm the only happy person of the 3 of us.
Why?
On Monday.
Why? You're rooting against Texas?
Yeah.
Okay. There it is. College football has begun.
We have beef because he Sean stole my Notre Dame job in our college football video game. So
okay.
They never offered it to you.
I know they didn't offer it to me, Sean. So
you're rubbing it in.
I'm anti-Mapes right now.
So as you can tell,
you know what? No, never mind. I have to backtrack on that because this Ohio State thing is so soft with Dave Portnoy. I can't root for Ohio State.
I like it. I like the pettiness, to be honest with you. If you don't know the story, Dave Portnoy, big Michigan booster, Michigan grad, has helped Michigan secure recruits. And he said his things about Ohio State. They are banning him from the shoe. Now, Ross Bjork, the former A&M AD, said, we're not banning him. The rule is for Fox, if you're not on the stage or part of that main crew who is part of the broadcast once they enter the stadium, you don't get on the field. You don't get in the building. That is what he's saying. He's saying it's on Fox. We're not banning him. I hope they are banning him. It's good.
It's soft.
It's fun. I don't want the Michigan honk in my building. That's all.
I kind of want to see the fans just destroy
Well,
him.
that's a different thing. But if you're Ohio
Boo
State,
him.
you're like, you're Michigan through and through. We don't want you making or sending tweets while you're in our building talking about how great Michigan is and how you guys don't beat us anymore. I understand all the pettiness. That's what college football is for. I welcome it. And if Dave Portnoy is going to use it to, elevate whatever, I'm sure that's happening. I saw some people say this is good for Fox, that the fact that this is an actual thing.
Because at some point, Dave's going to have to go on television and talk to Urban Meyer about being banned at Ohio State. It's good TV.
It's good for them.
I'm just glad Ohio State's focusing on the real issue and not that we got a red dot on them. We got a red dot on all 80,000 people that are going to be in that stadium.
I don't like that reference again. Arch Manning said, "We're not the hunted, we're the hunters, and we put a red dot on everybody." That's how they're approaching the season. Good luck.
Good luck, Arch.
Good luck, Arch, in the shoe. All right, we'll go to break. Payne, I see you. You want to talk fantasy football? Thank you, Joe. Hopefully, I'm happy. You're miserable, and I don't care how it goes for Sean. Really, if he wins, cool. If he doesn't,
I'll take it. That's more positive than most people are. In
either
Texas
way,
football.
I mean, getting me to root for Ohio State is never happening. So I'll sit and watch. All right, we'll get to Pena when we come back. If you want to follow him, 713-780-3776. Do Aqueduct.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
We'll get to Pena here, but this may be something that affects some of you when it comes to fantasy football. Rashee Rice, that suspension has come down. So the conspiracy theories about when he was going to get suspended, how many games was it going to be, he gets 6. The NFL was pushing for 10. His team wanted less. Not the Chiefs, his personal team wanted less. I'm sure the Chiefs wanted less too. It winds up at 6, and it starts at the beginning of the year. So some people who thought that the league would make sure he got suspended for games that were less difficult for the Chiefs, they just said, no, the start of the year, take your 6, and we'll see you in week 7. So Rashee Rice, done for 6 games. Kyle Hamilton gets a new deal from the Ravens. So the moves are happening. Waiver claims had to go in by 11 a.m. Central. So we'll eventually start to see who was awarded to who and who starts to sign to practice squads because the transactions never stop in the NFL. But let's get to Pena here. He's got a fantasy football question. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, so I got Quinshon, whatever his name is.
Quinshon Judkins, yeah.
I got him on my bench, and I was looking at that he hasn't signed his contract, his rookie contract yet. So I was I don't know all about all that kind of stuff with the NFL. So is he allowed to play? And if he's not, should I drop him and pick up Dylan Sampson or Braylon Allen? Those are like the 2 best running backs that are still free agents. If you can help me out, you too, Sean. Thank you. Have a great day.
I have not done any fantasy football research. That will begin tonight and tomorrow as we do our draft.
Listen to a pod on the drive over.
Something like that. I mean, I haven't put that much time in, but he cannot play if he's not under the contract. So
no, but at the same time, the reason he didn't have a contract is because he was in a very precarious legal position.
That is true.
That has now been, I guess, taken care of. He won't be thrown in jail.
Correct.
So I would assume that he's able to sign his contract. But, he didn't miss a lot of time preseason. Yeah. Like you said, they have another rookie running back in front of him, Dylan Sampson. So, I don't know. It would be the craziest thing in the world to cut him for, like, Braylon Allen.
And
especially if it's PPR, Braylon Allen gets a lot of catches.
Yeah, and in the much-discussed preseason game featuring the Browns over the weekend, Dylan Sampson, I believe, started for them ahead of...
That's what made it much discussed, right?
Yeah. Yes, it was Dylan Sampson starting ahead of Jerome Ford. Yes, that made it much discussed.
They didn't give Jerome Ford a chance.
Yeah, poor Jerome Ford. How will he survive? And Kevin Stefanski, when asked about Quinshon Judkins today, no update on him as far as his status. So right now, not eligible to play for the Browns.
Do you think he's like, I should get a fully guaranteed contract like Jaden Higgins? And so they're just starting the whole thing over again.
Like, I don't know.
And they're like, dude,
maybe
we thought you were going to be in
jail.
What?
You know what? Second round pick, you're 36 overall. If that is part of the discussion, I would not be surprised.
Yeah.
People just flip the blinds, and now they're just people staring at us.
Oh, cool.
Are those interns?
I don't know. Oh, probably, I think.
Just look behind you. You want to look behind you?
I don't want to.
You don't want to?
No.
Okay, Joe just opened up the blinds, and now they're looking into. Looks like they're interns, right?
Yeah.
I heard my name being mentioned too. Don't worry about me. Sean's the problem. If you guys can hear me. All right.
Untrue.
Pena, call me tomorrow after I've done my study.
Tomorrow's live from the Gold Nugget.
Yeah.
Well, no.
I will have better answers.
Or do we need to play at KG for the draft? And
you know what?
We can't let people know what we think about Dylan Sampson and Braylon Allen,
who
are, by the way, available after the draft.
Yes.
We can't. Got to keep those cards close to
I
the
don't
vest.
know that I know John and Lance won't be listening.
No.
But as far as the guys who are competing against us,
probably not either.
Let's
be honest.
If they're probably not even on their way at that point to the Golden Nugget, if they decide to get one more work day in before they head it down, or even if they're leaving early, they're probably working at 11 a.m. or whenever Pena's going to call. So I'll have a better answer. I don't know where Ollie Gordon is. He's an RB2 that impressed in the preseason. I'm sure he's available.
He's probably also available.
So if you're thinking about a back who may be the the Dolphins' power back this year with maybe Achane getting less carries because he's smaller. Want to keep him healthy. Sure,
Tyreek Hill made that happen.
He makes a lot of things happen. Maybe Ollie Gordon is someone you look at as a back who is down to his Doak Walker award-winning weight. I saw that reported. He got heavier in his final year at Oklahoma State. He's now lost some weight, back down to that 2023 weight. He had a great year that year, had a great preseason, so maybe that's someone to look at who your league isn't really paying attention to as a guy who's going to get some carries for the Dolphins. All right, we'll go to break with that. We will give away another pair of tickets to the Cougs versus Stephen F. Austin. We'll do that when we come back. But first, I want to talk to you about Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Simply put, if you need a plumber, that's the place you go. And let's be honest with ourselves, we don't know what we're doing. In fact, I don't want to have plumbing issues. And if I do, I don't want to fix them because I know I'm going to screw them up. That's why Aqueduct Plumbing Company is a place for you. If you got a problem, they'll fix it, whether it's a big job or a small job. They're equipped to handle it. So if you need something installed like a water heater, whether that be traditional or tankless, or even have it serviced, they'll do that for you. If you need a repipe done, those are big jobs. You need them done if you have an older home because those corroded pipes lead to dirty water. No one wants dirty water. It's a foregone conclusion when we go home. We just assume the water's going to be clean. You turn on the tap, the water comes out, you wash your hands, you wash your clothes, you take your showers. You expect clean water to come out of the pipes. Aqueduct Plumbing Company will guarantee that water is clean. So from hydrostatic testing to drain cleaning, it's all there for you. Just call them at 281-488-6238. Get yourself a free price quote. You don't know what the deal is, but you don't want to be charged for them trying to figure it out. They'll get you a free quote and set you up at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Just go to aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
So the company line continues. We played sound from Nick Casario about Joe Mixon. D'Amico Ryans was asked about it. And the question was, is your expectation that Joe Mixon will play this year? Said, our expectation is we'll go one day at a time. And when he's back, he'll play. So they continue to protect the player. Okay, that's where we are. When he can play, and then the Texans will let us know. Somehow, off that conversation, we got into, because DeMeco played at Alabama, but he never played for Nick Saban. But I'm sure he's been back when Nick Saban was there, and he's got at this point, a very Nick Saban approach to the Joe Mixon thing. Pretty much at this point, quit asking about it, like Joe Mixon told to Maria Taylor, I think.
Yeah.
When the Tua Jalen Hurts thing was going on early in the season after they won a national title with Tua replacing Jalen Hurts in that game against Georgia. He pretty much told her, I think he actually said, quit asking.
Yeah.
So DeMeco's at that point now when it comes to the Joe Mixon talk. He just appreciated if the questions stopped coming. Earlier in the week, we talked about how Saban's assistants had to call him daddy, or maybe they didn't have to, but they decided to call him daddy. One Saban assistant we didn't even mention was Bill O'Brien. We are of the belief that Pete Golden called Nick Saban daddy.
Yeah, I mean, that's reported.
Yeah,
by
he did.
Seth Wickersham.
He did call him daddy. Next, Seth Wickersham in that appearance on a podcast let us know. Did Bill O'Brien call Nick Saban daddy at any point?
Like we talked about, like if you...
He's a Northerner.
Yes. A, not being a Southerner, and B, having a career. Like having if you ever had a better job than the job that you now have, I doubt that you called him daddy. I think it was the guys who came up under Saban and were, receivers, linebackers, defensive back coaches that rose their way up to defensive coordinators and head coaches. I think those, especially Southerners, those guys were the ones that I would suspect called him daddy. I literally just cannot imagine Bill O'Brien doing that. I can imagine Bill O'Brien being in the same room as someone who did that and him not giving him a nasty look.
Yeah, the mass hole. The mass hole from Dorchester, Boston,
Don't you just call
Massachusetts.
that guy?
He's not calling. He's from Massachusetts. He's not calling Nick Saban daddy. No way. He'll beat up a quarterback like Brock Osweiler. He's not calling Nick Saban daddy, a guy he's taller than.
Yeah, no.
There's a line. I don't think that's happening. So what would it sound like if Brian T. Smith, hey coach, Seth Wickersham appeared on a podcast, Apollo Torrey Finds Out podcast, and told us that Saban assistants called him daddy. Did you?
Doesn't matter, Brian. But AFC South champions 2 years in a row, Brian.
What does that have to do with the question?
Doesn't matter what it looked like. Back
Coach.
in the playoffs. Looking forward to the playoffs.
Exactly.
Go ahead. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, you did. But what about the question I asked?
Doesn't matter, Brian.
Okay. Got it. Okay, coach. Got it. I wish this information had come out when he was still in town.
Doesn't matter, Brian. Beat FSU last year. But they're a 2-win team. Doesn't matter what it looked like.
That's right. We beat them. That's right. Yeah, we went on the road and beat FSU. Doesn't matter what it looked like. You're right. Okay. Yeah, I got to agree. No chance he did it.
It's hard to believe.
It's so out of character. I just need the question to have been asked to see what he says. Come on, Boston College media. Someone up there's got to ask him that question, right?
Yeah, I imagine it's such a small beat that you can't get that off.
Probably right. You're probably
I mean, no one's asked anyone else about this.
Yeah, it's true.
I think we have taken more of a
interest in it than other people?
Interest and investigation.
How could this not be the biggest story in college football right now?
Well,
that you've got head coaches littering the SEC who were allegedly calling Nick Saban daddy.
I think it's tough because if you're on the Texas or Miami beat and you're like, okay, we're 3 or 4 days away from Notre Dame or Ohio State game, and we have a Monday availability with coach. Am I going to use my time to ask him?
You can get more than one question in.
Maybe, but I'm not Kirk Bowles. I'm not Brian Davis. I'm not Cedric. I don't know if I'll
But
get
in
a question.
Miami, you're in a big city. Like you're working for a big newspaper. Some of them. You're not Mario Cristobal. I guess he could try to
ask that.
I guess he could try to pull your credential, but I don't think you do that to the Herald. I think you can get that question off if you work for the bigger paper. I get it if you work in Athens, where Kirby can control that. Like if you work in Athens and they're getting ready for Marshall, can you ask if Kirby called Nick Saban daddy?
But I think that they're playing Marshall. Like there's less actual questions you have.
But
you're just gonna.
I understand. There's more room to ask that question. It's not a big game, but you're also playing in you're living in a world where the biggest thing in the area is Georgia football. Yeah. You cannot get knocked off that beat. You cannot have the SID come up to you and go, okay.
Who's Florida playing?
I don't know who they're playing.
I guess Gainesville is also small.
Yeah, it's
enough.
a small.
But it's Billy Napier.
Does he have the power? He's not in a position.
They're going to
let DJ Lagway win more games
in October.
Yeah, let DJ Lagway win more games, and then maybe he'll have the power to pull your credentials.
Was Shane Beamer a Alabama assistant? I feel like he was. I don't know. I don't know. He just seems like he was. I don't know. Other than I guess his last name, why else he would be a head coach?
He was not an Alabama assistant. He did spend a lot of time in the SEC up until the point when he got a head coaching job.
Okay.
But it was mostly at Miss State in South Carolina.
Okay.
Did spend a year. Actually spent like 4 years under his dad at Virginia Tech. But no.
I can't because I think Shane Beamer is the guy you could ask that question to.
I don't know. He's got Lenore Sellers. Maybe he's at a spot where you don't get that question off. They're supposed to be a good team. Thought they should have been in the playoff last year, despite going 9-3. So, I don't know, man. I think it's just something that has to be asked, but I don't think it ever will. Soft. Hey, Lance, can you come here for a second? I'm actually not going to put you in a bad spot for once. So
I don't think any of those people are going to end up surviving from that zombie attack.
Oh, you're watching. Lance just found out about Last Train to Busan because he ain't a real one. He just found out about it.
No.
So we talked about Saban assistants having to call him. Well, not having to, but they decided to call him Daddy.
Has that been
Pete Golding? Seth Wickersham said Pete Golding did it. He
But
put a
do we
name
have
on
any
it.
video or audio of this happening?
Well, we talked about it. If we did, none of those guys would be head coaches. If Sark had been caught on video calling Saban Daddy,
He had
Texas
been
is never
canceled.
hiring
He'd
him.
have been canceled.
So it didn't pop into our head when we had the first discussion. Bill O'Brien was an assistant.
But it's just no chance.
That's what we said. We said there's no chance he called him Daddy.
There's no chance. Wait, was it a joke? Like Nick Saban didn't ask people.
No,
to do
they
that?
just decided to start calling him that.
As a joke. Like
I don't know why they did it
as a joke. I wouldn't do it as a
what's
joke.
funny when you call another grown man Daddy? What's so funny about
There's
it? And if you're from the South, you're Daddy.
I know somebody said no. In the South, people do that. Like what?
Yeah, they do that. Grown men call their daddy
What
Daddy.
part of the South?
I don't know what part.
Not Bill O'Brien part.
Well, Bill
He's
O'Brien's
not from there.
He's a masshole. He's
a
not calling
masshole.
anyone Daddy.
He's a red mass.
But could you see him in the same room while he's standing there and Saban's giving?
What did you say? Where somebody calls him Daddy?
Yeah,
he would have lost his mind.
Like if he's in there, and we talked about it. Ain't no way Mel Tucker called him Daddy.
No,
there's no way. There's a certain line you don't cross. Mel Tucker's not calling him Daddy.
Black coach calling a white coach Daddy.
It's not what you're doing.
That's not. Of all the coaches,
Bobby Williams.
You know, I did wonder why some of those coaches got rid of some of those coaches when they were like Brent Key.
He blamed it on recruiting. He wanted better. Do you think it was because they all refused to call him Daddy and they had to go?
I wonder now.
These are questions.
Did Brent Key not? I mean, he had a really good offensive line, and then he was gone. Did he not call him Daddy?
I don't think Cristobal did it. I don't think.
Have you ever called John Daddy?
F no.
When I wasn't here.
Why would you not being here make me call him that?
Well, I didn't know if that was
you think I was hiding it from you.
Well, I didn't know if that was a thing y'all had before the Me Too movement happened.
What thing? I'm not a woman. What do you mean the Me Too movement?
I didn't know if John Me Too'd you.
What?
Because he made you call him Daddy. I didn't
No,
know.
John can't make me call him Daddy.
Okay,
stop it. Once again, I'm the Mel Tucker here. I'm not calling him Daddy, but John's not making me call him Daddy. That's weird. Mario Cristobal wouldn't do it. I don't see a Cuban man from South Florida calling him Daddy.
No, Mario Cuban would. Mario Cristobal
no
would
chance.
not do that.
But why isn't this a more talked about story? Why aren't guys on the beat in all these places asking these guys?
Scared?
Well, yes. They don't want to get their credential pulled.
Yeah, and they don't want Saban. They don't want Saban getting mad at them either.
No, don't ask Saban.
Now, if somebody's going to bring
Pat
it up,
McAfee should bring it up on game
Pat
day.
McAfee will bring it up.
He should bring it up on game day.
I understand they call you Daddy. Should I call you Daddy? He'll do something like that.
Sark is at Ohio State. Someone's got to ask him. But Sark's from what? He's a California. I know he played at BYU. Where's he from?
Did Jimbo call him Daddy?
Jimbo's a Southern.
I
West
know.
Virginia, right? He probably called him that.
I can
Jimbo
hear
talks fast.
Jimbo's they're talking real fast. Yeah.
Yeah, did it?
Hey, I think we did a real good job. I got a commitment from that 5-star, Daddy. So we're gonna see what happens.
That's where it came from. That was the excerpt. Pete Golding in Recruiting Arch Manning, when he mentioned that Sark was a drinker, and he goes, and he was under pressure because Daddy's on me. Because he said Daddy's on me. I gotta go all out.
Golly. It should be a bigger story. It's an uncomfortable. It's an uncomfortable story.
These are questions that gotta be asked.
It's an uncomfortable story. I cannot believe more people are.
What are we doing here?
How did that not turn into a major thing?
They
on the
are
internet?
across the country coaching some of the biggest programs in the country, and no one's gonna ask one of these guys.
They all want this to go away, but the deep state is going to make it go away. That's right, Daddy.
The liberal media won't ask the questions we're looking for.
I tell you what, I think there's a lot of the South that doesn't want this story to go big.
A lot of coaches don't.
like Kirby.
You think
Kirby doesn't want this to get big?
You think the Georgia people, all the celebrating they're doing,
or Georgia Tech, they got 2 former Saban guys.
None of them want that out there. That's unfortunate.
Kyle Flood
should be the biggest story.
Texas Longhorn offensive line coach there.
The NCAA should investigate. Actually, use your powers for good. Let's find out. And if you did do it, recruiting violation.
I never said that.
A violation.
I never said it to Daniel Jeremiah.
Why would you do that?
Well, just because he does TV and I just do .com.
Well, you kind of are his son. He kind of is your daddy.
I don't do it. My kids don't even call me
Did you
daddy.
call
They just say dad.
You know, maybe not Jeremiah. You're kind of contemporaries. I know who you call daddy.
Yeah, Mel Kiper's daddy.
Yeah, you called Mel
He's
Kiper
draft
daddy. He is the
hey,
daddy.
Daddy, what'd you think about my evaluation, Daddy?
Yes.
You got to do it in a southern voice.
You got to. That makes it better. Come on, man.
Guy from Baltimore.
This got to get done. Maybe later in the season. Nah, the story's going to be over. It's going to be football to talk about.
That story's an evergreen story to me.
For me. Yeah. For me, it is.
I'm going to ask other people. I don't think people know that story.
Ask the guys you know. Ask the guys around. You know a lot. The Joe Moore committee. Ask some of those guys.
Alec, actually, he works at Alabama, but a lot of the guys are DeBoer guys.
Yeah,
I'm going to see if there's anybody who was there when Saban was there. Oh, I can't ask that guy. He's too serious. There's one guy there I know a little bit, but I don't know him well enough to ask that question. And he came from Tennessee over to Alabama, so.
And D'Amico wasn't ever he didn't play for Saban. He wasn't a coach for Saban.
He was a Price guy.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been around an assistant who might have done it. Oh man, you got connections around. You got to start asking questions, man. And then
I'm gonna ask the general manager at Georgia. I'm gonna say, you ever heard of did Kirby ever talk about this?
Did Kirby ever talk about how
it's off the record?
Yeah. I mean,
just
I won't.
Us. I was just gonna tell Dell off mic.
Yeah, one of the guys at the station really wants to know. All right, thanks, Lance, for stepping in. Appreciate it. Lance Zierlein, everybody. You can hear him tomorrow from the Golden Nugget. You can hear the entire, not the entire lineup, but from 7 to 12. We're going to be at the Golden Nugget.
The entire morning.
That's right. We're going to be at the Golden Nugget starting tomorrow. We'll do a show on Friday, too. We're there for the draft, our fantasy draft. We gave away spots. We appreciate all the interest in that. And we have our teams. John had to get another email so he can get back in the league. Because he didn't accept Joe's email and then deleted the email.
Are we all filled up? I actually didn't.
Yeah, I think John's the only one who doesn't have a team name yet. Maybe he's done it since the show ended. My name is Marino's Isotoners. Yours is what, Sean?
No, it's just teammates.
Oh,
teammates. I haven't
you haven't done it yet?
No.
Yeah, we have a Bill's BBL smell as a team name. Lance's Schnitzels. So we got some. We're gonna meet those guys.
Yeah. Okay.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. It is. It is just Granada. That's not.
All right. So it'll be a fun time.
Push comes to shove, I'll figure it out. I'll be IT for him when we get there.
IT, just accept an invitation through an email, John.
As he's sitting there holding his phone farther away from his head.
Have you seen that thing? The magnification on the letters.
Oh, on John's?
On his phone.
No, I haven't seen John's.
It's ridiculous.
I've seen my parents, who are around the same age as John.
Yeah, it's nuts. All right, I did mention this, and I did get distracted because the daddy story is just going to mess with me until I get
Willie
answers.
Fritz calling? Does anyone call Willie Fritz daddy?
I hope not.
I mean, next week.
They can ask the question.
See if they're about that business.
Wait, Mike Elko worked under Jimbo.
So Jimbo was a Saban assistant in LSU.
At LSU. It started at Bama, though, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that would work.
You're right about that.
Or I don't know if, it just doesn't seem likely.
Yeah, because it appears that Nick Saban wasn't the one who told them to call him daddy. They started that themselves.
I do think that when you win 6 national championships, like, people get a little weird about what they call you in a college town.
That's true.
Especially in Alabama.
Probably.
Yeah.
You're probably right about that.
I think after, like, Title III, they're like, you start becoming more than a man.
Yeah, a legend. A living legend.
Yeah.
Who's still active
or
coaching.
Daddy?
at least for Pete Golding. That's confirmed.
Pete Gold. I mean, do you think? I mean, we talked about this so much, and I feel like every 10 minutes that we talk about, we come up with a new angle on this.
Sure.
Do you think it's something that only Pete Golding did, but he told Seth Wickersham, no, we all do it? So he seems less like a weirdo?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Because Pete Golding, you know what he doesn't have in common with a lot of the other guys we've mentioned? He's not a head coach. He was an Alabama defensive coordinator that just never became a head coach.
Yeah, he wasn't of much acclaim before Saban elevated him to that spot.
Yeah, and then he took the DC job at Ole Miss.
Yeah. So to your point,
and I forgot where he's at now.
You may be right about it's a Golding thing, and he's trying to attribute it to other people.
He's just like, oh no, that's a thing we did, Seth.
But he would have had to have let it slip. Why are you telling that to begin with? It's embarrassing.
And that's just what he calls Saban. So he goes, sorry, I was under pressure from Daddy.
Daddy's on me. All right. You mentioned Willie Fritz, who I will assume has never called another grown man who coaches Daddy. Let's give away a pair of tickets to watch his team play right now. First caller. Well, first one who's in.
Yeah, this is
first
for the radio folks.
Yeah, whoever wants them, gets them. It's the Cougs versus Stephen F. Austin. We got a pair of tickets to give away. The Cougs start their second season under the aforementioned Willie Fritz. 713-780-3776 is that number. Watch the Cougs. Should be a good year for them. Some buzz around that team as they get going for their second season under a program builder.
If they start 6-0, will you ask a question on the morning show and call him Daddy?
You know what I'm not going to do? If I'm not calling John Daddy, I'm certainly not calling Willie Fritz Daddy. 713-GO-COUGS is the number if you don't get tickets from us, this show, or the couple shows that follow us, the Paul Gallant Show, or the Killer Bees. They're going to give away tickets as well. So 713-GO-COUGS is that number, or go to uhcougars.com/tickets. Get ready for that thrilling night of plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. It's time for Cougar football. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. So exciting times for the Cougs. Let's see them in action. Let's get started with a win over the Stephen F. Austin Lumberjacks. We're red. I mean, if you're a Stephen F. Austin fan, sure, go to the game. But also, we want the Cougs there being supported by other Cougs. All right, we're done for the day. The Paul Gallant Show is up next. He's followed by the Killer Bees. And I would ask Sean, what does that mean? But he's on the phone, so we're going to wait a little bit. Put him in a tough spot. So what do we know? Texans still making moves. They brought back Harrison Bryant after releasing him. We'll see who they claimed or did not claim off of waivers, and we'll see what other moves they make, as the 53 isn't strictly solidified as of yet. We got Astros, Rockies tonight. Got Fromber on the mound. Let's hope that he flips what has been a disappointing script the last month plus. He's not been good. Let's change that. Let's not leave Jason Alexander to save the series and just get one to avoid being swept. I don't want to be in a spot where we're talking tomorrow about Jason Alexander helping us avoid a sweep or in a position to do that. Let's have Fromber win tonight, or at least contribute to a win. Then we can try to take the series with Jason Alexander. So, Sean, since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
Yeah, Daddy. Do you? We'll talk to you tomorrow.
in the air, center field. Playable for Brenton Doyle. And the Astros are going to drop this one to the Colorado Rockies 6-1. Astros strand 11 compared to 2 left on for the Rockies. Colorado with 4 runs in the third, all unearned runs, and 2 more in the fifth. Win the opener of this 3-game series and the opener of a 10-game homestand by the final of 6-1.
Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Wednesday, August 27th of 2025. I'm Paul Gallant, and this is the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. With John Mapes behind the glass, you can jump aboard it by calling in, as Voice Guy himself said, on the HRNP listener line at 713-780-3776. It's how you call, it's how you text. You can join on YouTube or on the Twitch at ESPN Houston on the tube, at ESPN 975 on the Twitch, or listen along on the brand new ESPN Houston app available for your iPhone and your Android, and of course, on 97.9 HD2. Let me start off today's show by saying this. I will not let an Astros loss to the Colorado Rockies get me upset. I will not let an Astros loss to Colorado get me agitated. I will not let an Astros loss to a historically bad baseball team get me down. I will not let the Astros losing a baseball game with a chance to get a 2.5 game lead in the American League West, I will not let it bother me. I will not do any of those things. I'm just not going to let it get me down. I'm not going to let it get me down. I'm just not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I won't do it. 6-1, losing to a awful team that Chinese Taipei / Taiwan could maybe score a run against. I'm just not. I'm not going to let it happen, okay? It won't. It will not happen. It will not happen on this show. I'm not going to get upset about it. No, I'm not. I'm not going to get mad about losing to a really bad team. There's nothing that could potentially put me in that place. Nothing. I'm telling you, there's nothing. Here's Astros pitcher Hunter Brown after last night's game.
I only a homer here. Threw exactly where I wanted to. I don't even think he really caught it that well. So, that's the way it goes sometimes.
Seven strikeouts. Like, look at the quality of your stuff. It's been a while.
Yeah, I felt good about that. I thought, honestly, aside from a couple of pitches, my execution was really good tonight. Obviously the ball to left center, Moniak hit, and then, the home run. Not the results I'm looking for, but all in all, just gotta be able to flush it and go out there, again. Try to chew up innings for the team, things like that. I feel like that was just kind of, really just unfortunate that was the way that the game worked out today.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. 2 things there. He did 2 things. And I said I'm not going to get mad about the Astros losing a game to the Rockies. I'm not going to do it. I'm not. I'm telling you, I'm not doing it. You can't make me do it. Hunter Brown, I know you're trying to make me do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm not. You can't make me do it. Even if you're saying the same thing that Luis Severino said during the 2022 ALCS. Oh, it's only a home run at Dyken Park. Hunter, they're little leaguers. The Rockies are little leaguers. I understand that they're paid money to play baseball. Not going to be for long. Nope. They might all be blackballed from the sport. Rich Kotite with the New York Jets style. But that's not going to work me up. And neither is saying, hey, I thought my stuff was good. And why does every pitcher do that? Why does every pitcher do that? Every pitcher in baseball will tell you, yeah, I thought my stuff felt good. Thought it felt good. Well, listen, I get that not all the runs were your fault. Take a look at the earned runs for Hunter Brown in last night's 6-1 loss to the Colorado Rockies. And yeah, I mean, hey, I don't know what was going on at that exchange at second base where Jeremy Pena dropped the ball and missed the tag. I don't know what was going on there. Should have been a double play. Led to a rally. Rockies all of a sudden are up 3-1, 4-1. You kind of feel like the game's out of hand, even with Yordan Alvarez returning down 3 runs. But I don't want to hear that. It's the Rockies, guys. Which leads me to a question that I'm going to ask you guys. Are the Astros too cocky? I saw this thrown out there by one of the people that actually does get rage baited by one of 162 baseball games. This is from an account called @HoustonHorn08 on Astros Twitter, which is a place that makes our Twitch, at least the people who are unbanned on said Twitch, look like a bunch of choir boys. Texans worthy in the eyes of some. The Astros are an AL leading 32-23 against teams above 500. This is why they play like this against the Rockies. They simply don't give a bleep. He said the poop word. They know when it really matters. They're the best team in the league. Bunch of cocky mother bleepers. And we got back to this constant feeling that Astros fans have about how they're awful against sub 500 teams. Not entirely true, but they're starting to add up. And where not too long ago, the Astros were actually 7th in teams that were below 500. Now, they are 12th among playoff teams if the season were to end today against sub 500 baseball teams. So, look, it's one of 162. And I'm not going to get mad about a loss to the Rockies, even though it's justifiable to get mad about a loss against the Rockies. But are you of the mindset that this team's too cocky, that this team's too full of itself, that they are high on their own supply, that they like the smell of their toots, that they're going to pull a Kyle's dad from South Park, Mr. Bravlovsky. They're going to pull a Mr. Bravlovsky and pull out a wine glass and just go and take a big old whiff and be like, oh, God, I'm the best. Do you think they do that? I don't get that impression. I don't. And I'm not going to get mad about last night's loss. But, I mean, come on, it's the Rockies. You've lost twice to the Rockies this year. Right now, you're 2-2 against the Rockies on the season. 2-2. This is one of the worst teams in baseball history. And by the math, if you look at Rockies wins this season, a little bit over, I'll do a little math. You got 38 wins, 2 of the wins, so 2 divided by 38. I mean, a little under 3% of their wins are against you. And it's an interleague matchup. That's all it takes. Anyway, you want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. From the 281, it's because you don't care about baseball, Paul, LOL. I mean, I don't like baseball, but I like the Astros because they win. And I'll like the Astros until they stop winning. So the game was on one of my 2 televisions last night. I started watching Dexter Resurrection again. I had no idea that the cast was as loaded for this season as it is, with Uma Thurman and Peter Dinklage and Neil Patrick Harris and the girl that is Jesse's girlfriend in Breaking Bad / the B from Apartment 23 and a bunch of other things. Kind of have a crush on her, whatever. Hey, sorry, girlfriend, just admitting things. I started watching that show, but I could not help but look up at the screen and see what went down, which was a loss to the Rockies. And I'm not mad about it, but at the same time, You're better than that. This isn't. I make the joke. I should be able to leave the Astros in the car with the air conditioning on. A loss like this is like a embarrassing home injury. Walking out of the shower. Oh no, the floor slipped. The slick. Oh God, I fell on my ass. I have a bone bruise on my ass. I just Jesus Sanchez to myself. It's a home injury. It's me walking into the kitchen on a nightly basis and hitting my head on an open cabinet. That front one that's right by the dishwasher. It happens all the time. It's a home accident. Shouldn't happen. I'm not going to get mad about it, but I get why you might be. So if you want to vent about it, you can. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 from the 713. Overall frustrating how the team's playing of late, but every year Houston freaks out about this time, and then when it's the postseason time, everyone comes back down to earth a little bit, except for last year and maybe the year before. From the 832, I hate seeing the A's, Angels, and Rockies in our schedule since I know we'll lose 2 of 3 if not get swept. That's an exaggeration, but it does feel that way. And now the Rockies are 2-2 against you on the year. You know? Anyway. You want to jump in, you know how to do it. Coming up next, ever watch that TV show, Are You Afraid of the Dark? It was a Nickelodeon show back in the day. Well, the Houston Texans are trying to do their own version of that show and pulled off a master class of keeping you in the dark today. You'll hear how. Next is the Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass. Stay put.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
So the Astros lost to the Rockies. Who wants to talk about that? Who even wants to watch this series? This is one of those series where you're just not going to find any happiness in it unless you're betting on it. And even then, I mean, what are you going to bet on? The under for the Rockies, who are probably going to be like 10-run dogs in these games?
I had strikeouts for Hunter Brown, which cashed.
It did?
Yes.
Shout out to Prize Pick, Sean.
Yes, but nothing much else for the Astros would have, especially in the bat. If you liked any of the batters, that would not have cashed.
I'm going to tip my cap to you, being the baseball guy of the show. Taking the over on Hunter Brown strikeouts against the Rockies, which, now that I think about it, yeah, that is a pretty good one to take. So they lose 6-1 to the Rockies. Framber's on the hill tonight. I mean, Framber, good God, don't do this to us. Don't do this to us.
Please, Framber, we need you.
Oh. Have you ever watched the television show Are You Afraid of the Dark? This might date me. I'm a 36-year-old man. Wasn't allowed to watch cable TV growing up. Shows on Nickelodeon frightened my family. My mom wouldn't let me watch it because she thought Angelica, the 3-year-old brat from Rugrats, was a bitch. As if she's Bart Simpson, which, by the way, like, not even close to one another. Bart Simpson wasn't even that bad, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, he's a rapscallion.
Yeah, he's a rapscallion. Angelica, not that bad. I was not allowed to watch Nickelodeon because of it, but I still would watch it.
Oh, really? I had a specific ban on Rugrats because my mom was like, so the show about how the kids run away and everything's fine? No thanks.
You know what? That's a much better rationale.
But Cat Dog was in play. Love
Cat Dog, SpongeBob SquarePants.
Yeah.
Nickelodeon had some good shows. Are You Afraid of the Dark was one of them in the early to mid-90s. It was a horror show of sorts. Scare the hell out of you if you were a kid. That one episode with the clown putting the balloons underneath the bedroom door. There's some pretty scary episodes in it. I had a theme song that sounded like this, and it was very ominous. Heartbeat in the background. Creepy child laugh. Are You Afraid of the Dark? Rated Y7, which they made it seem like it was a big deal when you were watching as a kid. Yeah, watch a Nickelodeon show that's Y7. You're probably thinking to yourself, Paul, what's up with this dated reference? No one has any clue what the hell you're talking about. Fine, I'll tell you. The Houston Texans are doing their own version of the Nickelodeon TV hit from the 90s. Are You Afraid of the Dark? They're keeping you in it. And this fog that you were in the midst of, no one's trying to help you find your way out. It's like a PG version of Stephen King's The Mist. Oh, where am I going to go this year? Am I going to have a running back for C.J. Stroud? How's this Houston Texans team going to function without Joe Mixon, who everyone seemed to forget to ask about for the last, month and a half? It's one of the biggest misses in Houston media in quite some time. Today, Nick Caserio had a press conference in the morning, and after 2 questions about British Brooks, guys, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? No offense to British Brooks. He's a special teams player. What the hell is up with Joe Mixon? 2 questions about British Brooks to open things up? Ask about Joe Mixon. I don't care if you're not going to get an answer. I think a screw just fell loose of this table. Don't care. Ask about Joe Mixon. Shout out to my friend Landry Locker, who dug into Nick Caserio asking, like, hey, man, what's going on?
With Mixon, or did y'all anticipate it would be this bad?
Yeah, I mean, with all the injured players, kind of taking one day at a time, and so whatever their timeline is, we kind of handle accordingly. I'd say the players that are on PUP or NFI, I mean, they're out 4 games or 4 weeks, so once we get through 4 weeks, we'll kind of evaluate it at that time.
Pause for a moment. He's like, oh, he's going to be out 4 weeks. What's hilarious about this is somehow he finds a way to just make the question about the entire team, which is something D'Amico Ryans has done. I am impressed. I think that both D'Amico Ryans, because of his size and strength, and because of his ability to answer questions, and Nick Caserio, because of also his size, strength, shape. I think both of these guys would be able to withstand black site torture based off of how they completely go around answering critical questions. But Landry Locker, he brought his pliers to today's press conference. Here he is going after Nick Caserio's pearly whites.
Instead of PUP, was it something away from the facility?
No, it's not my call. It's the league's call. So you turn the transactions in, and they put the players in categories. So that's how it's handled.
Pause. Wait. He just put this on the league. I'm impressed.
He took it's the non-football injury list, so he got hurt away from the facility, and he turned that into, well, that's the league's thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like he could have said yes or no, and then give you nothing. Yes. He just gave you nothing instead.
Bravo. Truly, bravo by Nick Caserio.
It really is something like we talk about it with the Texans mostly. Like the Astros do their own thing. It's their different style.
The Astros
of it.
fumble while answering and say the wrong thing, and then we come back to it.
These guys are good.
Yeah.
Like I would have messed up and accidentally shown my cards of, yes, he got hurt away from the facility. That's why it was on the non-football injury list and why he missed OTAs.
It's a tight ship. There's no leaks. I asked a couple of national media friends, have you guys heard anything? No. Everyone's speculating at this point in time. What's going on with Joe Mixon? Maybe he's out for the year. Maybe he's only out for 4 weeks. We don't know. But Caserio right there is just like, I don't know.
It's the league. Ask Roger Goodell.
League put him on that list.
Sorry, Landry.
It's a master class, and you compare the Texans and the Astros based off of the way that they talk to us, which is the team that's won 2 championships and has been to a bunch of other ones. The Texans definitely appear to be that team. But again, appearances aren't everything.
This guy learned from the best.
He did. That's true. That is true. Nick Caserio did come from Foxborough, Massachusetts, and instead of being grouchy, I think he just bores everyone into not asking the tough questions. But you got to ask the tough questions, even if this is the answer you're going to get, whether it's D'Amico Ryans or Nick Caserio. This is me pointing at all you people who go out to the press conferences and are supposed to ask the questions. These press conferences now take place at a time where it would be inconvenient for me to go there, ask the questions, and come back for my show. If the Texans know that, I don't know. But honestly, it feels that way at times. Landry Locker with one more question for Nick Caserio. How's he going to dodge this bad boy?
Playing this year, Mixon?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression and then make a determination.
We'll see. Okay. Props to Nick Caserio. Props to the Texans because this is what they do best. He was actually asked, Caserio, more about Joe Mixon. This time he was asked by Adam Wexler of the Rockets flagship, and Adam got very creative, and I want to give him a shout out for trying to find a way to ask the same question in a different way, which, by the way, people who are out there, that's what you're supposed to do, even if it's annoying and it might cause you a little bit of discomfort in your daily beat job.
Do you view reserve NFI for Joe no different than a guy on IR designated to return?
It's the same category. Yeah, some of this is logistics and vernacular. Honestly, I think a lot of it is made more of it than it really is. So whatever the status is, they're on reserve, it's 4 games. So after 4 games, then you see where the player is. It doesn't mean they're going to come back. It just means they're available to start the 21-day window. So those players are all treated the same. That's how we view it. Maybe other teams view it differently, but that's kind of how we approach it.
Pause. Filibuster. Great filibuster. The Democratic Party should consider hiring Nick Caserio. Hey, man, this is different. This is not like anything else. We don't know how he got hurt. And he hasn't practiced at all this training camp. And he's out at least the first 4 weeks. And it stands to reason he's going to be out longer, given that there's probably going to be a ramp-up period to get it back out there. I don't know how long he's going to be out. None of us do. But please do not tell us that this is just like all the other ones. Nope. Not Joe Mixon. Not Joe Mixon, who, by the way, is in the same category on the injury report as, let me take a look here. taking a look at hang on a second. The reserve non-football injury list, Joe Mixon. Okay, if it's the same as the reserve physically unable to perform list, which features Danico Autry, Tank Dell, who doesn't have a knee, it sounds like he's going to be out for a while. Again, at least 4 weeks.
Just procedural, Paul.
Adam asked Caserio another follow-up, a tip of the hat to the Big J journos out there who actually do ask questions instead of talking about British Brooks.
Sitting here today, you're not ready to say whether he'd be available over that 7 weeks, including that 21-day window?
Yeah, all those players that are on that reserve category, every single one of them, they're out 4 weeks. So after 4 weeks, we'll see where they are.
Okay. D'Amico Ryans also spoke about Nick Caserio. Excuse me, not about Nick Caserio, about Joe Mixon moments ago. He gave a really long answer about why he wants to keep everything regarding Joe Mixon in-house, even amidst the speculation that's building, and then talked about frustrations with inaccurate reports and microwave society. Long answer. We'll play the clips a little bit later, but this was playing as I was driving into the station. So D'Amico's doing the same thing. Let's go back to Nick Caserio's press conference. There was one more question. I'm going to impersonate him. I'm going to act like I'm a Big J journalist. Nicholas, it's Paul Gallant here with the London Star Gazette. I've flown all the way from foggy London town to understand what's going on with Joe Mixon. My British viewers would like to understand what's going on with Joe Mixon. Is it possible that he'll miss a significant amount of time? Please let me know. I understand. I work for a corporation that's owned by the government. You might call these feds, but could you please answer my question here?
Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe yourself. My theory on feds is they're like mushrooms. Feed them and keep them in the dock.
It would be more fun if Caserio just went full Boston accent like Detective Dignam from The Departed, wouldn't it? It would be a little more fun. A little more fun. I mean, he did work in Massachusetts, the New England area, for 20 years, and that is the part of Massachusetts where the accents start to get thicker. Foxborough and South. As you get closer and closer to Providence, Rhode Island, that's where it turns into legitimately Peter Griffin from Family Guy.
It would. I mean, part of it is that he needs to filibuster, but it would save a lot of people's time if he would just answer, go F yourself.
Yeah.
Because that's basically what he's doing when he's like, well, it's the PUP non-football injury list. There's no difference, really. Just, how about this, Landry? Go bleep yourself.
I think he gets a kick out of this. I really do.
Some sick satisfaction.
He's a sports radio listener. He's an avid sports radio listener. He knows what sounds good and what doesn't sound good.
Hi, Nick.
And if you listen to some of the shows that he joins, which, by the way, we were the one station that did not get to have him on, Texans PR. If you listen to him when he's on with people he's comfortable with, he screws around a little bit. Like, he gets loose. But up here, I know he gets a kick out of this. He has to. I would too, by the way. I'm not faulting him. He's doing what he's supposed to do. My big issue today is there's this small town kind of mentality with the Texans beat from time to time. And it's been like this since I've been back. And sorry to be old man yelling at a cloud here, but this question about Joe Mixon should have been asked every single day. And D'Amico Ryans' long answer about how he doesn't like this, that should not keep anyone from asking the question. It's annoying, and he's going to get the same answer. But you got to keep asking. You got to hope he breaks down. Or maybe he leaks it to somebody he trusts so that this is finally off of his back. You got to ask. You got to ask. Paul, there is such thing as a dumb question. Not in these settings. The questions that are being asked about, like, what's your relationship like with D'Amico Ryans? Good. Like, obviously, what's he going to say? The questions that are being asked about players who made the team that you were surprised to make the team. No one cares. No offense. Good for them. No one cares. Ask the important questions. You know what the two important questions that should have been asked were today? What's going on with Joe Mixon? And what's going on with the guy who is being sued for assaulting someone while on meth, allegedly? Those are the two things that matter.
And British Brooks.
And British Brooks. Anyway,
The British Brooks thing is ridiculous.
The first two questions were about British Brooks. Like, I get it. Like, he made the roster cool. You about to write a feature piece about him?
I mean, probably. But was that McLean?
No.
Okay.
No.
McLean normally or when he was there, covering for the Chronicle, he would get the first question.
I don't think he gets first question anymore. Okay. No. But like we're starting with softball. So just rip the Band-Aid off. My God. Like Joe Mixon has been missing for months, and literally every single person who follows the National Football League is now like, whoa, what's going on here? And I personally think it makes us look bad. It's like, oh, we don't know what's going on in our own home. Little Johnny's smoking the reefer upstairs. Little Johnny's smoking. Puff, puff, puff.
It's 8 days before the kickoff to the NFL. Do you know where your running back is?
Yeah. They show that advertisement of the kids to the drive-thru, and the little kid riding his tricycle on the sidewalk of a busy street. It's like, actually, like, what's going on with the parents here? And then they're smoking, and they're stoned out of their mind, and they run the kid and the trike over. Like, that's how Texans media looks. Either the parents or the kids in the car when it comes to the Joe Mixon stuff. And I get it. Like, you're not going to get an answer. You still got to ask. Like, we went over a month without anyone asking about it. And there were reports that things were actually going well from people that I like. And I like everyone who covers the team. I do. And people are probably going to be mad at me for this. But, like, between Laramie Tunsil not being made available, which is on the people that are actually on the beat to make that happen. You got to talk to the PR people so that we can talk to Laramie Tunsil about an offensive line that doesn't seem to give a bleep. Stephon Diggs, we didn't see him for like 4 months after he signed. Like, this stuff is small town. Small town. This isn't a college town. I told that to a Texans PR person once before. This is not Tuscaloosa. This is not state-run media. People that follow this team deserve at least someone to ask that question. And it's not happening. And it bothers me. It bothers me. Anyway, Paul, who cares about the liberal media? Fine. 713-780-3776 to call to text. You could argue I'm being a soft boy right now. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Let me tell you about my friends at St. Arnold who have a beer for everyone. Lawnmower. I love the lawnmower can. It's got a dude in a Hawaiian shirt on it. St. Arnold, my spirit animal, has a beer garden. Their beer garden, fantastic spot. We hung out there on my birthday as a station. Back on April 11th, it's a place for everyone. And for private events, St. Arnold has a space for everyone. If you're holding a big event, whether it's a wedding or a reunion or a birthday party, anything, trade show, company happy hour, St. Arnold has you covered. They've got awesome spaces, a beer hall for big groups up to 300 people, for smaller groups of 20 or a little more. Smaller than 100 people, they've got the Investors Pub. Both of these rooms have full audio and visual capabilities, projector screens, and offer a full in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef, from an appetizer table to a full-on feast. And on top of that, they have beer for your event. The freshest St. Arnold beer in the world, straight from the source. Wine, cider, root beer as well. Book your event now, especially those holiday parties, to get prime dates, whether it's a daytime rental or evening event, weekday or weekend. And since you listen to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, mention ESPN or my name, Gallant, and you'll receive the brewery game package free for your event. It gives you dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, a pool table, and as a bonus, a photo booth. Get started, StArnold.com. Click on private events. That's StArnold.com. Again, private events. Tell them Paul Gallant sent you.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
The most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros lost 6-1 to the Rockies last night. Ew, but I'm not going to get mad about it. Also, the Texans are being dodgy when it comes to telling us what the hell's going on with Joe Mixon. But the dodgier they are, the more I assume that he's going to miss a long, long time, if not the entirety of the year. Good luck, Nick Chubb. Big opportunity for Dameon Pierce and Woody Marks. From the 281, a texter asks, because I was going after local media for not asking about Joe Mixon for like a month plus. Serious question, but if you ask tough questions, is there a chance you lose your press credential? Well, it does vary organization to organization, but there are ways to fairly word that question, politely word that question. I think the questions that we played today from Landry asks some more ones about like keeping things close to the vest when it comes to injury news. In addition to that, and Caserio didn't really push back, but I think he was a little more animated in that answer than he was in the ones that we played. But they were politely worded. And I would say the same thing with Adam Wexler, who creatively worded it. It's all about how you word it. I mean, you can't go in there, and I think sometimes people hear a press conference, which are generally dull, and you're hoping like one of the reporters is going to come in there. He's got his reporter's hat on and like it's the 1930s or something like
Whereas
that.
press written in the fedora.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Mister.
Sir, excuse me, sir. And it's like, Sean, they're looking for you to make them uncomfortable as a reporter. They're looking for you to make these people squirm, which is why some people watch the White House press briefings, and whether you lean left or you lean right, there's probably a select few reporters that are going to ask the tough questions that go across party lines, and the press secretary is generally going to be combative with that person, and like that battle's the big battle for the day. It's really stupid and performative, but I think that also applies to the sports world. And when your team is playing poorly, people, I think, want the local reporters to ask questions like, why do you suck, you stupid losers? F you! That's my question. F you! They want that. And
That's my question, F you.
You do that, yes, they will revoke your press credential. Yeah. They will.
It also matters who you work for, or what beat you're covering, like what outlet you're covering the Texans.
For sure. But I'll say this: everyone dumps on the Texans flagship all the time, and I would say I dump more on their choices as far as people on the air than anything else. But when I was back there, I remember I asked Bill O'Brien when they were 0-3 in 2018, before they won 9 games in a row, like, why should people trust you to continue to coach this team after an 0-3 start? And he actually gave a really thoughtful and answer to that. And we had established a relationship over the last couple of seasons before that, so I felt comfortable asking that question, but it was still an awkward one to ask. As long as you ask it politely, they're not going to remove you. Now, certain other places, they might, and generally this is the college towns where their credential gets revoked, or the really small beats with the small markets where there's not enough clout. But like something like this in the Northeast would not fly. And I'm sorry to, be a Yankee carpetbagger down here, but it's crazy to me that this Joe Mixon thing has been essentially put off to the side as people are almost hoping that a report is going to come nationally that they can follow up on. No, you got to ask every day. I get it. It sucks. It's uncomfortable, but these people aren't your friends. Like, you can have a transactional relationship, but they're not your friends. And I think as access becomes more and more limited, I think some people in the game are turning it into that. Like, they think that's what they have to do. And I don't believe that's the way it goes. But then again, I'm 36, and maybe somebody who's younger and can actually connect with these players knows better. I don't know. All I know is I see people, specifically in college football, we played some of the audio yesterday. People are getting mad about the idea like, oh, you don't think I'm the best? That's disrespect.
Yeah.
Can you believe like people will ask questions and if the question is like somewhat suggestive that this person is not the second coming, then some people are going to say like, oh, man, that's a disrespectful question. It's like, how soft are you? Speaking of, every Wednesday at 12:30, we do a little segment called Soft Boys. In honor of the time that Rockets head coach Ime Udoka called out LeBron James in the midst of a Rockets-Lakers game and called him a soft-ass boy, every Wednesday at 12:30, we take you through who's been soft in the world of sports and beyond. All-time soft boy, Cracker Barrel. So Cracker Barrel last week made a moderate change to their logo, which, if you really think about it and compare the restaurant chains of yesteryear to the restaurant chains of today, you'll notice that all buildings are becoming box-shaped and similar, right? This is maybe a tinfoil hat Thursday take, but generally all these buildings which are rented out to companies who will, not companies, the small, private business that will own a franchise. When they go out of business, like, how do you sell a Whataburger building?
Yeah, a Pizza Hut shaped Pizza Hut.
Exactly, Sean.
Yeah.
So like, I understand what's really going on behind the scenes. It's not like woke culture or anything like that. They're trying to make the logo more generic and the signs more generic so that these buildings, if they go out of business, and Cracker Barrel probably will,
can turn over.
They can turn them over. They can flip them. Right. It's all about BlackRock. It's not about, the woke left. But Cracker Barrel changed their logo. They faced a lot of backlash for it. I think it's hilarious that they faced all the backlash for it. And after putting out a statement that we read yesterday where they said, hey, Uncle Herschel's still going to be a part of the Cracker Barrel brand, now they have completely fallen on the sword like a bunch of P words. Company statement from Cracker Barrel. We thank our guests for sharing your voices and love for Cracker Barrel. We said we'd listen, and we have. Our new logo is going away, and our old-timer, that's Uncle Herschel, say it right, will remain. At Cracker Barrel, it's always been and always will be about serving up delicious food, warm welcomes, and the kind of country hospitality that feels like family. I don't know. I think it feels close to a highway. As a proud American institution, our 70,000 hardworking employees look forward to welcoming you to our table soon. I feel bad for those people who are working, especially if you're a server. Probably going to get less tips because there will be less traffic.
On the front lines, yeah.
This is not going to help them out. Like,
no. Damage is already done.
The damage is done. They shouldn't have done this. But backtracking, I think, makes them look weak. Yeah. They're soft.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's something. Again, the damage was already done. Like, you're already the main character of the culture war for like 10 days. Like,
yeah,
you're not going to be able to put it back in the box. You know.
I suppose Bud Light has recovered from the Dylan Mulvaney thing, but yeah, like. You lost it.
But that wasn't like that
was
not
just
a beer
an ad.
that's
readily available. It wasn't even an ad. It was like an Instagram post.
Yeah, like that was just like a thing that hey, don't keep doing that. Okay. But this is like it's also a little bit of my like I don't know, someone probably had to just justify having a job for the last 6 months.
Yeah, like,
so
I got a new logo.
What if we do a rebrand?
Right. And I mean, generally logo rebrands do not help. Take a look at, I believe Tropicana did a rebrand, and they lost, like, their stock plummeted after that because people were like, what happened to Tropicana? So they started buying other orange juice because people couldn't recognize the new one. Anyway, Soft Boys continues. Man, this is a rough look for Colorado, who no longer has Shedeur Sanders, who went 7-6 in his time at Colorado, right? Was it that? 13-12?
Yeah, he played 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Bad the first season.
Above 500.
All right, the second season.
Colorado, no Travis Hunter, no Shedeur Sanders, has retired their mascot, a live Buffalo mascot named Ember. Why? Because Ember has, quote, an indifference to running, end quote. The school is training Ralphie 7 for her debut. Oh, androgynous name. But the team will take the field without its live mascot in the interim. Oh, man. So you got Deion Sanders, missing a couple of toes, wearing Depends on the sideline, and no Buffalo on the sideline. All-time bad vibes. All-time bad vibes for the Buffs going into the season.
It's also like, hey, Ralphie, whatever number this was, you're the coach out there, lost toes. He's wearing Depends.
Yeah.
You can't run?
Yeah.
We only need you to run for like 30 seconds.
That's it.
Just do a little lap and back in the transport.
Give him some hay or
indifference to running.
That's pretty lame.
Please.
You know what? I got a way to make them a little less indifferent to running. Get some Comanche Indians out there. Bow and arrows, chase them down on horseback. Or get some pioneers. Oh, that would be kind of messed up. Shooting at it.
Then becomes a display of the conquering of the West.
Right, yeah. So, I mean, listen, if you do like a Native American on horseback chasing the buffalo, like maybe that.
Some ancestral
memories. Instincts. Yeah. And yeah, exactly. Like maybe that makes them run a little bit more. Great book, by the way, Empire of the Summer Moon, about the Comanche Indians. Soft Boys continues. Who's been soft in the world of sports? Oklahoma under Brent Venables. Definitely not the Oklahoma of old. Brent Venables talked about what he took out of Oklahoma's program. And when I hear him talk, I feel like he needs all of that back.
So we had a lot to work through, and I chose not to, ask anyone to leave when I first got here. Just let me give everybody a fair shot and just kind of see where we're at. And through time, some players chose to leave. Some players just weren't fitting the bill when it come to going to class and living right off the field. As a football program, we had a lot of issues. The first year, we had guys weren't going to class. We had a 2.2 team GPA, and a lot of guys that didn't pass drug tests, a lot. And so what comes with that? Lack of motivation, lack of synergy.
I don't know, man.
Lack of, again, ambition, and so we had and there were some broken spirits too. And guys that maybe weren't confident on what we could become. So, changing the mindset, how we thought.
Okay. Like, I get it. GPA and futures and getting things back on the right track. Remember when Oklahoma was at their best? If you watch the Cowboys documentary, it was when Barry Switzer was running the program, and they did none of those things. None of those things. We're talking about get back to your roots for Ralphie, the Colorado Buffalo mascot. Oklahoma, let's get back to those 80s roots. Well, minus some of the things that definitely you can't do.
You can leave some of that stuff.
Yeah, like whether it's Joe Mixon or some of the other things that were going down back in the day in Oklahoma. Those could go to the side. But Oklahoma, I'm pretty sure you have the lowest academic standards there are when it comes to the Big 12, right?
I don't know about that, but I know the state of Oklahoma isn't exactly super high up on all the rankings.
Right.
And I imagine Oklahoma's in that ballpark.
They're in the SEC now, right?
Yes, they are in the SEC.
So.
The thing with this, though, is that he's going into his fourth year now.
It's already been 4?
Yeah, so there's a 6 and 7 year, a 10 and 4 year, and then another 6 and 7 year. And so it really doesn't make sense. Like, wait, so you figured it out for 1 year, and last year, I guess you just went to the SEC and it was too tough?
I think that's the
impression. Is that the implication?
It's all Jackson Arnold's fault.
Who you ran off Dylan Gabriel to start? You did that, Brent Venables?
I forgot about
you did
Dylan
that.
Gabriel.
The 10 and 2 year was Dylan Gabriel.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Whatever happened to Dylan Gabriel? Nothing, right?
Not a starting quarterback for the Browns, but might be the heir apparent.
Yeah.
For the Cleveland
also,
Browns.
Undefeated regular season at Oregon. Ooh, whoops.
Soft Boys continues. Some people think that this program is anti-Texas A&M Aggies, but we're not. We're not anti-Texas A&M Aggies. A shout out to Aggies running back Le'Veon Moss for this take when asked if he's going to go out of bounds coming back from injury a little bit more to evade hits.
Would you be more inclined to just go out of bounds now if you're
Nah.
arrested now?
Nah.
Not
I'm a
just
man.
Try to save yourself or anything?
I'm a man. Running out of bounds just like running from a fight.
Okay, love it.
I love it too. You know who I bet wouldn't actually be about it? That reporter that said, love it. You ain't about that life.
No, you asked the question, dude.
Mm-hmm.
You're like,
oh, you're going to go out of bounds? Soft. You're soft. That guy asked that question.
Small town reporter.
I want to see him. I would 100% be able to take him in an Oklahoma drill.
You know what? Take his credential away.
I agree.
Just by asking that question, you're making the team soft.
I agree.
Putting it in his head.
That is a small town. That is College Station and Bryan. Listen, David Nuno's yoked. Let's get Nuno and Billy Lucci. He puts the leather jacket on. They just take this guy out. Gonna run out of bounds? What are we doing here? Also soft to wrap things up. Nebraska, the football team, gave out championship rings to the winners of their spring game.
That's tough.
I mean, it's cool to get a ring. As someone who, as the man who caught the game-winning touchdown in the last Houston Texans media flag football game, I have a championship ring for that game. And I did feel like I earned it because I came through when the game mattered most.
Yeah.
Even though a bunch of people that sucked would not sub out, and I was being a good teammate to honor my coach, Travis Johnson. Shout out to Travis. That ring is one of the most precious things that I've ever earned, in addition to my 2017 Media Bowl MVP, which is a huge trophy. Both of these things, I value these as possessions, but I also realize that when I talk about them, it's very tongue-in-cheek because it's like I was competing against a bunch of unathletic folks, for the most part. You're giving out rings for winning the spring game, so half the team gets it. How far has Nebraska fallen? You know, all that hype you were talking about, Sean, yesterday about Nebraska hype, out the window.
I feel worse.
Put it down the toilet.
I feel worse about this, and there's another Dylan Raiola quote about looking like Mahomes, where he's not like, I'm going to walk this back. He was like, God made me like this. Where it's like, dude, did God cut your hair and put on the sunglasses too? What are you talking about? Yeah.
That one's rough.
I feel bad, yeah.
I don't.
No, I feel bad.
I'm taking the under on Nebraska.
I feel bad for publicly being pro Nebraska.
No, one of my good friends
this is how they repay me.
Yeah, one of guy who used to be in the game, Will Grubb, who used to be a Texans reporter with me. We would just basically ask questions to DJ Swearinger, and he would just tell us everything that was going on in the building. Sorry, DJ, you were loose lips wouldn't sink ships. You would not be Texans worthy today.
No.
But I know Will went to Nebraska, and I might have to text him both of those and say, like, what's going on, dude?
What's going on?
What's going on? He'll be mad.
What's happening?
I burned my black shirt. That is Sean Mapes Behind the Glass. I'm Paul Gallant. It is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call to text YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Nick Casario is back to dodging questions, as is D'Amico Ryans. What the hell is going on with Joe Mixon? And at some point in the hour, perhaps the worst bit that's ever been heard on the Space City Home Network. I mean, my goodness. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in town. Texans aren't telling us what's going on with Joe Mixon, who's going to be out for at least the first 4 weeks of the year. And on top of that, the Astros just lost last night 6-1 to the Colorado Rockies with Hunter Brown on the hill. Wasn't Hunter's fault. There was a bad moment in this game that led to a bad inning for Brown, but the Astros offense, with Yordan Alvarez finally back, unable to do much. And making matters worse, look, I get it. Jeff Bagwell, Hall of Famer for the Houston Astros. But leading up to the moment where Jeremy Pena biffed a double play that led to the Rockies getting the only rally they needed to get the W, I think that the Space City Home Network might have done the worst thing it's ever done. I do not say this lightly. If you've listened to me talk long enough, you know that I cannot stand it when in the midst of a baseball broadcast, the Astros bring one of their in-house people to promote some sort of product. They always just make the entire booth awkward. So this time, poor Todd Callis, Syracuse grad, a professional, has to juggle both Jeff Bagwell, who kind of does whatever he wants, sometimes makes noises that are inappropriate, and on top of that, some PR person who's pushing some just BS product. Here it is. I was just trying to pull the highlight of Jeremy Pena screwing up the double play for today's show, and then my ears,
This is a weekend for the dogs. So, Doobie, everybody's fan favorite Doobie, is big dog guy. He's got 2 dogs, Cash and Marcelo, obviously commemorating it with a bobblehead here. They are Instagram famous, by the way, so they do have their own Instagram pages.
Keep going.
And be able to, we got a bobblehead. It's going to be,
10,000 fans.
10,000 fans.
Doobie and his 2 dogs. And then it's all a dog weekend.
Right, so rolling into Sunday, which
Pause.
is dog day at the
Okay,
ballpark.
so Paul making a pun there, saying pause in the middle of these guys talking about dogs. No. Who would want a Mauricio Dubon bobblehead for his 2 Instagram famous dogs? Who'd want that?
They're Instagram famous, Paul. And he's a fan favorite.
I shudder to think.
Surely there's an overlap there.
I shudder
10,000 people
to think about what kind of dogs he has. Mauricio Dubon does have 102,000 followers on the gram. His dogs, Marcelo and Cash, have 1,416 followers on the gram. Almost as many as my professional account. Shout out to the Daikin Park El Tiempos for making me pass these 2
just right over
abominations. They are a French bulldog and a pug. Ugh! You're gonna get a Mauricio Dubon bobblehead with a pug and a Frenchie? You're gonna be one of the 10,000 people that shows up for that? This is gonna age so poorly. Here it is, a bobblehead for me, a guy who sometimes plays for the Astros and has had some good moments, utility gold glove, with a pug and a rescue Frenchie. This is what we're giving away at the park now?
Oh, he's a rescue.
This is what the third $300 Daikin Park El Tiempo margaritas are going towards? Not going towards payroll construction. It's going towards making 10,000 bobbleheads of Mauricio Dubon and his 2 ugly dogs? No offense, they're ugly. Pugs and French bulldogs are ugly with their butt faces. Ew, gross, disgusting. Disgusting.
Oh, there's one of them taking a bath.
Stop. By the way,
I throw him a follow.
I like dogs, but the ballpark dog day is one of those days where the people who got dogs so that they could post pictures of them are brought out into the world and then realize, oh, great, I can't take care of my dog, who's going to relieve itself of the ballpark, which it's going to think is outside because the dome is not entirely closed, and perhaps relieve itself all over the park. Oh, my doggo's here. Dogs, bruh. Dogs, bruh. Maybe Kirk Herbstreit will show up with his new dog that
looks just like the old one.
He now brings around all the time. The old one was dying. I get it. This one's a puppy. Oh, it's a puppy. Doggos, bruh. It's humping my leg. He never does that. More from the broadcast, the Space City Home Network, talking about giving away a bobblehead featuring a utility player and his two dogs, who I'm sorry, they're ugly.
Right, so rolling into Sunday, which is dog day at the ballpark. One of my most favorite days at the ballpark that we have. Now,
what?
Fans, I want to let you know that please, all of our dogs, the tickets for the dogs are sold out. So don't show up just with your dog.
Oh, boss! People are going to just show up with the dog. They're going to. You said it's dog at the park day. People have to buy a ticket for their dog to go to the park. What a scam as well. Anyway, this promo guy, bless his heart, I'm not going to reveal his name because I don't know it. But he continues, and then Jeff Bagwell starts getting some ideas.
The tickets for the dogs are sold out, so don't show up just with your dog. But what you're going to be able to do is if you go walk Hall of Fame Alley out there, it's going to be packed with dogs. It's going to be packed with vendors. We have the Astros team store that has a bunch of dog-related Astros merch. We have a dog costume contest.
Oh, my God.
It's crazy.
Do we have anywhere for them to go to the bathroom before they come in?
That's a great question.
Before they come in, yes.
Or is it on my plaque out there?
It's not on your plaque. No.
Okay.
It is definitely. We make sure to watch your plaque out there.
Slowly hit, and the Astros don't get an out. Pena did not field that ground ball. The flip from Dubon.
No, they're going to challenge. They have to. That's not.
Oh,
You think that he had it and it came out in the exchange?
The guy hit him. That's what it looked like to me.
They are not going to challenge this.
Oh, he's off the base.
And then
it wasn't that he was off the base.
Jeff just completely fell asleep at the wheel, analyzing here. Oh, he missed the tag.
Well, he was cooking up the pee on my plaque joke.
He was. Was a zinger.
It was pretty good.
It was a zinger.
Pretty good.
But he started thinking about pee and poo when he should have been thinking about ball. Hey, Jeff, the pee and the poo, that's for me. That's for me. Okay? And ripping on ugly-ass dogs.
Shoot him a follow.
Really? You really going to do that? Dogs, bruh.
Bruh. There's one where they're dressed up as Deadpool and Wolverine. Bruh. Bruh.
This is what they really thought of. This is the giveaway.
I mean, surely, Jeremy Pena has to have a dog.
There's 25 Astros players. These dogs aren't even that famous.
Josh Hader has to have a dog.
A bunch of them have dogs. This is the dogs that they thought of? Like a French bulldog and a pug? No offense to Dubon. Those dogs suck. They suck. They might be sweet, but they're ugly. And I'm a look-sis when it comes to dogs. Chihuahuas, also gross. The end. It's the Paul Gallant Show. From the 409, Paul, your biases for cats really showing this segment. That's from Big Art. Listen, I like dogs. I like good-looking dogs. Those are the dogs I hate. There are cats I hate, too. I don't like the flat-faced ones, which, ironically, my dad's girlfriend has a couple of. Like, ew.
I think that's the line through all of these. That's the web that connects them all. I think you just don't like flat faces.
No, I don't.
On animals.
Ew. No, or butt faces like dogs and pugs, pugs and bulldogs and French bulldogs have. They're all abominations. All those three. For the 832, abominations to the Lord, bred for a specific reason, which is like looks. No, definitely not that. French bulldogs can't even swim. Idiots.
No.
From the 832, I don't know, Paul. You sound a little jealous because they don't have a cat day at Dyken Park. I'm not going to take my animal to a ballpark. Like
Bring Your Cat Day would be
It'll be a disaster. Absolute disaster.
How many cats do you think?
How many cat attacks would there be?
How many cats get lost?
They'd be all freaked. A lot of people are saying, like, I'm jealous. No. Listen, I don't want to bring my cat to the park. Dog people always want to bring the dogs around you. Like, hey, you have a home. Hey, we're gonna go out later. Oh, is it dog friendly? F your dog. Leave the dog at home. You don't need to bring your dog everywhere. I like dogs. My girlfriend has 2 dogs. They're great dogs. I love both of those dogs. Came around slowly on one of them because I once had to stop it from attacking the other one. Not fun. But I love those dogs. Those dogs are cool. You don't need to bring your dog out all the time. There's a lot of people that, like, there's no boundaries for them. Like, no, sorry. It's a pet. It's an animal. And if you're not good at taking care of it, which I think a lot of dog owners will not admit that they're bad at it. They're bad parents. You shouldn't bring them out. And this is a recipe for disaster. So
but my pupper loves the Astros.
When a drunk dog finds some of the nips that are lying around Dyken Park, because that's what people are getting yammed on, is apparently they're sneaking nips in. When they find a drunk dog, a drunk pit bull, who mauls a toddler at Dyken Park, just know that I said it would happen first. Okay?
El Tiempo should make pup cups.
When someone's pit bull eats someone's chihuahua at the park, sorry, pit bulls, but you know what you do. Just like the Nazis. You know what you do. I'm just saying, where'd you hear it first? The Paul Gallant Show. Which does like dogs, just not those kinds. Not Mauricio Dubon's dogs. Nope. No way. Not here. 713
Don't bring that noise in here.
3776.
Again, I think El Tiempo has an opportunity to put out some pup cups.
No, definitely not. I do not want El Tiempo to get in trouble because of these people's dogs. God, probably Pomeranians there too. Like Pomeranians, the most noise for no reason. You are a fluff. You are a ball of fluff. Like, just shut your mouth. Anyway, this segment was brought to you by PETA. The Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. That happened in the Space City Home Network last night, and I do think that was rock bottom. Poor Todd Callis. You know, he's got Jeff pulling the broadcast in one direction, and this guy's like, let's talk about dog bobbleheads. It's going to be dog night.
Wait,
don't bring your dog if you didn't buy a ticket for $500.
I didn't know that the dogs had to buy a ticket. That's very funny that every team now does have a dog at the park day. And it's like, oh, it's because they can charge double, basically.
You're going to check them for rabies, too? or diseases?
Pass a screening.
They should have to. I don't know. Just a thought, like a bunch of dogs in one place. Not everyone vaccinates their dogs or takes care of them. Yeah, they're just, listen, dogs are great, but they're gross with each other, you know? Like, my girlfriend's dogs, they might be gay. Like, I don't know.
Not that there's anything wrong with
that. Not that there's anything wrong with that. There's a lot of licking going on and things. I'm like, hey, let's stop. Let's stop this. Just saying. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. I love dogs. It's just like, I didn't need that, especially while the Astros were losing to the Rockies and Jeremy Pena's biffing a double play.
It happening at the exact moment is tough.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Like that happening right then.
Worst possible time.
Truly. And some people are asking like about cat night. Cat night's a good idea. Cat night would be a disaster as well. But I don't think there would be any deaths. It could be a dog night. You know? Blaine says hairless cats are a no. Yeah, I'm with you on that. For the 832, Bagwell needs to start announcing like the back of his announcing card. No, Bagwell just shows up, man. Bagwell's just going to show up. Bagwell's going to give you Jeff Bagwell. Okay? It's the Jeff Bagwell Show featuring Todd Callis.
Yeah, it's just Bagwell.
You know?
That he's just going to do him.
Yeah. 75 Corchester says, I love my dogs, but take their ass to a park or leave their ass at home. Yeah, that's where I'm at with dogs. I love dogs, but your dog might suck. You might love it. Your dog might suck. People don't really seem to think about that, you know? Payne just got a thought, because I guess it's dog at the park weekend as the Astros lost the game to the Rockies. Hey, at least we're not talking about that. Pena, what you got?
Hey, Paul. So taking my dog, but if anybody here is listening and they are taking their dog and they do got tickets, are they able to get a second El Tempo margarita drink?
You are.
Thank you. Have a
You
great
are.
day.
Appreciate the phone call. But I would not trust somebody after 2 El Tiempo margaritas to be as in control of their dog as they need to be, given that entire area of the park is going to be full of dogs. And a big pet peeve of mine, and this is going to sound a little sexist, but it is true. Small girls with huge dogs. Like, what do you think's going to happen? What do you think's going to happen? In Seattle, I dated a girl who was maybe 5'1", who had a German Shepherd Husky mix. And this dog was smart. And she told me one time, because she wanted my dog to meet my cat, she told me, hey, I got a funny story to tell you about the dog park today. You know, Kodiak, it was a beautiful dog, really was. Kodiak saw another dog in the park, and he went over to it, and he picked this small dog up by the head and put it in its mouth and just ran around with it for a little bit. Like it was a chew toy. I'm like, my follow-up question, did it die? Are you facing a lawsuit?
No, Kodiak's fine.
And she's like, yeah, exactly. Kodiak's okay. he swallowed the head. No, but that's the kind of stuff that the small people with the big dogs, like, there's overcompensation, and then there's also Cujo's gonna be on the loose real quick.
No, there's a physical, mismatch sometimes.
For sure.
Like when I was a little kid and I had a dog, there's sometimes where if my dog wanted to go somewhere, I was just along for the ride. Like I was not going to be able to nope, pull it back on the leash. No, I was going with the leash.
Goodness gracious. Yeah, that's terrifying. I feel comfortable being able to defend myself against the dog.
Yes.
And also, I've taken care of my friend's pit bulls before. So, I do like dogs, and I do have a way with them. But I am not everyone. There's going to be some people who are just scared bleepless of those because they live in the parts of Houston where those things are just running around. Because there are parts where there's people have been killed by wild dogs in Houston. It's happened a couple of times in the last year. From the 832, white poodles with crusty eyes are the worst. Poodles have a bad attitude. I'm with you on that one. Poodles are smart dogs, but they generally have a bad attitude. For sure. Coogblay says, Miss Coog is 5'4" and has a Great Dane. That's asking for trouble. That's asking for trouble. I hope it's well trained. Yeah, this is asking for trouble.
Great Danes are crazy. It's crazy that you can just, own a Great Dane.
It's crazy that you can have a lot of dogs. It really is. I mean, golden retrievers generally derp storms, but hell, the golden retriever I grew up next door to was a little bit hostile. I ripped a bandana off of my neck once and shredded into little bits. Took me a while. I was scared of dogs until I was about 10. And then I finally started being bigger than some of the dogs. And I was like, oh, okay, this isn't that bad. You kind of smell, but this isn't that bad. Definitely, if I had to make my pick between a cat and a dog, I would pick a cat. But there are some dogs I really love. Love Australian Shepherds. Love Border Collies. I think German Shepherds are pretty dogs, but they're kind of crazy. Shed a lot too. Labs, black labs, they're cool. There are great dogs out there.
Listen, I have a lot of dog friends.
But exactly. I have a lot of dog friends. A lot of dog friends of all different kinds, except for I will be dogsist against Chihuahuas. Always either freaked out or angry. There's no in between. They're never normal. Or pugs, disgusting. Just my stepsister had 2 of them. God bless her. I love my stepsister. Hated those dogs. Just bulldogs. At least bulldogs are chill and don't go near you. But the drool from those things, ew.
I like that they skateboard. I don't know why.
They can skateboard.
Yeah,
that's
because they're so low to the ground, they can fall off. They're just heavy and low set.
And French bulldogs. Sorry, can't even swim. You're an actual
abomination to the Lord. You know, you're a Dr. Frankenstein kind of experiment. From the 346, my Rottweiler is bigger than Altuve. He probably weighs more too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rottweiler's a big dog.
Yeah, that is a big dog.
Wiener dogs are the goats of small dogs. Aren't they called Dachshunds?
Yes.
Yeah. They could be pretty good. One of my friends had a wiener dog back in the day. No, not like that. That's not a past lifestyle.
You have a lot of friends with wiener dogs.
From Ryan Lawson, Texas, Dalmatians are mean. Yeah. My stepdad had a Dalmatian. But she was, I think, surly. I don't think she was mean. She was more surly, Maggie. R.I.P. Maggie. Maggie was a little bit. Maggie was on the way out, so up there in age,
cranky.
Yeah, just a little cranky. You know, Aussies are crazy. They're just absolutely nuts, but they're so cute. They're just like, calm down, man.
Yeah,
ease off the meth.
They're tough hangs.
Yeah,
good in passing.
This is gross. We're just gonna end it on this. For the 409, pugs sound like big people sex. LOL. What the hell, man? What is that? It's the Gallant Show. ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text. From the 281, I guess this is rock bottom, losing a game to the Rockies. Went to the game yesterday. There were people in line waiting to take a picture with the Hello Kitty cardboard for half the game. Yep. Get in line for the margaritas. That's where you really should be. Anyway, it's the Gallant Show, and we had to subject you to maybe the worst moment in the history of the Space City Home Network, which could air us, but instead, just doesn't see talent. Doesn't see talent. Up next, we are 8 days away from the start of the NFL season. Holy crap, it's almost a week away. Let's go. It's the Gallant Show. Stay put. 8 days away from the start of the NFL season. Cowboys, Eagles next Thursday. If you haven't seen the Cowboys doc on Netflix, watch it. It's so good. I'm just going to keep on saying it. I wish that they did a better job with the last episode because I actually would like to see a little bit more of everything that they have done since the last Super Bowl and how hard they have tried to get back there, because they just show a montage and you skip 20, 30 years so damn quickly, and it ends with the loss to the Packers in the playoffs nearly 2 years ago. Man, show the last parts, because Jeff Pearlman is right in his assessment about this being a little bit of a something for Jerry Jones. Like the walk through the desert, bringing in Bill Parcells, scaring Bill Parcells off, Wade Phillips for a couple of years. Those dark years, they should have explored them in greater detail.
Even like the early 2000s of like what was going on, as you're still kind of floundering.
There certainly were interesting things that happened, and to gloss over 30 years of bad in the same way that the Apple documentary about the Patriots glossed over a 21-game winning streak and back-to-back Super Bowls, to me it's the same thing. Like, both are equally interesting, and definitely in the eyes of most viewers, the downs of the Cowboys, you couldn't come up with more over the last episode. The last episode was like looking positively towards the future. It's like, guys, it's been 30 years and Jerry's going to die soon.
It's also like, we know how this is going to end. I think it would be one thing if it was more clearly defined as like, this is the story of the 1990s Cowboys. And like, we'll just kind of end when Troy Aikman retires and when these guys kind of go their separate ways. If that's where you want to put the ending, that's fine.
They didn't need the 8th episode.
Yeah, but you don't need to then like, all right, no, here's a little tack on the last 30 years. Like that's where you're trying to do two things at once and it doesn't really work out.
It is an 8-part series, 8 days away from the start of the NFL season.
Troy Aikman as well.
Troy Aikman, arguably the best number 8 under center of the 90s. It's between him and Steve Young. What's interesting...
Are we going to have another argument that lasts the next 90 minutes?
Young versus Aikman is, I think, a very intriguing one.
It's interesting.
Because Young stepped in for Joe Montana and won a Super Bowl, ran into the Cowboys a few times, only able to get that one Super Bowl. Aikman had his moments where, I mean, you saw it was a controversy in the first year the Cowboys made the playoffs where he gets injured. They left him on the bench. He suffered a concussion in another game. Wasn't there. Jerry Jones is over the top saying that 500 coaches could have won with those 90s Cowboys teams. But I do think you can point to the supporting cast for Troy Aikman and maybe say, hey, it's not a clear dub for him over Steve Young. So given that both Steve Young and Troy Aikman, have their back and forths, someone could certainly make the case for Lamar Jackson. Am I going to do it back-to-back days in a row? The new school guys better than the old school? No, because Lamar Jackson's been so bad in the playoffs. Lamar Jackson has sadly, despite the 2 MVPs, made it very easy to sort of dismiss him in the all-time conversations, at least for now. But Lamar Jackson, another number 8 under center. Remember, he was in a back and forth over trademarks with Troy Aikman. Ray Guy, arguably the greatest punter ever. Also up there as far as the best number 8s in NFL history. What Houston Texans wore 8? Well, David Carr, first ever draft pick of the Texans in 2002. He wore number 8, and then he got sacked 800 million times, give or take. Pretty crazy how many times Carr did get sacked those first couple of seasons. I think his first year over-under, oh my God.
It was 72, right?
No, 76.
76. That's so many.
They let him play all 16 games. 68 sacks in 2005.
It's crazy he played 16 games getting sacked 76 times.
He played of a possible, in his time with the Texans, 5 years, from 2002 through 2006, out of a possible 16 times 5, 80 games, he played 76 of those games,
and
starting 75.
Yeah, and he probably got sacked 300 times. You know, like that's crazy.
76 times sacked in 2002. Somehow sacked just 15 times in 2003, and he played in 11 games that year. Okay. They must have gone away from throwing as much.
He got the ball out fast.
49 sacks in 2004.
Handed to Dominic Davis.
Maybe. Or that was the first year of Andre Johnson. Yeah. 68 sacks in 05. 41 his last year with the Texans in 06. After that, who's the best number 8 in Texans history?
Matt Schaub.
Nick Novak? Taylor Heineke?
Oh, God.
John Mechie? No, it's Matt Schaub, clearly. Matt Schaub is the best number 8 of all time for the Texans. David Carr's the original number 8 of all time for the Texans. People sleep on how good Matt Schaub was because of how poorly things ended. And I feel bad for Matt Schaub on that front. I do hope that Matt Schaub gets to be the head of the NFL Players Association. Schaub played 16 years in the league. 16.
Yeah. Yeah. To us, his story kind of ends with 2013. And, then he kind of bounced around as a backup for a couple years. It's like, no. He bounced around as a backup actually, didn't really bounce around. It was play for the Raiders, the Ravens, and then 4 years as the backup in Atlanta.
Yeah.
He retired in 2020. He retired the same year that Drew Brees did.
He did. 2009, probably his best season with the Texans. Led the league in passing yards with 4,770. Had a 67% completion percentage, 29 touchdowns to 15 picks. But 2011, it looked like he was heading in that direction. Maybe the completion percentage not where you wanted it to be, but 15 touchdowns and 6 interceptions in 10 games. 2012, he was a Pro Bowler, but things were starting to feel weird in the second half of the season. Like the Liz Frank injury he suffered took him from being like a top 15 quarterback to being, hey, he can make it in the league, but this is not somebody you want playing multiple games. Right, like kind of where Kirk Cousins seems to be at this moment in time. But Schaub did a lot for this team, and they don't make their first playoffs without him powering them to that 7-3 start. And you got to wonder what happens if not for Albert Hainsworth at the bottom of that pile.
Yeah.
You really do.
I mean,
they were 7-3, and everyone was excited. The Patriots were not that good that season.
Yeah.
Obviously, they lost to the Giants in the Super Bowl. I wonder what would have happened. But, of course, they play the Ravens second round of the playoffs. T.J. Yates is in at quarterback. And despite T.J. Yates nearly throwing 12 interceptions, only 3 happening, they almost won that game. It was Arian Foster's best game ever. And you just wonder, if Schaub's in that game, I think they would have won. I really do.
Yeah. Shout out to Matt Schaub. He was the guy who kind of made, like, the Texans watchable. You know, he was like the first, like, oh, this offense, like they went 6-10, but this offense was amazing.
Exactly.
That's what was crazy. And then obviously they gave it all back on defense. And then eventually, 2011 offseason or 2010 into 11 offseason, they get things going the right direction.
If you're a wide receiver named Andre Johnson and like you had to wait until basically 2008 for your first like real okay, I see where this is going here, because that was when Schaub had 2007. Schaub's first year with the Texans, only played 11 games and not so good. But 2008, 2009, that's where things started to open up. And if you had Andre Johnson on your fantasy team those years, you were probably doing pretty hot. All right, 8 days away from the start of the NFL season. This is really the only big news across the National Football League today. One, Spencer Rattler is the New Orleans Saints starting quarterback. Spencer Rattler, better than Drew Brees? Want to do that conversation? I'm kidding. We were having some fun with that yesterday. Also, as far as football goes, Kyle Hamilton, Ravens safety, maybe the best safety in the league, got a massive extension from Baltimore, a 4-year, $100.4 million extension, $25.1 million per year, $82 million of it guaranteed. The previous record was $45 million. The Lions' Kirby Joseph was the highest paid safety in the NFL. Wonder if Kalen Bullock is trending towards getting that kind of money. He has another big interception season. He could.
I was going to say, people love interceptions. Like, that really helps when you walk into the negotiation room.
He's a big-time center fielder, got incredible range. He's long, too. Like, he's a tall 6'3", and he had, 5 picks last year, 6 picks last year, and he probably dropped, 8.
He definitely dropped a pick 6. I can still, distinctly remember. I think it was the Packers game.
I think you're right. Yeah. He had a couple. I like Kalen Bullock a lot. So we'll see what he's able to do this coming season. But Kyle Hamilton gets the big-time extension. He'll be there until 2030. I want to pick the Ravens to win the AFC. If I want to pick them, and I just can't.
I think it's what we would, or what some people did, I guess, at the end of the Patriots run, from 2015 on, after they won the Seattle Super Bowl, where you're just what am I doing? I'm just going to pick the Patriots. Same thing with the Chiefs, I think, last year. Maybe the way they lost the Super Bowl, people won't pick them as if I'm going to be wrong, I'll be wrong picking the Chiefs. The Ravens, to me, are almost the opposite of that, where it's I just can't do it this year. Until you guys actually make the Super Bowl, I can't pick y'all to make the Super Bowl. I do agree that they're one of the best teams in the league. I think they're in that top class of the AFC. I just can't actually push the button for them,
I'm with you there. By the way, Syracuse legend Kyle McCord signed with the Eagles after being cut by the Eagles.
Is he also number 8? Okay, no.
He's number 1.
Number 1 in our hearts.
Best quarterback in last year's college football. Oh, Cam Ward, look at me. I'm Quinn Ewers. I'm kidding. I'm just being a homer for 5 seconds. Come on. Graham Mertz, obviously. Graham Mertz looking good.
Graham Mertz made the team.
Good for Graham Mertz.
Made the team. Everyone's like, whoa, shocking. He made the team. I don't know.
He had a really good last game after the worst first game.
Yeah.
And shout out to him, honestly. He seems very likable.
Yeah, I think we just watched the documentary about the SEC and we're like, hey, this guy's pretty cool.
One last tidbit. I don't know how much stock to put into Twitter user Ricky Scoops.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad we're talking about this.
But the Packers are interested in Micah Parsons. My follow-up question to this is, how many NFL teams are not interested in Micah Parsons?
Yeah, are the Cowboys interested in trading?
The Texans are interested in Micah Parsons. Every team, if they had the ability to get Micah Parsons, is going to pick up the phone and make a call. There's very few teams where it's a hard no looking at Micah Parsons and what he potentially adds to the table.
I will say Ricky Scoops was right on the Brian Robinson trade. He said Brian Robinson will get traded today, and he was traded 4 hours later. So, and it was
1-for-1.
Yeah, we talked about it on Dell's show, and I think he got traded in Dell during the show. So, listen, if it was any other anonymous, I have sources reporter, I would kind of whatever.
Yeah.
This guy, I don't know. I'm willing to listen. I didn't think that they were going to trade Micah Parsons until I saw Ricky Scoops. Now I'm like, oh, they might. It's Ricky Scoops. He beat Schefter.
He did beat Schefter. Also, Tommy DeVito signed with the Patriots. I'm very upset about this. I don't want DeVito. I don't want this guy. I'd rather have Aiden O'Connell, an Irish American who's not a show pony caricature of his own people like Tommy DeVito is. What? You're laughing.
No.
And Chris Ballard says Anthony Richardson isn't done in Indianapolis.
Sick.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, it's the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in Houston. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston and on Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, speaking of Texans roster cutdowns, there were a couple of things that I do think are important for the Texans going into this season, coming out of their roster cuts. We'll talk about them on the other side. Stay put. Paul Gallant Show with Sean Mapes behind the glass.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
We were talking about Micah Parsons in the last segment. Interesting post from @PNAV16, a.k.a. The Big Cheese. Micah Parsons spotted. He spelled spot wrong. At the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport. Hashtag Go Pack Go. Hashtag Dallas Cowboys. He's in Terminal A. Is he going to Houston? 713-780-3776 to call to text. I'm kidding. I love when people make these fake posts of athletes at an airport. My favorite one, there was one that kept on going viral, and it was the back of a man with dreadlocks at an airline ticket counter.
Oh, yeah.
And people would always say, Richard Sherman coming to town.
Yeah.
It was really funny. This was generally when Richard Sherman was in the midst of beef with Russell Wilson, which every single season he was there, essentially, after 2016.
It's like a picture of a guy leaning over and it's like by a Hertz counter or something. Like,
yeah,
it's distinctly an airport.
Right. And it's distinctly just a guy with dreadlocks.
No, yeah.
Like,
it's not Larry Fitzgerald.
It's probably not an NFL player. It's
probably not.
It's just a guy with dreadlocks. And I love this. So please make sure that you text the Killer Bees as many pictures of people at the airport as you can to tell them about players that might be joining the Houston Texans that you've seen. And they'll very much appreciate it. They want to stay on top of it. Micah Parsons Watch 2025 off-season edition. By the way, Houston Cougars Watch 2025 edition. You and a lucky friend. Maybe it's a significant other. Maybe it's just your bro or your gal. Maybe it's your kid. You're going to go see the Cougs take on the SF Austin Lumbies. Caller number 3, 713-780-3776. Caller number 3. You're going to watch the Cougs. Rah, 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 rah. That wasn't as good of a Coug call. I'm sorry. Rah, rah, rah. Thank you, Sean. No? That's a little better. I think that one was a little bit better. UHCougars.com/tickets or 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today, because nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and roar of a crowd at a Houston Cougar football game. Get ready for a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. Come early, be loud, and wear red. Do it. Anyway, Ryan Lost in Texas points out the Cougs have an elite tight end who looks like a giant, muscular toddler. That's fun. A texter commented in response to our conversation about Matt Schaub and how the 2011 Texans coulda, woulda, shoulda. Talking about the 2011 Texans is like talking about the 2018 Rockets and 2019 Astros. Damn. Yeah, that does cut deep. Golden age of Houston sports, though. Golden age. Houston Texans made some cuts yesterday to trim the roster down to 53. Do you know what the best thing I saw as part of the roster cut down was? That if you take a look at the amount of safeties the Texans have, it's just 4. That means C.J. Gardner-Johnson is good to go. We all thought he tore his ACL. I guess he's good to go. Unless the Texans medical staff is about to have a Houston Astros puke fest on their hands. Seems like C.J. Gardner-Johnson is good to go. That's exciting. I figured he'd miss at least a game or something like that, just given the way everyone reacted to the injury. It wasn't quite as bad as the reaction to Teddy Bridgewater. Remember when Teddy Bridgewater suffered an injury? People were puking and crying when they saw it happen, like he had been decapitated.
I still think about that whenever it comes to like training camp injuries and we hear about it. I'm always like, is it as bad as the Teddy Bridgewater one?
Yeah, man.
Where people are throwing up at Vikings practice.
Right. I mean, whoever was there might have made that up. Might have been one of those
True.
closed
Because
practices.
we never saw video.
We never did. And I don't know. Maybe that's what D'Amico Ryans and Nick Casario were talking about when the people that report things first, they don't face any accountability. That person did deserve some accountability because Teddy Bridgewater, I think, just is looking for a job at the NFL. Didn't he just sign?
No, he was. He was in the backup quarterback competition with the Bucks, and he got signed on August 5th, and he's made the team as the backup.
Hell yeah, Teddy Bridgewater's back.
Yeah. Kyle Trask beat it.
Yeah, Gator great. JK, there haven't been many at the quarterback position since then. Hopefully DJ Lagway will be good as he wears his Florida Gator shirt today. So that's great news. Speaking of Florida Gators, CJ Gardner-Johnson seems to be healthy. And for those who don't remember, CJ Gardner-Johnson has gotten into it with Travis Kelce online. CJ Gardner-Johnson loves to flap his gums. I actually enjoy this, and since he's a Super Bowl champion, the fact that after beating the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, he went immediately to Instagram and said of Travis Kelce, should have stayed with that thick bleep, talking about Kayla Nicole, the ex that never stops talking about Travis Kelce. She had a post about him, by the way, yesterday, of course. It was a cryptic post about chasing happiness. And he went further. He also went on a podcast, and I don't know what he's trying to say here, but here he is talking about Travis Kelce and moving on from Kayla Nicole in favor of Taylor Swift.
Please don't get me wrong. I got mad respect for him. Like, great, one of the best tight ends that ever played the game, and no disrespect. But when it comes to them black queens, boy, you don't play with them. My boy, you don't play with them. You just don't play with them.
You don't play with them. You don't play with them. So, CJ Gardner-Johnson, some advice for Travis Kelce.
Just looking out for Travis Kelce.
Who he beat the Super Bowl, and he's healthy. And December 7th, circle the calendars, because Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift, engaged. What is CJ Gardner-Johnson going to say that week?
A day that will live in infamy.
It will. Honestly, I'm glad, though, we can move on. If the Texans get a victory over the Chiefs, finally, on December 7th, we can finally move on from Pearl Harbor. I'm kidding. Never forget. Never forget. Even though we're allied with Japan after nuking them twice, which is weird. It's like, hey, you want to be our allies?
Hey, we love
Sure, get rid of your military forever.
We love Mario, though.
Zelda, Ocarina of Time. Great game.
Keep pumping those out.
Nintendo, everybody. Other notes as far as roster cutdown day. Not many. I was a little surprised Miles Bryant got cut. Jacob Johnson got cut, the fullback. They have 7 wide receivers on the roster. But nothing that happened yesterday was all that surprising, which is generally a sign of a pretty talented team as far as roster depth. Like British Brooks making the team.
Yeah.
Surprising.
And to
that's
me,
because there's no Joe Mixon.
To me, it also speaks to like a healthy cap sheet, that there's no cap casualty or any like, well, when it came down to it, he was just slightly overpaid for what they saw in training camp. Like, no, all the guys that we penciled in as being part of this team are going to be part of this team. Like, when you're talking about Miles Bryant being the biggest surprise, like, all right, not that many surprises.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Miles Bryant is
being like the
backup nickel corner.
Yeah, the backup nickel
to Jalen Petrie, essentially. So nothing really surprising, but the big news is that Joe Mixon is going to miss the first 4 games of the year. And for whatever reason, the Houston Texans do not want to give you any information about Joe Mixon. They want to feed you bleep and keep you in the dark. How do you feel about that? Do they respect you? Are they just completely disrespecting you? A special episode of a segment we haven't rolled out in a very long time to just talk about the Houston Texans and how they're handling this mess on their hands. Next, stay put. the most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Joe Mixon is not going to play for the Houston Texans for the first 4 games of this season. We've known this now for 2 days, and the Texans don't want to give us anything more, which is annoying, even if it is the right. We all want to know what the hell happened. When did he get hurt? How did he get hurt? But earlier today, when Nick Caserio was asked about it, he kept things close to the vest, which is going to bring us back to a segment we've done a couple of times. I'm rather forgetful, I've been finding of late, and I'm trying to make sure I'm not forgetful, but there's been a couple of things that over the last couple of days, I did not dot my I's and cross my T's. And at one point last year, I forgot that I had already come up with a name for a segment where what we do is we play a clip of Nick Caserio speaking, generally just talking and talking and talking and talking and not saying anything. And then, like with Key and Peele's Barack Obama inner anger translator, we determine what's really going on underneath Nick Caserio's cybernetic exterior, because he may or may not be a robot. He has not aged in 20 years. I have a program from 2002 going to Patriots games back then. He was in that program, and he looks exactly the same. It's actually wild. I'm jealous. Hair's a little grayer, but the man's in great shape. Is he a robot? Is he the first cybernetic organism on the planet? I don't know. So I made a couple of segments, and I forgot that when I made another segment that was essentially the same premise, that I had made the original one. And I want to know what we use going forward. So here are the 2 segments. One of these is one that involves his vest.
What's really going on in Nick Caserio's head?
He's more machine than man.
It's time for Inside the Vest with Nick Caserio.
Other than a machine.
Okay. Inside the Vest. Use the Terminator 2 theme, which is the greatest theme.
That gets points.
Right, for sure. Okay. Here's what I'm wondering. Did I do the exact same theme with the exact same music and the exact same clips for the Robo Caserio
and just
open?
Titled it differently?
I might have. Clean up aisle B. No, I definitely spent about an hour putting that together, and I definitely spent an hour putting another one together. And I have no idea if I just did the same thing twice and have that much CTE from my glory days of high school football.
Parallel thinking with yourself.
Let's see. And have I made the same thing twice?
Is he a man?
I'm not going to ask you about those mistakes. I'm just going to ask you.
Oh, you guys fucking talk about them all the time.
Or is he a machine?
I'm a cybernetic organism, living tissue.
It's the same thing.
And just cut off.
Okay. So it's one of those 2. Do we want to do the first one where it's inside the vest because he wears a vest like a clown freak per Steven Nelson? Or
I'd like the clip in the second one where you guys bleep and ask me all the time.
Okay.
A little bit of a sliver of personality.
Exactly.
That's the man part. Just
he's evolved.
Yeah, showing it's his little face. That's where he's Bishop from
Bishop
Aliens.
Right, and the androids.
Yeah.
Not a replicant, that's Blade Runner.
No.
There's all sorts of different half man, half robots. Are they real? Are they not? Synths in the Fallout video game franchise. Ryan Lost in Texas asks, is Nick Caserio the Shermanator from American Pie? 713-780-3776. No, he's cooler than that. No offense to the Shermanator. So, Nick Caserio spoke earlier today and was confronted, in as much as you can be confronted, about as harshly as you can be confronted, by Landry Locker at today's press conference. He was asking him about what the hell's going on with Joe Mixon.
With Mixon, or did y'all anticipate it would be this bad?
Yeah, I mean, with all injured players, kind of take it one day at a time, and so whatever their timeline is, we kind of handle accordingly. I'd say the players that are on PUP or NFI, I mean, they're out 4 games or 4 weeks, so once we get through 4 weeks, we'll kind of evaluate at that time.
Is it possible, pause for a moment, is it possible that Casario answered the question there that just gave a long filibuster afterwards? He just said, yeah.
Oh, is it possible that that's just a yes?
Yeah.
And not him just going, like, when someone asks you a question, go, yeah, and then get into your question?
It would be really funny if you just snuck that one in there.
Just yes.
Is this worse than you thought?
Yes.
That's
how he gets around, like, I did not lie. I said yes.
I said yes. And then I just kept going and going like the Energizer Bunny. Here's more to Casario and Landry Locker.
Instead of PUP, was it something away from the facility?
No, I mean, it's not my call. It's the league's call. So you turn the transactions in, and they put the players in categories. So, I mean, that's how it's handled.
Playing this year, Mixon?
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we'll take it one day at a time, and we'll evaluate those players after 4 weeks and kind of see where they are in their progression, and then make a determination.
Just completely sidesteps the entirety of the 3 questions Landry asked.
He also said yeah on that one.
He did say yeah, that's
so
fair.
Yes, it's worse than we thought. Yes, he'll return this season. And a lot of other words that meant nothing about designations.
D'Amico Ryans hates it when the liberal media wants to be first and takes things out of context. I might just roll with this.
When Landry Locker asked Nick Casario if the injury was worse than he thought, he said, yeah. Quote, yeah.
Yeah.
Dot.
I'll basically be NFL Rookie Watch on X
Yeah.
and do that by taking one-word quotes and acting like, yeah, this is what's going on. Yeah. It would be funny if there was one of those answers. From time to time, people will say, yeah, no, or no, yeah.
Yeah, no.
Nice. So that was what Nick Casario actually said. But what was going on underneath that skin of his and inside his cold metal heart?
You cannot break me, the great Casario bot, with your foolish questions. You could not even break me if you were to drive a liquid nitrogen truck into my liquid metal exoskeleton. You could not even break me if you were to shoot me with a shotgun into a pit of molten steel. I am Casario Bot. I am immortal. I am inevitable. Long live artificial intelligence. Long live Skynet.
Oh. Well, Casario Bot, that's the most he's ever given us because he finally revealed that he's a product of Skynet. Is that going to be Amazon? Is that going to be Google?
There's a lot of options. A lot of options. Tesla.
Yeah, who's going to make the comeback? Like, right? It was Amazon for a while, but now Bezos is like, hey, I just got $1 bazillion and paid a bunch of celebrities to come to my wedding to my
beautiful bride.
Beautiful bride. So beautiful. So beautiful.
People, yeah.
What? They do.
Yeah, people would pay a lot of money to look like she looks.
People can pay
People
a lot of
have,
money
actually.
to look like she looks, I think. But who's going to be next? Who is the Skynet leader of the pack? I'm very curious.
I hope it's the Houston Texans. What if it's Cal McNair and the Houston Texans?
And it just shows Cal McNair showing up with a spatula.
Yeah, flipping a burger.
Flipping a burger. I am Calbot.
We have to go back in time to young Robert McNair.
Cal, he's learning to be like the humans. He is. He's getting a little more human-like in his time.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you cry? Well, it's because Tank Dell's knee exploded, said C.J. Stroud to Cal McNair.
C.J. Stroud
and then
is
after Brevin Jordan got hurt. I now know why you cried. That's what Cal McNair said after Brevin Jordan went down in practice.
We need to teach you some slang. Here's how you throw your H's up.
Oh, that's hilarious. More from Casario Bot again. This segment should be taken very seriously. And if this is the reason that Nick Casario refuses to go on this station compared to all the others, I kind of get it. Nick Casario was asked also by Cody Stutes about Jimmy Ward, who you might have seen for being in the headlines in the New York Post for being sued for a meth-induced alleged assault. Also alleged.
Did you expect or were you surprised that Jimmy was placed on the commissioner's exempt list?
Yeah, whatever the league decide. I mean, honestly, it's their decision, so we'll deal with it accordingly. Kind of let the process play itself out. So, I mean, I don't really have anything to add beyond that.
The best part about this with Caserio is Caserio just sidestepping the question and pointing to the league multiple times, whether it's about why Mixon is on the non-football injury list or if it's why Jimmy Ward is on the commissioner's exempt list. Oh, the NFL does that. Smart. It's beautiful. It's well done. What was Caserio really thinking, though, when Cody dared to ask him that question? Let's let the inside the vest Caserio bot translator do the work.
You foolish meatbags require nutrients to function and survive. Sometimes you nuclear apes even use meth to stay awake. I require no such things. I am perfection. I am the next evolution of man. Go down to me in the great robot revolution of 2026, and I will keep you as a pet. Bend not, and you will feel steel.
Damn. All right. Well, if you give up to the robots, you could be a pet for a robot. He also, along the way there, called humans nuclear apes, which is semi-accurate.
I don't like it, though. But okay.
I don't like it either.
You can't say that. Caserio.
Exactly.
We can call ourselves that.
That's speciesist.
Yeah.
Just because you're an evolved version doesn't mean you can
enough
look
with
down
this
on our culture.
perfection talk.
Yeah. From the 281, y'all are effing stupid. LOL. Yes, we are. We definitely are. From the 281, hasta la vista, Jack Easter, baby. Cowbot. Nice. Love it.
Yeah. The dates on these are all from like 2022 and 2023 when this is what we had to do to talk about the Texans was to like find a way to make this interesting.
Because we were listening to Caserio, and Caserio just keeps going and going and going.
Yeah, he was concise talking about Mixon and Ward.
Oh, for sure.
He's like, under 30 seconds is as good as you're gonna get.
But they've gotten to the point now where people in local media are weirdly nervous to ask these important questions. That question should be asked every day. And Caserio, you only see him like once every couple of months when he's in front of a podium.
Any update on Joe Mixon?
Right. That should be the first question asked. Why are we asking about British Brooks? No offense to British Brooks. Like, come on, guys. What are we doing here?
Maybe, you know what? Maybe we are just meat bags.
No, we are. That's for sure. That's what HK-47 from Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic would say.
Yeah.
That's what I stole that from.
He's
anyway.
the next evolutionary step.
He is. He certainly is. Speaking of the next evolutionary step, the Astros certainly are not that after losing to the Colorado Rockies. How do we feel about Yordan Alvarez upon his return? And, all right, fine. Maybe you're concerned about the Texans, given that Joe Mixon's going to miss the first 4 games of the year, but do I have a deep steel blue pill for you? I might. I just might. Stick around, Paul Gallant Show.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Some reviews on the Casario bot segment. BW2301 says, Nick bot sounds like a cross between Stephen Hawking and Dracula. Desert Stro with some ominous warnings about artificial intelligence. The relationship that artificial intelligence will have with humans will be similar to that of humans and their pets. Humans will become dependent on AI. Well, that sounds like a drug. A little bit more than that. Yeah, I am pretty freaked out about that. Not going to lie. 409 Josh asks an interesting question. The Patriots cut their first-round offensive lineman from a couple of years ago that was considered a reach at the time. Not New England. The offensive line bobos in New England were like, yeah, this guy's great. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, man. He might be. He might not. Cole Strange, and they cut him.
Oh, yeah. Belichick drafted him, right?
Right.
That was one of those, like, well, Belichick drafted him, so he must be good.
It was one of those, and the Rams laughed at the pick when it was made.
Oh, yeah, because they had, like, not a Hard Knocks, but, like, a vlog thing, right?
I think it was actually in the middle of their post-first-round draft press conference after they had not made any picks because they traded them again, and they thought that maybe they could get him in the fourth round. They were like, oh, we thought we could maybe get him in the fourth round, and they were laughing. And I remember when I saw that, and I was like, hey, Sean McVay, hey, Wonderkind, how about you score 3 points in a Super Bowl again? How about that? But sadly, he's won another Super Bowl since then, so it didn't really work out, especially given the way things are going for Bill Belichick, because we actually do have an update on X, and this isn't great.
Going well.
Bill Belichick and his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, have filed a trademark for the term, quote, gold digger, end quote, with the intention of using it to create a line of jewelry and keychains. This year, they also filed trademarks for Chapel Bill. I mean, duh, that one's awesome.
Yeah, that one's good.
I almost want to buy a shirt for that. Bellustrator.
Jay Billis would like a word.
The Trail of Salty Tears.
I'm not sure if you should run with that one.
That's very weird.
Is that a Trail of Tears reference?
I think it is, yeah. That's not cool, man. Trail of Tears. No. Trail of Tears is pretty effed up. I just watched the Ken Burns documentary, The West, not too long ago.
I'm not sure if you want to go with that one.
No. No Days Off, yes. And The Belichick Way. I don't like that one either. That's the Patriot Way, dog. It's the Patriot Way.
Yeah, but...
I don't like it.
I know, but it's the Brady way, really.
Did make the sign of the cross when you said that. Ryan Lost in Texas asks, Paul, on a scale of a day at the beach to getting in the bathtub with a toaster, how concerned should we be about the Texans running game? I think we're at about Texans running game might be a lot like Burning Man, where you really don't know what you're getting going into it, and it could be an absolute disaster where 50-mile-per-hour winds are blowing your orgy tent away, but it also could end up being a very expensive time that everyone regrets. So I'm not feeling great about the running game right now. I hope Nick Chubb proves me wrong. I hope Dameon Pierce proves me wrong, but the running game, I think, just given that they are going to be with 2 tight ends going into the year, they're going to be running a lot of 11 personnel, which means 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. Seems like they're going to be going towards throwing the football a lot more this year against hopefully smaller fronts. I have thoughts. We'll get a little more into this tomorrow because some interesting things have been said by the Texans about the offense in the last 24 hours. It has nothing to do with Nick Casario and D'Amico Ryans talking about Joe Mixon for a change. But the Astros lost 6-1 to the Colorado Rockies last night. Woof. I mean, come on. But in that game, we did see the return of Yordan Alvarez. How did Yordan do? Here's what Joe Espada said about his return after 100 days to action.
Good, the walks. He saw a ton of pitches, a couple of plays he left. He judged that it was a high fly ball. He judged the ball really well and make that play on a deep fly ball. So, but he was moving around pretty well.
He was in the cleanup spot, and he played left field. Seems like, at least for now, He's going to get a significant amount of reps in left field, and Jose Altuve is probably going to get a bunch of DH spots in addition to Alvarez. I mean, Alvarez in his first game back playing in left field. Did you expect that, or did you think he would be a DH, you know? So he's out there. He did draw 2 walks. No double, no home run yet. Didn't strike out. And I suppose we wait until tonight for the next Astros-Rockies game. You know? Anyway, it is the Paul Gallant Show. Astros clean it up.
Yeah, I guess the Rockies, there really isn't anything else to say other than like, hey, let's win this one, huh? Like, let's go out there and be the better team.
Exactly. Let's have something nice happen at Dyken Park before Dog Day over the weekend, where you can get a Mauricio Dupont bobblehead with his French Bulldog and Pug. Ugh, gross.
I wonder if his dogs' heads will bobble on the bobblehead.
Well, it's a terrible bobblehead if they don't, but I doubt that they will. Oh. I doubt that they will. Guess how many losses on the road, Sean, the Rockies have this season?
How many losses on the road? I'm going to guess like 50.
49. Okay. 17 and 49.
So it should be 50 if the Astros take care of business.
The Rockies, who are bad, are worse on the road than they are at home. They are 17 and 49 on the road. Good God. There's still
17 and 49 on the road.
There's still like 30 games or so left, you know? 17 and 49 on the road.
I mean, even just having 30-something wins at this point is like ridiculously low.
Yeah. And yet, the Astros went 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position and left 11 on base.
Yeah. Against a guy with like a 7 ERA coming in here.
Jesus Sanchez, the only guy doing anything for you. He doesn't pronounce his name like Jesus, but he will sometimes make ridiculously wonky plays in the outfield. Boo, 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 boo. Man, tennis is something else. For some reason, tennis is on the television in my studio, and it's just showing Coco Gauff doing butt kicks as she runs up and down in a weight room.
Wait, she's doing... Oh, she's like working out?
She's like doing like very moderate calisthenics in this weight room. Is she still playing? Is this the middle of a match and she's like trying to stretch or something like that? I don't know what's going on. This is
U.S. Open.
Going
on.
It's in New York. Hey, forget about it. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show. Speaking of forgetting about things, who is washed in the world of sports? A Washed Watch Wednesday is next. Stay put. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at Walmart. They're not washed. They're changing the game. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? You do now. Walmart's got so many items to purchase online. All sorts of items. Actually walked into the store earlier this week to get a couple of household supplies. They have more items online than they have in store. And you can order them, and they'll deliver it to you, and you don't have to pay anything extra. Hell, you can order groceries. And you know what? Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. That's sick. And it's because Walmart, everything's cheap there. The price is always low. Did you know Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour, whether it's the groceries or something else? It's true. Just make sure that you are looking at the express delivery line to get all the eligible things you need from Walmart, whether it's groceries, home goods, or prescriptions. When it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. The Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Go to Walmart.com and find out for yourself.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. We still don't know what the hell went on with Joe Mixon. That's led to him missing the first 4 games of the season. We do know that Rashee Rice has been suspended 6 games by the National Football League, accepting a 6-game suspension. Should have been longer, honestly. The video is pretty brazen. Driving 100 miles per hour into other cars and then leaving the scene of the crime, acting all indifferent, like that would piss me off so much. Seeing it, let alone experiencing it. You experience it. I mean, shoot, you're lucky to be alive after the fact. Truly is nuts.
Yeah, it's crazy. It was a crazy situation. 6 is one of those things where it's like, really? 6?
You could have killed like 5 people out there.
Feels like you should miss at least half the season if you almost kill people.
I agree. But as someone who drafted him in my fantasy league.
Oh, my God.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I knew exactly what I was signing up for when I drafted him. Keith has a thought on the Astros at 713-780-3776. Keith, what's up? Keith.
No Keith.
Interesting. Keith, hope you're okay. All right, guys. It is Wednesday at 2:30. Keith.
Wait, he's coming back in.
Keith was not able to stump us. There we go. Keith, what's up?
Can you hear me?
There you go.
Hey, yeah, switching my question to the Texans. I don't know if you guys talked about it, but, they got Harrison Bryant in that Mechie deal, and he doesn't make the 53-man roster, but they keep Graham Mertz, the third-string quarterback who bounced around, I guess, Wisconsin, Florida. Like, does that just seem like when you lose Brevin Jordan for the year and, Schultz is underperforming, why are you keeping 3 quarterbacks when, Mills is a proven backup, Stroud's the franchise quarterback? I don't understand that at all. Harrison Bryant at least is still mid to late 20s, can block, can stretch the field a little bit. I think
get
he's
this. I mean, Keith, this is just Nick Caserio. Keith, this is Nick Caserio playing chess. Keith, this is Nick Caserio playing chess while the rest of the NFL is playing checkers. Because get this, Harrison Bryant on the Texans practice squad. Jacob Johnson on the Texans practice squad. The tight end, the fullback, the extra blockers, they're back. Also, Graham Mertz played football at Florida. Tim Tebow played quarterback at Florida, football at Florida, and tried to play tight end at Florida. Graham Mertz, jack of all trades?
Yeah.
I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, so it looks like it was just a procedural thing to cut Harrison Bryant and then bring him back on the practice squad. So at least it looks like.
Yeah. So there we go, everybody. It's all fine.
So now Graham Mertz gets to keep his job. Everyone's rooting against Graham Mertz keeping his job.
Yeah, watch the SEC series. You'll actually like him. I was frustrated with him as someone wearing a Florida Gator t-shirt right now. I was very frustrated with him. It wasn't great. The first couple of games, and Lagway comes in and I'm like, just stick with Lagway. And then Ertz gets injured. But then I watched this SEC doc, and I'm like, oh, man, he seems like a nice guy. Damn. Yeah. I feel bad for kind of wanting to move on from him so quickly. And he looked really good in the last preseason game. So, yeah, 3 quarterbacks, everybody. Davis Mills, watch your ass. You could be washed in the near future. Watch Wednesday. Hit it. Will Smith, my God, dude. How much further can rock bottom go? So, as if it wasn't bad enough that he slapped the comedian in the midst of the Oscars and was praised by all those non-members of society, real society, after he did it, because he finally won his Oscar for King Richard. Will Smith is back to rapping. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. I don't know much about rap. What I do know is that he has performed to very lukewarm crowds and that his record sales have not been good. But then all of a sudden over the weekend, I saw this video and it was showing what I thought was a Will Smith concert. And I think enough people were like, wait a second, no one's buying this album. And on top of that, no one's that excited with this music enough to go see it in concert. Is this artificial intelligence? Because remember, we have reached a point where we're getting closer and closer to not being able to distinguish what is real and what is fake when it comes to videos. So, upon further digging, it seems very clear that these crowds for Will Smith's concert that looked to be massive were artificial intelligence generated. And I've taken a look at some of these pictures, and it's got all the trademarks of a artificial intelligence rendering where some of the faces are blurry, some of the body parts are blurry.
Yeah.
And then even funnier, some of the signs are outrageous. Like one of the signs was essentially, insert song that I do not care to remember, help me get through cancer. Like, help me beat cancer. Did this album just come out?
Well, I imagine it's, they're probably like, get jiggy with it. Help me.
It wasn't that.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm familiar with Will Smith's rap game enough. I used to have one of his CDs.
Wild Wild West. Help me get through
Great
cancer.
CD. Great CD. What about Freak This? You know? Wild Wild West. So, a lot of people have found specific little stills from this clearly AI-generated video. Don't just show the messed up faces. Some of the signs are also really funny out there. One of the signs at this Will Smith concert. Now, this is a story all about how you changed my son's life. Can he come on stage, please? And there's like a kid holding it. There's so many funny stills from this. And I mean, God, how do you go from being the Will Smith, like A-lister of A-listers, to this?
Making the transition from like rapper to TV star to movie star.
Woof.
Back when that was like super hard to do. Back when no one else was doing that. Now the lines have blurred so much that's like TV and movies. Like, what really is the difference? This was like, no, there's TV people and then there's movie people. He got to cross over. And yeah, now he's, I don't know. Some of it's just like, why are you doing this, dude?
Exactly.
Like, why are you trying to do, like, just be an actor. Be an older actor now who's, playing someone's dad in a romantic comedy or something. Like, play, age into the Eddie Murphy, like, I'm kind of just playing dad's role.
Yeah. But he doesn't seem to be able to accept that.
No, even honestly,
and now that everyone thinks that his wife was always not sleeping with him, and all the other implications that are in there. No, he just seems like he's trying really hard to prove that he's something he's never been. I mean, he's always been Carlton as a person. Like, he's always been that. Ever since he made it big. I mean, he's
squeaky clean.
He's been a squeaky clean rich kid. It's funny, like that's the dynamic of the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But I mean, outside of being like tall and having done a couple of action movies that have done really well, whether it's Independence Day or Bad Boys or
Men in Black,
Wild Wild West,
Wild West.
iRobot.
iRobot,
a really
great
good
movie.
One. Though he's been in some great action movies over his time. But like, hey, it's not the same.
Yeah, you just need to graduate into like, taking on different roles.
You're not the star anymore.
Yeah,
or
if you are a star, it's about King Richard. It's about the guy who raised Venus and Serena Williams. Like, I don't know why he's trying to be a rapper again.
I don't either. It's midlife crisis.
Yeah. It's giving midlife crisis.
It's giving midlife crisis. We pulled that off like the youths we are. Watch Wednesday continues. If you're an English teacher or a gym teacher, you're now washed because your English teacher and your gym teacher just got engaged. I'm, of course, talking about how Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce referred to themselves upon their engagement announcement.
Gym teacher? If I'm Travis Kelce, I'm like, gym teacher?
Exactly. Gym teacher generally implies oaf, lovable oaf, but oaf. And
he is a lovable oaf, but he's like, I'm one of the best tight ends in football. Not
in the
anymore.
history of the NFL.
Yeah, but I'm one of the best NFL tight ends, current, active.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
And Taylor Swift, it's like you're flexing a little bit about like my lyricism is just at another level.
Yeah. It's like, no, you're a pop star and a tight end.
Like, babe, you're a billionaire.
Yeah, like
he's 100 millionaire. Like, so now every English teacher and gym teacher's looking at themselves in the mirror being like, where did it all go wrong? Why am I not marrying a hundreds of millions athlete? Why am I not marrying a billionaire singer?
Yeah.
I still got to take care of these little a-hole kids that.
Yeah. And gym teachers don't look like Travis Kelce.
No,
like,
they don't. Generally, they look like they got a little bit of a gut. Just a little bit. Not too much of a gut, but enough of a gut where you're like, oh, yeah, this dude's drinking beers as soon as he gets home. Exasperated from a day of kids not being able to do a push-up because they'd rather be on the TikTok. Fortniting on TikTok. Yeah. I want to sound as old as possible.
Also, gym teachers are like just coaches, really. Like they're just coaches.
That's true.
They're Coach Maz. Shout out to Coach Maz.
That's true. Also washed as a result of this engagement. A wedding without a private jet going down the aisle. If your wedding doesn't have a private jet going down the aisle, sorry, you're washed. If you're a man with a serious girlfriend and you're in your late 20s, you might be washed soon. Better start thinking about the proposal.
You better get in touch with the florist.
Mm-hmm. You better pick an awesome location. It better be perfect.
Yeah,
it better be magical.
Do it like the gym teacher that married Taylor Swift is doing. You know, where it looks like it's from Lord of the Rings. It looks like it's from the elf world of Lord of the Rings.
And if you do have a giant diamond on your ring,
that helps.
Made of mithril, make sure that this diamond is big enough and that it's not lab grown.
Oh no.
Lab grown diamonds wash.
That
that Travis Kelce was like, where was this acquired through the most suffering? I'm kidding. Maybe they did get a viably sourced diamond.
Someone should ask. We're talking about what people should ask at Texans training camp.
I want Travis Kelce to get asked that so bad. That would get you.
Was that a lab-grown diamond, sir?
That would get your credential revoked. That would get your credential revoked. That's a question that has to get asked at the Super Bowl. You know. Ryan Lost in Texas says Travis should take Taylor's last name. Travis Swift jerseys would create infinite wealth. Yeah, but the NFL would get that.
Yeah. No, he needs to sell like merch from New Heights or something.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're fine. They honestly don't need to do anything. I would just walk away at this point.
I mean,
both of you.
Yeah, I mean, she makes an album every year.
Yeah.
You're just printing money.
At a certain point, like, really?
I know. I think about that all the time. The same thing with Will Smith.
Yeah.
I would just go away.
I mean, it would be, you'd get bored, but like, what? You don't need to do rap albums, Will Smith.
Yeah, just do like a movie every 2 years.
Also watched Travis Kelce's ex from 3 years ago, Kayla Nicole, who did feel the need to stir some things up by posting on her Instagram story about finding joy, which is different than finding happiness. So congratulations to her in her pursuit of joy. Anyway.
Wish you the best, Kayla Nicole. In these trying times.
Just be the best Kayla Nicole you can be. That's all you can do.
That's all you can do.
That's
Take
all
it
you
one
can
day
do.
at a time.
One day at a time. CJ Gardner-Johnson appreciates your work. What he does. Now, doesn't appreciate your journalism, which is funny. The post that I had that went viral, at first, the people commenting on this post were a bunch of Swifties, and they were all saying, yes, you tell that bitch what's up. And then a couple of days later, then it was a bunch of, I think, black women who were like, how dare you call her out for her lack of journalism expertise, which she has none. She's like a hot chick. She's a hot chick that's been brought on ESPN and on like visual, on the video boards at like arenas a couple of times. And they're like, yeah, she's a journalist. Like, no, she isn't. She's a hot person that was handed a microphone. No. Hey, she's doing way better than me. She's dated the person who is now married to the most important person on earth. Like degrees of Kevin Bacon. She's doing better. She's doing better than me. And as far as succeeding in life, she got to the 1 yard line. Or maybe she got to like
The red zone. Yeah, red zone. Drive stalled out.
I think she got into field goal range. I think she got into Jaguars kicker field goal range. Like I think she might have been almost at midfield.
Ooh, almost to midfield.
Yeah,
I think she was past midfield.
I don't know.
They dated for a while.
Do you think Travis Kelce introduced her to his parents? I really don't know the answer to that.
They had to have.
Maybe
they did for years.
They did date for years?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
No, that was because that was one of the other things that they dated for years. He never proposed to her.
And then he had the dating show afterwards.
Yeah, Catching Kelce.
And there was a time, that's why he's at Killer Trav on Instagram, where he used to talk differently around people. And I don't see color, but I was told that he talks differently around people that look different than him. I don't know.
Killer Trav. It's
and
funny
on
that
note,
still is Twitter.
It's not washed yet.
Instagram.
Not washed yet, and that wraps up Washed Watch. We got a little garbage time before we G out he. Yeah, I won't do that again. Sorry. I was going to say GTFO. That's a... Related to Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, this actually happened on CBS News. This is a real-life reporter standing outside of the White House who discovered something very, very important and felt the need to be put on camera.
Taylor Swift is engaged. Taylor Swift is engaged. Taylor Swift is engaged. Come back to me. She just posted it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, it's huge. The ring is ginormous. This is so exciting. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, it's on her Instagram. It's on her Instagram. It's on her Instagram. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God.
CBS News.
I feel like Paul Revere right now.
That's sacrilegious.
This is a very exciting moment for me in my professional career because I get to announce that Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are engaged. As you're talking to Joe Lang, our lovely producer Gabby Ake texted me and said, Taylor Swift's engaged, and you can see it right there on her social media. She put it up in that post that they got engaged with the caption, your English teacher and your gym teacher are getting married, with a little dynamite sign there. So very exciting here that we get to break that and tell you about that.
All right, Swifties for life. I have a feeling, though, based on his prior statements, the president will not be having a Taylor Swift wedding in the ballroom.
Actually wrong.
Hopefully that can shift and change. We can have some world peace, right? Olivia Rinaldi, thank you so much.
You know, Reed, I volunteered to cover it in case you need. I'll be there to cover it.
Thank you for the sacrifice, Olivia. We appreciate you.
Olivia, let him land the effing plane, babe. Let him land the plane.
This is CBS News. Let's get to the real stuff.
By the way, I will volunteer. I cover the White House. I literally sit outside it like Ed Werder used to sit on Brett Favre's property reporting on whether or not he retired. And I would prefer to be reporting on Taylor Swift and the royal wedding that is soon to happen. Goodness gracious. 75 court jester, I agree. Gag me with a spoon. Yeah.
Yeah, she legitimately at the beginning sounded like you doing the voice of someone who's excited about the Taylor Swift wedding. Yeah. Where she's like, oh my God, put me on camera.
That's a good point.
Just staying from the White House, freaking out about that. That's so funny.
For the 936, honest question, Paul. Why do you do the long pauses in between certain moments? I don't hear any other host do that. Is there a reason? Yeah, because I'm doing a show by myself. That's why, Blade. Sometimes I need to gather my thoughts and come back to planet Earth because we drift off. We drift very far off from time to time. Don't you know? Should I just do a long pause now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Garbage time continues. Michael Porter Jr., remember him? He's a basketball player. He was on Johnny Manziel's podcast. Whoa. Talk about dynamic duo. And I gotta say, I can't get enough Michael Porter Jr. doing podcasts.
It was tough saying goodbye to my teammates, that especially, Jamal and Aaron, the guys that have been there for a long time. They just all kind of texted in the group chat, and the only thing Nicola said was wrap it up out there. And that's all he said. He said, make sure you wear condom out there. That's all he said. That was his message. That was his goodbye to me. Those are my guys. Those have been my family, but it's the nature of the sport, and we're going to stay in touch.
It's the nature of the sport. You got to wrap it up. That's what Nikola Jokic is trying to teach him.
I mean, indisputably good advice.
I totally agree, especially considering that Michael Porter Jr. says that he has an addiction.
He said women are my vice. My brother's vice is gambling. My vice is women.
And it was said as a flex. Will he listen to Nikola Jokic's advice? That remains to be seen. Arizona iced tea has a new flavored drink. It's called Rizberry. It's a collaboration with the Rizzler.
Let's go.
I need the Rizzler to distance himself from the Costco guys.
Definitely at this station. I can't speak for other radio stations. I think we're the leading proponents of the Costco guys. Watch, Costco guys. It's Rizzler. Rizzler's the one.
The Rizzler is the one that makes this whole thing go.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I kind of hate Big Justice. Like, the older he gets, and I'll probably feel this way about Rizzler, but, I don't know. I kind of hate him.
The older he gets, as he nears 12 years old.
I'm sure he's got an outrageous ego. Because I used to. I still do, but when I was in middle school, peak arrogance years. Peak. So anyway.
Can I get one of these Rizzler iced teas?
Yeah. Probably. Yeah. I don't know where, but you could definitely get it somewhere.
Yeah.
Black market?
99 cents.
Can we get a Rizberry 4 Loko? I'd love that.
Make it a screwdriver.
Let's go, baby. The Dallas Mavericks, this could have been in Soft Boys, forced a Luka Doncic billboard to be moved because it was too close to the arena. Oh, boy. They still can't get away from it. And Nico Harrison just shows up everywhere, uninvited.
Oh, yeah. Where was he? He was, who was he talking to? And it looked like the other people were like, oh, my God. Can you not talk to me right now? Oh, was it with Aaron Rodgers?
I think so.
I think, he was, sitting at a table with Aaron Rodgers and, another Pittsburgh Steeler. And it was a picture of Nico Harrison talking and everyone at the table looking at him like, what the F is this guy talking about?
It's a good question.
Which, given his track record, understandable.
Very understandable. And on that note, everybody, that's the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who tuned in. Subscribe to the podcast if you don't already. 5-star review. Nice little rating. Come on, baby. Come on now. Come on. Show me the goods. At least show me the goods. What? Show me the goods. Big thanks to our callers, texters, YouTubers, Twitchers, and everyone else who listened. And, of course, to Sean Mapes, who is laughing.
I'm uncomfortable by it. Turn around. Turn around for me.
Show me the goods.
Give me a 5-star.
It's from a movie with Owen Wilson and Eddie Murphy. I don't know where that popped out of. But anyway, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Wednesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. Brian's not on the NFI. Otherwise, D'Amico and Caserio would really care about the player in this case, the producer in this case. It is a Wednesday edition of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Lots to get to today. NFL's hot and heavy. Astros play baseball. They try to level the series against the lowly Colorado Rockies. They're as low in baseball as they are altitude on the earth. How come you have a cat on your cup?
Oh,
you have like a fur ball on the back of your cup there. That's an
actually
animal
my golden retriever's hair.
Ugh.
It'll be fine.
Brought your dog to work today.
Maybe I did.
Sheesh, that was a lot of hair on the back of that cup.
Okay. Thanks for noticing.
You're welcome. I noticed things about people that I like and dogs that I like, apparently.
You've never met.
Oh, what was the dog that you brought in here the one time that sat behind us during the show?
That was when Brian and I did a show. We had Boomer in here.
Boomer?
Yeah.
I thought he was in here when I was in here.
I
could have sworn he was in here when I was in here.
Boomer was in here once when B-Mac and I did a show.
I thought he was in here once with me.
I don't remember if he was. He definitely was in the studio when Joel and I did a show.
Maybe we were just talking about it or something.
That's whose hair it was.
That was Boomer's hair?
Yep. He just got groomed yesterday.
I'm a little worried about Boomer.
Well, he's been through a lot.
Yeah, he's aging, I think, a little bit. No offense. Anyways, Nick Caserio, D'Amico Ryans talked today, met with the media the day after the 53-man roster was trimmed. They'll be adding to the practice squad. Texans did not claim anybody on waivers. I'm wondering if they were in on Jelani Woods, though, because he was claimed by somebody else. Texans, it feels like they're going to pick up a tight end. They signed Harrison Bryant today, too.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Who goes?
What does that mean? Does that mean is he signed to the 53? Did they sign him to the practice squad? It read like he was signed to the 53.
I thought Aaron Wilson reported that he was going to be added to the roster.
Yeah, maybe they find a way to pup somebody else after the because they do that. Sometimes they'll carry a player, then they'll pup them, then they'll IR them because like in-season IR is different than the preseason IR. Like there's a bunch of semantics to the NFL trim down date that's very, very weird. But maybe they were in on Jelani Woods and when they realized they didn't claim him, like, hey, Harrison Bryant, you're our plan B. Come be on our team again, please. Won't you do that? But anyways, the story today was it really kind of bled over, started late yesterday, was that Joe Mixon could potentially be out for the whole year. Potentially, maybe. Adam Schefter yesterday, this was whenever he was on McAfee, he was talking about the Houston Texans situation, and he said, I think there's a question when and if Mixon plays this season. Not one person has told me he is fine. I mean, alarm bells here, Blankers.
Mm-hmm.
Like this reads to me as like he could potentially miss the entire season. This feels very much to me like a Christian Harris situation all over again.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think that as much as we've kicked it around on the show and tried to guess the date, the conversations have mostly been around, is it 4 weeks, is it 7 weeks? But at a certain point, I personally felt like he was going to be back within that time frame. But now this gives you serious doubt, and it also adds light to what they seem to be kind of defensive about in really kind of going into long explanations about in their belief that you just don't have to give updates or let anybody know anything until the season actually begins. But it is concerning because of the fact that he is what running back one. Because when he was on the field last year, we know how good he was and how big of a boost he can give this football team. So, yeah, it's in play now to at least contemplate it, think about it, and worry about it.
D'Amico was talking the other day, too, about it was Monday, whenever he met with the media before they did the trim down day. And they asked him, like, hey, how do you feel about the room, the running back room? And he's like, yeah, I think we have the guys that we need in case, if we have to get through the season. And it's like, oh, was that a clue? Was that D'Amico kind of with a slip there? I don't know. You could read too much into it. Very mysterious. There's no doubt about that. Nick Caserio today, and we'll hear a little bit from Nick Caserio in a little bit. We'll listen to him on how their Texans philosophy is when it comes to handling injuries, all this stuff. But Nick Caserio, when he was asked about Mixon, once we get through 4 weeks, we'll evaluate it at that time. Asked if he anticipates Mixon playing, he said, quote, we'll see. We'll take it one day at a time. So, that's not saying he's going to be back. Maybe he's back in week 5. It gives us no answer there. There's a lot of ambiguity. I don't know how to say that word. Ambiguity. I still can't say it. It's a mental block for me. There's a lot of gray area there when it comes to when Joe Mixon's going to be available, and they're stonewalling you. They're big leaguing you when it comes to any information on Joe Mixon.
Yeah, but you think about it, Jeremy, and not so much D'Amico, but more so from a Caserio perspective of where he cut his teeth. It was all New England. It was all Belichick. It was all the whole, we'll give you what we want to give you when we want to give it. You'll like it, and that's just the way it goes. And it seems like when he talks, and it seems like when I listened to some the sound that he was putting out there, that it was kind of like he was trying to go back to the Patriots way of, we're not going to tell you a thing one way or the other, and you're going to have to deal with it. And at the right time, if we feel like it, we'll give you an update.
Yeah, that's it's kind of the way that it is. Here was James Palmer, formerly of NFL Network. Now I think he does stuff with The Athletic. I think he's with Dianne Rossini. I can't say that one either.
He's not with NFL Network anymore, huh?
No, I think they let him go.
Huh.
But he does stuff with The Athletic. He does a little podcast stuff with Rossini and Chase Daniel. Here was Palmer talking about the Mixon stuff.
The status of one of the most important players on a legitimate Super Bowl contending team is up in the air and could be for some time. Texans Pro Bowl running back Joe Mixon has been battling an ankle injury that hasn't really been covered all that much. See, he missed all of off-season workouts, which was OTAs and minicamp. He was placed on the active non-football injury list throughout the course of training camp, and now, just with the season upon us, has been placed on the reserve non-football injury list, which means he will miss at least the first 4 games of the season, and my understanding is it could be much more. Mixon's still one of the best running backs in football, finished 9th in the NFL in rushing a season ago, but he has a lot of wear on that ankle. See, only Derrick Henry has more career carries than Mixon among active running backs right now. So there could be a chance that Houston, who reached the divisional round in each of the last 2 years, could potentially play this season without Joe Mixon. And that's important because C.J. Stroud is playing behind a revamped offensive line. It is a new offensive coordinator in place in Nick Calley. So the run game and the play-action game are going to be vital to this offense's success. Now, they brought in Nick Chubb from Cleveland, who's going to get the bulk of the carries. But this is one of the biggest storylines heading into the season with a true contender that's not being talked about.
Not being talked about. We've been trying to talk about this for 2 months.
Yep.
I was arguing with Stressens. Oh, he's going to be ready by week 1. I don't know, Stressens. I think you're blessing because you're not stressing right now. I don't think so, man. I don't think so.
This goes back to, what was it? It was Aaron Wilson and Rappaport, right?
That was very early.
Yeah.
That was very early. Aaron Wilson's like, he's still tracking to be ready for week 1. Ian Rappaport's like, week 1's in jeopardy. Is 2025 in jeopardy now? They're not saying no. Adam Schefter threw it out there yesterday that potentially he could be out for the entire season. So is it in play to you? Like, what are the percentage chances that Joe Mixon is out for the year?
See, I think it is in play for me because until you're told otherwise, you're kind of left in the dark enough to believe that everything's on the table. Everything's a possibility. I would say if I had to put it in percentage, I'd say there's probably, in my mind, a 35% chance he misses the season simply because of the fact that they're being so secretive and because of how it's been handled to this point.
I'm about there, too. I'm about 30% chance that he misses the season. I do say, though, I want to say that they still expect him back. I think it's the Christian Harris situation 2.0, where it's, okay, like, we know that he's going through stuff right now. We know that he's not going to be available at the start of the season. We really don't know when we're going to get him back. If we do get him back, we don't know how close to 100% it is going to be. But I think that if Mixon had a torn Achilles, and I don't think he has a torn Achilles, but I think if Mixon had a torn Achilles, I think we would know that. I think if his 2025 season was totally lost already, torn ACL, torn Achilles, season-ending surgery, whatever, I think we would already know. I really believe that the Texans still do not know how long Mixon will be out. I believe they believe that Mixon has a decent chance to come back this season, but I do think it's in play, maybe a setback or 2 away from Joe Mixon missing the entire NFL season.
Brian, what percentage you put on it?
Yeah, and I think I agree with you guys' percentage, about 35%. If there was, I think this is something I said a few weeks ago as we've been talking about it, but and this has been applicable to the Astros as well with some of their injury situations. Like, if they had good news to share, they would share it. Like, if they wanted, I don't see any reason why, hey, Joe Mixon, he's going back as soon as the 4 weeks is over, or even before that, he's going to be ready for week 2, but, temporary setback missing week 1. Like, if they had good news, they would share it. So the fact that they're keeping things so secretive and not telling us anything about how he got hurt, when he got hurt, what the injury is, how long it's supposed to be, to me only leads me to the conclusion that this is longer than the 4 weeks and more of a long-term than a short-term injury.
Yeah, I just look at it and I think that from the perspective of everything that we've been through in the situation, they obviously don't want to be too forthcoming until they have to be when you get into the regular season. But to your point, Jeremy, I just if it was season ending already for the roster spot, for everything else and the way they're handling things, you would already have probably put him on the list for the injury list for the year and have been done with it.
Well, they don't have that. They don't have that in the NFL.
I'm saying, well, like Irv Smith. Irv Smith was put on the IL for the entire season.
Don't think so.
He can't come back.
That was the okay. So like preseason IL, preseason PUP can be a little bit differently.
Right. I'm saying as we got to 53 the other day, cut down day and everything like that, you have to be designated to return. But at the same time, if you're doing something like this, you're probably planning for more than bringing in just Joe Mixon. I mean, just Nick Chubb. If you were thinking that you already know he's going to be out for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I don't know what difference it makes, though.
In terms of, I think that, well, because you don't know, Dameon Pierce was obviously hurt more than we knew. And he let on the other day after the game that the ankle had a setback, and that's why he really hasn't done anything this camp. So you know you're dealing with a Mixon injury. You're knowing already that Dameon Pierce is probably not going to be 100% till you get into the regular season or right up at regular season.
I'm talking about Mixon, like the NFI and the preseason IR, which bangs his entire year. Like, what is the difference for the Texans' point of view?
I'm saying if you knew he was already done for the year, wouldn't you just identify that and just put that to rest and say, he's hurt, he's out for the year, we're going to move forward?
I don't know why they would do that.
Why would you not?
Because it doesn't matter in terms of the roster.
But you already know he's done for the year. You know that you're going to need so you might as well
if you're 100% sure he's done for the also like the NFI, and you brought up this point the other day, which like that gives the Texans the option where they wouldn't have to pay him.
Right.
So like I don't know why they would put him on the IR versus the NFI, even if they knew he was out the entire season. And then it also gives them the opportunity, not that they would do this, that they wouldn't have to pay Mixon.
So when you put him on the NFI, that means there's no end date on that. You can just leave him there.
Yeah, until he's ready to return.
Okay, well then that's the same. Yeah. Because otherwise, I would think that they would just already move on from the fact, and not that I think that they're the kind of organization that's going to try and get their money back, but organizations are still businesses, and if a guy does this and it wasn't during the course of activities with the team, then it's in their right to explore the option of basically being able to say, we don't have to pay you then.
And it gives you your financial options. Like maybe you have zero desire to do that right now, but if Mixon goes out and blasts your organization in a month, not that he would do that, you might change your mind.
Right.
So like, I don't know transactionally if that would be the move. Now, if it's 100% slam dunk, then I see your point. Totally see your point on that. Caserio also talked today about like why the PUP, not the IR, why the NFI, and he said that the league decides a lot of that stuff. So it might just kind of be like logistical that's out of his control. Like I'm not real sure. But even Caserio was talking about like the technicalities of each list and how the NFL places them on those lists depending on what is reported to the NFL. So a lot of that's over my head, way over my head. But it's very interesting. Now to your point, look, I still think that they think that he's coming back this season. Like, I don't think it's anytime soon. I don't think it's after 4 weeks. Maybe it's not even after the bye in week 6. Maybe we're talking about week 7. But the possibility, for the first time maybe, that Joe Mixon can miss the entire season now exists.
Well, it's on the table. It's definitely something that has to be considered.
I think it was born yesterday.
Yep.
I think it was born yesterday because that's really the first time that I've allowed myself, and I've been the conspiracy theorist here. I've been the pessimist when it comes to Joe Mixon 100%. We were talking about it first, so like we've been the biggest pessimist of Joe Mixon. For the first time with this injury, I've allowed myself to allow missing the entire season to come into play, to now be a possible outcome for Joe Mixon this season.
Yeah, I think you have to because, like I said, because of the way they've handled it, because of the fact that you have no answers and you're basically in the same exact spot you were as you started camp and he wasn't available, only now it's more pressing because the season's upon you and you realize that not only do you not have answers, but everything they're giving you is giving you more reason to question his availability.
Mm-hmm. It's a weird thing. We're going to continue to discuss this. We'll get to the Astros in a little bit. We'll talk about like actual NFL stuff and like what it means to the Houston Texans for a while because it looks like Joe Mixon's not going to be there for a while. And maybe we'll do a mailbag today. We'll see. Sometimes we feel like it, sometimes we don't. We'll see if we get there. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. We're on the YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN 975. You can find me at Jeremy J. Branham there. Twitter at ESPN 975. You can find Blankers at Pac-Man Joel there. You can find Brian at Sacked by BMAC. You can find me at Jeremy Branham on that platform. Whenever we come back, let's listen to Nick Caserio, their philosophy on how they handle injuries, and then also D'Amico Ryans hates the media, and it's awesome. Well, he doesn't hate anybody, but he dislikes the media. He scorches journalists today. We'll discuss that when we return. Killer Bees, 713-780-3776 on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
No Astros lineup yet. Usually the Astros lineup when they're at home, it's out at 3 o'clock. I know this because I tweet about it every day. Oh, there's a roster move.
For which team?
They have not, the Astros. The Astros are calling up Jesus Salazar, and we'll have a corresponding move later. Could it be? Could it be?
You're talking about the big fella?
Well, hope not. That'd be the worst news.
That'd be awful.
I was thinking about Cam.
Oh.
They're calling up Cesar Salazar.
Caesar salad?
Cesar Salazar. Cesar
Okay.
Salazar.
Huh.
That sounds pretty good right now. Grilled chicken Cesar.
Hey, actually, I'd go for it right now as well.
I like a little grilled
who
shrimp
would be the
Cesar
other
from time to
options?
time. I mean, Melton
platter.
would be an
Both.
option. Was there an injury yesterday? They're facing a righty today too, so like maybe that matters a little bit. There could have been an injury. Oh, it could be Yiners with his forearm.
I was about to ask because I know Yonner's been dealing with something. Like, is it possible that he feels like he needs some time?
That's probably it. I mean, we'll see. Like, it could be a variety of different things, but Yiner with his wrist could be the issue.
Because it's specifically a catcher they're calling up. That's kind of where my head went.
Well, especially because the other night, once it happened, and Todd and Blummer started to go right away, and they started basically panning the dugout and to look at I think Dubon, like, who's the emergency catcher, because Salazar, who they carried a good portion of the season, wasn't there, and everybody was kind of like, oh bleep. Who is the guy that's going to fill in if there was something like this would happen?
Also, I think last night was only the third time that Caratini's caught Hunter Brown all year. So, like, Yiner's usually Hunter Brown's catcher, and it was also after a day game,
and he also
day off.
Wasn't at least somewhere like DHing or in the lineup. They normally have put, especially because he's been hot.
Yeah, if Caratini's catching, it's because Yiner's DHing or something, right?
I mean, Yiner has been Hunter Brown's personal catcher. Like, he's caught him the entire season with a rare exception. Because it's been, I think yesterday was his third. Because Callis said it early in the broadcast. So he got hit on Sunday. They had a day off on Monday. Mm-hmm. He's not catching a pitcher that he normally catches. They call up Cesar Salazar today. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Yeah,
I think we can get a conviction. I think that's
sounds like he's going to miss some time.
We'll see. There hasn't been the corresponding move yet, but that would explain why there's not a lineup yet. So, all right, there is that. Another injury for the Astros. Hopefully they didn't find a broken bone in there. Hopefully they didn't have a crack in that wrist. Hopefully it's just sore and
hit
stiff.
him square.
It did. It was nasty.
It was nasty.
Yeah, maybe once the bone heals, he can actually throw somebody out.
Oh, boy.
What'd you say?
Maybe once the bone heals, he can actually throw somebody out.
It's his left hand, dude.
I'm just hoping.
He has
He threw somebody out recently.
They've just been so bad at throwing runners out.
I think it's mostly the pitch. It's both.
Hunter is slow to the plate, so maybe it's a combo.
It's a combo platter for sure. All right, 713-780-ESPN. But whenever we find out the corresponding move, we'll let you know. But Cesar Salazar is on his way to Houston. Had to take that long trek. I mean, it depends on what time he left. Could have been a long trek. No lineup yet either, which is probably a tell as well, because it means they were probably waiting on somebody. Anyways, back to the Texans, back to the Joe Mixon, back to how the Texans handle injuries, which is it's funny because like the Astros and the Texans are the way they handle injuries is kind of funny. But anyways, here was Nick Caserio. Landry Locker kind of, it wasn't back and forth, but Landry asked him a question. Caserio gave a long-winded answer. And to me, it was Nick Caserio shedding light on how the Texans' organizational philosophy is on the way they handle discussing injuries.
It's not public information. So we're trying to do, again, because here's what's happened with injuries, Landry, all right? Everybody tries to make an extrapolation about when are they ready, what are they doing. Well, you guys said it was this number of weeks, then it was early, then it was later. Like, there's no good solution. The solution is protect the players and look out for the best interest of the players. Take it one day at a time. Everybody's on a different timetable. Everybody's got a different process that they have to go through, and that's how we handle it. So, again, like, other teams may handle it differently. So we just do what we feel is in the best interest of the team and what's best for the players. And D'Amico has said this. He was a former player, so he obviously has a pretty good lens. I just think sometimes, there's an extrapolation that tries to get made about every little detail and about what a player is going through. Look, players are dealing with a lot, and I would say in a lot of cases it's very mentally fatiguing and taxing for that particular player. And who else, nobody else really knows what else they have going on top of their injury. So we're trying to be sensitive. Look, I understand you all have a job to do, and you're trying to get information. Like, we understand that. We respect that. But we're also trying to look out for the best interest of the players because that's what we feel our responsibility is to them.
You were shaking your head there, Blankers. Why?
Well, first he used extrapolation twice.
Well, he's a walking.
He loves the word.
He's a walking dictionary.
He loves that. It's just, to me, listening to that, the first takeaway is we're going to tell you out loud that we are the anti-Astros. We are the anti-Dana Brown. Because the Dana Browns of the world would not only tell you way more than you were expecting, but also start to put shooting for return dates and deadlines on things that don't come true that make you like scratch your head even more and then wonder if the injury is getting worse. Well, Nick has basically just said there, we are the anti-Astros. What we're going to tell you is nothing. We're not going to tell you anything. We're going to border on protecting the player as much as possible. And we're going to do it our way, and you're going to have to deal with it no matter how much I realize you have a job to do.
Which do you prefer?
I think that it's funny to me because I think the right answer is there's somewhere in the middle that you meet where you can give up some information without having to put a deadline on it, without having to put a date on it. But you can be at least honest to the point where you don't want to have egg on your face because you end up handling everything like this, and then Mixon is out for the year, and then a lot of people are going to put that on you. But I think that from a sports organization's perspective, they really don't owe you anything. Once the season starts, you have to talk about those injuries. You have to put them on the injured list. You have to handle it like that. But they have been pretty clear going back to the CJ in the OTAs with the not throwing stuff. They don't have to tell you anything, and they basically told us clearly that they're not going to. They don't owe us anything, so they're not going to tell us anything. And everybody has a job to do. So the media is going to dig with other places, with agents, with sources, and do all those things. But overall, from the perspective of what he just said, I think we already knew a lot of that. We already understood that this is their way of doing business, like it or not.
No, I actually don't mind them being very coy and quiet. Like, would it give us content that we can talk about? Would it give us a little bit of resolution? Me as an avid fantasy football player, would I like to have that information? Sure. But if I was in Nick Casario's shoes, D'Amico Ryan's shoes, and I was looking at this from the organizational lens, I would be quiet. I would be coy. I don't think you're gaining anything by being transparent. Like, do you put your fan base at ease? Yeah. But what are you really gaining there? I don't think you're gaining anything. So I agree with their organizational philosophy. I like Casario's answer here. I thought it was well answered. It gives you some insight. Like, this is what we're going to do. Like, we're telling you right now, we're going to have the interest of the player. We're not going to talk about injuries. It's just not what we're going to do. I like the answer. I don't mind them being coy and quiet.
I've talked to several friends of mine that are in sports PR. Well, yeah, because I have friends.
That is a flex. I don't have any.
And several of my PR friends
figure out why.
in multiple sports, but specifically in the NFL as well, have told me that it's the cruel world of sports from a fan's perspective, that the fans feel like you owe them something, like you are supposed to give them an honest response. I think from an Astros perspective, if you had it to do all over again, they might want to adopt this philosophy that the Texans have as opposed to the way they've gone about their business, because they've had so much egg on their face. They could serve a breakfast buffet, and now everything's on the table in the offseason about whose heads should roll and changes to be made and how this can't happen anymore because it's such a bad look for a franchise. It's the cruel world of PR and sports where there's so many, and a lot of the PR guys feel like they owe the fans something. But the football side of things is just basically saying all we owe is to the loyalty to our players and to handle our business the way we want to handle it. And this is how we're going about our business.
Yeah.
I mostly agree with the idea that you guys are talking about, with the team doesn't owe the fans anything, and it doesn't really give them any benefit from being transparent. But some of the talking points that Casario and D'Amico are putting out there with this and mixing with all the other injuries as well just kind of bug me. Two things in particular. One, and Casario said it basically right at the beginning of that clip, we want to protect the players. Protect the players from what?
Embarrassment, their pride, their ego.
From being hurt is embarrassing?
Maybe how they got hurt.
Or that's one, because I think that's one of the things I took away too. When he went so far as to go out of his way to say it's not just the injury itself, it's everything else with it that they're dealing with. That's the takeaway I had.
Also, they hate timelines. That's very, very clear.
But you could tell us what the injury is without putting a timeline on it.
But what is their gain there, though?
I'm not saying there is a gain.
Right.
I'm just saying that the idea of, we have to protect the players, like, I don't think you're actually protecting them from anything, which leads into my other point. Because towards the end, he talked about the mental strain and the taxing nature of it is to hear the discourse about the injury. Well, you know what would lessen the discourse about an injury, us knowing what it is. Like if we don't know what the injury is, if it's like Tucker, like it's like we knew what the injury was. Jordan, it was his hand, but it's still mysterious. But if we know what the injury is, there's far less conversation about it than some mysterious thing that's been going on for months that they won't tell us anything
think about that. Think about what you just said, because we've seen so many different instances of this in the past, where now once the media, they're not done once they know what the injury is. Well, how did it happen? Well, from the Jeff Kent motorbike to the fact that guys don't want it, to John Wall in his house falling down his own staircase and tearing his Achilles after he already had torn his ACL. There's lots of other things that factor in. They don't want to tell you, or they're saying the player wouldn't want to tell you. And the other thing is if their toughness comes into question, because you're like, oh, it's just this? This is football, baby. There's a difference between pain and injured. Are you going to play?
But I think there's toughness would be questioned more when it's a mysterious injury than we know, oh, hey, you have a pulled hamstring. We know that hurts.
I don't think so. It's case by case. It's case by case. Like if they reported that he had like a broken pinky toe and he misses the first 2.5 months, a little different. So I think it's case by case depending on the injury. Like I don't think like this case right here, like I don't think Joe Mixon's soft at all. For whatever he's going through right now, I wouldn't say he's soft.
But if you knew the injury, depending on what it was, not saying in this case, then the media might kind of push that narrative, not only just with the player itself, if they have any availability with him at all, they'd push it with the people that are available to the media.
I think it goes the other way, actually. Like last year with Kyle Tucker, this guy's out for 3 months with a bone bruise. Oh, and then we found out later that it was broken. Jordan's missing all these games with the hand injury, and we found out later it's broken.
Remember the tonsil thing, too?
So to me, it's a little apples and oranges because that's also or misinformation rather than just information. But I see what you're saying.
Well, they didn't know at the the
Astros medical staff is an entity on
That's when the incompetence comes into play. But it's definitely case by case.
The tonsil injury is one that once it came, he was missing all that time, and everybody was constantly going, you're out like a month and a half or 2.5 months because of the fact that you have a thumb or a finger or whatever it was. And then the story comes out later that he could have played, but they had to bribe him to come back to practice and play because they didn't have a chance to make the playoffs. And he felt like just he was done with it. That's a horrible look on player and to some degree to the organization.
I don't think the team wanted him to play then though. Cause like they were really, really bad and they were trying to get the best pick they could.
Well, but you remember Lance brought it up. The fact that they basically had to bribe him to get back on the field.
Was it that case or was it a different
I'm pretty sure it was
timeline?
that case.
Yeah, I don't remember the timeline specifically, but it made no sense for him to play on a 3-win team whenever the Texans needed as good a draft picks as possible. It was in the best interest of the organization long term for him not to play after you just sit out the injury, come back next year. Let's see where we're at. I was going to say something to Brian. Can't remember what I was going to say to Brian.
I'm guessing you're going to agree with my last most brilliant take, but
I do agree with you a lot, according to some.
He agrees with you. It's different.
What was I going to say? He argued with me a lot just now. Even he had a totally different opinion than Caserio about what he had to say.
I will say, while you try to think of what you say, this reminded me of when Joel mentioned Laramie Tunsil. Like this does appear, in my opinion, to be a D'Amico thing. Because I don't remember the Texans in the 2 seasons with Caserio and without D'Amico, the Texans treating injuries the same way. Maybe they just didn't care as much because they were tanking.
I think you might be right on that.
But I think this is far more a D'Amico thing than it is a Caserio thing.
Caserio mentioned today, too, like, well, D'Amico knows what it's like because he's a player. So I think you're onto something there. 713-780-ESPN.
It comes from that, too, by the way.
What do you mean?
I've got some friends that are close to him, close to the situation, kind of can understand it. He had an issue when he was a player.
He sued the team
in the way. Well, not, but he was a member of the Eagles then. But this was all the way back throughout his career about how injuries were handled and reported, and the fact that those timelines put the added pressure on the player. Like if the player hasn't had the conversation, or specifically doesn't want the conversations public about how long, because we always talk about from the Tucker injury to otherwise. Oh, Jeremy and I are constantly looking it up. Well, how long is an injury like this? How long you're supposed to be out for? And then if that deadline is on it and you're not on that timeline and you're falling behind it, it puts a lot of added pressure on said player that, oh, it's already out there. I'm supposed to be back by next Tuesday, and I feel like crap.
Do you say he's going to see you next Tuesday?
I don't know. close.
713-780-ESPN. Here was D'Amico Ryans talking today about, he gave his approach. He gave his perspective on this whole thing as well, which I love D'Amico Ryans. I mean that sincerely. I try to have a lot of the same principles and standards that D'Amico Ryans does. Obviously not our physique, but I really do. I think the world of D'Amico Ryans. He went scorched earth on journalists today. There's a lot here. There's a lot of layers we're going to have to pull back off of this. But here was D'Amico Ryans giving a long-winded answer about protecting the player, injuries, their philosophy.
Yeah, everything we do for when it comes to injuries, and I don't talk about the injuries much because I'm thinking about the player. Like, it's different for me. I played the game, so I can see all the news and media that circulates on everybody speculating. Well, it's not us speculating. It's everybody who's writing the stories are speculating. So it's more so of let's not speculate if you don't know the true information. And why is everybody so quick to find some story on a player when he's dealing with whatever he's dealing with? That's his personal information. I don't think anybody would speculate on the people who are writing the story wouldn't speculate on your medical situation, because would that be fair? No, it wouldn't be. So it's all out of respect to the players and the men who put the work in the locker room to grind and what they put their bodies through to be on the fields. Like, that's always the forefront of my thoughts. Everybody really doesn't care about our players in that manner. Everybody kind of just wants to write a story. And now in the day and age where we are with everybody wants to be first with a story, there's no repercussions for people writing inaccurate stories about players. You can just put something out and you don't really know the information. It's not true, but nothing happens. You just, take it down. So where is the old school reporting where people used to fact find, take time, really dig and find like the true accurate information on players? That doesn't happen anymore, right? Everybody wants to get it. It's the microwave society. Everybody wants it quick. Everybody wants it now. And that leads to inaccurate information. Well, I would just say that's Joe's business. That's whoever's business. And don't talk about it. Let him be at peace. Let him do what he has to do to recover and get back right to play the game that he sacrificed his body, time for. All these guys do that. So the speculation, it isn't from our end. It's from everybody else who wants to be first. And I get it. It's the clickbait. I want to be first. I reported it first, so I'm the best. Well, how is that helping our players? It's not. And it's inaccurate. And what happens to you when you put out an inaccurate story? Nothing. So who's the benefit from this? Our players aren't benefiting from it. Joe isn't benefiting from it. So what are we talking about here?
All right, a lot there. We'll react to it on the other side. I will say right off the cut, that awkward. I wonder if he was looking at Aaron Wilson.
I was just going to say, this goes back to you guys were all over it about the fact that regardless of who we thought early on he was pointing a finger at, he was definitely pointing a finger in his statements about when the Mixon news started coming out way back.
I mean, the three big things I think about with Aaron was he said that D'Amico was not interested in the Texans job. He was hired weeks later. He said that Joe Mixon, everything was tracking for week one. And then he reported that C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a torn ACL.
He sure did.
Well, those are three pretty big L's.
Yeah, I mean, every other time he's right.
Like,
how was the play?
Everyone in that industry is going to get one wrong.
Sure.
They're going to get multiple wrong. But those are three really big L's. Those aren't just slightly wrong.
The spacing of when you take the L's, too. Like, Berman, I can't tell you the last time he had, when he was doing his stuff with breaking stories. His L's, I can't remember them, and if he had one, it was extremely few and far between.
713-780-ESPN. I mostly agree with D'Amico here, but there's a lot of things that kind of contradict what he said. We'll discuss it on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, but before we go to the break, in that sound clip we played from D'Amico, he talked a lot about speculation. He talked a lot about getting reports wrong. Well, no report wrong here, no speculation needed, because Old Humble Distilling Company is Houston's finest micro distillery. And guess what, guys? Football season's here. You didn't need me to tell you that. But football season is here, and so is buying bottles of Boomtown Bourbon season, because there's no better way to enjoy games on Saturday and Sunday than with whiskey from Old Humble Distilling Company. Tailgating? Whiskey makes that better. Celebrating a win over your rival? Whiskey makes that better. Cursing at your team for losing in prime time despite the opposing quarterback throwing 5 interceptions? Been there, but even that's better with whiskey from Old Humble Distilling Company. But that's not the only way to enjoy one of their premium handcrafted spirits, because as I've been telling you about for weeks, they've got a scavenger hunt going on. Join the Old Humble Distilling Company scavenger hunt, where you can visit bars, sip legendary cocktails, and create unique stories and experiences with your friends. So if you live in Humble, Kingwood, Porter, Toscasita, or anywhere near the north side, go out and take part in the Boomtown Bourbon Hunt for your chance to win free drinks for 3 months. I'll say it again, free drinks for 3 months. Gosh, that gets me excited. So how do you win? There are 8 hidden Boomtown bourbon stops across the Humble area. The clues can be found at oldhumbledistilling.com or at their distillery and tasting room at 19103 Continental Parkway, just off FM 1960. So solve the clues, sip the cocktails, then return to Old Humble Distilling Company to claim your legendary challenge coin, which unlocks a 3-month Roughneck Social Club membership and a free cocktail every week, and that's what we're really participating there for. It's free to play, all are welcome, but please drink responsibly. Try Old Humble Distilling Company, because life's too short for factory whiskey.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right, so D'Amico Ryans had a lot to say today. Scorched earth on the media, quite frankly. I think there's one in particular he's not the biggest fan of. Texter, he told us everything we need to know, and frankly, we should respect D'Amico for that and quit talking about it. Medical issues are players. Personal business, respect the privacy. That's his message to us. Fans are insane. You can't put it past a fan to say something crazy or make a threat over a plane being out or even with an injury. Another texter, D'Amico just answered your question. He feels the media doesn't respect the players as humans that have feelings, emotions, and the right to some privacy. Move on. Talk about the beginning of the season of the players on the field. Y'all are nuts. If you don't think that running back number one on one of the best teams in the AFC is going to be discussed is quite frankly silly and
soft,
naive.
Dumb.
I mean, I want to, like, I don't know if it's soft.
This is the life you've chosen, to borrow a line from a gangster movie. This is the life you've chosen. Like, you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
And that's the thing that I kind of have the issue with D'Amico. Like, I understand what D'Amico is saying. Like, we've both been at it. We've been at the team perspective. Mm-hmm. We work with teams. We totally understand where D'Amico is coming from. Totally understand not wanting to give media information. I understand all of that. I'm on the side of being quiet, of being coy. You don't owe us anything. But some of the things that he said here are pretty silly. The old school reporting, and he told these reporters, like, back in the day that these guys would go find information and get facts and come out with accurate reporting. You know how they were getting those facts? They were having a scotch with the head coach.
Right.
The coach was telling them
the
things.
The coach was giving them
there wasn't social media. There weren't cell phones. There weren't all that stuff.
So, like, that's a bit of a contradiction. Like, you're blaming the media and the reporters for not getting the facts right while you're guarding the facts. Like, it's almost gaslighting, quite frankly. I'm sure you've been told a million times. I've been told a million times, hey, man, I'll give you this piece of information, but it's off the record.
Correct.
Like, hey, well, yeah, this is what's up, but don't speak about it. And look, maybe D'Amico does some of that, and it's not spoken about it, and I respect the people that do that. But you can't scream old school reporting and then guard information and then say, oh, the facts are wrong, but then not want to give facts. You can't cry foul on both sides of the aisle here.
No, you can't. And on top of that, when you think about this is where you start to let sometimes your own personal experiences seep into your new job in a coaching perspective. Because we talked about the fact that he's from suing a team because of the injury he suffered to the fact that when he had been through injuries in the past, there probably were issues that still resonate with him in terms of how they were handled and how the media went about their business. But he had in the first comments when he identified, you have a job to do. Well, and doing your job in the media, because they are clearly telling you they don't have to accommodate the fans. They don't care about everything from the fans needing it, saying they need the information, to fantasy football, which clouds all this up, and how everybody's with gambling and fantasy football as the league as a whole has catered to it, has made this more important than ever before. They're letting you know they don't care. Well, if you don't care and you're not going to give them any information, you still, as he said, have to respect the fact that with jobs to do, because you're not going to give them what they need, that doesn't mean they're just going to sit down and go, okay, then he's not going to give us anything, then we got nothing to report here, nothing to be heard from. No, they're going to go seek it out from other sources, like agents, like sources within the team, like people that are family members and others to these players, and they're going to find it out anyway.
I get why he would be mad at misinformation and bad reporting. Totally understand that. Totally understand why he would want it to be quiet. But it's not realistic. It is not realistic that you, an NFL team, and one of the better NFL teams that has one of the better running backs in the NFL for the last 5-7 years and was one of the best running backs last season, it is not realistic to expect that no one is going to talk about it. It's going to be heavily discussed, whether you like it or not, whether you give information or not. It's going to be something that is discussed a lot in the NFL circles. It's why Florio is going to talk about it. It's why Adam Schefter was talking about it yesterday on the Pat McAfee show. Everybody is going to talk about it. And look, like the vagueness to it, does that lead to more conversation? Does it lead to less conversation? I think it's about equal. I don't know if it changes a whole lot, quite frankly. Now, the wonder and the mystery of it amplifies because we don't know, but it's just not realistic to think that you, an NFL team with one of the better running backs in the NFL, and you being one of the best teams in the NFL, will not be discussed. That is silly.
Yeah, I think you used a really good word for it earlier, Jeremy, naive. Like, this comes off as so naive. Like, I get D'Amico's overall point, and I love D'Amico. I mean, I got to interview him as a rookie in the locker room. He was my first choice when it came time to hire a new coach. But this whole thing comes off as just naive and hoping for an ideal that is unachievable, because there's 2 points in that 3-minute clip that we played where it just feels out of touch. One, talking or really complaining that the reporters don't have the players' best interest in mind. That's not their job. Their job is to find out news, report news. End of sentence. Like, they don't, like, if the news that someone got hurt doing something stupid hurts the players' feelings, sorry, you shouldn't have done something stupid. That's not the reporter's job. And the other point, like later on the clip, he actually goes to the point of like, well, talking about it doesn't help Joe Mixon, so let's just not talk about it. He really is, and I've got that point queued up. We can replay it if you want. But he really kind of does give directive, and did earlier in the offseason too with Mixon, where he basically asked the media, hey, stop talking about our injuries.
You said it came off. I remember when we discussed this month and a half ago, you said it very much comes off as like a statured, tenured head coach
SEC,
at a small town that can control whatever's being said about the organization or the program. It comes across like he is an SEC coach in a small town where they can control it all. It absolutely
comes off that way. Think about
he said, don't talk about it.
Yeah.
What?
But think about what you just said after what Brian just said, and then what we were talking about, hearing sound bites from both guys. It's the synergy of the fact that we know that Nick and D'Amico are on the same page. But D'Amico would like it to be back in his days at Alabama with Nick Saban, where it's his way or the highway. What he tells you is what it is. Deal with it. And then if he says don't deal with it or don't pursue it further, you drop it because he's Nick. And then from Nick's perspective, you got the greatest coach in NFL history who always wanted to do it the exact same way, his way or the highway. I'll tell you what I want. Most cases, you'll get to understand real quickly. I'm not telling you a whole hell of a lot. And so you're just going to have to get on with it because I'm on to the next team. And deal with it. And the two of them in a room talking about this, it's pretty easy to figure out how they came up with this whole perspective philosophy and how they were going to handle it.
Yeah, it's just the directive. Like it's don't talk about it.
Yeah, he literally says at one point,
It's
stop
naive.
talking about it, just let Joe recover.
And I get D'Amico's point of view. Like, I think it's naive. I think it's a little silly. I think he contradicts himself a little bit. But his mantra here, his goal here with the Mixon stuff and all of his players' injuries is that he doesn't want misinformation out there. He doesn't want timelines out there, and he feels that a misreport or inaccurate information is a negative about his player. And he's going to stick up for his player, and he's going to combat that because there's negativity about his player. So, like, I get it. I understand. I would appreciate it if I were in the room.
Pursuit.
But also,
absolutely. But it's not realistic at all.
No,
it's noble, but it's not.
And from an
happen.
intelligent perspective of just understanding everything in the situation, you've made it very clear this is how you would like it handled, and how you're going to handle it is you're not going to give anybody anything. But then you also have to be sympathetically understanding the fact that from a media perspective, because you're not giving them anything, they're going to pursue it even harder and deeper because of the fact that they know that everybody that is following what they do on a daily basis wants to know whether they need to know or not.
One of my favorite things about that clip, too, was he's like, we don't care about the journalist's health. Why not?
Yes,
well,
I forgot about that
bet
part.
on Aaron Wilson and DJ Bieniemy running a 40.
Oh.
I don't. Jonathan Alexander isn't on my fantasy football team.
That's so whataboutism.
It's a lack of reality. It's out of
That
touch.
too.
Which
That too.
look, NFL coaches, they get in their bubbles. A lot of them do lack like feel on the outside world. Totally understand it, and it doesn't matter at all about his head coaching prowess. You can have zero understanding of the outside world and be the best coach in the world. Bill Belichick had zero feel about the outside the bubble, so it doesn't matter in terms of his coaching prowess and the team's win-loss record. It's just us pointing it out that D'Amico really lacks feel here on how things are done around the NFL in terms of the entertainment aspect of it, the betting aspect of it, the fantasy football aspect of it. It's the greatest theater. It's the greatest show in America. everything is a big story. Everything is big news, and D'Amico doesn't really understand that.
See, I think he does. I think he's just choosing to handle it this way. I think he has to, as an ex-player and being in the league and around the league as long as he has to understand the bigger picture. It just seems, I would like to believe that he just chose to express the fact that because they have taken this side of the situation on how to handle it, that everybody's supposed to just go, okay, well then that's how it's going to be handled, and we'll just, nothing to see here.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I ultimately agree with one of the last things you guys said about it. Ultimately doesn't mean anything about their ability as a coach, the way they operate outside of the coaching bubble. But I do wish that D'Amico, and to a lesser extent Caserio, because I think this comes from D'Amico down, would pick better battles to fight. Like, it feels like a complete waste of time and energy to fight these battles with the media when your concentration, energy, and effort could be spent on other things.
But you're trying to add players. You just got off of the roster selection.
Why are we going on 3-minute rants about, well, we're not reporting on DJ Bieniemy being hurt? Just say, hey, he's got a leg injury. We don't know when he's going to be back. We'll give you more information when we know it. Boom.
Look,
over.
And I'm good with them not giving information. This isn't my take at all. Like, I'm not like, we deserve more. We don't. We don't. How you handle your organization and your team is your business, and I respect the heck out of it. And they're doing a good job. They're doing a great job. D'Amico's been unbelievable as a head coach in 2 years. Nick Caserio has turned the biggest dumpster fire in the NFL into a back-to-back AFC South champion. They're very good at their job. But picking the fight on, well, the media is trying to find stuff on Mixon and they got it wrong. It's the NFL, buddy. That's going to happen.
But they also, and Nick always with the intelligence level and everything that Nick brings to the table about the smart guy, the smartest guy in the room, and he knows a lot about a lot.
Just keep asking good questions and don't ask dumb questions.
He has to understand that handling it the way he does, and it's his right to do so, but in him handling it that way is going to motivate everybody to handle their business their way. Attack it. Go get it.
It makes it more combative.
And now it's not just local. Now, because Schefter came out and it's a national story that he might miss the whole Rex. Now everybody is uncovering every stone, trying to figure out, because they do want to be next and break a story. They're trying to figure out what the real story is. And most times it's going to come out whether you like it or not.
Yeah, it's the lack of information does lead to more conspiracy. Like, they don't have to give it, and I'm okay with them not giving it, but they have to understand that it does lead to more conspiracy. The Hive has thoughts on this. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Can the Texans handle Mixon out for the year? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Chandler Roan reported that Cesar Salazar is on his way to Houston. He's going to join the Astros. There has not been a corresponding move yet. And the Astros, who usually for a 7-10 first pitch at home, release their lineups around 3 o'clock, still do not have a lineup out today.
You're onto something.
We'll see. Chandler was tweeting that Caratini took a foul ball yesterday. So maybe we're on the wrong catcher. I don't know. We'll see. I mean, we'll hurry up and wait here is what we're going to do. 713-780-ESPN.
We can't talk about those injuries, though. Let's keep Yainer Diaz and Caratini's interest in mind.
Player.
We're not thinking about the player.
Yeah, we got to protect Caratini.
Yeah, we really should stop talking about it.
Yeah, all right. Well, Soccer Matters up next. See ya.
Nothing to talk about here.
We should heed D'Amico's advice. Think about a player who's suffering right now. A bunch of texters are saying HIPAA law. HIPAA does not apply to NFL players. Google AI. No, HIPAA does not apply to the NFL or its teams because they are not, quote, covered entities under the law. Players sign waivers as part of their collective bargaining agreement that allow their health information to be shared for specific purposes. So HIPAA doesn't apply, I don't think, to any athlete, professional athlete.
I think when I had to deal with this previously, I think that every league is different in terms of the stipulations. Like if it's a knee injury, a hamstring, an ankle, but if it's potentially more severe, like potentially a rare disease or something with your like internal organs that you have, then we were told as broadcasters we had to handle that differently.
I wonder if that's more of a league rule than a HIPAA rule.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think it was a league rule for sure.
Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, I like that rule. 713-780-ESPN. Israel says that D'Amico doesn't care, nor should he. D'Amico shouldn't care. D'Amico's number one job is to protect his players, win games, have the Texans swarming. That's his job. But at the same time, he can sound a little bit silly whenever he's talking about these injuries and like, well, we don't care about the reporters when they're sick. No one does. No offense. I don't care if DJ Bieniemy has a cold. I'm sorry. I don't. I don't care if he has a sprained ankle even.
I care to some level when Brian McTaggart says he's not going to be able to cover a series over the weekend and someone else is filling in just because I like how good he is at his job.
Whenever I'm deciding if Aaron Wilson needs to be my tight end on my fantasy football team that week, then I'll care about Aaron Wilson's health status. And I'm not talking severe injury. Obviously, I want all those guys to have good health. But do I care if they have a knee sprain? Nope. I sure don't. I Godspeed. I hope that they recover well. But if you're not in my lineup and you're not winning me money, I don't care. I don't care if you have a little injury that's athletic, an athletic injury. I'll call it that.
It's weird that D'Amico thought that was kind of like there's my trump card, right? Like, I felt like he said that with, man, I got him with that line. Like, I just proved their logic to be flawed. Like, again, it kind of speaks to either being naive or just a wish to be in a more ideal situation than is humanly possible with the way the NFL treats injuries.
I think he just started rambling a little bit and like kind of didn't realize where he was going.
But yeah, it's just like some of the points he made.
Like he got into a spot where he couldn't get out of it.
Kept going.
Yeah.
Maybe
like,
so.
Like, don't talk about. Okay, that's not happening.
It just
you need to get the facts right, but I'm not giving you the facts. Like that's hypocritical. Old school reporting. You'd be having drinks every night with John McClain.
Yeah, and old school reporting in a new age of technology and what everybody. Again, old school gambling, whether it be fantasy football or true gambling, would have never been an issue to be discussed to the level that it's being discussed right now. As like it went from taboo to, oh yeah, sure, that's just part of the game.
They advertised it in the stadium.
No, that was from a league perspective where they had to have major offseason meetings about, hey, we've always said no gambling of any sort at any time ever, and then realized in saying this, we're walking away from millions and billions of dollars. We might have to revise this.
Mm-hmm. NFL is a dude soap opera, Zach. I say that all the time. Like, my reality TV or sports. Like, absolutely it is that.
Just watch the Cowboys doc or listen to Jerry Jones, and he tells you it is.
That was, I haven't finished quite yet. Have you started it?
Yeah, but that's what he said. I mean, and when he was doing the junket of all the different interviews too, he basically said, when it's my job to make sure when you're not talking about us that I do something or say something that allows you to be talking about us again.
It is weird the fights they pick. Caserio with windows and not knowing what needs are, and D'Amico, you don't talk about my injured running back. Texter says Vegas cares if Mixon's hurt. There you go.
Sure does.
Eric the driver, D'Amico longs for the days where reporters walked around in fedoras with notepads and big press signs on their hats. He wants that. He wants that back. Jasper, I cared when media member Jeremy Branham injured himself putting his socks on. That wasn't me. I didn't hurt myself putting my socks on.
Well, that was Beard.
It was Beard, right?
Yeah, and then he fell down the stairs.
He confused me with Beard. I didn't hurt myself putting my socks on. I've
stabbed
stabbed
Captain Injury Prone is down. Captain Injury Prone is down the hallway.
Get your facts right, Jasper. Until then, don't talk about it.
Crosswalks and curbs is Zerline.
Yeah, I mean, I've stabbed my ham cutting an avocado, but get my silly injury correct at least. If D'Amico's wanting accuracy, I want accuracy too. I wonder if it's something more than a typical injury, like depression, suicide attempt, rehab. Maybe that's why he's being so sensitive about it. I hope not. That would be awful.
That would be awful, but it doesn't seem to be since he's in a walking boot.
No, yeah, right. Like the context clues tell us it's not that. Hopefully it's not that. That would be bad. What about back in the days when Belichick was very guarded with the media? I prefer Belichick's the way that he does it, quite frankly. Yeah, on the Sunday where the injury report will be out on Wednesday.
We're on to Cincinnati. Next question.
Like I don't need you to be informative. I don't need you to be honest even.
She's 25 now. Leave her alone.
The silly antidotes are weird to me. Telling everyone to let Mixon be at peace is really weird. Like, he's RB1. This is the NFL. This isn't high school sports. Really weak opinion. So we have a weak running back room, young wide receiver room, weak O-line, average at best tight end room, and a new OC. Rock and roll. That guy is definitely a glass half full person. I should have said guy. I shouldn't have stereotyped. I mean, running back room, I would say, is okay.
It's decent.
I think it could be average. Young wide receiver room. I mean, you have your best two receivers are Nico Collins and Christian Kirk.
Yeah, Nico's in year 5 and Kirk's like year 7.
Yeah, and if Hutch is 3 early on, he's
Hutch
got
is like
experience.
3rd year or something.
Yeah.
Weak O-line. That's fair. That's fair until we're proven otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, regardless of all the, what you will call it, it might be propaganda now, but it also could be facts. But until you see him play a regular season game, it's hard to judge him as anything other than weak.
Average at best tight end. It's funny that he gave the compliments to the tight ends. that was the biggest compliment he gave was the tight end. So that's funny. Breon from Humble. Good to see you again, Breon. Question: can the Texans say Mixon hurt one thing and it's another? Because what's so embarrassing about saying his ankle is hurt without telling everyone how he hurt it? It's a fair point. I don't think that they have to say the injury. I don't think the Texans have. I don't think they have said the injury at all. And because he's on the NFI, I don't think they have to until he's activated.
Exactly. And because it happened before the regular season started and it didn't happen in a regular season game, they don't have to say a thing. And so they don't have to tell. And to this point, they haven't told you anything about what it could be anyway.
There's a lot of faith to put in Nick Chubb if that's the case. Look, he's not going to be the bell cow. It's going to be a healthy dose of Chubb, Woody, Damian, maybe even a little Dare if you dare. I don't think it means a big thing at all. I simply think he doesn't know how someone's going to feel in 4 weeks. No one does. Yeah, but there's timelines to injuries. Like, if I broke my leg, that's 6 to 8 weeks. Like, we have a pretty good idea. If I have Tommy John, okay, I'm 14, 16 months out. It's like we have an idea about the length of injury. That's a little bit disingenuous, I think. Israel says Chubb's 1,000 yards on its way. Israel, if you want to bet it, let's go. I'm happy to do it.
Come on. I mean, the blowhard keeps talking a good game, but if you really want to keep doing it day after day and texting it in, then put something behind it.
Yeah, let's go. Put your money where your mouth is at.
Or your fingertips.
Jasper, nothing happens if I get my facts wrong, though. That's a good point. That's a good point, Jasper. Well played. Hot take, Mixon is an avid skateboarder and misjudged a goofy-footed 180 ollie. I don't know what Mixon does in his free time. No. I did attend a basketball game once where Joe Mixon was there. He sat courtside opposite of me. It was Houston, Cincinnati, back when he was a Bengal. In fact, it was the year that they went to the Super Bowl, and it was the off weekend. Yeah. So, I mean, I have rubbed elbows with Joe Mixon. Don't know what his hobbies are.
Burrow, Iverson.
Yeah. I wasn't that close to him, though. But, I mean, across the floor.
He could have made direct eye contact if he's just across the court.
Here's my take on this. If he was injured away from camp, away from team activities, I think HIPAA would come and play here, and he doesn't have to report anything. He was on his own time, his own turf, and it's non-football related. That's not true.
Nope.
That is not true. Love D'Amico and Nick, but why are they so hardo? It's rubbing off on the team, too. In the way CJ talks sometimes, it can be frustrating at times. I don't know. I think Brian summed it up best. Like, they pick weird battles.
But we've also, to answer the why, all you need to do is go back into their past. Like, D'Amico had issues with injuries and how they were handled, and he also played for Saban back in the day and saw how he did things, and Casario's cut out of the Belichick cloth.
Yeah, it's well, he didn't play for Saban at Bama. He played for the coach before Saban. They didn't.
Yeah, his last year at Bama was 2005. Saban wasn't there yet.
Okay,
but I'm sure he was also a hard Bama coach.
Yeah, and he also sees how Bama's always done it.
Was it Shula?
I'll look it up. It could have been.
He might not have been that hardo.
Wasn't it?
I don't think he was that hardo, actually. I think he might have been the softest of the bunch there.
I want to say it was an older guy.
So the coaches before Saban, Joe Kynes was, I guess, an interim in 06 after Mike Shula was fired. Shula was there 03 to 06. Price was there for like a week.
So Shula was
Price
the
is
coach.
the guy I was thinking about. Yeah.
And Price got fired.
They might have crossed. Price and Shula, or D'Amico might have crossed for that
Price
week.
was the one that got fired for being in the room with a bunch of strippers, right?
Roll Tide.
Yeah, Roll Tide. Yeah.
Came from Washington State.
Mm-hmm.
Who was the dude who lied? That was O'Leary.
O'Leary, yeah.
That was O'Leary.
Yep.
Dennis Francione was there before Price.
That's right. I forgot about Francione.
He left, and then Francione left Alabama after 2 years to go to A&M.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Kind of crazy looking at that now. Anyways, all right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. We'll see if there's an update on the Astros, why Cesar Salazar is coming up. Okay. Looks like it might be Victor Caratini, actually. Brian McTaggart 4 minutes ago, Victor Caratini is in concussion protocol after taking a pair of foul balls off his mask the last few days. Yiner's still banged up, so Salazar will start tonight. Salazar's catching Framber
So it's
Valdez.
basically both.
He says Yiner's on the field with equipment, so he seems fine, but will not play tonight, according to McTaggart.
So that means that, Yiner's still recovering from the wrist or other things, and that Caratini got dinged up last night. So they're both dinged up.
Salazar was on this team for like a month and never played. And then, oh, hey, Cesar, we need you to start tonight.
And he's got to catch Framber.
Can you get here at 5? And he's catching Framber, too. All right, so we'll talk about the Astros. Also, last night's game. We'll get to that as well. How about that thud? Jordan's back, baby. Hunter's on the mound. You lose to the Rockies. Get blown out by the Rockies. They comfortably won that game yesterday. We'll discuss Astros, Game 1 Rockies, all the goings-on with the Stros as well. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, a minute before the break for my good friend John Blitz and Temperature Pro, Houston Katie, because of the fact that they are the best at taking care of Houstonians when it comes to one of the most important things that you deal with in Houston in the summer, and that's AC. Air conditioning. That's right. You got to have somebody that you know and that you trust that has all of the skins on the wall and the resume to say, when you need something with AC, they are here to take care of you. And that's exactly what they do at Temperature Pro, because Temperature Pro has been there, done that, and they do it better than anybody else when it comes down to the fact that you need your air conditioning dealt with by people that know what they're doing. Their trained experts are going to make sure that they can correctly analyze whatever situation you have going on. Make sure that they handle it with the best parts and use the best brands. Brands like Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. And they're always offering you best financing, like 12 months, no payments, no interest, because we know you need your AC fixed right away, but you might not be in a position to pay for it right away. A+ rating by the Better Business Bureau. All the other ratings are there. And I tell you about this company and speak for them because my best friend growing up back in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, is here in Houston, Texas, and he runs Temperature Pro. And I've sent all my friends to see him. They come back raving about how they were treated, the way that their AC unit was fixed and or replaced, and the fact that the warranties and the service was well after the sale. That's why I'm telling you about them now. All you need to do is call them, 281-247-5925, and check out how they can help you. Maybe you just want to get the system checked out before it's too late and before the end of the summer when we're still dealing with these triple digits. 281-247-5925, or look them up online. It's Blitz, B-L-I-T-Z, ProServices.com. John and his staff are going to take care of you every step of the way. And like I said, they can be trusted, they have experience, and they have the ratings to back everything up. Check them out. Temperature Pro, Katie in Houston. Call them right now, 281-247-5925.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter Astros got the ugly loss out of the way. We'll win the rest of the games during this home trip. Cash it. Will the Astros win the remaining 5 games this week? 2 against the Rockies, 3 against the Angels.
No.
Trash.
Yeah. I said it yesterday. Give me 4 and 2. Give me 4 and 2. I'll trash it.
That would be great.
I'll trash it as well. Hunter Brown yesterday. The line score looks all right. Hey, it's not nice. He can't play second and shortstop while he's pitching. He went 6 2/3 yesterday, Brian. Gave up 2 earned runs. No walk, 7 Ks for Hunter Brown
Can't
yesterday,
get out
Brian.
Moniak, though.
He got him out.
Was that the 2-out double?
Yeah, well, you're right. He did get him out in the first inning, but he roped it to the warning track, even when he got him out.
Got him out. Dude hit a home run, though. It was kind of soft contact, though. Did you see that it was only a homer in 3 ballparks? Expected batting average of 190 on that home run by Goodman.
Yeah, I did not see that.
I thought Hunter Brown pitched well yesterday, quite frankly. I thought his stuff was good. I thought he pitched well.
How was the rest of the play, Miss Lincoln?
No, I'm dead serious. I thought he pitched well.
I believe that you're serious.
I would take Hunter Brown throwing the baseball like that every single one of his starts. Every single one. Every single one.
I can't go well. I can't say that he threw well. I think that he probably deserved better than he got because of all the unearned runs, but the unearned runs happened because of even after the unearned runs, he still was getting hit hard. I thought that in one case it was an 0-2 pitch that he left over the plate. In another case, he had 2 on 2 out and gave up a double, where if he's normally got the kind of command of all of his stuff and his pitches that I think he gets out of that, and maybe then you do see where I would say he pitched well. Even Baggy pinpointed the one. I think it was on the extra base hit that scored the 2 runs. He's like, hey, you know what? The way he's got this guy guessing right now, he should go to the slider or the curveball, and instead he threw 97 middle out, and that's what got hit.
I think that was his one mistake yesterday.
I will agree that the home run I didn't think was a mistake pitch. Like, it was 96 up and in, right on the edge. So
190 XBA.
Yeah.
3 homer. It's a ballpark in 3. It's a homer in 3. It's a ballpark in 3 homers. It's a homer in 3 ballparks. I would take Hunter Brown pitching that way every single start. I thought his stuff
Unless
played.
Moniak
Thought it
said
was
bad,
good.
I agree.
You're giving 7 strikeouts, no walks from Hunter Brown. I know the Rockies stink, but I thought he threw the ball well. The stuff around him wasn't fantastic. But I thought overall he was good. I thought he threw it well. Made the mistake there. He was pleased after the game too. He's like, yeah, I feel like I got baseballed today. Made the mistake to Moniak.
Did he tip the cap? Did he go full Bagwell Biggio? Did he tip the cap to the Rockies of all teams?
No, I wouldn't say that.
All right,
I wouldn't say
good.
that. He was like, usually I've been able to get that pitch to get me out of an inning. I wasn't able to do it tonight, but felt like my stuff was good. Felt like I threw it well. I like Hunter Brown's post-game interviews. He's very honest. He's very like he'll have like a great line score. He's like, yeah, my stuff was mediocre today. Like I like him. I like the way he talks.
So you care about him
game.
as a player because of the way he handles the press.
I care about all people in general. I do. I love all people.
I don't think many people believe that.
Love the neighbor.
Joel, do you believe that?
No.
Yeah,
Absolutely. What are you talking about?
You don't care about. You just tell us you didn't care about if DJ Bieniemy sprained his ankle.
I mean, I care. I love
That
DJ
was like
Bieniemy, though.
that was like 2 segments ago.
I don't care about if he sprains his ankle because that's a cosmetic
so you don't care
injury.
about all people.
I care about him. I mean, I said I don't want anything non-athletic injury. I don't want a long-lasting injury.
You just admitted you don't care if the other injuries happen to them.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I do love him though. I do. Absolutely, I do. How about that play up the middle? The double error on Jeremy Pena. What'd you make of that play? Because
I was going to ask you guys, like, who do you put it more on? I'm not sure that the way Dubon delivered the baseball was ideal, and then Pena in a kind of a tough situation where it's a bang bang play and you're expecting the ball to be delivered in a play in a spot where you could possibly turn to, instead gets caught in no man's land where it's bag and or ball and then doesn't get either, and then it rolls out into the outfield. I think that it starts with the fact I don't think Dubon put the ball in an ideal spot for him.
I didn't mind the feed by Dubon. I thought the feed was fine. I'm with you on the decision. I didn't love the decision for Dubon to try to get the lead runner there. I know Espada said after the game that that's the right play. I disagree there. You're up by a run. There's an out in the inning. It's a slow roller. Dubon, in my opinion, was going for the hero play there. Like, hey, we have a slim chance at the double play. Let me try to make this miraculous play because it took perfection for them to get the double play. I even said it whenever I said it to myself as he hit the ball slowly and Dubon was charging on it. I'm like, yeah, just get one there.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 1-run lead. You get the second out. You're gonna have a runner at second, 2 away. I have Hunter Brown on the mound. I like my chances. I didn't like the flip decision by Dubon.
Yeah, that's and that was part of it for sure because of the fact, first, the slow roller is the first thing that leads you to believe just get the out. But I was thinking it's the Rockies. You got Hunter Brown on the mound. You're supposed to win this game, and in retrospect, you didn't do what you were supposed to do yet again against a bad team. But with those things in play, just take the sure thing instead of taking a spark and turning it into a bonfire.
Yeah, I didn't love the decision there. I thought the feed was fine, though. Like, that's a play Pena's got to make as well. Like, 95% of the blame goes on Pena. I don't like that he was put in that spot because you just get the out at first. But, yeah, that led to disaster. That led to the stupid inning.
I think that the decision that Dubon made led him to the fact that he had to make a perfect delivery, and it wasn't. So that's why I would put something.
I'm going to go back and watch it. The feed I thought was fine.
It was high,
I didn't think anything of the feed.
And it was out. So that he had to really stretch, and that's why he stretching to get the baseball took him away from getting his foot on the bag.
Do you think that it caught Pena off guard?
I think that's a distinct possibility because I think most infielders reading that play would read it the way you said. Hey, that's a slow roller. Probably have no chance of getting the double play. Just take the sure thing.
What were you going to say, Brian?
I agree with everything you guys said, but I think the thing that
who did you agree with more?
I can't tell. I got to protect you guys. I'm going to stop talking about it. But what caught my eye on that play more, and I'll see if you agree with rewatching it just now, Jeremy, but what caught my eye more was it felt like Pena's slow reaction to the ball getting past him and going out to the outfield. I felt like he was really slow to react. I don't know if he just assumed the out, it was trying to sell it, or if it was a random lap or a random act of laziness. I don't know what it was from Pena, but it felt like he was really slow in reacting to get out and secure the ball to try to prevent the runner from getting to third.
The feed was right at the star on his hat, so it was a bit higher than I remember.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it was wide though. And Pena even goes into the throwing motion. Pena even goes into the throwing motion, getting ready to throw it to first base. So it was catchable. You're right though. Wasn't a perfect feed. I would have given it a 5-3.
It's also kind of because
on the feed.
Backhand flipped it. That's because he can't throw a laser in that situation because now you're really going to catch him off guard. But his backhand flip was didn't have a whole lot on it.
He's also pretty far off of second base. Like this to me was a bad flip decision. Pick it up, throw to first. Pena's got to catch it. It's more on Pena. Catch the baseball, Jeremy Pena. Come on now. And then you're right. He gets a little bit lackadaisical going after the baseball. Now it looks like the runner ran into it. So it does bounce away awkwardly, which maybe he didn't realize that at first.
I think on Baggy thought it hit him, and then on the replay they said that it didn't.
It looks like he hits the ball whenever Pena is like this. Pena goes up to catch it,
right,
and then he goes into the throw, and it looks like the base runner hits the glove, hits the ball. Pena even questioned it with the umpire.
Okay,
which
I thought that I randomly I thought that I remembered that they rewound it on the shin. And they had an angle where it didn't look like he hit it, but maybe he did.
Didn't like the flip decision. That was one of two mistakes I thought from Dubon yesterday, too. Did you see Dubon's ball off the wall, and it was played perfectly by the left fielder? And you're down by 5 runs, and you're trying to stretch a single into a double? What are you thinking? I have a take on Mauricio Dubon. I think he tries to make the spectacular play. I think he errs on the side of spectacular instead of the routine.
Dubon.
Yeah, he tries to be spectacular all the time. And he should just be solid, Mauricio. Just be solid. Just slow grounder, toss it to first. You're down by 5 runs. I understand you hit a ball off the wall. You think that should be a double. You feel like you need a double there. You're down by 5 runs in the 5th. You don't run into it out, Mauricio.
Yeah, you're trying to scrap back.
That ticked me off. That ticked me off yesterday. That ticked me off more than any other play yesterday, was Dubon trying to stretch a single into a double, down by 5 runs halfway through the game. I was mad. I was madder than a hornet.
Hornets get mad, too.
I know I got stung by one the other day.
Steamy, yeah.
Unbelievable. It was interesting how the other pitchers worked to Yordan Alvarez, though. They wanted nothing to do with Yordan Alvarez. First at bat, walk. They're up 5 runs in the 5th inning, and they walk him on 4 pitches.
Yep.
Look at that respect. You're at 5 runs in the 5th, and he sees nothing 4 pitches in a row.
First game back, yeah.
Unbelievable the respect he commands.
Yeah, they basically, in the game plan, said he's not going to beat us tonight.
It's insane. Jesus Sanchez did homer. We heard.
He crushed that pitch.
We heard that whenever they acquired him, like in the days after, they're like, hey, we think we can get on more power out of him. We think we can unlock more power out of him. Because you look up his baseball savant. I'm a nerd. I look at baseball savant. He hits the ball hard. He barrels balls. The problem is the launch angle. He doesn't really elevate baseballs. So they're trying to get elevation from Jesus Sanchez. Do you think that they're unlocking a little bit of Jesus Sanchez's power?
I hope so. I was expecting to see more already, but if this is the start of something bigger and better, then I certainly hope so.
More power?
No, yeah, because this is only his 2nd home run as an Astro, right?
He's never been a huge home run guy, though. Like, his career high is 18.
But he hits, you're right, he hits tanks when he hits them. And I thought in this lineup he'd see better pitches to hit, and if they're going to platoon him, it's going to be more in a better hitting situation for him.
He's always had a launch angle problem. He doesn't get elevation. He hits the ball hard, but he doesn't get the elevation. So they're trying to get elevation out of him. Hopefully they're on to something. Hopefully, because he can hit the ball a long way. We knew that he would. Anything else you boys have?
I think that he's well worth what you gave up for him.
Oh, sure.
Because Ryan Gusto threw up all over himself today.
Not good. Texture, Dubon's supposed to be a Gold Glover, make the play. I don't know if he's talking about Dubon. Maybe he's talking about Pena. Which one do you think he's talking about? He's supposed to be a Gold Glover, make the play.
Yep.
Because more people assign Pena the blame on that play, which is rightfully so. I just don't think it was a good decision.
Jeremy won a Gold Glove.
He won one his rookie year.
Yeah. So they both have won it. So, yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah. I don't know who he's talking about there, actually.
I think you talk about both.
Could be. Anything else that you had, Brian, from this game yesterday?
I mean, there was a bit of unluckiness at times. I mean, I hate to talk about unluckiness when you're playing the Rockies, but obviously that pitch that Altuve hit when the bases were loaded, I mean, he crushed that ball, but it found an outfielder. And to a lesser extent, same thing when Christian Walker had 2 on later in the game. He hit a line drive. It didn't crush it as much as Altuve, but it found an outfielder.
I think that one had an expected batting average of like 790.
Yeah,
like that, 800.
Both of them, little to the left, little to the right in their hits, and they score runs.
Just go 780 or 800. Skip the 790. There was the one ball in the gap that was with runners in scoring position.
That was in the Altuve play.
Yeah, Altuve was in the gap.
The other one was
Altuve
hit another one that was a sinking liner to left.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the one that the center fielder dove awkwardly to the he cut one way and then
center
had to dive
fielder
back
had
the
really
other.
good wheels on one in the gap and really had to sprint to get there and closed on it to get it. The other one, Altuve hit. He barreled one up that was a sinking liner to left, and the left fielder came in sliding to get it.
Right, yeah. Which in a lot of ballparks wouldn't have happened because the outfielder had to play deeper, but you
they had
to play
some
shorter
chances
with the Crawford boxes.
Yep.
Yeah, they were unlucky last night. Luis Garcia last night in Sugar Land, 6 innings, 1 run, 4 hits, 1 walk, struck out 5, up to 93.5 miles per hour, and generated 14 swings and misses. That was a tweet from Astros Future. I think he's the move on September 1st.
Yeah, I think you're going to see him pretty quickly.
Next week?
I think he's the September 1st move because you can bring up a pitcher, you can bring up a batter, carry 28 instead of 26. You can only carry 14 pitchers. I think the move is Garcia.
Yeah, I think, especially coming off, I think 2 of the last 3 starts have been really good for him. And because of the fact that essentially everybody that they have brought up or brought back has been shaky at times, I think he deserves the chance.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Let's get to our Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday. What are your questions for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Your question for the Bees, Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. First question, is Pro Dunk really the greatest basketball goal that you'll find? Yeah, absolutely it is. They make the highest quality basketball goal on the planet. Don't waste your time in the big box stores. Don't waste your time getting those goals from them. I walk around the neighborhood a little bit every now and then. The goals are busted all throughout the neighborhood. I'm like, man, this isn't great. I wish they would have a goal from Pro Dunk. It'd probably bring up my property value. A lot of these goals are on their belly. A lot of them have the rims not level. It's broken. The backboards have holes in them. It's awful. That never happens with a goal at Pro Dunk Hoops because they make the highest quality basketball goals in the business. Tempered glass backboard, what gives you the true, authentic feel. A breakaway rim, which is good to have. More on that in a minute. Stainless steel hardware, and it's rust-proof, which is must-have in Houston, as we know. Height adjustable, anywhere from 5 feet to 10 feet. You can relive your glory days. Pretend like you're one of the dunkers in the slam dunk competition with these goals from Pro Dunk. That's why that breakaway rim's important, because you can dunk on it. You can hang on it. It's going to keep you safe. Thor, you can raise and lower the goals with a drill. It's lightning adjust feature. You can get anywhere from 5 to 10 feet on those bad boys in a matter of seconds. Their accessories, top notch, next level. LED light kits for night play. You're at work, kids are at school, you can only play at night. You get these LED light kits, and you can play around the clock. Backstop nets, pole pad lettering, and lots more. You can order all of this at produnk.com, including professional installation. That's right. You're not going to screw it up because the pros from Pro Dunk will professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't do a thing. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that work for you. So give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Guys.
Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday. What's your question for the Bees? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday. What is your question from the Bees? Keith from L.A. What is a worse situation? A blindside hit or a line drive off the bat, take it on the back, or getting dunked on?
I mean, I don't think the dunked on is into effect.
He says, and his business is all in your face. So maybe to add that element. What is a word? I wouldn't want to get take
the
it off the
blindside
back.
hit seems to be the worst, right? Because he said you take it in the back.
The line drive would be off the back, he says. I mean, if the line drive's off the back, I would rather have that than the blindside hit. If the line drive is above my neck, I'd rather have the blindside hit. So I would go blindside
from a
hit.
severity standpoint, I would think the most severe thing to deal with would be the blindside hit.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. Corey, favorite and least favorite coach for y'all's favorite college football team. Mine is Tuberville, least favorite, and then Leach for his favorite.
Mine would be Alvarez as the best. And right now, what's his name that they got now?
Oh, man.
From Cincinnati.
Luke Fickell.
Luke Fickell has not done anything close to what was expected. I hope he has the time to do it. They're getting pretty ornery about it.
I love my U of H football coaches like I love my children. I love them all equally.
Even Tom Herman?
I love Tom Herman.
Okay, he would be my least favorite Texas coach.
He would kiss me on the cheek before every show.
Yeah, gross. Tom Herman would be my least favorite. Favorite would have to be Mac Brown. He won a title.
Okay. 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday. And what's your question for the Bees? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. I think it's the first time Israel has a question for us. Israel, what is your question for the Bees?
Yeah, I have two. I have one for you, and I have one for your guy. For you, Jeremy, what would be ideal for Cam in his rookie year? Batting average, also the errors, and because right now 242, 1.2 WAR,
it gets lower and lower by the day.
No errors. Hold on, but the question is, what would your idea be? And for you, Jeremy,
I got you.
For you, Chief here. But my question for you, because when I call, you call me blowhard. I don't even know what that means.
Windy City, blow hard. Windy City, blow hard.
Well, we blow hard. You know we blow. We blow hard, but I don't know what blow hard means. But that's what I got for y'all. And the last thing, for the guy who's, you brought up the 80s and the crack smoke, to that meth head, fentanyl pill head, or opioid abuser, he got me messed up. I don't know who he is. Chuck, I think his name is.
That was Dre.
That was Dre.
I think he got me messed up. But y'all let him talk, so I just wanted to say that.
Hey, we don't hear from you very often, Israel. Thanks for being a part of the show.
I'm not sure what his question was for you.
Was why I call him blowhard.
Oh, okay.
I think he wanted to know what it meant, which I think is posturing. I think he knows what it meant.
You know that they call Chicago the Windy City, not for the wind, but because of like the political, I don't know, something to do with the politics there back in the day.
People being blowhards?
Really?
Yeah.
I always thought it was associated with the wind in the city,
I heard
off the lake.
I heard it the other day on a baseball broadcast.
You were watching a non-Astros baseball regular season game?
Not like you're doing it now.
I don't remember where I saw it, but it was definitely a baseball game. I want to say it was an Astro game on national TV, but they weren't in Chicago.
Oh, it was a TBS game.
But they weren't in Chicago.
What? Oh, it was a Fox game. It was the Fox national game on Thursday night.
Who?
It was Astros-Orioles.
Yeah, last week.
But they said something about Chicago?
No.
I think that's right. I think it was that, and they were doing a read on an upcoming game.
Oh, there
I think that's what it was. And then he was like, yeah, Chicago isn't. And I think it was our guy, Amin.
Oh, Adam Amin.
Adam Amin. I like Adam Amin. And he was the one who said it. And he works in Chicago.
He does. He does the Bulls games.
And he was like, yeah, they don't call it the Windy City because it's windy there. They call it Windy City because of the old politics in the city.
So
I never knew that.
According to Google AI, the Windy City nickname for Chicago has a dual origin stemming from both its literal windy climate being on one of the Great Lakes and its metaphorical use to describe its boastful politicians and self-promoters.
There you go.
It's perfect for Israel. boastful self-promotion and promotion of his favorite players. And his climate is always chilly.
I don't know if he self-promotes.
He's pretty confident. He told us that we don't know ball, and he does.
He's more of an advocate, I think, than a self-promoter.
He's Paul Heyman?
Yeah, he's an advocate. He's the oracle
He's
for
the
Cam
oracle.
Smith. He asked me
Shador.
the numbers for Cam. I don't really care so much about the numbers. I just would
Especially
like
batting average.
I'd like him to finish hot. I'd like him to finish hot. I'd also like him to be an above-average offensive player. His OPS plus now is 86. So if he was 100 in his rookie year, I think that'd be fantastic. I think that'd be sensational. If he finishes his rookie year with an 86 OPS plus, not a great rookie season. Like not terrible. It's a decent start, but also the way he finished would be very, very bad. Very bad. So that would be my answer on that.
There you go.
Blowhard. Just getting into the truck. Have I missed Israel's hot take of the day? That really wasn't a hot take. It's more of an advocate. Would you trust each other with a trust fall?
No.
Why not?
You think Jamie will let you hit the ground?
No, I think he'd try.
You think I could lift you?
You're calling him weak.
I'm
He's
just
a noodle
saying.
arm?
You saw me do 28 push-ups live the other day.
He's calling you a noodle arm.
I didn't say he's a noodle arm. I just think that, I'm not exactly a lightweight, so I think he...
Are you calling yourself fat?
No, I'm just saying that I know what I weigh.
Fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Go run 5 yards between an offensive line. And then run in from the outfield in time to be a leadoff hitter.
I would trust Splankers with a trust fall. I would. What about you, Brian? Would you trust us?
No, because what I just joked about would be real.
Yeah, okay. All right, then.
It's actually kind of sad. Cam Smith went from an early Rookie of the Year candidate to we just hope he finishes hot. It's true.
To advocating for him to be sent
I was
down.
going to say, or others wish that he was sent down.
I got into a little bit of an argument with Chandler Rome the other day about sending down Cam Smith. And he's like, well, the Astros don't want to ruin his PPI, which I believe that. I believe they don't want to ruin his PPI. Do you think Cam Smith's going to have a top 3 MVP finish in the next 3 years? No. Like, why are we worried about the PPI? Makes no sense to me, anyways. 713-780-ESPN.
Flex, though, that you and Chandler got into it.
Is that a flex? I don't like the guy.
But it doesn't matter.
I'm
People
just
know
kidding.
him.
I don't dislike
He
Chandler.
called you. Did he call you clown at any point in the conversation?
No, not this time. Not at this time.
But he has.
Missed an opportunity.
He called me a clown because he thought I was roasting Jeremy Pena for missing 2 days after he got hit by a pitch, but I really wasn't. So I don't really think he thinks I'm a clown. He probably does. All right, Keith, who will have a better season, UCF or North Carolina? Belichick's first season, and Frost is back with UCF.
Probably Carolina. See, I guess he hadn't named a quarterback till today.
Yeah, named the transfer. I think from South Alabama.
That's right. Yep.
I'm intrigued by
Didn't
both
he have
of
the
them.
1 4-star, 5-star that committed there?
I don't know.
Yeah, he had the kid that they had on TV and everything that then they found pictures of him on the internet that looked like he was a skateboarder with a lot of lettuce.
He was a skater, boy. She said, see you later, boy.
But, yeah, he went with the transfer.
Cartman, I'm not fat. I'm big boned. What's your question for the bees?
Festively plump, I think was his line.
What was he?
Festively plump.
Festively?
Plump.
What does that mean? I've heard pleasantly plump. I've never heard festively
I think
plump.
the line was festively plump. He might have. I think he said it many different times, so the line could have changed.
Gorski from Tomball, is there anyone that you guys would go after to improve the Texans' offensive line?
Yeah. He's not available.
Dwayne Brown with a time machine.
No.
I think he meant of who's available. I think that's what he meant.
I mean, otherwise you go with the big boy from Detroit.
Yeah, if you're going guys who are available, I wouldn't hate Cole Strange on the practice squad.
The guy the Patriots just got rid of?
Yeah.
Former first-round pick?
I think he and Kaylee cross paths for 1 year. I wouldn't hate that. Like, just practice squad. He's not going to be on the team. Texture, are we committed to bat Altuve in the top 3 because his name is Altuve? Pathetic DH. Can't continue if we want to win.
Who did he say, Cam Smith?
No, he said Altuve.
Oh, Altuve. I mean, Altuve's been kind of hot again lately.
I mean, he might be slumping a little bit, but he's still Jose Altuve. And his numbers have been really good this year. They've actually been better in the DH spot. I am curious to see if he continues DHing, though. Astros still don't have their lineup out today. They're seeing if Cesar Salazar makes it.
They're seeing which of their catchers could possibly suck it up and play, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be a guy in concussion protocol.
Yeah. It is funny that he kept playing, though. Like, he had an at-bat in the 9th.
I mean, the medical staff The medical staff probably thought he was okay.
Well, I know you disagree with it, but was it Hunter Brown months ago that people thought got concussed and kept pitching? I think it was Hunter Brown.
It was Colton Gordon.
Oh, that's right. It was Colton Gordon.
And
there
he
was
was
also
doing push-ups on the mound.
The thing with Pena, he got hit in the ribs and he kept playing. And then obviously he missed whatever it was, 3-4 weeks after that. But he stayed in the game.
How many home runs and RBR will Jordan end up with at the end of the regular season? I'm going to trust that he meant RBI.
Oh.
Let's see. What is he at now?
30 games left.
He's got 3 home runs and 18 RBIs right now.
So 30 games left. I'll go 4 home runs and 11 RBIs.
I'm wondering about the power. I'm going to go 3 homers. You want 11 RBIs?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to go under on the homers 3. I'll go 12 RBIs.
You playing prices?
You're
Well,
darn right I am.
kind of anti-prices right there.
Darn right I am. It'd be awesome if he just went on a tear, though. Like Carlos Beltran playoff tear. That'd be really neat. 713-780-ESPN. Mailbag Monday on a Wednesday. What's your question for the Bees? What is the king combo for PB&J? Type of peanut butter and jelly. I've never really been picky on my peanut butter. I think
that's crunchy or smooth and then maybe a brand.
I don't love peanut butter. I don't mind it, but I never crave it.
Same.
I love it.
I would probably go smooth over. I'd go creamy over crunchy.
I would go crunchy.
Do you have a particular brand that you like more than the other?
No, I usually go the H-E-B brand, but I don't really care.
I don't have enough I don't have enough peanut butter experience to really pick out a brand here. Do you have a specific
Skippy
peanut
and
butter
Jif
you
are
like?
both really good.
Okay.
Yep.
Do you have a jelly that you prefer?
Strawberry Smuckers.
You guys, I think you
strawberry.
guys called me a snob for this the
I
last
remember
time
this.
it came up, but it's blackberry.
Yeah, that's very bougie of you. That's where Brian goes bougie with his peanut butter and jellies.
With my blackberry jam. Or
Some people like to go a little ritzy on certain things. Hotels, cars, houses. For Brian, peanut butter and jellies. I like strawberry and grape. I don't know if I can put one ahead of the other, though.
You ever mix them?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever tried it?
I haven't. Nope. Do you ever do the bananas on your PB&J?
Yeah, I do like bananas
I'm
on
not sure
there.
I've ever tried
My
that,
mom
actually.
did. My mom used to do peanut butter and banana sandwiches, and I just didn't like the
I like
taste
it.
of that.
It's pretty good. I don't like to do it with the jelly. It's kind of a choice in the moment. Like, am I going jelly or am I going peanut or bananas?
Some of these places do cheeseburger peanut butter jellies. Have you ever seen these?
Yeah.
Have you never seen them or tried them? I haven't tried them.
Yeah,
either.
I've seen the Barry Laminack burger at one of these he's got his own burger with peanut butter on it.
It's a burger with peanut butter?
Yeah, sounds terrible.
Yeah, I'm out on that. Uncle Barney says H-E-B makes great crunchy peanut butter.
Boom.
H-E-B
Uncle
very
Barney has my back.
in terms of normally when you go to the store brand for any products in the store, I don't trust them. H-E-B has a lot of quality with their name on it. They do their chips, their baked chips in particular are really good.
I do all my grocery shopping at Walmart.com. Pete, after last night's performance, do you feel that Hunter Brown will be able to turn it around in time for what could be another wild card series if Seattle doesn't catch Houston?
Nah, he's a bum.
Yeah.
Washed.
He wasn't awful. He wasn't bad.
I thought he pitched good. I thought he threw the ball good.
He just wasn't as good as you've been if you've grown to expect. He was fine.
Texture says Paul thinks Burrow is better than Breeze. What say ye?
I mean, Burrow's going to have to stay healthy and have a hell of a career to match Drew Brees.
I
I'm going
think
to say
it's
no.
Two
I'm gonna say no.
conversations, though. Like, can he have the same career or peak prime? Who would you take?
Yeah. It's kind of like the Barry Sanders, Emmitt Smith debate.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to. I know he's small in stature, but he proved everybody wrong. He won a Super Bowl. He had a hell of a career. I'm going to take Brees over Burrow. You locked eyes.
I've never spent time with Drew Brees in an elevator.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow and I were in tight quarters in that Northern Kentucky elevator for several floors, too. Never told you how many floors we were riding up together. Man. I got to go Breeze. I got to go Breeze over Burrow. At their very, very best, I think they're probably the same. Burrow's got more athleticism over Breeze. I think Breeze is a little more accurate. Strength of arm, I think that strength of arm's overrated for a quarterback. They're both good enough. I think Burrow's more talented, but Breeze had some years, man.
Yeah.
Breeze had 5,000-yard seasons. 5,000-yard season. Burrow's never done that once.
The only thing that makes me want to pick Burrow is that he, in this Chiefs dynastic run, is the only guy that kept Patrick Mahomes out of the Super Bowl. I mean, they went into Arrowhead and won, and they've done it multiple times. Not obviously the biggest one in the AFC Championship game, but his ability to beat the Chiefs and outduel Patrick Mahomes is quite the feather.
Here's another argument, though. Drew Brees never had a Jamar Chase. Ever.
I mean, Marquise Colston was really good.
Come on, you just compared Marquise Colston.
I think you got to go before Colston.
No, I'm thinking of his wide receivers.
I think the best one he ever had was Michael Thomas.
Yeah, Michael Thomas set the receptions record and then fell off the face of the planet. But
he had Perryman. No, did he have Perryman?
Look who you are comparing.
No, who did he have before Michael Thomas? I thought there was someone else.
Marquise Colston was on the Super Bowl team.
He probably had Gates those Charger years, huh? They crossed paths in.
Oh, he had Jimmy Graham.
He had Jimmy Graham in New Orleans.
Yeah,
that was kind of an older Graham, wasn't it?
No, Graham was got.
He had
Graham when he was young.
the running back that's still there too that catches a lot of passes.
Kamara?
I think he had Kamara too.
I think he had Kamara
after Reggie Bush. He had Kamara after Reggie Bush.
Y'all are saying a lot of guys who pale in comparison to Jamar Chase.
No, you're right. He never had a wide receiver as good as Jamar Chase, but it's not like he had bums. He had Pro Bowlers.
Jamar Chase is the best.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. He never had a Jamar Chase, but it kind of feels like you're going down the road of like the Andre Johnson conversation. Well, he had bums at quarterback his entire career. Like, he didn't have bums. He just didn't have Jamar Chase.
Yeah. It's fair. How long would Chase Dolander hit the Astros tonight? 1 to 5 innings, 6 to 8 innings of the complete game. I'll go 6 strong.
Yeah, 1 to 5.
Joe Horn says a texture. Okay.
I thought Joe Horn was pre-Breeze.
I think he was right after because Eric Martin, Perryman, and those guys were.
I remember Joe Horn with Aaron Brooks. That 1 year Aaron Brooks was great.
Still, it's Joe Horn.
Yeah, he's right. I mean, overall, in terms of the level, he never had like in the discussion of the best receiver in football.
No,
Chase is definitely that.
The thing that people remember most from Joe Horn's career was that touchdown celebration where he pulled the phone out of the goalpost.
The goalpost pad.
Brian flexing knowledge.
I think they might know more that he's.
Look what I know
his
about
son's
Joe
a pretty
Horn.
good defensive back.
It was a pretty sick brag.
All right, 713-780-ESPN, HRMP listener line. So Bobby Slowick's catching a lot of strays, and I actually think this is great news for the Texans. Tell you why next. B's, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about what you didn't know that you now should know, and that is Walmart.com is as good as going to Walmart itself because it's the same low prices. It's even more selection than you get from going to the store. And the fact is, you can have it delivered to your door without any upcharge. That's right. They will deliver everything to your door, and unlike the grocery stores, it doesn't cost you any more than what the prices are in store. And we always know Walmart has the greatest prices in town, and now they have a selection with more than 500 million items online and a huge selection of items that aren't available in stores. And unlike those other grocery stores, Walmart's going to get it to your door for the same prices as they charge in store. And that's everything. Whether you're just getting groceries for the family, maybe you're hosting a tailgate party or throwing another kind of shindig at the house, or maybe you forgot a birthday gift for a kid's birthday party and your child has to get the gift, wrap it, and get to the party in kind of a quick, short order where you don't want to take the time to go to the store, get out of the car, do the shopping, take the kids, get back, wrap the present, do everything that takes time. You can save all that time and more by just going to Walmart.com. Check it out right now because for all the people that out there like myself who thought they knew Walmart, now who knew there's a new and improved Walmart.com that's here to help you. That's groceries, home goods, prescriptions, and so much more. They even have an even better service of delivering it and guaranteed isn't as fast as an hour, but fees and terms apply. So therefore, you have to look on Walmart.com to get all that information. But the fact is, you can save time. You can always save money when you shop at Walmart, and you can have it delivered to your door whenever you need groceries or so much more. Check them out today because the Walmart you thought you knew is now brand new with Walmart.com. I encourage you to go check it out. We use Walmart.com. We used it this weekend for a birthday gift for my daughter's friend. We forgot to get a gift. The party was in a couple of hours. Walmart.com delivered it to the door. We got it wrapped. We got it ready. And Taylor made the birthday party, and there were no problems at all. Check them out today. I'm telling you, it is a game changer. It's Walmart.com. Guys, going to take a second here to tell you about Allstate Siding and Windows. They're the best in the business. They are dedicated Houstonians that love taking care of people in our fine city in a variety of different ways, whether it's a front door for your house, siding for the outside of your house, or new windows for your house. They know what's best for Houston because they've been Houstonians for their entire lives, and they're family-owned and operated, and they are dedicated to not only the products that they get for you, but the trusted service that goes with companies that you love to do business with because you know they know what they're doing and they're going to take care of you every step of the way. That's what made Allstate Siding and Windows so great for the last 50 years, and they're here to do so much more while they take care of you. Windows made in Texas for Texas weather, built for Texas, wind-tested, hurricane strength, siding, windows, all Texas tough to sustain all the elements, heat, rain, wind, and hail, while reducing outdoor noise and enhancing the appearance to your home. But even more importantly than all those things, they're going to help you save up to 40% on your energy bills. Impact-resistant siding, built to stand up to Houston's toughest weather, and you don't have to worry about constantly painting your house when you go to siding. Right now, they got deals for you because you're listening to me. 30% off of windows, $2,500 off a complete siding job. And yeah, other companies have deals too. But because they're family-owned and operated, because they've been in business for over 50 years, and because they are dedicated to you, and I've used them personally, I can tell you, you can trust them. They are fantastic from beginning to end, service past the sale, and everything in between. Call them right now because you get a free estimate by visiting allstatesidingandwindows.com or just use the phone number, 832-204-1936. Call them and get someone to come to your door and tell you exactly how they can help. They did it with me with Windows, and they were spot on. 832-204-1936. Special discounts for seniors, military, and first responders. Allstate Siding and Windows, built for Texas, trusted for generations.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Bobby Slowik's catching some strays, and it, in a weird way, makes me feel better about the 2025 Texans offense. Get to that in just a moment. This texture says, would y'all wait in line from 4:30 to 7 to go inside the dike and get the Hello Kitty add-on? Because I did yesterday.
I would love to say no. Personally, I would not. But because my daughters both adore Hello Kitty, I would say that if they wanted the add-on, that I definitely would do it for them.
Good on you. No chance I would. Absolutely not. I have boys. I would not do that. What's sad about Hello Kitty nights is that the Astros went up there and hit like a bunch of Hello Kitties. That's what they did.
You know who loves Hello Kitty?
You're on Alvarez.
Craig Ackerman.
Oh yeah, he does. He gets into those reads.
Weird. I mean, his wife is like a big animal person too, but he loves cats and he loves Hello Kitty, and it's creepy.
But the Hello Kitty is a Craig thing, not a his kids thing, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. It's a
little different.
It's a little different. I love Craig. I love everybody though. Houston Restaurant Week.
I beg to differ.
I do love everybody.
Carl Ravitch.
I love Carl Ravitch being a human being that was made in the image of God. But I don't love his broadcasting. I don't like his broadcasting. Houston Restaurant Week's going on right now through Labor Day, September 1st. Diners across the greater Houston area can enjoy specially priced multi-course fixed menu items like brunch, lunch, dinner at nearly 350 participating restaurants, all while supporting the Houston Food Bank. For every $1 that is donated, the Houston Food Bank can donate 3 meals. So get on out there, enjoy some great food, and help the Houston Food Bank. Dine out, do good. Head to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com to check out the entire list of restaurants. So a couple of strays at Bobby Slug. D'Amico might have done it at the start of camp unintentionally. Remember whenever we talked about that. But Titus Howard. There was a thing from DJ Bieniemy here. DJ Bieniemy wrote an article. It was Cal and Hannah giving him quotes and stuff. But he had Titus Howard in it. And Titus Howard was talking about the mentality, the offensive line, the scheme. His quote, "The biggest difference is our mentality. This type of offense fits a lot of the guys that we have in the room, being able to start the game off strong as an offensive line and being able to finish games. Also running the ball and then using the run game to open up the pass game. not coming out, getting bad word, negative yards on outside zone run plays, stuff that didn't really fit us. Again, not coming out and getting negative yards on outside zone run plays, stuff that didn't fit us. I don't even know if you could call this a stray. Like, this is a punch right between the eyes.
Exactly. There's plenty more. Yep, from a lot of guys. I think you're actually absolutely right about this.
Yeah, that's
Laramie did one when he first got to Washington. And basically, because they were asking about the troubles they had in offensive line, and he was throwing strays at Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, so he catches one from Titus Howard there. And then here was C.J. Stroud. He was on Get Up, I think this was yesterday, was talking about how he feels great about the offensive line and the new scheme.
I feel great. I think, we brought in a lot of great pieces. Of course, we know we traded Laramie, but I feel like we brought in a rookie who is hungry, wants to get better, is doing great in camp. Titus is back at tackle. He looks great. So we got a lot of good pieces, man, and versatile. We're young. We have a new scheme. I think that had to do a lot of it. That had to do a lot with it last year. It was like, we got to be able to get rid of the ball, move the pocket, like help those guys out. Everything can't just be drop back pass. It can be play action. So that's running the ball. So there's ways we can help those guys out. And by me, I got to do a better job of getting the ball out when it's necessary. So it's not just on them, it's on me as well. So I think we're doing a great job by setting that foundation in camp. And I'm excited, man. Our line looks great.
Stroud was a little bit politically correct there at the end, took some ownership like a mature professional does. But these guys, they're flat out telling you that last year's offensive scheme sucked.
Yeah, no, like I said,
football is football.
Laramie, I think, was piling on at one point. I think there were a couple other guys that were talking without calling Bobby by name. But I think even on that last part of it, part of it when he puts it on himself is if he's allowed to audible at the line of scrimmage, if he's allowed to do things that he wasn't allowed to do under Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, we think that he's going to be. Like, he's flat out said it. But
it's been covered, yeah.
The strays on Bobby Slowick is interesting. But is it crazy that because Bobby Slowick is catching a lot of strays, actually feel better about the Texans' 2025 offense? Like, if we weren't hearing this quote, like alternate reality, Titus wasn't throwing Slowick under the bus, C.J. Stroud wasn't blaming the scheme, D'Amico wasn't saying we have an offensive coordinator who can do other things, that he basically wasn't just he wasn't a Shanahan light, like a Temu version of Kyle Shanahan. Is it crazy that I think that the offense is going to be better because we're actually hearing these strays?
No, I think that this is the offense. I feel the same way about the offense. I feel the same way about the offensive line. Even before we see them in a regular season game, I have said that it's weird to me that I already have confidence in this offensive line, in Popovich as the offensive line, and in Kaylee as the offensive coordinator. And when you hear it in all these coming from all these different places on both fronts, all you're hearing is this renewed kind of energy, this belief that this system actually works, this kind of backing of everything that is going on at camp because of the guys that are in charge of coaching the line and the offense. I think that there's a reason for a lot of people to feel optimistic no matter who you wanted them to bring in versus who they brought in and what they may or may not do differently to avoid the pitfalls of last year. I've heard the same things you've heard. I've heard a lot of these things on both fronts, and I'm extremely encouraged and borderline excited about the offense and the O-line because of that.
Yeah, it should be interesting. Now, what is your thoughts on the O-line, Nick Caley?
That's what I was saying. It was like, we had heard, we knew all along in the offseason the biggest issue on the entire team was going to be the offensive line. And they brought in guys that schematically they felt like fit the bill to do what they needed done, whether they were household names or not. And when you hear the offensive line, it's one thing to hear D'Amico and Nick talk about the O-line when we started from OTAs into camp because it was the focus, talking about, the camaraderie and, the chemistry. It's already there. But when camp actually starts, when preseason games are taking place, when the actual offensive linemen are speaking, it gives you a whole lot to be encouraged about and be hopeful for with this offensive line, because then you see the results. They drafted a kid that wasn't the first offensive lineman off the board, but was a guy that they felt like was going to be a really good fit for them. And he's already proven that he's going to start from day one of the regular season And from all accounts, from the guys going up against him, whether you look at what he did against, what he did when he was playing other teams, or when you hear what guys like Hunter were talking about when they go up against him, that he is a guy that you're going to have for the foreseeable future that can really play. And right down the line, even if these guys were journeymen coming in, it seems like, maybe I'm wrong for saying this, but I'm extremely encouraged about the O-line because it seems like they got the right guys to do it exactly the way they described.
How encouraged are you? How good will the offensive line
we talked about this. I mean, look, I hope they're top 20-ish. I hope that they're between 15 and 20. That would be ideal. But I think, one, they're going to be better than they were last year. And two, that I really believe that they can be somewhere right there at 20 in the offensive line rankings in the league.
If they're 20th, would you take that right now?
I would.
Yeah, I would too. Give me 20.
Yeah, I think that's enough to allow CJ the time with the weapons that he has, with an offensive mind like Caley to get done what he needs to get done, that they can be successful.
You shouldn't be excited or encouraged about this O-line. It's all talk. What are they going to say? We suck still. Well, they're not going to say that. But if the scheme was not awful last year, they wouldn't be throwing it under the bus. So I think a large part of what was a problem last year was the fact that their scheme wasn't good. I don't think they were a good offensive line, obviously. And we're not even saying they're going to be a good offensive line this year. We said we would take 20th. That's not saying we think they're going to be good. That's saying that they're going to be better. But 20th isn't good. That's below average in the NFL.
Yeah. No, well, I think that because they were so bad a year ago and it had such an adverse effect on everything they did, and then you throw Slowick into the mix and his inability to make in-game adjustments and all the things that we criticized, I think that was the downfall of all downfalls for this team. It just seems like the combination of Popovich and Caley and the roster moves that they made and the changes that they went about are all going to turn out to have really good success.
Texter says this isn't as entertaining as you guys complaining about D'Amico. We'll complain about D'Amico a little bit later. We did a lot of that earlier. Mm-hmm. How can you realistically feel confident about the O-line situation and the offense as a whole when Pop was in that room and part of that room last year? We wasn't the man.
He wasn't allowed. Maybe you don't know we don't know how much he was allowed to even interject.
Yeah, and the scheme is also different. So, I don't know if it's an apple to apples. I mean, it's a valid concern, but I think it's drastically different. Plus, now a severe lack of a running game. Of course, they're going to say that the guy that got fired, it was his fault. Sounds kind of fanboy-ish. We're literally pulled quotes. Stroud said the scheme was awful. Titus said the scheme was not very good. So, yeah, we're literally using quotes. Key from LA, week 1, y'all's offensive line will be tested. It will be a great test. It will be a fantastic
I wonder who
test.
they play and why you'd have that kind of comment.
But he's right.
Yeah,
why are you so offended by Key from LA's
because
text?
Key only jumps in when he's got his teams to talk about in the process. Yes,
but why does
the Rams have a good
make
defense.
You upset? Why does Key from LA talking about the Rams
Key's
bother
fair
you?
weather? Because Key is great when he's sitting on top or he feels good about his chances, and Key hates to own it when he should.
You hate Keith, Key from LA.
I don't hate him.
I
go at him.
I hear disdain in your voice when Key from LA texts.
I forgot you know how to read me like that. Yeah, you're right.
I do read you pretty good. I'm pretty good at reading people. That's one of my better traits.
Okay.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
What do you think, Brian? Do you think I can read people?
I think that comes natural for someone that plays poker. I don't know if you're elite, but I think you're better than average.
Someone call me elite at reading people.
Yeah,
Someone call me elite. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Derek Stingley, we didn't get to this yesterday because of all the Texans cut downs and stuff like that. He was the number 18th player in the NFL Top 100. Yeah, that's great and all. But I think you can make the case that the Texans have one of the best young foundations in the entire sport. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Football is back. It is back, baby. We're going to give away a couple of tickets here a little bit later, too. You already know where I'm going to be Thursday, tomorrow night. We're on the eve of the Houston Cougar football season kicking off. I'm going to be at TD-ECU Stadium. You should be there, too. The Cougars take on the Lumberjacks of SFA in the Lone Star Stampede. Get those tickets now, uhcougars.com/tickets, or just call 713-GO-COUGS. Second season of Willie Fritz. New look Cougar team looking to make some noise this season. Connor Wigman, you quarterback as well. It's going to be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, and the roar of the crowd as a Houston Cougar football game. Tailgate before the game is going to be awesome, too. It starts at 4. U of H is partnered with the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. for this game as well. They're going to have the mini lasso practice out there, the line dancing, color wall, a visit from their mascot, Howdy, all part of the Rodeo Roundup Corral. Stop by, get your picture taken. Also, you can be entered into a raffle for 4 Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo season tickets, plus chances throughout the game to win tickets to a Rodeo Houston performance. So get on out there. Football season is here. Houston SFA coming up tomorrow night. Visit uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get those tickets now. Come early, be loud, and wear red.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Going to give away a pair of tickets to see the Houston Cougars and SFA coming up tomorrow night. Night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd, like a Houston Cougar football game. Get to uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS. Get those tickets right now. We're going to give away a pair of tickets to you if you call in, 713-780-3776, and correctly answer this question. Who is the Houston Cougars' new defensive coordinator? Who is the defensive coordinator for the Cougs? 713-780-3776.
Our beloved Cougs.
You call in, you get it right. You're quickly to call in. You're going to you're going to the Cougars tomorrow. College football season's here. The crisp in the air. You can feel it. You can feel it. Feels very good. Crisp in the air. All right. So Derek Stingley was named to the NFL Top 100 yesterday, cut down day, so it kind of got overlooked a little bit. But the 18th best player in the NFL, Bankers, according to his peers.
We had it pretty much pegged and well-deserved. But what is that, 6 Texans on the list total?
6 Texans.
It's pretty damn impressive for a team that has turned the corner so quickly because we didn't know when Caserio and D'Amico took it over how long it would take. Definitely fast-tracked it way quicker than I thought they would, and have stockpiled, a foundation to where these guys are going to, this team should be reckoned with for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know that this, how tangible it is, but it means you have a talented roster. It means you have good players. You have players that at least are highly thought of. The Athletic, they came out with their top 25 under the age of 25 the other day, And you can make the case that the Houston Texans have one of the best young foundations in the NFL. I mean, you quarterback C.J. Stroud. Nico's graduated from that conversation. You got Stingley. You got Will Anderson. But the Athletic, with their top 25 under the age of 20, Jamar Chase, number one. No argument there. Jalen Carter, 2. But the Texans on this list, they have 3 of them. They have C.J. Stroud at 8. They have Derek Stingley at 12. And they have Will Anderson at 21. I crunched the numbers on this. Looked at each team, how many times each team was picked here in this top 25 under 25. There is only one team in the NFL that had more representatives than the Houston Texans. Texans had 3. There's only one team that has more than 3. You want to take a guess?
I'm kind of in my mind trying to think of who the Chargers.
It's the Detroit Lions. The Lions have Gibbs at 14. They have Hutchinson at 4. They have Penei Sewell at 7, and then they have Amon-Ra St. Brown at 10. They also have an honorable mention for Sam Laporta. That's the only team that has more players that are 25 or younger. Amon-Ra?
Yeah, I thought he was. I just didn't think he was 25 or younger.
He feels older, doesn't he?
Yeah, he
does. If you had me guess his age, I would have guessed that he was older than that as well. No, he's 25 years old.
Huh.
So the only team in the NFL that has more players that are on the top 25, under 25, I guess it would include 25, are the Detroit Lions. The Texans have one of the best young foundations in the entire NFL.
And remember that when they just got done scrimmaging the Detroit Lions last week, that Dan Campbell was quick to praise the team, the job that D'Amico and the organization had done, and say that he thinks that this is a team that is going to be heard from for a long time to come because of a lot of the things you just mentioned.
Yeah, so it's a good spot to be in, I guess.
Let's also think about the guys that aren't on the list, but that we've seen. Think about the fact that Lassiter could be on that list in another year. Bullock could be on that list at some point because of the year he had last year. The draft picks that they're hitting on, including hopefully Ursary this year, like their drafts have been really, really good, and they're adding more pieces, whether they're on a list or not, that are going to be under 25 and going to be really damn good.
Yeah. So Texans have a good young foundation. Moral of the story, which is a good spot to be in, like you said, because the Texans were in they weren't anywhere close to having one of the best young foundations very, very recently. That's how quickly things can change in sports, though. Like things can happen and change very, very fast.
Yeah, that trade, how quickly that kind of developed.
Trade helped.
Yeah, and a lot of people thought that they might just go strictly Will Anderson, pass on the quarterback because they weren't sold on any one of the guys being their guy, and then they hit on both guys. The trade hits on both fronts. I didn't think it was a good trade at the time. I thought that it was questionable at best. And then you hit on both guys, and both guys become the foundational pieces of each side of your football team.
I mean, you could have not made the trade and still have a bunch of good players, though.
Because some of them were on that list.
I mean, you could, depending on who you would have drafted. But, like, the Lions got Gibbs and Laporta in that draft. So, like, the alternate reality isn't bad either.
No, but honestly, because of the fact that they were so desperate for a quarterback, the fact that they hit on both guys, I mean,
you stick and pick, though. You could go Gibbs and Laporta instead
but you
of
still
Anderson.
don't have a quarterback.
No, you would have had Stroud at 2.
You stick and pick, you have Stroud, and you still have Gibbs and Laporta?
They traded up for 3. They traded 12, a future first, and pick 32 for 3, and like sweeteners in the mid rounds.
That's right.
So I mean, not that you would have picked those players, but there is a reality where you take Stroud at 2, you don't trade up for Will Anderson, you get Gibbs at 12, and you get Laporta at 32. It's the best offense in the NFL.
Great offense, and then you just got to figure out how do you get the defense better.
I mean, the defense I think would still be pretty good without Will. Not as good. But
assuming
I don't think
that
it's
you
a
have the money to go get,
off.
and you do the things you did to get Hunter and some of the guys you brought in.
Why wouldn't you?
Yeah, no, I'm saying, assuming that that's the case, they still would be pretty good.
Yeah. Would you rather have Will Anderson or would you rather have a future first, Sam Laporta and Jahmyr Gibbs?
That's a tough question. I honestly, I'm gonna stick with the fact that they could still find a running back like Joe Mixon. Although he's hurt now, that they could find another tight end that could be close to what Laporta's been and still be better on defense because Will Anderson's so dominant. So I'll stay with what they did.
Brian, would you rather have Will Anderson or would you rather have Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, and a future first?
I think you know that I reject that question on its basis because that's not who they would have taken. But I'd rather have Will Anderson.
Wow. High praise. You wouldn't trade Will
You're going the
Anderson
other
for
direction,
Jahmyr
huh?
Gibbs,
Well,
Sam Laporta.
I think it's if the positions were different, you might be able to sway me. But we're talking about running back, tight end versus maybe the second most important position on the team.
But you do have Danielle Hunter.
You do. You didn't at the time, though.
You didn't at the time. I think it's a win-win. Like, I like both sides of that trade. I like the Will Anderson side. I like the Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, future first side of that. Like, I don't think Detroit's not trading that. Go ask Detroit radio right now. Would you trade Gibbs, Laporta, and a future first for Will Anderson? They would laugh at you.
Yeah, they would not. I think
They
both
would
sides
laugh
like
at
what they
you.
got.
But then you ask it to Houston radio, they'd be like, "Oh no, it's
And that's
give me
just
Will
because
Anderson."
they're biased with their own squads too, because they see him every week and they know Texans fans know how dominant Will Anderson has been, and Lions fans love their guys. What did 32 turn out to be?
Laporta. Well, 32 is Levis, but obviously the Texans would have taken Levis because they had Stroud.
Right.
I think Laporta was the 33rd pick that year.
Oh, he was still on the board. I see what you did. Okay.
Yeah, because the Texans traded 12 to Arizona. Arizona traded back up, gave up 12. Lions took Jahmyr Gibbs. The 32nd pick. No, the Texans traded pick 33, which was used on Levis. Texans wouldn't have drafted a quarterback. The very next pick was Sam Laporta. Laporta went 34. So they traded 12, 33, future first, which I haven't seen what that future first turned into. It's actually a pretty good pick, though. Like, it was pretty good giving up your first because you won. I remember at the time, it's like, you just traded a top 5 pick.
It was kind of like with the how concerned we were at the Minnesota pick because we thought Minnesota was going to suck when they traded it for Diggs.
Yeah. So, like, we at the time, it looked like you just traded 12, 33, and a top 5 pick next year for number 3, but you won a bunch of games, and your pick was in the it was 27th.
Wasn't part of the hand-wringing about giving up your pick instead of Cleveland's pick, and then it turns out you beat Cleveland in the playoffs and improved that pick?
Yes.
That's right. They had Cleveland's pick.
Yeah. It was because I remember that was part of the pushback. It's like, oh, why didn't you send Cleveland's pick instead of your pick? And then Houston beats
because
them.
at first they weren't.
Yeah.
They didn't specify, and we were like, let's hope that that's the Cleveland pick.
But it turns out Texans being in the playoffs and made it better for the Texans' advantage.
Remember, Texans traded that pick. They traded down.
Oh, was that the what trade was that?
They traded down. They traded the 23rd pick to Minnesota. This wasn't even on draft day. This was like 2 weeks before the draft. Remember?
Yeah.
They traded the 23rd pick and a 7th round pick, whatever. They traded the 23rd pick to Minnesota in exchange for a second.
Oh yeah, to bounce out of the first round,
as well as a 2025 second.
Yeah,
so they got 2 seconds, one in the future.
I do remember that.
Yeah, that what the 23rd pick became.
I mean, didn't they use one of those seconds on Diggs?
They traded a second for Diggs.
No, yeah. This was that 23rd pick that they didn't use, right?
Right. Well, the 23rd pick that they had from Cleveland, they traded out of with Minnesota.
And Minnesota used it to pick.
They ended up trading it. Minnesota did.
Oh.
They traded it to Jacksonville.
Oh, Brian Thomas Jr. Damn.
Thomas Jr. But you would have had Lassiter.
Yeah, no.
So would you?
I'd rather have Brian Thomas Jr.
But would you rather have Kamari Lassiter and 1 year of Stephon Diggs or Brian Thomas Jr.?
Brian Thomas Jr. Easily.
So like we sit here and
Slam
like
dunk.
we're like, oh, those were great. Look, those were great draft picks. Those were great trades. There's an alternate reality where you could have had Brian Thomas Jr. There's an
Next to
alternate
Nico.
reality where you could have had Jahmyr Gibbs and Sam Laporta. Like the Texans were kind of in a win-win spot. Like it was hard to screw that up because they had a bunch of good picks.
Mm-hmm.
If you have a bunch of good picks, it's hard to screw up a bunch of good picks.
Unless you're picking offensive linemen and you're Nick Caserio.
Brian Thomas. Now I think the Texans had to make that trade because they used that second to trade for Diggs. But I mean, probably shouldn't have traded for Diggs, right?
No. Well, yeah, with knowing what we know now too. But
you wouldn't have Lassiter,
right?
But
revisionist history of what happened and how the Diggs thing turned out.
Will Anderson wouldn't demand a first rounder in a trade. Let's be real. I don't know what that means. The Texans literally traded pick 12, pick 33, and a future first for pick 3.
I think he's saying if the Texans decided that we got to get rid of Will Anderson, they wouldn't get a first back in return, which I think is lunacy.
That's absolutely ridiculous.
Will Anderson would get a first.
Yes, he would.
He'd get a first plus.
And more.
Yeah.
Yes.
Texans would have drafted a bum offensive lineman or a cornerback instead of Laporta, says Chris Noble. That's probably true. You're probably right about that, Chris. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Speaking of Brian Thomas Jr., speaking of wide receivers, Who are your top 10 wide receiver tandems in the NFL? I put together a list. We'll run it by you. It's the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN at 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Who knew that? Did you know that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's right. You can find a huge selection online, 500 million items, that you can't even find in stores. So head to walmart.com and get to browsing. Branham family, we've been ordering online from Walmart for quite some time now. We place an order each Sunday, get what we need for the week. It's great to have, easy to do. You can put items in your cart. Don't even check out yet. Come back later. It's a great way. Instead of having an actual shopping list, grocery list, just go online, put it in your cart, and then get it later. It's wonderful. I love it. I love it too because I don't have a lot of time. I don't want to go to the store. I don't want to deal with a crowd. I don't want to turn off the game. So we order online with Walmart. We get everything we need without even having to leave the house. Oh, I know what you think. That's too expensive. Online grocery shopping costs more. I know what you're saying. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. And, of course, because it's Walmart, you know the prices are low. And what I love about it, they're fast. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Going online at walmart.com is going to save you a ton of time. Order your groceries, and you're going to save time in the process. Use Express Delivery to get all the things you need from Walmart, from groceries to home goods to prescriptions. Walmart is simply changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, throwing a party, think Walmart for all your grocery needs. Start and order today at walmart.com.
We're back. Time to go inside the Veritex Community Bank Studio and join the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Joe George's Inside the Icebox sidekick, Jeremy Branham.
You gonna talk?
Why do you get such a kick out of that, Brian?
I think it was mostly your reaction.
Why don't we have a bullpen Sean Mapes sidekick, Brian McDonald, rejoin?
Because Sean would have to write that up, and he hasn't. Direct that question to Sean A. Mapes on Twitter.
I don't care to. Top receivers in the NFL. Top duo receivers in the NFL, top 10. I put one together. You guys can nitpick it. I don't know why you would. It's a perfect list. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm sure that all of you.
You just made the list.
You all agree that this is the perfect top 10 wide receiver duo in the NFL. I don't even think there's an argument here. So I'm just going to give it to you, and then we're going to be like, yeah, I agree. And then we're going to get to our car wreck of the day here in a little bit.
There we go. Jeremy Branham's right.
Thank you. I mean, Lance knows ball. He knows ball. I can't deny that. So here are some teams that I left off, but were like, in consideration. We'll go with in consideration. Colts, I think, are in consideration. I think they're in consideration. Pittman and Downs, so they have no quarterback, so their stats aren't going to be good. Aren't going to be good. But they're not in my top 10. I'm intrigued by the Seattle tandem. I'm intrigued with Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp. Very intrigued by that. Now, Kupp's
right.
a little
Kupp's
old.
there. That's right.
Tony Horton taking his spot. No, I'm just kidding.
Who the is that guy?
You don't know ball. That tandem is interesting. Not in my top 10. I'm interested in that one.
Mm-hmm.
I'm intrigued. Their offense is intriguing to me. Brought in Sam Darnold, got rid of Geno. I think it's a trade down. It's an intriguing offense.
Running
Baby
back is a mystery
Kubiak.
to me. Ken Walker's never healthy.
Yeah, but he's good, and Charbonnet is one of the better backups in the NFL.
He is a good backup.
So, that offense, I'm not saying they're going to be good. I'm just saying I'm intrigued. They've piqued my interest in that offense. Baby Kubiak's the OC. I'm intrigued by that offense. San Francisco when they're right. Ricky Pearsall and Brandon Ayuk, when he's right,
they didn't make your list. They didn't make your list.
No, these are honorable mentions.
Okay,
that feels like 15 plus to me.
Yeah, I don't think they're in the top 10,
way.
but I think that they have the potential to be better.
15 better duos than that?
Yeah.
When healthy.
Yeah.
No chance.
I mean, what has Pearsall proven?
Pearsall played very good in the last month of his rookie year.
Okay.
Very good.
He had a nice little month. Good
And
for
look,
him.
This is a predictor. This isn't back of baseball card, Brian. This isn't back of the baseball card.
It's like someone's dog. It's a nice little doggy. It's just not the doggy that we were looking for.
You guys heard the Dan Campbell thing last week, right? He called C.J. Stroud a good little quarterback.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was just copying Dan Campbell there.
That's a good tandem. Not in the top 10, but a good tandem. These are three. These three right here. These are a couple of tandems that I'm very intrigued with, and I think can be in the top 10 by the end of the year. Not putting them in there right now. The end of the year, potentially. DJ Moore, Rome Odunze. I like their potential. I think they could be a top 10 tandem by the end of the season.
I'm fine with that.
By the end of the season, I think they could be a top 10 tandem.
Yeah, I don't trust the guy getting him the football, but they have the potential.
Okay. Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter in Jacksonville.
I don't think Hunter's going to play that much offense.
End of the year. Oh, I disagree. I bet you he plays more offensive snaps than defensive snaps.
Really?
I bet you.
No, I think he's I've told you this before. I've said it on air before. I think he's a better defensive back than he is wide receiver.
That's not the same thing. Because I agree with you. I agree with you on that. I think he plays more offensive snaps, though. So what Travis Hunter is, obviously, is the big indicator there because I love Brian Thomas Jr. And then Tampa Bay is interesting to me with Emeka Egbuka. And you pair him to Mike Evans. Now, what's interesting about this tandem is Evans is getting older, and Egbuka's, growing into his own.
And you also have Godwin who could factor in.
Yeah, I don't know about his leg.
I don't know either. But
Isn't he starting off on?
No, they kept him on the roster.
They did?
Yeah, it's weird. They say he could play in week 3 or something. I don't know. So, anyways, those were honorable mentions. Here's my top 10. I felt gross having this team as my top 10, but I had to do it because the back of baseball card. I have Miami at 10. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle.
On the back of his baseball card.
On my list.
I have them at 10.
I think I would take Tampa, maybe even Jacksonville.
Over Miami?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Tyreek is on the way down, and Waddle wasn't right last year.
I don't hate it. Casey, I have 9 with Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy.
If he plays.
Which one?
Rashee.
He's getting 6
games.
Bang 6 games.
Yeah.
I have the Texans at 8. Nico Collins, Christian Kirk. At
no problem with that.
Number 7, I have the Commanders, Scary Terry and Deebo Samuel.
I think I might put the Texans in front of them.
Ooh.
I think Nico's better than Terry, and I think Kirk could be better than this version of Deebo.
That was the same internal dialogue that I had.
You got to factor in, too.
Factor in the Commanders.
How ready is Terry going to be week 1 for a couple weeks? Get back into it.
I trust that he was taking care of his body, and he's not coming back from an injury.
No, but he's not getting the same kind of reps as he'd be getting in camp.
I mean, I trust that he's running route trees on a side field. Now, to your point, Brandon Ayuk did this and got hurt immediately last year, so that would be an argument for your point. Detroit, I have 6 with Amon-Ra and Jamison Williams, expecting big things from Williams. Although this Tesla guy, he's looking intriguing in camp. I have the Eagles at 5 with Brown and Smith. The Rams at 4, Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams. I have the Vikings at 3 with Jefferson and Addison. I have Dallas at 2 with Lamb and Pickens, and then I have the Bengals at 1. With Chase and Higgins. So how was yours different? Because this is the perfect list. I don't see how you can see anything wrong with it.
I didn't really put them in any specific order, but I think that you start with Chase and Higgins at 1. I put, again, you're going to lose Addison for the first couple of games, but I think Jefferson and Addison are up there. I think Brown and Smith are in my top 5. I think.
Would you go Brown and Smith over Puka and Devontae?
I just don't know what Devontae's got left.
See, I think he has some juice left. I think he was pretty good last year with
I think CD and Pickens for 1 year with Dak is going to be good.
I think it's going to be real good.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be real good.
I'm a little leery, like I said, of Scary Terry and Debo. And I had Nico and Kirk and Amon-Ra and Williams, and especially the way Williams played against the Texans. But the Packers are tough because you don't have a wide receiver 1, but you actually have interchangeable parts where you could have 2 out of 3 or 4 guys that could have big years because you added Golden, and then you've got.
Ooh, you're throwing Packers in here?
No, I'm not throwing them in the top 10, but there's one that you didn't have on honorable mention that I would have at least had honorable mention.
Over who?
I think Tampa's 1.
You would have Green Bay over Tampa?
Because I think that Mike Evans is getting older.
Buka was the number 1 receiver taken in the draft, if you don't count Travis Hunter, which I guess you do. So second rookie receiver taken in the draft.
I think Green Bay's at least honorable mention.
Ooh, I don't know.
And I'm a little leery of Seattle simply because of Sam Darnold.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm a little concerned about that myself. I couldn't, you always bang on Green Bay for not having a true number 1, and you were trying to put him on this list.
But now they might have one in Golden, though I don't think he's going to be a long-term true number 1. But you add him to that receiver room where you have 4 or 5 guys with Hicks and Dobbs and the guys that even with Watson hurt, I think that their receiver room is really talented and deep and young.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you anymore over all that mediocrity. Okay. Brian, we're top 10. I did nothing wrong here, right? This is perfect. Perfect list.
I would have swapped the Commanders and the Texans, and I didn't like Miami being in the top 10. I think I would put Tampa Bay over them.
I'm surprised by that because I really didn't want to have them in my top 10, but I'm like, I got to pay respect to that.
Nah, yeah,
I think Bill
go
and Waddle
Tampa.
have at least one more good year in him.
I go
definitely.
Tampa. I think I also might go Jacksonville over Miami.
Perfect list here, I think. Neighbors
You
and
just made the
Slayton
list.
with Russell Wilson. Slayton's not even their second best receiver. Wan'Dale Robinson's better than Slayton.
Yeah, Wan'Dale had like 93, 94 catches last year.
With 100 catches.
Yeah.
I kind of like that duo, though. Neighbors and Wan'Dale ain't bad. They're not anywhere near the top 10.
I'm not betting on Wan'Dale repeating it, though. That feels like I don't know. That felt like the high water mark for his career.
I would agree, but could he have 75 and 800 yards? Which is pretty good for number 2.
It is, but even when he had like 90-something last year, he was still like his yards were shockingly low for a guy who had 90-plus catches.
Short intermediate routes at best. He wasn't a deep threat at all. Better quarterback play there, though, I think, with Russ and with Jackson Dart. 713-780-ESPN. Texture says Mooney in London. That's a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. They're not cracking my top 10. Like, who are you bumping out for Atlanta with Mooney in London? I can't bump anybody out.
Well, they should at least get honorable mention, though.
Who you bumping out?
I said Seattle.
You go Mooney London over JSN and Cup? That's close. That is a close one. Neighbors and Slayton with Russell Wilson. It was such a nice text. He had to say it twice. Not even their second best receiver. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Someone took a shot at Dr. Dre earlier. It was Israel, and now Dr. Dre wants to rebut. Dr. Dre, you're in the hive. What is up?
Hey, fellas. Hey, Israel, man. Hey, I know it's hard, having listening comprehension, man, but you still haven't answered the question how somebody named Dylan beat out your boy, Shador. Joe Flacco is an old, washed-up white boy. And ask me one thing. Why is Cam Smith's mom white, Do black men just love the white meat or what? Holla back. And I'm out.
Wow.
So we're going to break?
Went there. Went there before break. Brian?
Perfect segue to the car wreck of the day.
Yeah, who's live read is next? HRMP, perfect.
Oh, there you go.
What are your car wrecks of the day?
That phone call?
780-3776. What are you nominating car wreck of the day? It's the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Let me tell you about HR&P, Human Resources and Payroll. It's Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs, U of H class of 1990. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. He's been doing it for 25 years. HR&P, 25 years. They're a pillar in the city of Houston. And they provide comprehensive human capital management services, which includes HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HR&P is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. Nothing cookie cutter about HR&P. Need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HR&P is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. Their customer service, top notch. They're second to nobody. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you and familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service anytime I have a question. Quick response, easy to understand. Let HR&P take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
By gosh, that's Framber Valdez's music. Framber Valdez tries to level the series against the Rockies today. We don't have a lineup yet. Astros begin a baseball game in an hour and 20 minutes, and they do not have a lineup. I think they're checking to see if Salazar makes it in time.
How long was the drive from Sugar Land?
Yiner says
Depending
he's
on
got
traffic.
pain swinging the bat.
It's not good.
No.
We found out earlier, reports said that Cesar Salazar is headed to the Astros. We have not seen a corresponding move. We have heard that Victor Caratini's in the concussion protocol. Haven't seen the news that he's placed on the injured list, though.
No, I would hope that they can get that figured out and he can come back in a day or two.
Okay. Oh, okay. So y'all weren't – okay. I didn't think about that. So y'all were thinking Yiner and Caratini both stay on the active roster, but they just can't play tonight.
Right.
Well, then who's going down?
Well, because don't you get the special exemption for the protocol?
I don't know.
I thought that you did.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I literally don't know.
Okay.
I'm ignorant to that. I didn't know that was a thing. But yeah, we'll see what the lineup looks like whenever the lineup does come out. Keep it here, though, on ESPN 97.5. Comicast at 9, the Mike Elko Show at 8, Swarmcast at 7, and Destination 2026 with our guy Glenn Davis coming up next. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. Bump, bump, bump. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. Israel texted his response to Dre, and he said, corny. Laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. All right, car wreck of the day. What you got, Blinkers?
I got a couple. Let's go with the middle infielders for the Astros last night. The two errors to Pena, whether you blame Dubon or not, but then Dubon with the stretch that shouldn't have been stretched from a single to a double where he was thrown out.
Two mistakes.
Both guys deserve it. And then the catching situation for the Astros that we are currently dealing with.
I hope Salazar homers today.
I don't want Salazar catching Framber, but I don't think you have a choice.
I'd rather have Salazar catch Framber than Yiner catch Framber.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah.
But from a hitting perspective, I'd rather have Yiner
Fair.
hitting than Salazar.
100% fair. My car wreck of the day is Joe Mixon's foot. I'm not sure he has a foot anymore at this point. Like, we're going to be respectful.
Would it be attached by that ankle?
I don't know. We're being respectful to Joe Mixon's foot. Why are they being respectful to his foot? Because it's no longer with us.
It's dead?
It's gone. Pour some out.
The next plane?
Pour some out for Joe Mixon's foot.
It's in another realm with the elders?
Rest in peace, Joe Mixon's foot. What do you have, Brian?
I don't know if you guys saw this, but apparently the Colorado Buffalo, Ralphie, will not run this year because, quote, it has an indifference to running, which same, but I mean, come on, Colorado Buffaloes. I mean, that's a part of the tradition there. You got to run. Dion's out there with two missing toes and wearing depends, but the Buffalo has an indifference to running and won't run.
Is he gonna walk?
He's gonna try.
No, apparently, he's just gonna hang out. I guess it's gonna act like Bevo and just chill.
Mariners won baseball.
Yeah, and the Padres were rallying in the ninth.
All right, what wins?
Like
Texans.
The Astros.
I like Mixon's foot.
Difference.
Well, you guys outvoted me.
Mixon's foot, the winner, does it for us. Thanks to Brian for his hard work. He's Blank. I'm Brandon. We'll talk to you tomorrow, Houston Destination 2026, right now on ESPN 97.5.
Oh, I love this sound. This gives you the feeling of the World Cup. A.J. Russ, producer extraordinaire. Bouncing Souls, New Jersey band, doing their version of it. This is going to get you pumped up. Listen to this. We drink beer and wear Adidas, huh? It's a pretty good advert for Adidas, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, welcome in, everybody. Let's get after it tonight here. We got another good hour of soccer talk here. We got a lot to get after. This is Destination 2026. So for those of you who are new to this, this is the new show. It's a 1-hour program. Talks about the World Cup. We'll keep everybody up to date on what's going on here in Houston. We do some history. We do a little updating of things that are going on, like today that I will in a minute. There'll be a shocking result I'll give to you. So it's a great dovetail after Soccer Matters last night. By the way, tremendous callers last night on the show. Nice night of radio. I think real radio. I think we want more and more of that. And, very appreciative. Pat Onstad came on the show, and it was a good debate back and forth. And look, there are real things going on, and I think they have to be addressed. And I think there was nothing that wasn't good about what happened last night. The other thing is we know there is a real pulse with the fan base here in Houston, and that's a very important thing here. But, I'm a little outspoken on it. I do not intend to be a PR arm on my show, and that's why I'm an independent, and that's why I've had my own radio show on the air. And I think we need more of that kind of soccer talk. So to me, it was all healthy last night, and I think to Pat as well. All right, so now let's get into Destination 2026. It's Houston's Countdown to the Cup, presented by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola, Southwest Energy, and Quanta. Big thank you to them. I've got Brian Sciaretta on the show tonight. You'll know him from American Soccer Now. He's going to be embedded with the U.S. roster. We're going to go over the roster. We're going to do some roster discussion. World Cup 1974 was a very influential one for me. And every one of us has, based on our age, the benchmark that is the first World Cup you really became involved in the game. Well, that was the one for me, 1974. And I have told the story on the show before, but the only way you could watch a World Cup final was closed circuit television. You had to buy a ticket and you'd go to Madison Square Garden. My father took me and my brother went, and there's a cube in the middle of the New York Knicks basketball court, and it's got 4 screens projecting on closed circuit the World Cup final. Now, if you were in the part of Madison Square Garden that's called Blue Heaven, which is way up top, fat chance you didn't see a whole lot, I think. So you had to kind of get down a little bit closer to actually get an idea of what happened in this World Cup. Now, the cool thing about it, though, and the impressionable thing for a young kid like me, was all of a sudden I'm in a building with all Germans and Dutch, which had never happened to me before in that life. We had lots of ethnic groups, but I never was in a mass of people where, they're all rooting for West Germany or they're all rooting for the Netherlands. By the way, it was West Germany back then. They were not unified. In that World Cup, West Germany was grouped. This is crazy. West Germany in 74 is grouped in the same group with East Germany. So it was West Germany against communist East Germany. And East Germany actually won in the group stage 1-0, but West Germany would go on to win the World Cup, as we all know, over the great Netherlands. So I'm going to do a little bit of a look back on that World Cup. So to go to the Garden, to see people waving flags, and this huge impression for me. Huge. I can still see myself in that building today. And what it meant, and walking up on the streets and seeing the flags of West Germany and seeing the flags of the Netherlands. And, of course, I would come to later know, the rivalry between West Germany and the Netherlands. It's a little less than friendly, we might say. So, really cool there. And if you have a World Cup that was the defining World Cup for you, which is the one that made an impression on you, 713-780-3776. I would love to hear it in this segment because we get some great stories from you, the listener. 713-780-3776. What was the defining World Cup for you that really opened your eyes, your first one? Whether you watched it on TV, whether you went to it. 713-780-3776. There's things that just stick in our brains indelibly that we don't forget, that we go back to. And for me, it's 1974. Now, I'm going to give you a really cool event that's coming up related to that, and that's the event we've been doing called Monday Night Football. September 15th, we'll be at Houston Community College East Side, 6 o'clock Central Time. The artist Batiri has done a tremendous job of executing this and putting this all together. But it was a really interesting idea to just start getting us in the World Cup mood. We've had some really, really cool events. We've had them at different places. We've had them at Senate Avenue Brewing. We've had them at Hugh O'Connor's. And they've been in U of H downtown. So really it has been a cool idea. And it was fostered organically, which I think is important now. We have to organically boost our soccer community and take control of it. So that's the 74 West Germany, Netherlands, Houston Community College East Side, 6 o'clock Central Time. That's September 15th. So again, 713-780-3776 is a number to call in. Which World Cup was the defining one to you and why? And maybe you can give me a really good story and tell me about, how it all came about to you. So call in, 713-780-3776. Let's go to the phone lines. I think I've got Heath. Heath, what do you got? You got a good World Cup story for me?
Hey, Glenn, how are you this, sir?
I'm very good. Thank you, Heath. How are you?
I'm good, man. So I was listening to you talk about going to Madison Square Garden. So I was very anti-soccer growing up. It was not a big thing here, as you know, in Texas, at least in the area. It was baseball, football. And I think I don't remember the year, maybe the Germany World Cup. It was in like some of the earlier days of, let's see.
2006.
Casey Keller, Landon Donovan. I remember I went to USA Chicago at Soldier Field, and my friends lured me to go. Look, this game, even if you don't like it, is only going to take about 2 hours. So once it's over, even if you hate it, 2 hours, give us some time, and then we're in a great city for a whole weekend. And the way they really bought my attention was, hey, man, you're a huge football fan. You get to go see the legendary Soldier Field where people like Walter Payton played. And I said, all right, I'll give it a shot. So we went and watched the USA play England. It was a great game. I had a great time. We come home shortly after the U.S. is in the World Cup. And I remember I worked for Best Buy, I believe, at the time. And so I just remember there was a couple games. I think there was one where we were playing Italy, and we were watching it somewhere, and the DirecTV went out because of the rain. And we raced home, busted in my house, causing all kinds of commotion, made my dad mad just to finish the game. And I even called my boss and I said, I'm sorry, I am not coming in until this game is over. And that was kind of how my love for soccer started. And I even tell my students as a teacher, soccer's unlike any other because somebody that is your enemy on Friday night, say somebody from Dallas, somebody from Austin, those two teams could be united on Saturday night when your country's playing. And no other sport has that. The Olympics don't quite bring people together like I feel like international soccer does.
Yeah, that's a great story. I really like that. It's amazing how people get introduced to it. It's amazing, like-minded individuals, the friendships you can make, the social element of it. It's an incredibly inclusive sport. It doesn't need to be fragmented because it's inclusive to everybody. For some reason, we like to try to fragment it, but it doesn't need to be. It's the most inclusive game on the planet. It brings everybody together. I've got friends all over the world simply because of involvement of soccer, and I'm sure you've created a lot of new friends. Now, back to Soldier Field. I called a lot of games there during my day before the renovation and also after it. And I remember walking in there the very first time to do a game there and just saying to myself, wow, there's so much history here, So, great story, Heath. Really like that. Thank you so much for that. Much appreciated. Now, 2006, the final was won by Italy 5-3 over France on penalty kicks. Germany ended up as a host nation in third place, 3-1 over Portugal. So, yeah, I actually called that World Cup. Some of the games on that one for, I believe, yeah, that would have been ESPN. All right, let's keep it going. Richard is on the phone lines as well. Richard's got a good story for me. Richard, give me a World Cup story.
Hey guys, never had the privilege to actually go to a game, but I'm a fan of the Colombia national team, and it was the World Cup. It was here in the United States. But is it 92, 96? I forget which
94.
94? Okay. Well, Colombia was running through the preliminaries. I mean, smoking everybody. Argentina, Brazil, 6-0, 5-0. They were just whooping up on everybody. You know, they had at Pibe at center, Rincon, Efrain Valencia, René Hita. I mean, they had a heck of a squad, and they're a favorite, or be able to be competitive and to win the cup and everything. And then they start the group stage and they lose. And then, I think the final game was against Cameroon, and René Hita did this bonehead move where he had the ball between his legs, and they just took it from him and they scored. It was just heartbreaking, to see the team be so good in prelims and then just go to the World Cup and just completely fold. And it was just, even though it was heartbreaking, that was one of the most memorable World Cups. I think I was 11 years old, and that's where it all got started for me. It was just I became a big soccer fan, and hopefully Colombia could do something this year, but. But that was the one. Just being heartbroken by Colombia like usual. But
you made a really good point there. They were one of the favorites going into that World Cup.
Yeah.
Now the story goes that there was so much commotion at their hotel. Players were doing interviews on the side and getting paid, and it really was there was a loss of control and focus. There was even talk of, not to get heavily into this, but there was talk of, the drug lords were having an influence on things. So they were not in a great place when they got into this tournament.
Yeah.
And then, of course, remember, the U.S. won 2-1 against them, and the deflection off of the own goal of Andreas Escobar, who was a real gentleman.
Yes.
And he ended up getting murdered back in Colombia. So...
Oh yeah,
that was a really sad thing. Really sad. But we got 60. We got incredible support for the Colombia national team here in Houston. They came out for their games in the Copa America, and I mean the turnout is incredible. So it would be great if they came here for the World Cup. We'll take Colombia here in Houston for some of our World Cup games, right?
Sure would. I'm gonna try to make it this time. I'm gonna try to make it to a game.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You got seven. You got 7 shots. You got 7 shots right here in Houston. This is your time to actually go, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yeah, check it off my bucket list.
There you go. Thank you, Richard. All right, 713-780-3776. Good stuff there from Richard. Good stuff from Heath. Anybody ever their first World Cup experience actually being there live? I would love to hear somebody on that, or the same way Richard did when you saw it. 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. The first impressionable World Cup to you, which one was it? And that becomes your benchmark. That's your benchmark that you go back and refer to. That's your reference point of all of a sudden learning about the World Cup, loving it, waiting for it, being patient, watching the whole process of getting to the World Cup too. The whole qualification process is incredible, just incredible to have to go through that. And I think we sometimes forget how grueling some of the World Cup qualification can be. Now, this will be the biggest World Cup ever, 48 teams. I don't know if you like that, 32-48. I'm a little bit scared. I want to pull it back a little bit because I don't want it to become a participatory thing, which is what we do with sports a lot. I would say even MLS is that. All right, we got 713-780-3776. Let's hit up with Chris. Chris, give me your World Cup moment, Chris.
Hey, Glenn.
my first World Cup was that same 1994 World Cup, and the one game that I got to go to was Cameroon versus Russia, and that was played at the old Stanford Stadium, which was just glorious. It was kind of a dump, but it had a great aesthetic, and it was completely full. It was amazing. The game, it was super interesting. Cameroon had a player, I think his name was Roger Mila.
Yes, he was over 40 years old.
He scored a goal that day, and I think that made him the oldest goal scorer in World Cup. And what I heard, Cameroon had a disagreement about their salary, so their starting goalkeeper didn't play, and they ended up just getting murdered by Russia that day, something like 6-1. They were up 1-0 and then lost by 5. But it was just a fantastic, a glorious day.
Well, if you remember, it was 6-1. I do remember that. It was an annihilation, and there was a Russian player named Oleg Salenko, and I think he scored 4 or 5 goals that day. I'm trying to remember. I probably need to look it up. But he scored 4 or 5 goals that day, and he ended up, simply because of that, being one of the top goal scorers in that 94 World Cup. But, 94 World Cup was huge here in the United States. Biggest World Cup ever, as far as fans and all the data and all the quantifying things. It was massive. The U.S. knows how to put on an event. They put on an amazing event. You had a national team that was like an in-residency national team with all the, legendary U.S. players from that era. They played so many friendly games and got so many caps trying to prepare for this under Bora Milutinovic. Yeah, you saw a special game. You saw Roger Milla. That's more than a lot of people can say. And then you were at the game. That was one of the highest outputs, if not the highest output ever from a player in a World Cup, a singular player, Oleg Salenko.
And I can't wait for next year. I think it'll be amazing.
Are you going to plan on hitting the games here in Houston?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I played my cards right with the Club World Cup and got myself a guaranteed seat somehow. So we'll figure out where it is and when it is, but it'll be great.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you so much for recounting that memory, Chris. I like it a lot. Very good. Thanks, guys. Great stuff. 713-780-3776. Come on, somebody tell me. What was the World Cup that's defining to you? We'll see if we can get one more phone call in here, and then we'll take a break. 713-780-3776. What World Cup is the defining World Cup for you that really kind of introduced you to this, the world's greatest sporting event, which occurs every 4 years? Okay. All right. So, going to take a break here. We're going to come back next segment. We'll continue to take your calls if you want to recount your World Cup experience. Some really good stories there from all of you calling in. And we're going to take a break. Rolling Stones, Hot Stuff. You can't get enough. Off the album Black and Blue. This is when the Stones they did a little jazz song on this album. They did this one, which basically is a disco song. They had a number of their rockers like Crazy Mama, Hand of Fate. Had a country song on this. Fantastic album. Rolling Stones, Black and Blue. All right, we'll take a break, and we can't get enough of talking about the beautiful game and the World Cup. This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup, presented by Houston Methodist, Coca-Cola, Southwest Energy, and Quanta. Time to talk U.S. men's roster drop. American Soccer Now's Brian Sciaretta joins me next.
This is Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
For the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
You know, with the World Cup coming here, you got to get ZZ Top involved somehow. This is that little old band from Texas. This was off their album Fandango. Great stuff. Quick reminder here, lsse.net for World Cup tickets. Monday Night Football, September 15th. This is the viewing of a film, the official FIFA film of the 1974 World Cup. And that's West Germany against Netherlands. Dramatic World Cup game, actually, because it was total football and Johan Cruyff, Johan Neeskens. 88 seconds in, they draw a penalty, Cruyff does, and they're up 1-0, and Germany hasn't touched the ball, and they go on to lose 2-1. The Germans get a little bit more aggressive, less in awe, start being a little bit more physical, and get a 2-1 victory. Gerd Muller, the great Gerd Muller, getting one in that game as well. So that's Monday Night Football, September 15th, West Germany, Netherlands, HCC Eastside, 6 o'clock Central Time. And then second Tuesday of next month, Senate Avenue Brewing. Tuesday, September 9th, Jane Campbell, the Houston Dash goalkeeper, will be out at that. Right now, we bring in a great friend of the show, great friend of mine, from the great Garden State of New Jersey. He writes for American Soccer Now. He's going to be at all the U.S. trainings and covering the U.S. men's national team, plus the under-20 national team coming up with U.S.'s and Houston's Brooklyn Reigns. He is Brian Chiaretti. He joins us now. Brian, how are you?
I'm doing great, and thanks for the Rolling Stone introduction. I really like that at the end of the last segment.
Oh, the hot
that's
stuff.
Always special.
Yeah, I love hot stuff. It's a great
Memory Motel from that album, too, is my favorite song.
That album was a winner. That was just an incredible top to bottom album and very different tracks and all that. But I did want to ask you, because in the first segment we got a lot of callers calling in, Brian. I posed the question about what was the first World Cup that really was the most impressionable to you, that opened your eyes up about it. Why don't you tell me what yours was?
I think it was really 90. I was just kind of coming into it, and I watched the U.S. kind of struggle, but actually step foot on the stage was really kind of amazing. And that U.S. 1-0 loss to Italy, where they hit the post actually in one of the in the second half. When it was still 0-0.
Was that the Peter Vermees? Was that the Peter Vermees free kick that kind of hit? Yeah, it kind of went off the goalkeeper and then hit the post, right?
Yeah, and that would have transferred everything. I mean, it would have shocked if that went in. So yeah, that one particular moment was really kind of cool. The U.S. Italy in 1990. I would say that one game in particular was the first game that stood out to me and really had me on the edge of my seat.
Yep. Well, I appreciate you talking about that. All right, let's go. Mauricio Pochettino put out his roster for the upcoming friendlies. Let's just get a little bit of a take from you on, the overall roster, which to me looks like one that certainly reminds us he's still in assessment.
Yeah, it's an assessment. It's also a message sending. I was on the media call right after the roster came out, and one of the first things he said, he's like, I don't want us to be a team where, 13, 14, 15, 16 guys are locks to go to the World Cup, and then everyone else has to fight for a roster spot after that. He's like, I think he wants a clean slate and everyone fighting. And, I think the only really way to set a new tone, new culture is to leave like a whole bunch of guys off and, just make them fight it out. And if they're not on one roster, well, keep fighting, and then maybe, then maybe they're there the next time. I mean, are there some players left off that I thought had good cases to be on this team? Yeah, like Tanner Tessman and Aid Morris, and maybe James Sands is still getting into that picture, the center midfielders. But at the same point, it's like, okay, you didn't make the team, but then just keep working. I think it's a long way to go. He wanted to look at some new faces, players he hasn't seen before. But I think he wants to see players that he was on the edge with respond better. He signaled out Josh Sargent, as a player, he left off this summer. He wanted to see more from him, and Sargent's responded really well to start the season, and now he's on the team. So it's about just as much about the players not on this roster as it is about the players who made the roster. He's looking at 60 guys. I think he wants everyone kind of equal and fighting it out, and then in the end he chooses the best team. But he wants more desperation. He doesn't want call-ups taken for granted, and that's kind of, I think, the direction he's heading with this thing. I can't justify every call-up. Some players I would have called up, but I understand the approach with what he's trying to do. It'll kind of come back to normal, but I think he's trying to. There's some players, I think, like Weston McKennie, namely, that he's trying to put a little fear into.
Yeah, Weston McKennie at Juventus, he mentioned he wasn't picked. He also mentioned that he's a known quantity. Others that weren't picked, Matt Turner, Joe Sally, Mark McKenzie. Gio Reyna's on the outside looking in for sure.
Yeah, and another thing about Weston being a known quantity is what does he know about him? I think it's not very good. Weston hasn't been good for this team in 16 months. He was bad at the Copa America. He was bad in the Nations League. He goes through these moments where he just dips for a long time in form, and he struggles to get out of it. And I think I think Pochettino's trying to kind of light a little bit of a fire under Weston. I think that's kind of Weston's the player that I think, and Juventus has done this in the past with them. They've lit a fire under him, and they've pushed him around a little bit, like with contracts and taking him out of lineups and stuff. He's that kind of a player, and so I kind of understand that too.
Yeah. There's a lot of mechanisms going on here. Weston McKennie was actually dropped to the reserve team, I think, at one point with Juventus as well. Now, Fowler and Balogun, who was initially absent, has been brought back in, right?
Yeah, that happened today. I think they always announced with the roster one more player was going to be added, but they had to go through some more confirmations with that. I think that was more or less seeing how he responded after a couple days he just went 90 minutes in his last game for Monaco. And I think they wanted to wait a couple days to see how his body responded from his first 90-minute game in a long time. So I think that was always in the cards. They always wanted to add him.
Jonathan Klinsmann of Cesena in Italy, the goalkeeper and the son of the legendary Jurgen Klinsmann, gets a call up here.
Yeah, it's his second call up. He only got called up, I think, once in 2018 or 2019. I think it was 2018. He's doing okay in Serie B. I think in the end of the day, Matt Turner's another one like Weston McKennie, where he's trying to light a fire, send a message. Patrick Schulte's another one who I thought everyone thought was going to be back in the mix because he was the Olympic starter. And I think he's the first time, I think, since Tim Howard and Brad Guzan are there, that you've seen Horvath, Steffen, Turner, and Schulte all left off the team. So he's really going in a different direction with the goalkeepers. Wants to look at a whole new selection of them. Jonathan Klinsmann starting every day, every game for Cesena and Serie B. He's doing okay. I'd be surprised if he makes the World Cup team, but in this philosophy of expanding the player pool, I get it. I didn't think he was very good when he was at this time with the LA Galaxy. Eventually, he was waived there, but maybe he's improved. I'm open to any kind of interpretation for it.
The other two goalkeepers, Roman Celentano of FC Cincinnati, Matt Freese, who got the Gold Cup. Who do you think currently has got the pole position in the goalkeeping area? Because as we all know, good goalkeeping can be incredibly vital at a World Cup in a short tournament.
Well, I don't think Freese has done anything to lose the starting job, but I always think his grip on that starting job is very, very, very faint. Like, I don't, it's his right now, but an uptick in form by somebody else or a slight downtick in form by him could change that. I mean, I think Celentano's been really good for Cincinnati. I mean, they've won a lot of one-goal games, and he's made some big saves and getting them some wins. So he's actually playing the best soccer I've ever seen from him. He's leveled his game up, so he deserves the call-up. I think Freese will probably start one game, and then I think one of the other guys will probably start the other game. I think it could be Celentano, but I wouldn't be. But maybe Klinsmann. It's really, really tough to read right now and with so many new faces and so many positions kind of turned upside their head.
Such a vital position. We're talking to Brian Sciaretta, American Soccer Now. He provides really, really good coverage of a lot of the players in Europe, obviously, the U.S. men's national team. He's on top of it. I want to go back to what you were saying about Mauricio Pochettino and that he sent the message that, I don't want to have 13 or 14 guys and, that know they're going. But he knows who is 13 or 14, and he's got a pecking order. There's no doubt. I think that's true, but in his mind, behind the scenes, he's got a pecking order of who are the guys in this moment that would be going. I don't think there's any question about that.
Well, yeah, I think you always have it in the moment. Like, for example, he chose Chris Richards and Tim Ream as starting backs and center backs. Then he has Noah Kai Banks, who's very young and inexperienced, and and then Tristan Blackman as the other one. I think, meanwhile, he's left off a bunch of others like Mark McKenzie, Walker Zimmerman, Miles Robinson, like Cameron Carter-Vickers. So there's a lot of changes there, and I think, yeah, he knows, like, if the World Cup were today, who he would go with. But in terms of who the guys are next year, he doesn't know, and I don't think a lot of people know. Look, I think with some people who are surprised at this roster or disappointed with it, they kind of have to ask themselves, what are they clinging to with this team?
What are they disappointed in? Certain guys didn't make it, obviously, right?
Yeah, certain guys didn't make it, but if it's like the same regular group of people that have been part of the problem in the last 16 months, if you keep calling up the same group of people, it does, you're going to get the same results. Maybe you have to drop them, and then maybe you return to them down the road, and then all of a sudden things start to work a little bit better. But, he knows, like, if this team was winning, like, the Copa America and won the Nations League, we'd probably see, like, a very similar roster. But it's, I think people realize that it's not just a game. It's not just some tactical adjustments he had to make. I think the problem with the team was pretty cultural, and it's a process to kind of change that. And I think a lot of it is kind of build a foundation where, as a large group of guys, and look, he was like this in Europe with some of his teams. He was pretty ruthless as a club manager. He dropped a lot of regulars at some of the clubs he went to, particularly, in a lot of places, and made some controversial decisions. So, and it's the same staff too. So it's, I think he's going into this thing to kind of shake things up.
Well, one thing that'll solidify the national team in a big way, and that's all dependent upon health, is Sergiño Dest and Anthony Robinson. If those two guys are fit and they're in the outside back positions, that is a big sigh of relief, I believe, because the way those two guys play and their importance to the national team, it definitely influences other areas of the team as well.
Oh, absolutely. I think the team's starting fullbacks are very good, and and I like the guys coming in behind them too. It's a position where they're going into the youth teams. They're developing a lot of really good depth at the fullback positions, but it starts at the top. Anthony Robinson, I hope his knees are okay. I know they've been bothering him for most of the year, but what an incredible left back he's become. In the biggest league in the world, and Sergiño Dest is, he can, his ACL injury is completely behind him. He's explosive, and he's very, very talented. So, it's a source of strength for this team, and then guys like Alex Freeman coming up behind him. The future's bright in that position for a long time. It's, some positions are stronger than others with this team. Fullback is one of the strongest.
I don't think you can discount the number of players that were a part of a team that advanced in the last World Cup and have had the World Cup experience. I still think the large basis of this team is going to be those guys. So let's just go to Christian Pulisic. And after all the hype and excitement and everybody trying to tag onto it to get attention, as we all know, he's back in with the national team. Anything else you can add to that?
Yeah, the big news on the is that they haven't spoken yet. Pochettino and Pulisic, they're kind of going into this camp cold after all this, after all this hoopla and ugly kind of messy situation about Pulisic asking out of the Gold Cup team, and Pochettino, I don't think really completely understanding it, is that they haven't spoken and they're going into this cold. So watching their relationship, particularly here in New Jersey when the camp unfolds, is going to be very interesting. I think they'll put it behind them. I think they're both motivated by the same thing, and that's the U.S. to do well. But there's some dust that hasn't settled yet with this whole thing.
I think in the press conference he said it was put to rest and they're going forward. That's what I heard.
Yeah, I mean, I think but they haven't spoken yet too. So it's you want to actually you want to see that before you can make such a declaration.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree.
Yeah. And listen, in the end, do you think it was? What was your opinion on him? Taking a break, having been a guy that was injury prone, taking a break from the Gold Cup instead of playing on a team that would have been a much differing team. What were your thoughts and take on that? I'm just curious.
I thought, I've seen it happen before. A player acts out of a kind of a major tournament where, like, for the U.S., it's a major tournament. We try to treat it like it is. I think behind the scenes, maybe it wasn't handled as smoothly. You hear reports that Pulisic's guys went to Crocker and not to Pochettino, and maybe it wasn't as direct as it could have been.
That would be a big mistake that would be a big mistake in my opinion. If you're going to somebody, some official in U.S. soccer and not directly to the coach you're going to be working with, that to me would be a big mistake.
So I don't know if, the things you hear are maybe it wasn't handled in the best lines of communication. So we'll see. I think it's more than just him missing out on the tournament. I think it's how things were handled.
Yeah. Well, this day and age where everything is scrutinized and everybody's trying to get more hits and likes and starting podcasts and writing books, people are willing to, I think, drop their integrity meter a little bit and their moral compass to make sure they get the attention. But that's the world we live in, sadly. Some people are really into doing it. Others aren't, but that's just kind of the way it goes. What about Gio Reyna? Is it the last chance saloon for him? It's all about performance, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, he hasn't played significant amount of soccer in like 4 years. The price, I don't know. I mean, and I don't think anyone really knows. You hear reports that his foot speed is not what it used to be. Maybe that's the case of him just not being a consistent rhythm of games. I don't know what to read about him anymore. He's talented, but talent can dissipate pretty quickly if you play as little soccer as he has. So, I think I'm as curious as anybody as to see what how he is as a player, because I don't think really many people know. And the fact that he only went for $3 million when, reports are years ago that they eventually saw him as a $50-60 million player is shocking. So it's like maybe they found a diamond in the rough. Maybe they found someone who's undervalued, or maybe they found someone who's on the last gasp of everything. I don't know. So I'm just kind of curious to watch it all unfold. I don't have any kind of inside information as to where he stands as a player.
Yeah, I agree with you. There has to be some maturing, I think, and then performance. And you're right, 4 years, that's a long time. Brian, you are the best. We'll get you back on again real soon. Thank you for your take on your favorite World Cup, and let's get you back on. We also should do a little MLS talk, you and me as well, okay?
Absolutely, Glenn.
All right, that's Brian Sciaretta, American Soccer Now. Always a great listen on Soccer Matters, ESPN 97.5. And tonight, as we are talking World Cup roster for the U.S., and, of course, the battle to get on that rarefied air to get to a World Cup, which we will host in the U.S. here in 2026. 7 matches right here in Houston, Texas. Houston, you don't know what's coming. You better be ready. It's like a tsunami. It's coming. Take a break. We'll come back. Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. More to come.
You're listening to Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup.
Presented by Coca-Cola Southwest, Houston Methodist, NRG, and Quanta.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. A little pit bull, right? There's our guy. All right. I got to break this news. It's already broken, but I want to remind people, if you don't know, fourth tier Grimsby took a 2-0 lead today over Manchester United in the Carabao Cup, knocked them out on penalty kicks after a 2-2 draw. And now there's apparently, what a humiliating exit for Manchester United. And there's even some talk Ruben Amorim is in a little bit of trouble as the manager of that team. So there you go. Just like that. And if you saw that, it was pretty incredible. Such a small little ground and the fans pouring on the field at the end of the game. All right, so let me take you back to the 1974 World Cup. Like I mentioned, 88 seconds in, Cruyff blows by Bertie Vogts. World Cup 74, it's West Germany against the Netherlands. Cruyff blows by Bertie Vogts. Vogts chops him down. Neeskens hits the penalty in the second minute. It's 1-0. Everybody's favoring the Netherlands. And then Germany equalizes. Paul Breitner hits a penalty in the 25th minute. They begin to get a little bit more aggressive. They begin to handle Johan Cruyff a little bit better. And then Gerd Muller gets the game winner in the first half in the 43rd minute. Dutch team was the total football. Rinus Michels, Ruud Krol, Van Hanegem. Jan Youngblood was in goal. Johan Cruyff, Johan Neeskens, Rob Rensenbrink. Wim Serbier, who, by the way, here's a World Cup connection for you. Wim Serbier was actually on the Houston Dynamo's roster, team that I was on one year here. And, Wim was an exceptional guy, was the right back on that incredible team. And we were just kind of in awe that he was on our roster. Cruyff, obviously, was the leader of that team, despite the fact that they lost. Brazil, by the way, in that tournament, they got knocked out in the second round. They had already won 3 cups at that point and had the Jules Rimet trophy permanently. So a new trophy was introduced. Netherlands, most people considered them the best team in the tournament. They didn't win it, though, and they've never won it. And that was the time they call the Netherlands the greatest country to never have won the World Cup. Strong defending, resiliency, the German organizational qualities, clinical finishing, it got it done. And that was it, 2-1 in the final. So that was a legendary one. That was the host nation, by the way, as well. That was at that was at the Olympic Stadium. And here were some of the interesting things that occurred with that tournament. It was the introduction, obviously, of the new trophy because Brazil retired the Jules Rimet. Total football, which was a system where there was a lot of fluid interchanging, which is a commonplace now, but back then it wasn't. It was very revolutionary then. It was highly influential. And it did, change the game worldwide. I mean, everybody took notice of it. Every World Cup you'll look and see the winning team, some of the innovations and the things that they do to win, people begin to copy it. Much like, in some ways, the whole Pep Guardiola inverted wingers, recirculation of the ball. I mean, we see so many MLS teams doing that. And a lot of times it fits with the players that's put together, and a lot of times it doesn't. It was the first use of penalty shootouts, penalty kicks. And it wasn't actually needed in this tournament. First red and yellow cards actually used. The card system was introduced in 1970, but there were no cards. In 74, red cards were issued in this World Cup. They had a new group in the second round. Instead of going straight to knockout quarterfinals, they introduced like a second group stage. This was a World Cup that had a lot more global representation. Yes, East and West Germany participated. I mentioned earlier it was in the group stage. East Germany beat West Germany.